Ruby around the fucking street. Come on, girl. Hey, good afternoon. Good to see you, Steve. How's it going? Probably can't see the screen as well because it's bright as hell out here. Beautiful day where I am, though. Man, it's nice. The sun's out. A lot of people are probably playing golf today. Not me. I'm working. Does anybody out here trade either futures or stocks or anything like that? That's what I've been doing. It's quite an adventure. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. Somebody says here, grifter. Well, I don't know what I'm grifting for because if you're saying it's money based, you got to be out of your mind. This is Anon 07 00772. I guess that's an anonymous account if there ever was one. No, that accusation is absolutely absurd because the amount of money that comes in from TikTok, I guess if you're doing things like TikTok Shop or you have an account that does like silly stuff where you can get advertisers to advertise, I guess you get more money for that stuff. But when you're talking about controversial political subjects, you get nothing. Remember, Quinn the Eskimo said he was making probably about when he was just doing his travel vlog, he was making about $1,700 a month, which isn't bad for making 3 or 4 videos a week. But he said as soon as he started talking about the Israel-Palestine issue, it went down to zero. So other than the very generous people who are kind enough to give me, either Patreon $5 a month or sometimes a one-time donation of whatever they give, that's about it because TikTok pays nothing. For a live that goes on for 3 or 4 hours, they pay you like $3.15. And you can ask other people who are live in this space if you want to, Anon. So unfortunately, that tag does not fit. But nice try. I wish TikTok paid me some money for the work that I do, but it's just the way it is. And I don't do it for money. I do it because I love the subject and I love talking about politics and geopolitics and history and other subjects. And I think it's important for people who are from America, who understand the Israel-Palestine issue and other things, to speak up. Because there's a lot that the public, unfortunately, isn't told about a lot of things. And only those who are able to either encounter it through others or dig it up themselves or both have time to do this stuff, right? Most people are busy working and taking care of their families, and they just don't have time. I'm single. I don't have kids. I take care of a dog and 2 cats. So my life is a lot simpler, so I have time to do some of this stuff. So I try to share it back. It's fun to talk. It's fun to teach. It's good to interact with people from the community. And I'm glad there's TikTok. I hope they don't ban it, but it is possible. I guess if ByteDance, the parent company, for those of you who don't know, the House and the Senate now have passed, I think they both passed the new bill that includes banning this particular platform if the parent company ByteDance, I think they have 6 months, they have to sell it basically. They have to divest from it so it doesn't have any Chinese affiliation. I have no idea who's going to buy it if it does happen. There's so much money at stake. I doubt it'll just go away, but it is possible because if the Chinese, somebody says the Senate didn't pass it, is that they didn't pass it or they haven't passed it yet? Somebody says the Senate didn't pass it. So I'll follow up on it. Maybe it was just the House that passed it. Because I think something like 380 of the 400 and some 435 reps voted to pass the bill. That's a lot. It's like 80%. And that never happens for any particular legislation except for maybe money for Israel. So, yeah, somebody says the House only. So maybe it'll get killed in the Senate. And it probably should. It's pretty silly, right? I mean, there's a lot of anti-China fervor. I go on TikTok sometimes or even YouTube videos or Rumble, and all I hear is anti-China, all this vilification of China. I'm not a big fan of their system of control in terms of they have a thing called WeChat, and it's all monitored by this Communist Party, and they censor the internet like crazy. So I'm not a fan of any of that stuff. But I don't think the country's out to get us. I think they're protecting their interests just like Russia's protecting theirs, just like we protect our interests. The only difference is the United States goes beyond protecting its interests and it goes out and tries to force their interests on others. And I don't think China's doing that. I think what China does, and to some extent Russia, and every country tries to do this is not wrong. They'll go into other countries and try to work out arrangements like putting in, infrastructure, maybe a high-speed rail or water treatment or water production, whatever it may be. And that they have a relationship from that point. The difference is between what the Chinese and the Russians do and what the Americans and Western countries do is they don't try to saddle the country with debt they can never pay back. And if there are debts, instead of forcing them to give other things up, they work with them as far as like some debt relief because they want to have the relationship more than they want to have the sheer money. Because I think in the long run, the relationship is far more important than the short-term investments. And that's because they don't have quarterly reports they have to file with their shareholders, where they have to, where they don't have a Wall Street that puts more pressure on them to do things in the short term, so they can think long term, which is smart. And I think that's why the Americans vilify China. They want to get the public behind the idea of China being the bad guys. And granted, there are issues with Taiwan that are legitimate. Let's face it, all the chips that run phones like this are in Taiwan, Taiwan Semiconductor being the most important company among them. And if Taiwan were to, be invaded by China or forcibly reincorporated with the mainland, it would be problematic for the United States. I think most people in the U.S. know this. So, but I don't think China's going to do that. It doesn't serve their interest either, because it's sort of like a bad marriage. We have a relationship with China where the United States public consumes a lot of goods that are made in China. A lot of American corporations make things in China. And therefore, we're sort of interdependent, even though there's some conflict in terms of politics and, interests. So it's not a divorce quite yet. So I have a favor to ask. It's a really nice day. We're talking about some fun stuff here, if you like politics. And we have, I think, 100 people. We should pretty much be able to bring in at least triple that. So if you don't mind, I'll take a couple seconds here. If you can please tap on the screen, I'll do it too, to like the live. And let's get the likes up a little bit. And then let's also, if you don't mind, if you hold the screen down for a half a second, I'm about to do that too. You can invite all of your mutual friends. So let's take a second to do that. I'm going to do it. And everybody else, please do the same. So I'm going to invite all the people in my friends not watching list. Come on, friends, come over and watch. Let's have some time together. If there's somebody in the audience who is pro-Israel, I would absolutely love it if you would come up and speak with the audience and myself, so that we can have a nice, polite, civil exchange of ideas, which is always fun. And I think the difference between the way that I run my lives and the way that other people run theirs is, not everybody does a bad job, but there's none of this yelling and screaming and back and forth. Everyone gets a turn, and it's kept civil, and people stay muted between conversations. We talk to each other in ways that are polite. I don't let people in the comments disparage guests, even if they disagree. We don't want to mute people or otherwise mistreat people who have different ideas. I think that's the wrong thing to do. We need to talk to each other. You remember when President Trump, during his administration, he went up to Kim Jong-un and he got shit on by the public for doing that. Like they wanted them to do something first, like disarm. That's it. That's idiotic. You can't put preconditions to talk to your adversaries. You should just talk to them. It's always better to communicate than not communicate. And this idea that America is some superior ethical country that has to stand on its moral high ground, give me a break. These other countries look at that and they laugh. Whoever's trying to connect in, it's not connecting on my end. I don't know if people can hear Swash. I think I always say this name wrong. Swarsha, I think it's pronounced, you said? I hope I'm getting it right. Swarsha, are you there?
I am. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Oh, good. Yeah, I got your name right, didn't I?
You did. Well, yeah,
After like the 10th try, so I apologize.
yeah.
What's
It's
up?
like it's like Portia with an S. That's
Yeah,
it.
it
Yeah.
makes sense. Is that an Irish name or no?
It is. Yeah, it's
That's
Gaelic.
what I thought, because Stephen Colbert had somebody from Ireland on, and they had these different names or words that are really, they're spelled one way, but they're pronounced completely differently than you might anticipate. So
Yeah.
Ireland's an interesting country there. So how are you doing today?
I'm good, Chip. How are you?
Well, I'm outdoors. It's beautiful out. The dog is having a good time, so everything's good. I'm very lucky to be in a situation where things are stable, unlike many others who are not.
Absolutely. Many blessings. I just wanted to come on and say and join you and say that this government is gone rogue, right? And it looks like they're gonna ban TikTok because they don't want us trading information and calling them out. I'm just gonna put it out there for no other reason. And it looks like what they're doing is they're banning TikTok. They are forcing us into wars we don't want. They're accelerating wars we don't want. They're injecting us with things we don't want. And the list goes on and on. I just saw a post, Chip. This is amazing. You'd have to kind of push back on me if you didn't see this. They're now allowing migrants to join police forces in California which to me is like,
Yeah.
how could you ever? And so it's obvious what they're doing. They're weaponizing themselves against us. And I just wanted to put that message out loud and clear. This government has been weaponized against you and against humanity. And that is clearly what they've been doing through the 30 years of the death march. They took us across the Middle East. You guys all remember in the 90s what they did to us, right?
Yeah.
They lied to get us into the Middle East with the 9/11 nonsense. And then now we're escalating in all kinds of theaters around the world, including now, I guess, Haiti. They're gonna package. They got a package going out to Haiti, guys. Everybody ready for that one? So it's like let's get a popcorn party and start it up in Haiti and send them another 100 billion or whatever it is when it should be going to our poor people and let them be in peace and solve their own problems. But Chip, I don't want to monologue. I love what you're doing. You are a true warrior for the truth, and I respect and love you dearly.
Wow, those are very kind words. Thank you. I think you make some great points. I think people are always scratching their head like, why would the country allow all these fighting age men into the country, like, with this huge flow in from places like all over the world, and they're all coming through the Mexican border, which doesn't make any sense because typically it was people from Central America, countries where there was discontent, political repression, gangs of thugs, and they just had to go. They couldn't stay, and now it's different. It was families before. Now it's primarily fighting age males. And what they're doing inside the country, like was just mentioned by Swarsha, is that they're hiring these folks into things like police forces and even the military. They're telling them they'll get a fast track to citizenship if they serve a certain amount of time in these different, service groups. And so, what does that mean for the people? Well, let's give you an example. Let's say there was some unrest in California and the police are deployed. Well, police come from the community, right? So someone who knows family members is not going to fire on their own family members if need be. If people are protesting in whatever way that's disruptive, civil disobedience, nonviolent. But if they have to use violence in terms of what, rubber bullets or tear gas or even worse, if you have somebody who's from, let's say, Kazakhstan, they have no knowledge of who's in the community. They're going to be more apt to do something that otherwise would not happen. And that's the concern with both the police and the military. Now, that may sound conspiratorial, but I don't know what other tag you put on a situation where people are pouring in. It's not for voting, because most of the people who pour in who are not legally registered, their date to have their citizenship reviewed or have their asylum case done can be 5 or 6 years. So they're in the country, and what are they doing for 5 or 6 years? They're getting established and having kids who become naturalized citizens, and then it's much harder to deport somebody. So I'm not against people coming in who need to come in. Obviously, I think you have to have an open heart and be compassionate. And somewhere in there, there's a balance, but that balance is way out the window right now. It's not happening. So again, I don't want to monologue either, but I think it's fair to have concerns about that. And if they paint you as somebody who's either racist or anti-immigrant, that's a little bit too obtuse, in my opinion. I think having legitimate concerns for the security of the country and the other concern I mentioned are things that should be able to be talked about and analyzed. And if it is indeed their plan to do what I just outlined, can't say for sure, how despicable is that? To dilute the population, to create a situation where we have a police force and a military that's more apt to crack down on a society. It just feels like the walls are kind of closing in slowly if you're kind of paying attention. And every month and every week, a little more happens. We got the post 9/11 Patriot Act with all the surveillance that Edward Snowden turned over. We know from Julian Assange, we have a very corrupt government that meddles in almost every place around the world. Locally and domestically, we have more controls coming to bear. In fact, I'm going to do a live YouTube video on what's probably in terms of medical passports, including the thing in your arm, as well as central bank digital currencies. I think all of those things are more likely to come in the next few years. Because if you're somebody who's sitting on top of this pile of money, the last thing you want are the quote unquote pitchfork holders coming at you angrily. And if these things are in place that make it that much harder, they can geofence your money. They can put you on a no-fly list. They can put you on a no-travel list. They can put you on a no-money list. You literally can have your finances turned off once they're digitized. I think that's pretty crazy. So we're going to talk more about that. But right now we have another guest. I'm having trouble reading the name. Is it Lazzy, I think? How you doing, Lazzy?
What's up, Chief? What's up? How you doing?
Hey, pretty good. What's on your mind?
I just see you just send me invitation. I was about to go fasting. I am in UAE right now, so I was fasting today. So
Uh-huh.
I was going to say is I've seen the situation right now in the USA. They're trying to cancel this TikTok right now. It's going to be hard for you and for all creators. This is
Well,
a
I think
bad
what we're going
thing.
to have to do, and what we should be doing, is building other locations while this is all going on so that if anything does happen, we don't lose contact with one another. So, for those of you who aren't following me elsewhere, I have a YouTube channel, I have a Rumble channel, I have an Instagram. So, if you go to my link in my bio, which is just a little clickable thing, if you're inside, it says Linktree Chip Barnes. It's one click, it takes you to a list, and you go boom, boom, follow, follow, you're done. So, there's a good chance that people like me, if you enjoy the analysis and content of people like myself, really smart to go to their links and find their other places to connect with them. So not many people do it. I think about 4% that I speak to actually do it, which boggles my mind because
Yeah.
but I know it takes a few clicks, so it's a pain in the ass. But the question is, do you want to
But
lose access to content creators if this app falls? And I would bet most people don't. They want to stay connected. So anyway, so you can, I mean, I think my YouTube channel is just youtube.com/at Chip Barnes. If you want to just take note of that one. Anyway, so are you worried? So you think TikTok's going to be canceled, or you think it's going to be,
they give you
declined
like
by the way?
they're gonna give you like 6 months so to prepare
Yeah,
themselves. It's not like a boom. It's not they don't go to shut down like they're
yeah,
gonna give you like 6 months. They want
yeah. But
they want TikTok to sell all the app to the USA. It's gonna be hard, bro.
well, I think what happens is the name of the company is called ByteDance, and ByteDance is a very profitable company, but it's not investable. It's held by Chinese ownership. So I think one of the reasons is economics. The money that flows through TikTok, and they're gaining market share against companies like Amazon through the TikTok store because it's really easy to. It's like 2 clicks and you're done. You buy something here. You
Yeah,
swipe like every fifth or time you swipe through a live, it's somebody selling stuff. So there is, by the way, there is good money to be made. If I was a grifter for money, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be selling camera stands and getaway kids bunker, all that bullshit. But that's not what I do. So anyway, so yeah, I don't. I wonder. Do you think the Chinese company ByteDance will sell their TikTok application to another company to divest?
no, they cannot do that. They cannot do that. That's a bullshit.
Well, it's pretty brash to tell a foreign country that you have to sell one of your services because of the U.S. is just stomping its foot. So if I was China, I'd tell the U.S. to go to hell. The problem is that there's 170 million U.S. users of TikTok. That's a huge, huge, huge audience for people selling
That's
stuff and for making money. So
that's true. That's true.
for that alone, I don't think the app's going to be totally canned. I just wonder what the rub is going to be as we approach the deadline if it goes that long. But
Chip,
my guess is, yeah. Go ahead.
can I share with you how they built TikTok? I'm a tech guy and I know
Yeah,
exactly how they did it.
please.
I used an uncensored AI to find out exactly how they built the tech stack, and I'm going to share it with everyone. So coders, get your ears up and record what I'm saying, because what I'm saying right now is the ability for us to build our own platform. Okay, here we go. The tech stack, TikTok's backend is mainly built on Java and Kotlin. So while the front end is built using Swift for iOS and devices, and Java for Android. So get that. So I'm going to say that again. The TikTok backend is built using Java and Kotlin, while the front end is using Swift for iOS and Java for Android devices. They're using
Especially Java.
yeah, they're using a lot of Java. They're using video compression, real-time data processing, content delivery networks. As you guys know, what's up with content delivery networks? And let's see, they're using bit rate control, frame rate reduction, and they're using machine learning for a lot of their how to present new videos to a new audience. They're using a lot of machine learning through TensorFlow, PyTorch. They're using a lot of uh, what's the net Python. They're using a lot of Python with PyTorch, and that's pretty much it. I don't want to complicate it. You guys can figure out the rest, but that's what's up.
So is it? Do you think it's possible for someone to create an alternative app using some of the tools that you outlined?
So easy, Chip. So easy. If someone funded me with 50,000, even less, not even 20,000, I could have an app up just like this one.
Yeah, I
The
think
only thing is we
the
would
real
need.
cost is
Yeah,
customer acquisition, trying to get people to be aware of the app in the first place, and then
that's right. That's right.
so
Adoption. And then the other cost would be running the content delivery networks when the users spike up. You know what I'm saying? Like Amazon or whoever's going to take on the server, that cost is going to be somewhat substantial, but it's easily built. This is an easy platform to build.
well,
So
that's good that you're able to do that as far as your functional skill set. I guess it would require a team, including a team to back up everything that goes on, customer service, technology, finance. I know somebody who has some money put aside, by the way, who might be willing to talk about this. There is an app called Clapper. Has anybody
oh
here
yeah.
been on Clapper?
Yeah, I have. It actually doesn't run as smooth. They have issues with their front end. I'm not sure what the issues they have. I'm not intimate with what their code looks like, but I have heard of it, Chip.
I'll tell you what, for those who say they're developers and could possibly help, including yourself, Swasha, please send me an email. We might want to talk about organizing something like this. What a project that would be to provide something that has zero censorship.
That would be
I mean,
incredible.
that's the way it
Chip,
should be, right? People should be able to say whatever the hell they want as long as it's not dangerous and violent or doxing somebody. Anything short of that should be completely allowed.
Chip, I led a web group for 15 years. So I'm all in. If you wanted to do that, brother, I would absolutely partner with you. There's no question
Yeah,
about it.
and the other thing is I've been talking a lot about cooperative businesses where there's no like master ownership that gets super uber rich. I'd like to structure it in a way where every participant benefits, in terms of a democratic workplace and a flat management structure, not these massive hierarchies where the people at the top make 1,000 times the average worker. Which is just this. It's a sickness in America that
Yeah.
system's even allowed to exist.
Yeah, fully agree. Flat across the whole linear, like a linear management structure. Absolutely, 100%,
Yeah.
100%. No pyramid, none of that nonsense. Absolutely.
Yeah, so that sounds great. So who knows? It's a big hill to climb, obviously, but I'm sure the technical side's not bad. The question is, politics can play a role when it comes to stuff like this. It can be banned on the Apple Store or the Google Play Store, these kind of things.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
You
But
know,
everything has to start with the basis of an idea, and then you have all the startup stuff. Which I've started up 6 companies, so I know how to do startup stuff.
wow. Chip, this would take us probably, and I'm going to give an accurate assessment. I would say this I could do this in 2 months, but then you multiply that number times three. So then, if you wanted to really get an accurate assessment, I think I can do it in 2 months. But the reality is, it's going to probably take 6 months
Well,
to get an.
let's do this. I'm sure that TikTok does not want to have people in lives talking about developing alternative platforms to theirs. So
Yeah,
why don't we if everybody emails me, I can coordinate a Zoom call where we can do this off platform, which I think makes more sense. Okay.
awesome. Yeah, sounds
So
great.
my email is very simply, it's just chipbarnesonline@gmail. Very simple.
Got it. Awesome.
Okay. And anybody who wants to get in, it's going to be an equal deal. As long as you're working, you're going to get, a fair share of what's going on. It's not going to be Chip getting rich while you guys slave away, just so you know.
Cheap,
Yeah,
cheap. If you want like a backup account, you can use like a Google Chrome and use the VPN of UK or UAE, something like that, and then you can open like that. So it's gonna help you maybe to have some backup account like
Okay, well, all
backup.
that tech stuff, I'm sure the people that are more knowledgeable. I'm not, I know the basics of technology, but I certainly know where Swarsha is in terms of programming and stuff. So when we get on that Zoom call, we can outline all those objectives and details. And it sounds like fun. I mean, if you want to schedule something, just email me and I'll bounce back and schedule, and we'll just start out. But no better time than the present.
Chip, I'll send you an email this evening.
Okay, that sounds perfect.
Yep, an easy. That would be incredible. But
Yeah, man.
yeah,
I was banned. They banned my our account. Like this is
yeah,
like the last one I had. Like
yeah. Well, that means that, brother. That means you're a patriot. That means you're a patriot for freedom. We love you. We love you. We love you. Absolutely. If you're
telling you,
not
man,
banned, you're doing something wrong.
telling
Yeah,
you.
so thanks everybody for doing that. I wanted to say one more thing, and that is I wanted to ask the audience if you knew of any, not just this particular effort, but any other company that was doing the same services you're getting now, whether it be like your telecommunications or lawn care or whatever it may be, if you knew the company was operating in a way that was fair to the workers, like this flat model we're talking about, would you be more likely to use them if the pricing and the service was relatively the same or even a little bit better? Please type the number 1 in chat if you would do that, or would you stay with what you have? We have about 130 people in here. I just want to see if people are interested in that kind of stuff, because some people may not give a damn. They just want to be, convenience. And obviously Amazon's convenient, but I think the one thing we can do, or one of the main things we can do, is to change the way things operate at the ground level. Like literally force the big companies to compete against the more flat model where there's no investors to treat. The prices can be lower.
That's right. And
So you
wait
can,
till
yeah.
what happens when we introduce a decentralized currency along with the app? So let's say users are using the app, and then a decentralized currency is put into the app where they can then buy off-grid solutions at cost to make sure that we are help everyone in this global reset. That would be something cool, very cool.
Yeah.
I think we need a decentralized currency, but it's that's a separate topic.
Yeah, and that one's a very sensitive one, because if you look at people historically that have tried to challenge
Right.
unfortunately, the well-entrenched Federal Reserve System, which makes a ton of money off of issuing currency,
Right.
it gets you in a little bit of hot water, or potentially a lot worse. So
Good call,
that's a
Chip.
dance we have to walk very carefully. But there are local currencies, by the way. There's some places that use stuff where you can barter or use a local currency. So, but if they start to get bigger, that's where the problem exists.
That's right. That's right. Thank you, Chip, for keeping us safe.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I love you all.
Okay. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. There was someone who was trying to connect in, and for sometimes there you go. I think you're in now, Tisha. Tisha, have you been listening in? What do you think of what we're talking about?
Okay, how y'all doing?
Hey,
That's good. I don't know what y'all was talking about, but I know you always have interesting topics. So, what were y'all talking about?
Swarsha, who just checked out, is a programmer. He's from Iowa. He has an Irish background, but he sounds as American as you can sound. He's talking about understanding the guts of how this thing works. Apps like this one, TikTok, and others that sort of have all these different things that are used to build the platform. And so I think with all this talk about banning and all the censorship we've been
Oh
experiencing,
yeah,
it's not unreasonable for us to be thinking, for the gears to be turning about, hey, how do we, the people, instead of those, the powerful, create something that we can communicate with and not have all these shenanigans going on? And I think that's not
yeah,
unreasonable. Nothing against TikTok. I mean, it's a great platform. As long as it's available, I'll still use it. But
yeah.
uh,
I really think about TikTok as being, they may be infiltrated by the Chinese, but Facebook is a problem. Twitter is a problem. Everybody got our information, selling it to everybody. But I honestly think that it has something to do with the federal government not being able to get taxes and fees from TikTok because people own their own businesses on it, and they are not regulated by the federal government, and it's billions of dollars being transferred through the customer base, selling items and products through TikTok, and they have a
mhm.
problem with it. For parents that have young children, that's all they have to do is put on a parental guidance, and they would not be able to get TikTok. And everybody know on TikTok, you have to put a whole lot of bio information into TikTok in order for them to follow you like that. But Facebook does the same thing. Twitter does the same thing. I think the only app that doesn't is WhatsApp app,
You
and
mean
they may
WhatsApp?
still do it.
WhatsApp? You mean
WhatsApp up app.
what's
It's
up at? I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah, it's a particular account where I think it came involved with Jared Kushner when he was having conversations with the Saudis, and the
Hmm.
FBI wanted to get his information, and they couldn't because as soon as you talk to somebody, it deletes itself. So there was no history there. They couldn't
Hmm.
find the information because it doesn't populate the history of what you have done.
Hmm. That's interesting. I know there's Telegram, which can also have the auto delete feature. You can send somebody a note and then expires in like 10 minutes, 15 minutes,
Yeah.
whatever you want to do. And then there's some other things. I know there's one, somebody said there's one called Reds or Reds. I think that's the name of it. I don't know. I've never been to it. And then there's Clapper. I just want to, we need to have more things in our lives that are community oriented and locally oriented rather than these
Yeah.
centralized, massive, powerful structures that can be easily controlled by a small number of people. If we had the management of an app like this distributed across tens of thousands of people in a peer-to-peer fashion, like almost like a Wikipedia but with honesty, we could have a real app that doesn't require people to hold their tongue. Because quite
Okay.
frankly, I'm tired of saying Jenna Soda and Unalive and all sort of silliness. It's absolutely silliness.
And you know what? The other problem that I see is how all of these people are coming out saying that they would buy Twitter. Uh, Mnuchin,
Steve
whatever
Mnuchin, the
his
former
name is,
Treasury Secretary.
where
Yeah,
he's getting the money from? I think that's Saudi money because he got $1 billion from the Saudis or $2 billion.
that was Jared Kushner that got the money from the Saudis.
No, but Manchin did too.
No, you mean Mnuchin? Steve Mnuchin?
Mnuchin, yeah, he did too.
Okay,
He
I
got
haven't heard
money
that.
from the Saudis too. So I think that these people, I mean, where are y'all coming up with this money to and I don't even think they would sell it, to tell you the honest truth. But it's just amazing how all of a sudden everybody's coming out saying that they would buy TikTok because
Yeah,
they know it's a $1 billion industry. They know it is.
probably more than that. It has 170 million U.S. users, and I think it's something like 1.5 to 2 billion users worldwide, which is just insane. But it
Yeah.
may not be the tax receipts. It may be the actual revenues that other
Yeah.
investors want to get their hands on. So right now they can't invest in ByteDance because it's not,
Right.
not publicly traded for Americans. But if they can force the sale of the company, which sounds ridiculous, how can you tell a foreign nation that you're going to turn something off if they don't sell it to you? That seems ridiculous. It's like talk about arm twisting.
Yeah.
Can
Yeah.
I add something,
Yeah,
Chip?
let's Stingray. What do you want to
Okay.
say, Sting?
Well, I'm not going to call them a programmer because that would be really generous. You just had someone up, a single individual that said they could build what is effectively a multi-billion-dollar back-end system that's scalable to such a degree it's unfathomable, with a multi-tier international presence that can have dynamic distribution along with the two major platforms, iOS and Android, being developed natively, of which he actually got wrong in the languages used, by the way. And he could
Hold
do
on
it.
one second.
And he,
In fairness, he didn't say the last part that you said. He didn't say about the scale and scope. He said he knew what the guts of the engine were. In
yeah, so the
fairness,
guts of what TikTok is a scalable streaming platform. There's no other definition of it.
but he did. But it was the scale and scope that you referred to, he didn't say in his particular conversation. In fairness, I just don't want you to ascribe things to what he said when he didn't say them.
All right. Well, the difficulty is not the difficulty of this is the scalable video streaming system. That's it. There's the front end or the client side streaming is not the block. It's the dynamic nature of either hosting it on Google Cloud Compute or Amazon Web Services, and having whatever you develop scalable to a degree where it can cope with 1,000 users in a single presence, all the way up to 100,000, and do that for multiple locations while having internode connectivity across it. That system that I've just outlined there would be the first step to get to a multinational and international app that can do video streaming like that. And that's
Massive.
a whole host of engineers need
Yeah,
to
it
be
could be. I mean,
involved in
yeah,
that.
you're totally. I mean, I don't know enough technically, but here's what I would say. I think in the crawl, walk, run of any software program, I think people might understand certain limitations initially. Maybe it's only in certain regions, or maybe domestically only, or whatever it may be. I don't know how the scalability in software and programming works, but you don't have to be 1.5 billion users to have an app. You
Oh,
you
no, no,
may be
no.
able to
Yeah, no.
you may be able to
The app is
re-engineer
irrelevant.
parts of it to be able to incorporate more scalability. I don't know exactly what the limits are of certain programming and other tools.
Yeah, so the main point is competing with TikTok. That's not something that a very small team could ever do.
Well, I mean, put it this way. So if we're on TikTok and they're either outright censoring our videos, like taking them down, or telling us what we can't say on lives, or taking the lives down, which has happened to me like a dozen times. And we tell people, hey, if you're tired of this stuff, let's move to something smaller. But and we could go to Telegram and do the same thing. But I think people like the functionality of lives like this, where you can have guests on. I don't know if that's programmable. I'm a neophyte when it comes to understanding programming. But in fairness, like what I'm trying to say is alternatives don't have to be the behemoth to exist. And I'm not saying they're even going to compete. It may complement some behemoth like this. And just because it complements it doesn't mean it can't exist. If you can have enough of its own sustainability, it may have to take a loss for the first 5 or 6 years while it figures out ways to generate revenue, but or even investors or whatever the case may be. That's like every business. So, I don't know. It depends on what people care about. In this country, most people only care about money. Most people want return on investment. What I want is not return on investment. I want to have an honest platform of communication where we can affect real change in the country. That's what I want. And so I wouldn't want to have people on the team that are just strictly driven by money. We may have to borrow money from certain private, investors who have that same sort of mental approach, and it may not get us to the scale that you're alluding to. It may only get us to a scale of 1/101%, but it's better than nothing, in my opinion.
So the other comment that I want to make is I know of two, maybe two or three development studios that have tried flatlining remuneration or salaries independent of individual position. Not one of them is around today. Now, the primary reason that fails is the disproportionate effort and training required for certain disciplines. So this was actually a Nintendo studio in Cambridge, if I remember correctly, about Cambridge in the UK, about, I don't know, 10, maybe 15 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
They paid the same salary to a tester that they paid to a lead programmer. The problem is the lead programmer has 25 years of technical experience and had gone to what you would call college university for 10 years, and a tester could walk in with very little skill. Now, the problem there is, well, you've got disparity in what it took to actually attain that job, which means now you don't attract good programmers. You just attract people that want to start testing. And then the secondary problem here is, throughout development, not every team will be pushed in the same way, and it's disproportionate depending on the type of project. So sometimes it will be heavy test-driven development, heavy deployment and logistics, or heavy pre-development and development. So there's no sort of like flatline way that you can distribute effort across that to make it justifiable, even if it was just effort and time rather than what it took to get there in the first place. So that's the reason why flatlining salaries hasn't worked in the companies that I've ever heard about.
Well, one thing I'm going to say is that I think the way people's expectations are framed right now in this society is everyone goes out, tries to improve their education, improve their skill set, go work for as much money as possible, and companies try to pay the least as possible in that game. And what I'm suggesting is that the entire expectation of society, hopefully, can be reshaped eventually, because the system that this eventually creates is one of winners and losers. And people who are willing to work hard and to go through play the game honestly should be rewarded enough that they can at least live. And the fact that people are working poor in this country, like at Walmart and places where they can't even afford to pay their rent or their utilities, and they have to rely on subsidies and government handouts, that profit that it would otherwise go to the workers is going to corporate shareholders. That's an imbalanced system. I think that our system needs to be re-engineered to work. And you may call me a communist or socialist. I embrace those terms because I want to have more people benefit more from the things we do. And that's never going to be perfect. No system's going to be perfect. But I think there are ones that can be way better. Now, if you're saying that because of greed and expectation that no one's going to be willing to work in that space, you might be right. I can't say for sure, but I'm willing to put my time and energy in. As long as I can survive, that's all I need to do. I can live off of $30,000, $40,000 a year and survive.
I agree with the sentiment, but my point wasn't that it's down to an individual being selfish. Well, maybe it is, but it's not selfish at the point that you think it is. It's selfish at the point of, why should I, a developer with 20 years experience, having developed numerous console games across multiple platforms, I've got international software released in an enterprise sense as well. Why should I spend all that time in education and bettering myself and delivering those projects if I could not have to attain any of that skill that's taken hard work and determination outside of working hours, and I could just have a simpler job with a little bit less commitment for exactly the same money.
Well, I
That
mean,
that,
the
that
same
would
could be
be
said
awesome.
for anybody. So in other words, each person's going to have to make that assessment. I'm somebody who started five or six companies. I've made a lot of money. I have an MBA in finance, and I should be making $500,000 a year for that minimum. And I have made that before. So I can come to the table and say the same thing to the group. I demand this because I have this skill set. That kind of person's not going to be fitting into the organization. So I don't know if we can find enough competent people who are willing to give, and that's going to require some give and take. Maybe it will fall flat on its face. There's no business in the world that started out successfully with people saying, this can never work, this can never work, this can never work. So we'll see. And you may be 100% right, but we'll never know until somebody tries.
No, I get it. Like I say, I like the sentiment. I liked the sentiment of the Nintendo studio. But like I say, the issue is inherent in human beings. It's the same. Where the UK is trialing something called universal basic income at the moment. Now, what that basically gives an individual, for by nature of existing, it gives them a salary from the state, and that's what it's defined as, an income for their existence, and that works out. Well, I'm gonna do rough approximate dollar conversions, about $1,900 a month for doing
Okay.
nothing. And then what they can do is they can go and get a job, and that universal income is still theirs. So they can go out and earn more money on top of that. Now, the issue with that premise, which is a similar premise, everybody being paid the same just for nature of who they are, not what they bring, is now you have people that can go out and earn more money, but you have a lot of people that would go out and, let's say, street sweepers, garbage collectors, and think, well, I now don't have to do that job. I can just spend more time with my family and do nothing. And then you've got a problem that, well, now you're decreasing demand in jobs that aren't incredibly sought after because of numerous reasons. Now the salaries have to go up for them to attract more people, and you're in this to and fro that never ends because of this this drive to set this universal baseline.
Well, I'm not suggesting UBI. That's a whole different system at the governmental level for all of society. You're taking this to a whole different realm. What I'm trying to say is this is a small, private or group owned type of entity that's going to have maybe 15, 20, 30 people during the initial start, maybe 500 when it gets to the point where it's going to be managing, maybe bigger. But it's only going to be for people who see the world through this lens. And I think there are enough people out there in the ethos that have technical skills that are tired of the system that we're in right now or see the bigger picture. And if there aren't there, then I think we're in big trouble because the direction we're headed in, because of the greed and the way that capitalism functions, is a quick dead end of collapse. It's not a good outcome. The end stages of capitalism are not good. And we're sort of in that stage right now in the United States where everything's being financialized and there's no real value being created. And some people are getting ridiculously rich while the rest of people are sliding into what is going to become poverty. And there may be a UBI established in the US just to quell, uprising. But I'm with you there. I think people should be able to work. But the point I'm trying to make is I've spent probably $80,000 or $90,000 to get my education done. So if I go into this company and say my loans need to be paid back and I need $500,000 a year, that attitude is not the one that we need to move society forward. We need to have a more community-oriented way of thinking. And I'm not suggesting that the person in the organization who sweeps the floors gets paid the exact same amount as a programmer. The group, though, will decide what that stratification is together democratically. And some people may say that's not acceptable and they leave. And that's okay. If you think you should be making $190,000 a year because you're a seasoned programmer, go make $190,000 a year. No one's trying to stop anybody from doing that. I'm trying to build a team that may be willing to fight for something bigger than their own self-interest. You may say it's not human nature to do that. I would agree. But there may be some humans that don't see it or other things matter to them more. I'm among them. So if you want to find reasons why it can't work, don't get involved.
Oh no! I wasn't intending to get involved. I didn't even know what this discussion
That's
was
my
about.
point. In other words, you can take your thought about it and go elsewhere, and you can watch from afar and see if it fails or if it can perpetuate itself. And you may be totally right. But I think if we don't start enacting change at the local level to change the way this game is played, it's not going to change, and it's only going to get worse for more and more people. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I would say at the moment though, you would have liability concerns if you had an unchecked. So the one thing that TikTok does really well, even though it gets it wrong, like you say, lives will get shut down and that kind of thing. So, for instance, I had a live a couple of days ago, and I must have had I don't know. At one point, it peaked at like 1,000 people watching.
Uh-huh.
Now, on that live, because of my little avatar thing, which is a stingray. Wait, it's a submarine called Stingray, and it's a Jerry Anderson TV show. And I played a little bit of music from the Jerry Anderson TV show. And because of the algorithm and because of the AI that detects the stream and evaluates it,
Yep,
it
yep.
then shut down my stream, which which is both good and bad in the fact that it's very good. It's not brilliant. Sometimes it makes mistakes, but it's very good at a sort of like a catch-all for liability sakes. If someone starts doing something extreme, it can kind of find it and then flag that, not promote it, check it, and then get it shut down incredibly quickly. And that's one thing that TikTok does incredibly well, and I'm really impressed. Even though I'm affected adversely sometimes because of it, innocently, and
Yeah,
that's
it's good.
really
It's good to, in any business analysis. It's good to bring up potential, drawbacks, headwinds, threats, et cetera. That's part of the planning process. And you don't plan for everything. You're going to encounter things. I think copyright is an issue, which is what you're referring to. So, I don't have all the answers to all this because I'm somebody who's just thinking in the bigger picture. A lot of people will bring realities to the fore that will maybe change some of the ideas along the way. What I'm trying to say in general, this doesn't just apply to this particular type of platform in terms of information sharing, which is being censored, let's be fair, in a dramatic way right now by the government to the best ability it can, including the opportunity to shut the whole damn thing down if possible. It's a different tack that we're headed in the direction of the United States. I don't like it. A lot of people don't like it. And if you're going to come up here and come up with 100,000 ideas as to why nothing else can work because of the workplace, go somewhere else and enjoy that part of your life. I'm not trying to say that you don't have a right to say what you want to say, but I want people to be on a team that are going to be thinking in ways that are solution oriented, not that nothing can work because of A, B, and C.
Well, I appreciate what you're trying. Well, the sentiment. I didn't know this was this was a team that you were assembling. It just came up on my feed, and then I heard someone
I'm
talking
not.
about
I'm.
languages
We're,
that were
we're,
nothing
we're
to do
having
with
we're
it.
having conversations right now about potential to see what the possibilities might be. That's all. And
Right.
so, but my goal is, as a human being, as someone who started companies in the capitalistic way, where you're trying to make as much money as possible and try to contain your labor costs and contain your other costs, and that's the model we've been taught to live by, and that the only path to financial freedom is by using that model. And the problem with that model is it does enrich those that learn how to navigate that maze to the highest level. And I'm not saying they don't work hard and deserve rewards for their hard work and their ingenuity and their creativity and their risk. What I am saying is that model marginalizes most of society, unfortunately, because there's got to be, for every one winner, there's got to be 10,000 losers relative
And
to the wealth being accumulated by those who are the winners.
yeah, and that's more
Mr.
so in the
Chip,
States.
Mr. Chip, excuse me a little bit. So I just want to appreciate you, the hard working. We love you. You are doing some good things, man. So let me go now. So I have some other things to do. So I appreciate for your love, bro. Doing
Okay,
great, man.
thanks for being here. I appreciate your time today.
Thank
Thank you so
you.
much for being here.
Thank you.
Yeah, and listen, some of these ideas may be pie in the sky, but all I'm trying to say is this. If we, the people, sit back and just do quote unquote business as usual and we kind of go with the flow of what's going on right now, if you see the trajectory of what's been happening since 1990, 1980, which I have since I'm 56, soon to be 57, it is against workers. It is for more automation. It's for more AI, for less income and less wealth to be distributed and shared with the masses. As you further, people through inflation and through other fees and other financializations get stuck on the bad side of an ongoing problem. Most people are living off credit cards right now to make ends meet. That's not sustainable because some of the rates are 24 to 27%. That's usury, plain and simple. And the average working person is in debt slavery,
No,
unfortunately.
I get that. No, I don't disagree with the sentiment. I don't disagree with the analysis. The problem that you're always going to face though is if the U.S. government can shut down can can agree that they have the power to shut down TikTok, then how do you get around that with anything else that would present the same
Yeah,
set
it
of
could be.
concerns to Congress?
It could be that the U.S. is going to target anything and everything that has avenues for free speech, including Instagram. And maybe they'll leave the app up, or they'll just sanitize it to an extent that certain content isn't permitted. I don't know how that road's going to go. I do know one thing: if no app exists, it will never happen, regardless of what its future consequences or obstacles might be. I think someone like yourself. How many businesses have you started successfully in your life?
Too.
Okay. So when you started your business, did you say I'm going to fail? I'm going to fail. I'm going to fail. There's nothing that I can do to get past. It's not going to work. Or did you
Oh
go in
no,
and
no,
work
no,
your ass off and
absolutely,
make
no,
something
no,
happen?
no, no, no.
Yeah. So I would ask you politely to take your concerns, which you're certainly entitled to have, and stay within your realm, and let us try to do the work we need to do to try to get ahead and make something happen.
No, no, that's fine. And I wish you the best of luck because it is a good sentiment.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Have a nice
Wait.
day. Yeah. I think as somebody who tries to get things done in life, it's easy to say, "Oh, it'll never work. You can't fight City Hall." Nobody who ever made something that's been successful has that attitude. It's a very stifling, fear-based attitude. I'm not criticizing this person for having that attitude. It's good to bring up possible headwinds. I think that's sensible. But at the same time, if you throw your arms up and say, "Oh, well, what can you do?" That's what we've been doing. People feel relatively helpless in their situation. I know I do. The government's bought off. The wars are being fought. Money's going outside the country. The debt is increasing. Personal debt's increasing. Inflation is raging. And listen, it's not that we don't have a good life. We're not politically in a situation like the people of Gaza. And I'm speaking for Americans right now. Of course, there's probably a lot of people in the audience who aren't American. But people can feel the change happening, especially during and post COVID. There's been a stark new chapter started where everybody feels like A, they're getting screwed, and B, they're financially slipping backwards quickly. And so if you don't feel that, you're someone who's doing well enough that the effects aren't affecting you. And good for you if you are. But I think as time goes by, capitalists find way to cut costs. That's the goal. You have to always make more profit. And it's the growth of your profits that gets you rewarded on Wall Street. And let's face it, most of the executives in Wall Street or wherever else you work in corporations, they get paid primarily on the growth of the stock. So they have no incentive to help the working class. Uber is a great example. In late March, early April of last year, they slashed driver pay by 36%. Their stock has more than doubled since then because of the anticipation of future earnings increases. That's how the market works. It discounts future potential growth of earnings. The question is, do we want to sit around while a small group of people who sit on yachts and take private jets places and have 6 homes and fancy jewelry, fancy clothes, and all these relationships, they spend a fraction of that wealth on the political process to get their way. And we sit here taking the short end. You're getting the crumbs that might fall on the side of the table if you're lucky. Is that a fair system? And the wealth distribution in this country is absurd. It's obscene. And granted, I don't begrudge anybody who's done well. They've navigated within a system, but it has been rigged to favor those that can navigate that. Let's face it, not every human being has the acumen or the starting point to initiate a new company or to have capital to work with, which is almost like the lifeblood of starting a business. Cash flow is everything. So in fairness, not everybody has the same starting point. A lot of people in where I live in the urban areas have terrible schools, have very poor access to food, have situations with drugs being sold. I'm not supposed to say that word probably. Things that go into one's body that change your state of mind. That's rampant. Liquor stores on every corner. It's not by accident that that's the way things are set up. And when you go into other neighborhoods, they're not shaped like that. So these are the inequities that exist. I think one of the greatest things we can do as a gift to our fellow human is to eliminate some of this obscenity that's going on. And it's not going to be easy. It may not even happen. But if we don't make any effort, if we go by what the previous person said, nothing will ever change because no one's going to try anything. And I'd rather try something and fail than not try and have to tell, my kids or my descendants or my relatives, we just took it on the chin and didn't do shit, and here we are. That to my mind doesn't show any courage or initiative or anything like that. So I know we're all sitting relatively comfortably. We don't have to spend our evenings doing extra work. We can chill, relax, unwind, which is much needed given the stress we're under. But unfortunately, we're not going to get the change we need without doing some of these extra things. It's just the way it is. So, and listen, it's not a horrible system. I mean, even people that are in the worst situations have things like running water and electricity and cable TV and things like this, heat in the winter, running water for washing machines. We have conveniences regardless of stature that tend to exist in society. Milton Friedman would argue that wouldn't exist if it weren't for capitalism. Maybe so. But every other system that's been geared towards engineering more equality has been stymied by who? By Western imperialists who don't want to let a system like that take root. Or it's been co-opted by greedy individuals who don't allow it to function the way that it should. You can talk to Eddie from Midwestern Marx about this. He studied all these different systems. I studied them in college. And I'm not going to say that America is going to be a socialist utopia. But if you look at other countries like Norway that have a more egalitarian society, although it's more homogeneous, of course, they're much happier. Their happiness index is through the roof compared to America. So if you go by the genuine progress of life index, America's nowhere near the top. Yeah, we have the biggest empire. We consume the most stuff. We consume more than a quarter of the world's oil and gas, and we only have 4% of the world's population. How sustainable is that? Right? We have government entities that meddle in every country on earth. The State Department has a branch office for every nation on the planet to try to get the will of America and its allies, including Israel, met. That's how much money is spent that would otherwise go to help the average person because we're meddling elsewhere. And why do we do that? Because we want systems that promote the use of capital. Free markets mean that the investor class gets to go in there, take stuff, use people, leave behind the waste, and make money. That's the game. And anybody, anywhere who tries to counter that is vilified and eliminated or replaced with somebody who will allow it to happen, either economically, through disruption politically, or assassination. That's it. That's the system. And where the U.S. is unable to do that and its allies, they then try to figure out a plan B like you're doing with Russia. They can't get through. They can't penetrate the block of countries that have bound together to come in and break up and get rid of a strong leader who otherwise would allow chaos and mayhem to ensue in his country as the capitalists come in and pick the bones of the carcass that is their society. Because that's what capitalists do. They exploit. Now, they seem like nice people. If you met them out at an event or a sporting event like Robert Kraft, you'd be perfectly pleasant. You met Warren Buffett, he'd be very cordial. But what the decisions that these people make with their investment teams, they're not inanimate things. These are people's lives that are being messed with. One thing you can say about Putin, if you don't know him, is he looks out for Russian people in a way that no American leadership looks out for the working class here, including Donald Trump, in case you don't know. So if you don't know, some historical examples, someone just mentioned Libya. Libya is in tatters now with what the U.S. has done. But Gaddafi, for whatever you want to say about him personally, he engineered the best functioning economy and society in all of Northern Africa. Pretty amazingly so. People had access to universal health care. They had help when they needed it. They had no interest loans to start businesses. And guess who wasn't making the money? The capitalist class. They weren't in there exploiting all the stuff because Gaddafi was using the money to help his people and creating structures that help the domestic population, not external investors. That is the mindset and model that we have to change. And one way we can do that is to have communication platforms that don't crush free speech. Now, the person said, maybe you're right, maybe any effort to create something that gets traction is going to be snuffed out by the government. Probably will. But I guarantee you one thing, if we don't use or employ alternatives and we just go with whatever people decide to do, we're going to be stuck on the losing end of whatever that gets us. And that's where we're going right now. If you can't feel the tug and pull of this, there's censorship and propaganda are rampant in America right now. Julian Assange is in prison in Belmarsh in Great Britain because of this very mindset of trying to keep information away from the public, all this private, secure bullshit that these liars and criminals do to screw the rest of us. So I want to have a system that isn't geared on the mindset of exploitation for one's benefit over the other. I don't align with the Zionist mindset that says it's okay to go in and take what you want and mistreat people because you're getting what you want. I don't like that mindset. I think that there needs to be a fundamental shift in the expectation of the country for the betterment of the whole. And I know America's a very individualist society, but look where that's gotten us. By each person and each family pursuing their individual goals, and the community comes second. Although people want to be a part of the community, but in the end, they're looking out for themselves. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, for gosh sakes, if you want to vilify communism, Karl Marx said the following, which does make a hell of a lot of sense. From each, according to their ability, to each according to their need. So if you have an older family member in your little community, and they can't go out and grab food that day, they can't go out and hunt or fish, and you do because you're younger and more firm and you go out and do it, you may feed the women and some of the elderly and the younger people The food you bring back. You don't say, hey, I brought back 10 fish. I tell you what, I'm going to take 9 of them because I did the work and I'm the guy who's smart enough to do it. And you guys can split the one. What do you say? And you should be lucky that you got the one. Pat you on the head. That's capitalism. And I think that socialism or community-oriented commerce is by far the better version. Here's why. You can consider things other than just profits. You can consider animals. You can consider the local ecology. You can consider raising children and take better care of women who, at no fault of their own, want to have a child and don't want to have the stress of having to deal with, all the bullshit of American companies. You got to be back in 6 weeks. Get your ass back here. Get your ass in the cubicle. Who cares about your kid? Put your kid in daycare. Get to work. Right? That's not good for society. We're not going to raise good, wholesome children without, good parenting. And the fragmentation of that unit, like it or not, I'm not talking from a Christian perspective, but that unit does help organization of society. Things tend to turn out better when that is not completely blown apart. Right? So that's how I feel. Again, you can disagree with me. Maybe you think the capital model is great because you can go out and make a bunch of money and have a greater life for yourself. I don't want that shit. And I think it's a little bit greedy for anybody to want to go out and get. I use Patrick Bet David as an example. He seems like a hell of a nice guy. He's hardworking. He's probably busted his ass to make his money. But he's made $300 to $350 million in his work effort. And my point is, why should any human being have access to all of that wealth? I don't care what the fuck they did. Just like I don't think it's fair to carpet bomb residential areas regardless of what was done to whom. Same kind of thinking. And I don't begrudge them for working hard. I begrudge the system that they use their influence and money to create a different and unfair advantage for more and more of the same. That's what I fault. And the militarism and the exploitative mindset that accompanies that. I don't like it. They think they're just hustlers. Oh, you got to get up every day and hustle. Yeah, there's a certain thing to be said for working your ass off and having those work ethics and those daily schedules and the routines that make you more effective and more productive than others. But just like the fishermen, you don't come back and say, well, I was more organized today. I got up at 7 in the morning and I went fishing all day, and so therefore you don't get to eat. Or I'll give you a scrap on the side of the table. That's not how it works. People help each other. And that's what we need to do, is help each other, live for helping each other. And you feel better about yourself when you do that because you're employing something called altruism. And that is the real currency of life, is altruism and purpose. Not accumulation, not self-gratification. We know that from religion. What does Islam preach? Does it preach go out and serve your every whim, drink alcohol, use substances, chase women? No. It teaches temperance and moderation and decency and kindness. And then it's vilified as being some horrific thing where everybody wants to go out and unalive people. And other religious principles are in play, whether it's Christian or Judaism or whatever it may be. But it's just, the problem is the damn people don't follow the tenets. They somehow co-opt it and say that they're doing it, but they don't. Look at Christianity in our country. For gosh sakes, it's out of control, the difference between what the principles of Christ were in the Bible and how these people somehow co-opt Christ and somehow say they're Christian. It's insane. You can't be a rich Christian. That's an oxymoron. Jesus said, help the less fortunate, help the poor, not help yourself. It doesn't say get a private jet so you can serve your own needs to get around. No, take the damn bus. Be humble. Be like everybody else. Don't have a desire to have more for yourself. That's what has to change. It's the mindset. And he goes even deeper than that. This is when I realized we're truly fucked. Excuse the language. But what it really comes down to, and this is hard for people to get their head around, but when I realized this, I realized we're really in big trouble. Because the human mindset at its core is what's called human supremacy, anthropomorphism, which basically translates into we're the supreme species, everything's for our need and more and everything else is subjected to our will. It's the same ideology of Zionist towards Arab. Same thought process, except for it's almost universal. And therefore, it justifies any level of exploitation and suffering to whatever reason we want to do it for. You want to take a horse and make it work for 12 hours a day and starve it to death? You can, because it's not a human. You want to shoot a chicken in the head or shoot a squirrel? You can, because they're not human. But I can guarantee you this, there's not a form of life on the planet, plant, animal, whatever, and we are an animal too, that doesn't want to live for its own reasons. It has life, it experiences pain and pleasure, it wants to just experience the same things we want, the going through stuff. And nature can be harsh, but it can also be beautiful on days like today. And that's the yin and yang of existence. Humans have bastardized that with hierarchy and larger population and industrialization. And yes, they do bring some benefits to quality of life and longevity and things like that. I'm all for those things, but at what expense? I'm all for a safe place for Israel, people who are Jewish to be, at what expense? Same logic. Now, some people say this is absurd. Of course, humans are the prime species. We have intelligence, we can build stuff. When's the last time a squirrel built a stadium? I've heard that shit before. When's the last time you swam 1,200 miles and knew where you were because of sonar? When's the last time you built a dam in a stream with nothing but your bare hands? Right? When's the last time you could smell something from 6 miles away and go track it down? There's a lot of capabilities that humans don't have that other beings do. And yet we put our capabilities above others. Now, the intelligence argument, this is always fun to think about. So let's say, okay, human beings are more intelligent, right? So obviously that means that anybody with Down syndrome does not deserve the same treatment, right? They can be mistreated, they can be put in slave camps, they can be unalived at your whim, right? Because they don't have the intelligence you have, right? Is that correct? No, no, no. Well, why are they protected then? They're less intelligent than you. Sometimes people with Down syndrome are less intelligent than a pig, or people with other, disabilities. So are they deserved of, lesser treatment? They're like, well, no, no, no. Well, why? Because they're human. Well, what the hell does that mean? Why are humans deserving of different treatment? Just because we are what we call ourselves and we value each other. There's no inherent reason for that other than the stories we tell ourselves. And the way I view life, and people probably hate me to say this, and that's okay, what I've come to realize is human beings are just another ape, another mammal in a very complex and interconnected biosphere that's running roughshod across it all for its own benefit. And you might argue, well, every group of dinosaurs did that. They dominated, right? And we're just another species that's currently dominating the planet. I can agree with that. But because of our reason and our ability to introspect, the question we have to ask ourselves is, why are we doing stuff that's ultimately self-harming? There's only one of these. We don't have a plan B. And yet somehow, some way, a system has developed with nuclear weapons and mass conflict and mass commerce and greed that runs the system. The operating system of man on earth is destruction and exploitation. And the question is, why is that? John Lennon sang about this. Imagine if everybody just worked together. And maybe that sounds like, too idyllic or silly to you. And yes, there is some inherent human nature within us that can be to exploit and to be selfish and to, murder and no empathy for others. That exists within us. So does altruism and compassion and kindness and the willingness to fit in and subjugate ourselves to a greater good for a group. That exists within us because otherwise it could never have happened. A lot of indigenous cultures embrace appreciation of everything. The American Indian culture, they said everything had a spirit. The mountain, the rock, the land, the buffalo. Everything had its own value. None of it was distinctly better or worse. It just is. It just exists. I call this biophysical reality. And then we have all these bullshit stories we tell ourselves. And I don't mean to offend anybody who's religious, because you believe what you believe because you have your reasons to believe it. And I have a hard time embracing it because I can't get my head around it. But I believe that most religions, and again, it makes sense, there are a lot of unanswered questions about existence. We're a very curious type of being, and we try to figure stuff out. That's our nature. We want to solve stuff. We want to think through and figure it out. And when we see things that we can't figure out, we get very frustrated and very uncomfortable. And to assuage some of that discomfort, there are stories that get created to explain it that you can tap into. So there's the Christian idea of the earth being 6,000 years old. It was created by God. There was Noah's Ark, etc. And those are called, recent earth believers, or what you call it, near term. I don't know. I'm not arrogant enough to say that I know different. I don't know. But I do know one thing. That question persists in my mind. I can't figure that shit out. And it does seem really convenient that man is told through these deities that, one, it was created by a certain thing that we should believe, and two, that it's been given to us for our use. unlimited with no questions asked. We're able to go out and tame the beast and do et cetera. That's called dominion, or it's called the right to exploit, as I call it. Same mindset of corporate behavior, the right to exploit others to your will. That's why we have the quote first world and quote unquote the third world. I hate those descriptions. But that's, again, a hierarchy, an assumption of being better and other things being less, right? And I know I'm yammering a lot here, but this is the stuff that goes through my head. I know I'm listen, in terms of the belief systems, I'm way on the side of the I'm an oddball. I get it. But I've done a lot of work and a lot of reading and a lot of soul searching and spent many years trying to think through all this stuff. And that's where I am today. And it may change as I learn more or have other experiences. I know other people have tried to help introduce me to Islam. I genuinely appreciate that. Because who knows, it may be the right path that I just can't get my head around. And maybe I'm just stubborn or willful or arrogant or whatever it may be. But I don't want to be insincere either. I think one of the worst things people do is say they believe one thing, but they don't really, and they go about faking it. I think that's way worse. But I do know one thing, and I have relative certainty about this. We are pushing ourselves towards our own extinction. And unfortunately, we're going to take down a lot of other beings with us who had nothing to do with this. It's almost like the poor civilians in Gaza that didn't do anything on 10/7. They don't even like the age group. They didn't vote for the age group. They're young and they weren't even born then, or they weren't a supporter, and yet they're being murdered by Zionists just because they're part of a group of people that happen to have association with some of these people. That's not fair. We all realize well, how fair is it for humans to create 10 million cows, stick them in these feedlots, feed them unnatural feed, cut their throats, exsanguinate them, chop them up into pieces so that we can have something to eat for dinner, put them through this factory farming, this huge industrial system. I'm not saying it's not against the laws of nature to eat something that moves to survive. I'm not saying that. That'd be unrealistic. I know there are vegans out there that say that meat should never be eaten, it's murder. I agree that factory farming and these massive agricultural systems shouldn't exist. People say, well, how are you going to feed everybody? Not everybody needs to eat 3 portions of red meat a week, in case you didn't know. There are other things we can survive on. And the question we have to, I stopped eating meat a long time ago. Not that I'm somehow better than anybody else who does it. I'm just saying that it impacts me so deeply, thinking about what if I were a chicken in a house full of 45,000 chickens where you can't even walk because you've grown so fast and your chicken breast makes you fall over and you're sick and you're dying on the ground, and somebody grabs you up, throws you in a cage, transports you to a place, hangs you upside down, and you go through an electric water bath, your throat is cut, they strip your feathers off, they boil you, they dismember you, they put you in a cellophane wrap or a chicken tender and send it off to some restaurant or grocery store for John D. Smith to eat, who gets sick off eating it. That's disgusting to me. And the fact that, Gandhi said you can tell a lot about a nation with how they treat animals. And for some reason, we've differentiated between the value of dogs and cats and other quote unquote pets, which I hate that term. I don't think anybody owns any other being. But a chicken, a cow, a pig, a sheep, they have no rights. None. There's no such thing as animal cruelty towards sheep. Now, sometimes places get investigated and they get in trouble for egregious mistreatment, and then they get fined or slap on the wrist, some kind of probation and inspection bullshit. But almost always companies like Smithfield and Tyson get away with the most horrific abuses of animals you could ever imagine. They stick pigs in concrete sheds. They never see the light of day. And the waste that comes out of these sheds get put in these massive lagoons that make it smell for miles in North Carolina. This is factory farming. There's nothing natural about that. If you're in the wild and you kill a boar and you eat because you need to survive that day, so be it. You killed to survive. No problem with that. That's maintaining the ecosystem. Putting 150,000 pigs in a square mile in concrete sheds, that's not natural. Putting 60,000 calves that were taken from their mother one day after they were born from a mother cow, which causes them to completely lose it, and sticking it in a shed and feeding it a milky thing to make it sick and anemic so it can be cut up for veal, that's disgusting to me. That's disgusting to me. I think that we have to be better than that. If that's the best we have to offer, we're doomed. We're not moral. That's not moral to do that. It's not moral to bomb civilians in residential areas. It's not moral to shoot people on the street with sniper rifles. It's not moral to run over people who are innocent with a twist tie behind their back, and you flatten them, you take selfies and laugh about it. That's not moral. And it's not moral to financially support the immiseration of other species just because we can. I think those things are all immoral, equally so. And people say, well, one's a human, one's a chicken. No, everything is just life. And ask yourself this: if you were born as a chicken, as hard as that may be to imagine, would you want to be stuck in a shed with 45,000 other chickens with the smell of urine so strong that you can barely breathe? And then after 6 weeks of being grown with artificial feed, taken in a truck where you're thrown violently into a cage where your wings get broken, and then you're taken off and chopped up for food for somebody else? That's not a very good life. What if you're a laying hen and you're in a metal cage in a big factory, you never see the light of day, your feathers come off because they force mulch you for 2.5 weeks, they don't feed you, they starve you. And you produce eggs for, 6 months to a year, and then they just throw you in for chicken soup. I can't imagine being in those conditions. I just can't imagine it. And it just goes on and on and on. This is what humans do. And this is why we're fucked, in my opinion, because the attitude that allows this stuff to continue. And it goes right on down the line with ecological damage, the burning of this, the burning of that, the polluting of this. You can't drink water out of a stream where I am. I have to stop my dog from drinking water because it's polluted with chemicals and pharmaceutical drugs. This is unthinkable. How did we get here? We can't be this bad. And there has to be a better way. And I think those of us who understand these things, we have to try to do something to make an impact. We can't just have these little enclaves of intentional communities and ignore the bigger system, because the system has to change. And I know there are plenty of people that make a lot of money that don't want to see it change. I get that. You can come all day long and make all those comments that last person made and say, well, you can't do this because of that. You can't. Okay, nothing's going to change then. Nothing ever changed in life before by people saying you can't. Oh, well, that's not the attitude you have to have. And there have been places in society where things have changed for the better. So that's how I feel. And maybe that's delusional, but I think giving a shit about somebody outside of yourself is where it all comes from. And that somebody could be a squirrel, and that somebody could be another human, that somebody could be a cat. And I consider everybody has something of value within them. Everything that exists has value. Even insects that fly around that are newly coming around for the spring. I don't kill them. If one's crawling in my eye, I'll move it out of my eye. And if it died, but I don't go out of my way to kill things. And yeah, is it a little bit of a pain in the ass to have a bug? Who cares? I just brush it off, right? You don't need to kill stuff. But people just kill for no reason because they can. And you may say, well, God, you're crazy, man. An insect? Are you kidding me? Everything has value. It has a purpose. It wouldn't be here if it didn't. It's part of a very vast, interconnected series of natural systems. And the arrogance of humans to distort that purposely for our own gain in the short term, in a few generations, to industrialize all this shit so that a few, 20 billion people over the course of, let's say, 5 generations can live this way. And then everybody else has to deal with the consequences of that for generation, if we even survive it. I think that's fucked up. It's fucked up. Somebody says that Brenda just says she tried to be vegan for 24 hours. It takes about 7 to 10 days of shifting your diet to get your taste buds and your other parts. Listen, I'll tell you a meal that I make. It doesn't sound glamorous. I take 3 or 4 red potatoes. I microwave them. I mash them up. I add in some seasoning. I cook up some mushrooms, peppers, onions, and I just place them over top of that with some seasoning. And then I put maybe a salad on the side with a no oil dressing with chopped cabbage and broccoli florets and other stuff that's got roughage for your system. And if you try eating that for a week, you feel great. You feel light on your feet. You feel nourished. You feel full. I add in garbanzo beans and other beans for protein. And it's not bad. It just takes a week to change your taste buds. What I did for a week was I went on what's called vegetable juices. I bought a juicer. I went out and bought a bunch of organic produce. I ran like beets and carrots and cucumbers and other stuff. And then I would add in lemon and an apple to make it taste so it didn't taste terrible. And I just wolfed those down 3-4 times a day. And if I ever started to feel those pangs of hunger or desire to eat a cookie or whatever the hell it was, I just drank one of those. I kind of forced myself to stay full on that shit. And that worked. And then a week later, my taste buds were reset, and then I could eat the other food. And once you can taste real food, you don't need salt or butter. Potatoes taste amazing once you reset your taste buds. So do vegetables. And when you make your dressings, you don't add in oil because oil adds a lot of fat. It's the most calorically dense food available. I could talk about food all day. I probably should be a nutrition coach because I could really help people. I lost 28 pounds in 2 months by changing my diet. And it was 5 days of discomfort for a lifetime of benefits, right? 5 days of discomfort. Now, a lot of people believe that if you cook with animal products, someone just said ghee. Uh, I don't believe that. I believe that that can help you lose weight. By the way, you can eat a carnivore diet or a very lean diet. A lot of people who lift weights. I used to eat chicken breast and tuna, and vegetables. That was my diet. I was jacked. But animal products aren't good for our body on the insides. They aren't. You can have some, but when we were born in these older communities 150,000 years ago, and we didn't live very long lives, what did we eat? Think about it. What was available to eat 150,000 years ago? You could find stuff, or you could catch something and cook it if fire had been created. If we caught stuff that was alive and we had it sitting around, we'd get sick. So we didn't eat primarily meats for a long time. We ate other stuff that we could find. We're omnivorous, but we're mostly herbivorous. And so having a diet that mimics that as much as possible, you don't have to be perfect. You can still go out once in a while and have a piece of meat if you want to. I don't do it because it comes from factory farms. If I can find a piece of meat that comes from a local farm that wasn't going through that crazy system, or eggs, I might eat a little bit of that. But if I know it's coming from the system, I'm not going to give my money to those fucktwits. I'm not going to make some investor on Wall Street rich because he's basically making money on the backs of creating suffering. I think that's bullshit. And every time we spend money, we're saying yes to something, whatever it may be. You may disagree with it, but your money says otherwise. So I'm not trying to guilt you in anything. You do what works for you. I think the problem is, in my life, my problem was I was so familiar with the way of doing things culturally, and just the way the food came at me for a long time. It was snack foods, meat or seafood for dinner every single night. Just it was so normal that changing it seemed very abnormal. But in essence, what's normal for us is very abnormal. There's no human being in the history until recently that ate 3-4 servings of meat in a day, or cheese or butter or any of these products. It's not natural. Think about it. How did we evolve? We didn't evolve eating, Twinkies and, nachos and cheese pizza and hamburgers and fries and all that stuff tastes good, right? I'm not trying to deny anybody their pleasure, but it's not good for our bodies, and we gain weight because of that shit in this country. You look at a picture from 1970, 1965, just people walking down the street. They're not heavy. They're lean. Look at today, all the processed food people eat, all the garbage, and everyone's fat. No offense if you're carrying weight. I'm not trying to say that makes you a bad person. I'm saying that you're a victim of an intentional food system that puts out garbage that makes a certain sector rich and puts you in a situation where you need drugs and surgeries to stay alive, which makes money for the sick care industry. And there's all sorts of chemicals and preservatives put in foods that maintain its shelf life and maintain productivity, but not human safety. This is why we need cooperative companies that can put the health of the people and the decent treatment of animals ahead of profit. We should have competing systems and tell the public about it and say, hey, do you want to torture an animal for $2.20 a pound? Or do you want to treat an animal with dignity for $3 a pound? And have more of the money go to the workers? Which one do you want to do? Most people would choose the second one. Or maybe the price can even be less because maybe there can be some ways to make it cheaper because the money's not going to investors. I don't know. But every business has a possibility for being re-engineered that way. And that's what I want to do. I have a lot of experience running businesses. Why can't we create roadmaps for other types of businesses, blueprints, and people can just follow? Almost like when you get the Subway franchise, there's a whole book that tells you how to do everything from start to finish. We need to do that for competing systems to forcibly take down the structures that right now can't be taken down through other means. And it may be through competition is the only way to do it. And I don't know about you, but I would be encouraging all of my neighbors to do the right thing. And I would be leaning on them hard if they weren't. And maybe that is, too much. You're being overbearing. Fuck it. I don't want to look at the grandkids and say, well, you know what? I didn't want to be overbearing, so I just let these capitalists stick it in our, what. That's not showing any courage, any conviction, any commitment to anything bigger than yourself. Look how the people of Gaza live. They lose 30, 40, 50 family members. But what's the greater cause? They're doing it in the long-term objective of having freedom and self-autonomy. They're willing to go through the process of living, birth, and suffering and death for a greater cause than themselves. Pretty amazing, right? I admire those people like no other. We have to kind of get some of that resolve, some of that metal inside of us. And we got to bring out the best from within us, have the courage to take risks that may end up hurting ourselves. Our family may lose our freedom, we may lose our lives, whatever it may be. But I think the lack of courage to sit back and let this unfold is unforgivable. I don't want to go to my grave or whatever I die or whatever the hell happens, not having tried. And as Chris Hedges says, it may not work. The power structures may be too formidable, and they may be. But it doesn't stop the fact that everybody can't move the rudder. We can do our part in our sphere of influence. So one, we can create communication systems. They may have to be in other means. If we create a public app that goes through the Apple Store and whatever it's called, the App Store and the Google Play Store, and they may not allow it to be distributed. So we may have to go to a thing like Telegram or create a Telegram-esque thing to communicate. I don't know. And if Telegram works right now, let's use that. Why create another one? We just have to organize. And that's why I've put links on my bio for Telegram that show people where they can go if they want to organize around something. One's called Action for Change. Same kind of stuff we're talking about, right? I'm not criticizing anybody for being strong in their faith. Whatever somebody believes is what they believe, and if it helps them in their life to have that belief, I'm all for it. Because what I say is, I don't deny anybody's faith because I don't know. I just don't embrace it because I'm just too confused and I don't have the evidence to support that embracement. That's all I say. It's not an arrogance that I know better than anybody else because I don't have a clue when it comes to that stuff. So if you believe that your ability to be stronger in your life and to perform better and be a better, have a better life that involves faith in whatever it is you believe, then do that. I'm totally behind that 100%. I think everybody should have the right to do that. That's one of our freedoms that should definitely be protected. But freedom of speech should be too. And it's being marginalized right now, bit by bit, like the frog in the water. And we're talking in language where we can't even say the word, KILLED. How silly is that? I think that's ridiculous. But that's where we are. And I think it's only going to go in that direction more and more so. So anyway, does anybody want to come up as a guest? I've been talking like a mofo about a lot of stuff. I'm sure there's somebody in the audience here who wants to say something. But I can keep talking. You know me, I can go on all day long about this stuff. I think one of the things about the food stuff is people are just afraid. I was afraid. I thought I would be missing out on stuff. Like I wouldn't be able to have this or that again. I'd be like, oh my God, it doesn't work like that. You don't have to go like all in 110%. You can still have whatever you want, whenever you want it. But I think it is good to get the majority of your food in a way that's better for us than not so good, right? That makes a lot of sense. Because think about it, we're like an engine. And the other thing is, this is crazy. You know what really affects our longevity? I didn't know this. Our metabolism, our body, like our stomach and our intestines and all that stuff, it's like a car. And the work that it does to process like the engine is like the engine in your car. If you drive your car once a week or twice a week, you're not burning out your engine. But if you're driving your car, 10 hours a day, your lifespan of your car is going to be less in terms of days, years, etc. So in terms of food, it's the same way. When we evolved, we didn't eat a meal every day. In case you didn't know, there were times you went 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 days without eating. And that was for the most of our existence. You ate when you were lucky enough, just like any other being eats when it can. If it's lucky enough to catch something or find something. And some species are more well-fed than others because of what they choose to gather or eat. Others hunt because they have a digestive system that works that way, and they have maybe more periods of fasting, involuntary fasting. So not eating sometimes is actually like what people are doing now for Ramadan. It's good for the body. I guarantee you people who do that, unless they're gorging afterwards with all sorts of sugars and stuff, probably lose some weight. And fasting is not a bad thing to do. I usually don't eat until about 3 in the afternoon. I'll have a banana and then I'll have a dinner. So I don't really eat a whole lot. But I think it's better for our lifespan if we don't eat a ton of stuff. It feels good to eat. I mean, let's face it, eating is pleasurable. Some foods are amazing. I love ice cream. I don't eat it that much. And I'm not a perfect vegan. I don't think perfection is part of the picture. But I think that the more of those types of foods we can put through our bodies, the better we'll be. I think that's indisputable. But if you're somebody who wants to eat steak every night in a carnivore diet, and have at it. It's your right now under this system, it's your right to do it. I think it's disgustingly easy to do that because of the way the systems are set up, and it's more expensive. You can eat a lot cheaper than eating, steaks and hamburger. But this country gives people the right. I think they are angry or very suspect of people who suggest otherwise. Like, how dare you tell me I can't have my hamburger, my SUV? I'm not telling you shit. I'm just talking about the alternatives that are probably better for us. The meat industry has you think APAC has a grip on Congress? The animal agriculture business owns the government. They get billions of dollars, and they make the Israelis look like chumps in terms of how much money they get from the government to enable this crazy system that we have. And therefore, they have tens of billions of dollars of profits, and they can lobby the government like no other. You can't get any law passed in Congress that counters the animal industry. You can't get them to slow down the slaughterhouse lines by 10 seconds so that some cows aren't left alive while they're being torn apart. That's how sick these people are. They are sadistic, sociopathic serial accumulators, as I like to call them. And all they care about is profit. Everything else is secondary. That's what has to change. And I believe firmly in my heart that until that changes, we're going to continue to go in the wrong direction. Some people love it that way. They think it's a great maze to navigate. The Patrick Bet-Davids of the world, all these billionaire Elon Musks. And everybody looks up to them because, I don't look up to any of those people. Those people are sick. They need major help. They need to repent for their excesses. No one should want to accumulate even $1 billion, much less $100 billion. You should give that money away right away and apologize. And people, I did one of my videos about this. They said, well, easy for you to say. I talked about how much the taxes should be on wealth. And I don't have that wealth, so it's easy to say that. But, these people, they try to avoid taxes. The entire business of investments is geared towards tax avoidance, if you don't know. I have a family member that's working on software. That's all it does, is try to reshape the portfolio to avoid taxes. It's a very sophisticated model for people that have all sorts of assets. It's unbelievable. And the rich pay a very small percentage. They pay more dollars because they have a shitload of money, but they pay percentage-wise way less. I think it's an average of like 6 to 8%. And that's only on their income. And most of their income is shielded because they borrow money to live off of. They pay the interest back, and they get to deduct the interest from any of their dividends they have. It's a sick system. And it's geared towards perpetuating and sustaining the status quo, which is a wealth divide that's, the top 10% have 90% of the wealth. I think that's wrong. But anyway, I'm sure it's going to be an uphill climb to get it changed, if it ever can be changed. But I think the effort should be made. And right now, there's no organized movement to shift this system that I'm aware of. And, it's not going to be easy. I think the only way it's going to happen is if the people come together and use the tools that are available to us to force those changes. Because they're never going to be done voluntarily. They're never going to be done through the political process that's been co-opted. The system is set up so that it won't work. They have people bickering left and right. They give you two candidates. You got, flavor A, flavor B from the same soda can. It's bullshit. And then you say, well, gosh, it's just same old, same old. Yeah, what do you think is going to happen if you do the same thing over and over again? You get the same results, right? It makes no sense. So again, I mentioned we have our purchasing power, we have our labor, we have our remittance of taxes or not thereof. We have our physical ability to move in and do some civil disobedience of some type or many. And we have our ability to organize. Because there's far more of us than there are them. And I would love it if we could do this in a non-disruptive manner. I think just like the Palestinians would love to have a peaceful resolution through negotiation in a separate state. But when the Israelis make it impossible for that to occur, what does that breed? It breeds resistance. When you have a system of capital that co-opts the legitimate democratic process to the extent that the average person is marginalized, then there needs to be something to push back on that. That's what we're talking about. It's the same exact logic. So I know that this is frowned upon to talk about this, but this is the primary problem facing the world because the West, and primarily the United States, drives all this bullshit. And the people in charge wholeheartedly embrace the very things that we're putting up in the spotlight saying, this can't continue. It is their operating system. And unfortunately, when you have a bad operating system, that operating system has to be removed. Just like the Zionistic mindset has to go, not the people, not the average citizen, but the way they operate has to shift because it needs to be more conciliatory, more oriented towards everybody having a fair shot, not just benefiting the few that benefit from the bullshit policies. Same exact thought process. So a lot of people who live their daily life are just unaware of some of these things. I was for most of my life until I read about it and learned about it. I was like, damn. And that's when I thought we're truly fucked. Because we can't even get back to the idea of being equal within a society that does all this bad stuff. How are we going to get back to thinking that we're not the primary species, that we can't just damage everything? Have that humility not to run roughshod across the... Again, it says a lot when you have the power. We talk about the Israelis. They have the power. It's a very asymmetric situation, right? Well, what about humans? The way that we have cognition, reflection, intellect, creativity is amazing. We have some amazing traits that are just unique to us. But look what we're doing with it. Look how we're mistreating the other because we can. That's what Israel does. It's exactly what Israel does. So the two dynamics are identical. We point our fingers at the one saying these horrible people need to stop. And look what's pointing back at us. We got the other 3 or 4 fingers coming right back at us. Because we're all participating in the same shit to some degree, myself included. So where is that line of balance? I don't know exactly where it is. I know it's not where it is now. We're way off to where it needs to be in terms of a centered point for sustainability. I believe, unfortunately, and people get really mad at me for saying this, we have no business having 8 billion humans on the planet. No business at all. That is reckless and short-sighted. And it's not fair to the kids and their descendants who are going to get caught in a terrible, terrible set of circumstances as this bullshit plays out. And I know nobody who has kids wants to hear that. A lot of people fear that global warming is going to be a problem. Climate change is dark. We're seeing examples of more storms and more bullshit. I know the coasts haven't flooded yet, but that doesn't deny the fact that a lot of other anomalies are occurring. And this is not about only looking at the bad, but what I'm saying is we're making choices about what will affect the future in terms of whether we have kids or not, whether we want to encourage that. I'm not against humans. I'm for the beauty of a new child and a family member that grows up to be a wonderful part of the society. I like all that. But at what cost? It always comes back to the same rationale. I like a safe place for Jewish people to be. But at what cost to others? And if you don't know this, we're living in what's called the carbon pulse. The stuff that we've discovered is not, infinite. And the lifestyle that accompanies this is not going to be infinite. In fact, the materials, just the materials required to support the things that we're doing industrially are waning and are harder and harder to find. And we're going to reach a point in the not too distant future, probably the next 20 years, where a lot of the stuff we're seeing as normal is no longer going to be seen as normal. We're not going to have the same access, the same standard of living. Things are going to be said, and people are going to get angry. But the best thing that can happen to humans, I hate to say it, is and this happens to every population, by the way, that gets excessive. Just look it up. It's called overshoot. It happens to every population that overextends itself outside its resource base. And humans are using their ingenuity right now and their creativity to use technology and resources in a way that sustains this temporarily. But and everybody thinks, well, we're smart, we'll figure it out, right? That's the idea. And we may figure out ways to extend this to a longer extent. But how many human beings are we going to have on the planet? Are we going to have 30 billion, 50 billion, 100 billion humans? When populations get that big, guess what happens? They massively crash. And a lot of people argue that the population that we've created, meaning collectively, no, it's nobody's fault. But let's face it, there's not a real discussion around population. It's a very sensitive subject, for religious reasons and other reasons. People think you're a Malthusian, you want to kill everybody. Not at all. And people say, well, why don't you start? Why don't you start first? Fair enough. As long as another 2 or 3 billion people do it with me, I'll do it. But we have too many humans on the planet. It's just a fact. And it's going to be to our own detriment if nuclear war doesn't get us. The excesses will get us. But we're going to be gotten either way. This species will not be around in another 300 years. at the pace we're on. It's not going to happen. So I don't mean to be dismal about that, but we're making choices that are very short-term oriented, unfortunately. Very irresponsible, in my opinion. So I wish it were different. Indigenous people get it. They knew that you couldn't kill all the buffalo because they needed time to regenerate. You take what you need only. You use all the parts that you can. You don't be arrogant and just shoot things because you can. What happened? The Americans come in, they just kill all the buffalo because they wanted to starve the Indians. What a bunch of sick fucks. Look at the Israelis. They're not allowing food, fuel, water, electricity, or medical aid in, or at least not at any sort of pace that's reasonable to take care of people. And what's the result? Starvation, sickness, death. What a bunch of sick fucks. Same thing. We got a lot of sick ideologies, a lot of sick thought that needs to be fixed to bring out the best within us, not the worst within us. And most people living at this high level, by indulging themselves and having access, they're not happy. They're not that happy. They're not enjoying it that much. They feel like they're empty, unfulfilled. They're working in jobs they don't love. They're not getting the music that's in them out. They don't feel purposeful. They feel like they're just kind of trading time for money. They're doing what they're supposed to. And that's not living. That's barely surviving. And it's not the best way to live. When you're in community with others and you're spending time thinking of others, you're outside of your head. And that's what makes us the way we're supposed to be. We're supposed to be in small groups and sort of thrive together by cooperating. That's how we evolved. And now we're in a system where we're separated from each other. We're isolated. We're on these fucking technology platforms, which fries our brain. We got 5G. We got stuff coming in our arms from the government. We have food that's poisoned. And we don't communicate with each other. We don't even know our fucking neighbors in some cases. People walk by each other looking at their phones, don't even say hi. That's not how we're meant to be. We're meant to be in togetherness. I always feel 100 times better when I go out and I just get around some people. Because that's how we're meant to be. We're meant to be in connection with each other. It's just how we're wired. We're a group animal. So that's how I feel. I don't know how anyone else. I'd love to have somebody come up and tell me why I'm wrong about all this stuff, because I have had people tell me I'm a complete moron and I have no idea what I'm talking about. I've been called a Malthusian. I've been called a hater of humans. I've been called all sorts of other unpleasant things because of what I'm sharing. But it is what I believe. And it's not because I want to have any harm come to people. It's because I don't want harm to come to people. I love people more than anybody because I don't want us to put ourselves in a vulnerable situation that's going to kill most people. Everybody who's having kids at record rate, God bless you, do your thing, but you're contributing to a potentially massive problem. And it's going to be no fault of those who were born or their descendants because they just came into it. They just, boom, they didn't choose it. And then they're going to go into a meat grinder that we can't even imagine. So that's what I think is going to happen. And I chose not to have kids because of that, because of what I learned. And people say, Elon Musk says we need to have more people, that the birth rate's not big enough to replace the taxpayers that's because of these stupid systems we have. That you need more people to pay into the system to keep the system going. The system's the problem. The system sucks. We need a system that works for everybody, not for the few, and where the government has to step in and put provisions in place to cover the difference. We need to have an operating system where the money that gets generated, or whatever system we agree upon, helps everybody. Helps everybody. Somebody says, thank God you don't have kids. I've had that said a number of times. Dapper's here. Dapper, come up and talk to us, Dapper. Dapper's a very strong advocate for Israel. I respect Dapper's point of view. I understand that point of view. I just disagree with that point of view. I might embrace that point of view if I was from Israel, or if I was a supporter of Israel. I was somebody who was brought up in a Zionist household. Most likely, I would speak the way Dapper does. Or maybe I would have been one of these folks that learns more about the situation and then finds out that what's been going on there is not right. There's many people that have done that. I just talked to a friend of mine today. He's from a group called Jewish Voices for Peace. He's in a very tough personal situation. He may actually come stay with me because he and his wife are in a difficult spot. But I've been told that I hate Jews, that I'm a total anti-Semite. Well, if I'm an anti-Semite, why would I welcome somebody into my home, which is I have a one-bedroom apartment. So it's going to be tough to have a second person living there. But he needs help. He's in a tough spot. And that's what friends do. When someone's in a tough spot, you help each other. And I don't give a fuck who you are, what you are. It doesn't matter to me. If you're nice and you're kind and you do try to do well for others, you're on my team. If you're someone who's a jerk and you're self-centered and you want to take from others and exploit them and you support that bullshit or even murdering people, no, that's not my team. And Dapper and I aren't on the same team. But I'm sure Dapper is perfectly nice. I'm sure if you spent time with Dapper at dinner or you hung out with Dapper for an afternoon, I'm sure he'd be a very pleasant person to be around, interpersonally. But what says most about us is our values, what we support, where we put our money. That's what says the most about us. Not what we say, not what we write, but what we do with our actual actions. That's what matters. And what is Israel doing? Granted, I don't blame Israel for being upset about what happened on the 7th. It was disgusting. The civilians that were killed, the ones that were taken hostage, the ones that are still hostage. I can understand the outrage there. I can understand the fear of living under the constant assault of rockets. I get it. I mean, to live in a shelter, be in a shelter every couple of hours because that sucks. But I also in the same breath think about what it comes from. How did it come to be? Why does it exist that way? Why would somebody do the horrible things on the 7th to Israel and to the civilians or the soldiers, which I think was most of it, and take hostages? Why would they do that? And I think when you analyze that question, you can look at it one of two ways. You can say that these people are crazy, they hate Jewish people, and all they want to do is unalive them, and therefore they're never going to be able to be dealt with because they're just crazy. And that's, in my mind, that's a very simplistic view that completely obfuscates the bigger picture because it sounds good. These people just hate us. They want to drive us into the sea. They want the land back. They could care less about us, the people. We're just afterthoughts to these people. They hate Jews, right? That's the rhetoric. But that's not true. If that was true, when Jews were emigrating into the region from 1910 on, they would have been immediately slaughtered. They wouldn't have been allowed to move into the community. They would have been killed. But that didn't happen. Some of that happened later when the population got a lot larger, and there were some skirmishes between groups that didn't want to have what was about to happen. I agree with that. But more of them happened the other way. But I take issue not so much that there was a Jewish homeland. I don't like the fact of who was harmed in the process. And I think it could have been done differently, although I understand the historical claims as well, which is the why things were done where they were. But, Dapper and I, hopefully we can be civil if we talked. I wouldn't say to Dapper, I wish you don't have kids, because I just don't do stuff like that. I think that's kind of a, underhanded slight to say to somebody. And I wouldn't criticize Dapper personally for believing what he believes and supporting what he supports. But I will disagree with Dapper and tell him why I disagree. We may not agree on that, but I'll do it in a way that's civil and, hopefully done in a way that's respectful towards him. I think that's the way we need to be with each other to better understand that. We may not come to total agreement, but I do agree with this. I think most Israelis, including Dapper, want to have security for the Jewish people, both in Israel and around the world. Perfectly reasonable, of course, and something that we should all support. There shouldn't be anti-Semitism. That's absurd. People shouldn't hate anybody for just who they are. That's ridiculous. And I think what contributes to the feeling, that chilling feeling of more people being angry and being unfriendly to people who happen to be Jewish, is that they, in a tertiary way, represent the anger and anguish of what's happening in Israel. And sometimes it's hard to disassociate the actions of one group when others appear to be a part of that group. For example, during 9/11, we had many Sikh Americans, who wear headdress, and people thought they were Islamic, and so they were mad at the Islamic world, which is what we were taught to do. So Islamophobia was on the rise in America in a ridiculous sense. People were getting beaten, people were getting hurt, or worse. And because the reason is because the public is taught to be angry at people because of what they're doing. And I think it's fair for people to be angry at what Israel's doing. I'm angry about it. I talk about it all the time. I think Israel has every right to go after the people that hurt their people and hold them accountable. So if it was 1,200 people, 1,000 people, whatever it was, anybody who harmed a civilian should be held to account. I agree with that. It's a war crime. I don't think taking hostages is out of the ballpark, because Israel holds 7, 8, 10, 12,000 Palestinians at any time, many of whom have done nothing wrong. They're under what's called administrative detention. And they're just held until Israel decides to let them go. That to me is a prisoner. That's a hostage. And so to hold people from Israel with the intent of exchanging them, hopefully healthy and happy, as best one can be under those circumstances, in return for getting others back that are held for no reason other than the fact that it's a policy of the Israeli government. So Dapper, you're welcome to come up and speak with me if you want to share your point of view. I'm happy to be respectful towards you, and I'm not going to berate you, and I won't let people in the comments disparage you, even though you say disparaging things towards people like myself who disagree with you. And it has nothing to do with Palestinians, Arabs, Jews. It's about the power dynamics. Because I've done videos about the fact if the script were flipped, I'd be criticizing the Arab government doing it to Jewish people. So you can't say I'm against Jewish people, which people say all the time I am. It's just absurdity. It's a deflection effort, because if you can't argue the merits of the situation because of what's being done by whom to whom, you have to call the people who are calling that bullshit out, that they're somehow against the people because of who they are, not because of what they're doing. So maybe Dapper's going to come up and talk. I hope. Yeah, here's Dapper. So Dapper, first of all, I want to tell people in the comments, please do not say disparaging things about Dapper. Please give Dapper the respect that he deserves to be here and share his voice. I'm going to be quiet while he talks, even if I disagree with every word he says. I'm going to go on mute if he wants me to, if he wants to make a statement or share a point. Dapper, I will ask you this. Please, no personal attacks. That's all I ask of you. Don't focus on me. I'm just a guy. Let's focus on the message and the context of the situation. Let's talk about that. So welcome, Dapper.
What's going on? Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, I can't stay for long because I'm at work, but
Okay.
we can discuss a couple of topics.
Okay, sure.
Well, a lot of people on this app, they say they're not anti-Semitic, they like Jews, but they show anti-Semitic sentiments, okay? We call them polite anti-Semites
Okay.
because they say we love the Jews, but underlying, they have some hatred toward the Jews by what they say indirectly. And, with all respect, you seem like one of those type of people. For example, one time you said that Jews control the world, Jews control America, they run majority of the companies, which is not true. And you can't blame the Jews. The Jews are in certain positions of power, yes, I'm going to agree with you on that, but you can't blame them because we live in a capitalist country. And are you going to blame somebody for being intelligent to start a company or, run a media company or whatever? So
Did you hear the totality of what I said? I think you're mischaracterizing what I actually said. The words that I said were different than what you're saying.
what is it? What is it you say? Clarify then.
The words that I said was, it's not about being no animosity towards Jewish people. The point that I raised was pretty much, it's just numerically a reality. So the point I raised was the Jewish population worldwide, I believe, is close to 17 million. It might be more. You probably have the exact numbers. I don't have the exact numbers. So if you divide that into 8 billion, it's a very small population relative to the global population. The United States population is 335 million, give or take. And the population that's Jewish in the United States, I think, is around 9 million. Maybe it's 7. I don't know. It's something. That's also a very small percentage vis-a-vis the overall population. I think this is just numerically accurate. And then when you take the subset of people who have found their way through the maze of capitalism, and I agree with you, being capable and competent and network and you gain access to power and wealth through your efforts is not anybody's fault. I agree with that wholeheartedly. But what I did say was that it is very peculiar that a small subset of a very small subset of the population has an inordinate amount of influence and power and positions within government and industry that if it were any other group would be equally peculiar. For example, if we had people from the Mexican cartels that were in our government and industry, their last name was all Gonzalez, that it would be fair to say, hey, wait a second, why is it that why is it that 60 or 70 or 80% of people who have power and control in different industries and in government have dual passports with Mexico? Why is that? That seems odd. And I think that just
Well,
because it's said about people who support Zionism, that makes us anti-Semitic is silly. I don't hate Mexicans at all. I have no reason to hate anybody at all. And I think what it is, Dapper, it's a deflection to incorporate somebody's analysis of something that's factually correct with being somehow hateful towards the overall population of people from which that notable group happens to come from.
well, it happens to be that, for example, Ashkenazi European Jews, they have the highest IQ, okay? They disproportionately have the most Nobel Prize winners, and they're intelligent. So are you going to fault them for being intelligent and knowing how to win
No,
in the system?
No, not, I
And
mean, Michael Rappaport said, this is what Michael Rappaport said. He says, you're accusing us of having all these people in positions of power. He said, this is his words, we're just that good. And I have no reason to deny that there's an amazing capability of people who are Jewish to, one, bond with their community, and two, work very hard with their intelligence and effort to achieve. I don't denigrate any of that at all. That's not anybody's fault. But it does make it. This is the one differentiating factor, which I think is peculiar. Nancy Pelosi, former Speaker of the House, said in an interview that if the U.S. Capitol building came crumbling down around us, the one thing that wouldn't change is our steadfast and unwavering support of Israel.
as it should
That
be, yes.
that's a very odd thing to say. Not that we're committed to helping the American people, not that we're going to defend our country from all enemies, foreign and domestic, like our Constitution says, but that our bond with Israel is the number one consideration. That
And
seems
as
unusual.
why is that unusual? The Jews are a minority, okay, in the Middle East, and they're at risk of becoming abolished. So America should support Israel, which is the only democracy in the Middle East.
Well, I didn't say we shouldn't support Israel in terms of our relationship. I'm saying that if somebody puts it ahead of every other interest in our country, then the argument is made, which is what I think the argument should be, is that there is an undue influence from a very small minority of those who live both internationally and in our country, who happen to be from a certain group that supports policies that the majority of the country may not benefit from.
Well, listen, the fact of the matter is the Jews are a minority, and America should protect a democracy, and which is the smallest democracy in the Middle East. So if you say that it shouldn't be like that because America's taking a loss, I don't understand what you're saying, to be honest.
Well, the point I think people are trying to make is that the direction things are headed in terms of safety, stability, and peace is being disrupted uh, in a way that does not seem appropriate, given the fact that a very small subset of people are pushing the foreign policies and decisions in a way that doesn't reflect the broader interest of our society.
Okay, so I disagree with you because according to a recent poll done by Harvard, they said that 62% of Republicans support Israel and the war efforts going on. And I believe it was 53% of Democrats support
Sure.
Israel and what the war.
I,
So,
I think that support is indisputable. Here's why I believe that support exists, Dapper. The systems that are in place in our country, like it or not, I've been here for 57 years, are some that are used to specifically shape the belief system of our public. And most of the information that I've been able to come across in my journey, I first learned about this issue in 1989. So I've had a lot more time to dig and research than most Americans. And the things that I've found in my journey of trying to seek knowledge are things that most Americans have never been exposed to, have no knowledge of. And therefore, they maintain an opinion that's based upon the limited exposure that our system, and by the way, if you want to argue that a lot of people who happen to support Zionism and these influences that do exist, they also have a lot of say with what goes through the editorial process in some of these large conglomerates because they're the ones in the executive positions who make the decisions editorially. So it would make sense that the coverage of certain things would be more in line with what their desires are than not. And that's what I think people have issue with. We're propagandized heavily in this country in favor of supporting a country that does a lot of bad things, does a lot of great things, but also does a lot of bad things that if people knew about, those numbers you referred to would drop precipitously, I
well,
believe.
let me tell you something. I'm not agreeing with every single thing that Israel does or the IDF does. Every country has its fault, but I can guarantee you one thing, that Israel does way, way more good for society as a whole than its surrounding countries. Okay, just look at the technology that it produces. Okay, just look at the advancements that it's given to society for cancer treatments in
Right.
healthcare and all that stuff. So every country has its fault. It's a young country with growing pains. Okay, and it's just trying to protect itself by being surrounded by savages that want to destroy it. Okay, and now we're not talking about just the Palestinians. We're talking about Egypt, Syria, Jordan. This is what they have is a pseudo peace. Okay, for economic reasons. Um, and Israel has to stand strong. It has to defend itself and has to, when it's attacked, it has to give itself show an example to others, and to say that, you know what, if you step on our toes, we're going to step on you 20 times harder.
So
It's a form of deterrence as well.
So the motivations for the 10/7 attacks in your mind were what?
The motivations is to get rid of the Jews. They, as it says in their charter, as the words came out of their mouth, that they want to unalive all the Jews from the river to the sea. They don't want it to be a Jewish land. They want to be in
Okay.
control and bring Sharia to the land. How
Now,
would you feel? How would you feel if the Taliban or Al Qaeda came to America and they did the same thing? Okay, which what they did in Israel was 10 times more what happened on 9/11. And you think America is just going to stand back and not respond?
Well, I want to make sure I understand what you're saying, because I try to listen carefully and make sure I understand. I don't talk past people. So you said that Israel as a country is a force for good because it does much more good in the world than bad. It's very technologically savvy and has other value it provides the world versus its growing pains. You said that the surrounding countries are less so productive and less of a contributor to the social good. You said they're filled with savages who just want to unalive Jewish people because it says it in their charter. So let me ask you this question. Is that a fair assessment of what you said, what you believe?
When I said the savages, I was referring to the people in Gaza. Yes.
Okay. So do you think that all the people that live in Gaza are savages?
No, but a good majority of them, they do support the age group and what they did. And I don't know how any civilized, normal person can support, raping and slaughtering and torturing of innocent people. And if anybody that stands by that, which most of the Palestinians on this app, 80% of the Palestinians support H group. They may not say it outright because they don't want to be, watched by the feds, but most of them support what the H group did. How can you, as a human being, support the raping, the brutalization of what happened on October 7th?
Okay, so in fairness, I'm somebody who's had a little more opportunity to engage on this subject in terms of the research that I've done, because I talk about this a lot, so I have to do some work to make sure that I'm not talking out of ignorance, but trying to talk out of research, which is fair to do when you're commenting on political things. So I've gone out of my way, and I mean, I've spent a lot of time trying to engage with people both from Israel, former IDF soldiers, people who are arguing on this app, all saying there's direct evidence for some of the more, I'll call them, egregious atrocities that occurred on 10/7. And to date, and I'm not denying that certain things happened, but I have also not been able to confirm the more egregious things that happened. The 47-minute film that was a compilation of different atrocities on 10/7 or actions by the other side did not include any direct evidence of those particular allegations about burning, raping, assault, mutilations, these kind of things.
Okay, well, you haven't listened. I don't know if you're just you have confirmation bias or you didn't see the videos or what's going on. But if you look at those videos if you go to HAMAS is ISIS.co, you can see that they went into houses. Okay, they unalived people. They with AKs. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and the people that were hiding in the shelters, okay, they had the doors closed, and what they did, they started to light fires in the house as they left. So are you telling me? And they found the people that were unalive. They found their lungs filled with soot, which means they were unalive by.
I agree that I've told my audience that homes appeared to have been burned from the outside, and people who were inside most likely were alive when they died.
Not only from the outside. You see, this is where you're wrong. From the inside as well. Number one. Number two, the people that they shot inside the cars, they burnt them as well. Okay, some of the people were half alive. Okay, they were barely alive, and they burnt them alive as well. So if you're coming here and you're saying that it didn't happen, either A, you're ignorant, or B, you're biased, which your bias stems from your anti-Semitism, okay, that you're covering up.
So in fairness, Dapper, I've gone out of my way to try to get research. I agree. Here's what I saw, okay?
And we send you a lot of those. We send you a lot of those.
Let me finish. I've done the work to always look at things that people suggested, whether it's websites or Telegram channels or whatever. I've done all the work. So here's what I did see. I'll tell you what I saw. If I saw more, I would tell you. I saw the result of what appeared to be homes being burned and what would also appear to be some of the civilians who may have been inside when that happened. I don't have any verification of that, but I have no reason to doubt the claims of that given what those look like. I also saw homes that were destroyed by weapons that the H group didn't have. And we've also been given evidence that much of the response to the people leaving the rave was not in fact done by the H group, but was done by the Israeli military, as well as tanks and other military equipment were brought in by the IDF to try to clean up
And
and
where's your
eliminate
proof of
any of
that? Where's your evidence to
the,
back your claim?
we have video evidence to back that up.
Where's your video evidence?
We have
Nobody ever seen your video evidence that
I
shows an
I
IDF soldier unaliving another Israeli.
I have video evidence
But
of
we
tanks
hold on. We do have
firing
video
equipment.
evidence. We do have clear video evidence of people coming in, civilians from Gaza and H group members and PIJ members coming in, and with AKs and unaliving Jews,
Yes,
Druze,
I agree.
Muslims.
That
So
happened.
they
I
were
agree with you.
shooting at the cars as they were passing by. Okay, I
Right.
saw
I
with my
saw
own eyes. Hold on
I
a
saw that
second.
too. I saw
Hold
that
on.
too. I
Okay,
agree with
good.
you. I'm agreeing with you.
Good. So I saw with my eyes that the H group member took a shovel and decapitated a man's head. Okay. I saw, they were unaliving elderly people and shooting into their house. Okay. I saw people were taking hostages with their limbs missing. I saw them putting grenades into bunkers and people's homes.
Right.
So I mean, what are you sitting here and you're denying 6 months later that
No,
some of these
I'm
stuff
not.
didn't happen?
I have talked to my audience about everything you just mentioned that I did in fact see on video the way you just described it, exactly to a T. I'm not denying any of that. What I'm denying is the fact that there's been widespread claims made that there was pervasive use of SA and mutilation as a form of like sort of a massive policy of doing it to as many Israeli women as possible. And
Okay,
the
let me answer you
evidence,
on that. Let me bring you the evidence for that. First of all, when they took the H members in, okay, they questioned them and it came out of their mouth. It was from evidence from word of mouth, from their own mouth. They said that they came in and they did those things to the woman. Okay. Number two, there's specimen that they found on the women that were unalived. Okay, specimen as evidence. And number three, a recent document came out by the UN that they said they have strong evidence that it was done. So if you have those three types of evidence and you're still sitting here 6 months later denying it, either A, you're biased, okay, and you're trying to hide the truth because you're
no.
anti-Semitic, okay, or you're just plain ignorant. And I don't think you're
Well,
ignorant, to be honest with you. I know you're
yeah.
well read and you're very articulate.
I'll be very clear, Dapper. My intentions are not to do anything that is based on trying to obfuscate the truth. What I will say is this: the article I read the UN report, and in the bottom of the report it said that all of the evidence is based on Israeli claims and claims by the IDF. That means that it's not firsthand evidence; it is based on statements, as you just referred to. And herein lies the problem: the Israeli military typically will torture its captives and interrogations until they say what is wanted on camera.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
That is standard practice in the
It
Israeli
didn't
military.
look to me like they were being tortured at all. They looked very healthy.
You
All
don't
right.
have to torture somebody in their face to torture them. You can hurt other parts of their body and put them into submission to say
Right.
what
And
you
how
want
do
them
you
to
know
say.
that? How do you know they
But
were
here,
tortured?
I
You
don't
don't
know
know
for
that they were
sure.
tortured. You don't know for sure. So how can you make that claim?
I'm saying it's a possibility in the mix. And here's why I lean on the possibility of being potentially valid. I've watched the Israelis over many decades as just an observer tell lie after lie after lie after lie, and they always are proven to be not truthful. And then what are you supposed to say to that when you see somebody that says, but this time they said this, so you just have to trust us because we're telling
Well,
you
we're
the
not
truth.
going to take your word for anything that you claim the Israelis or the IDF is saying, because we know that you are lying here right now.
No,
And
I'm not. No, I'm
let me
not.
ask you one
No,
question.
I'm
Let me
not.
ask you a question. Do you believe that one person, one female was raped?
I don't know for sure. I've been very clear to say that I can't deny any of the allegations about what happened on 10/7 because I don't know for sure. I have said that I have not been able to corroborate the allegations because I've seen no direct
So
evidence, and
if you
what I
can't
have heard
deny
is
it, then you
hearsay.
can't make a statement on it.
I just made a very clear statement of what my position is without being dishonest at all. I didn't say anything false. I said I can't deny it because I don't have any evidence to prove it didn't happen, but I
Because you're an
can't confirm
average
it.
Joe. You're an average Joe living in America. Okay.
Yeah.
You think they're gonna present all the detailed evidence with the video footage of the rapings and everything to you? Who are you that we gotta
No.
present evidence
No,
to
no, no,
you?
no, 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 no. But listen. Okay, there was
They
a
present
47.
their evidence to the
I know,
UN. They
but
present the evidence to the proper authorities. They're not going to come here and show you the videos as you guys love to see. I've
It's
seen,
Dapper.
Ask the
Dapper.
Doc,
Hold on. Hold on.
all these pro pallies, they want to see the videos of women getting raped. Let
No,
me
no,
ask
no.
you,
Chip,
hold on a
do you
second,
mind
hold
if I
on,
Hold on
hold on,
do you
second.
mind if
Dapper, no, Dapper. I got to respond to
hold
that because
on. When a woman claims to be raped in America,
hold on. You're making. Let me finish the thought here before you condemn me for wanting to see people being raped. I think that's an outrageous claim. Let me share with you this, okay? So the Israelis have every reason right now, on a limited basis, to provide direct proof to those who they want to show it to of the egregious atrocities that took place, if they have it.
they
I have
have
a
it and they did.
no, they didn't. Here. Hold on. Let me finish the thought. So Owen Benjamin, who was one of the journalists who was selected to come view this 47-minute compilation film that was supposed to show proof of every atrocity that took on that place that Israelis claimed, said that he did see things like grenades, like you said, he saw homes that were burned. Everything we've talked about, he saw. I saw too. However, he saw no information at all that would substantiate a claim of mass use of S assault or mutilations in any way, shape, or form during that presentation. He made that clear distinction when he did his review for his audience. I trust Owen Jones because he has no reason to lie.
You're talking
He
about
never had.
the video, the 47-minute video.
I'm talking about that. That video had nothing in
Okay,
it from his point
let
of
me
view.
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Chip.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
when a female gets raped in America, okay, and she goes to the authorities and she says she was raped, they take her testimony and they do an investigation, correct?
Yeah, that's usually well.
All
Usually,
right.
usually have forensic
Do
evidence
you
that they find.
expect do you expect for the United States or the police department to come out with a video showing evidence that she was raped for the
Uh,
public?
I, when a country is trying to show to
No, no, no,
substantiate the
no.
journalist,
It's no different whether it's a
let me
country or
let me
somebody or a
finish.
civilian in
Let me
America.
finish, Dapper. Let me finish. You asked me a question. Let me finish the thought. A police investigation in a municipality for someone who was sexually assaulted is way different than a country who is attacked and is putting together a compilation film to show the public, at least through journalists, what happened that day. And they did not show anything that gave the impression or the proof that had happened, that the claim of SA or any kind of atrocities of taking body parts and throwing around like was talked about. It wasn't there. Now, it may have happened. I can't deny it happened. But the evidence that Israel showed the journalists didn't include that.
SA definitely happened. The people who
Oh,
did
yeah.
the SA, they accepted that they did what they did. Okay, number one. And number two, they're not going to come and show you the video footage to the public of a victim getting raped. That's just ridiculous. That if you expect for the victim to be portrayed publicly getting raped, if you're well, you said you don't have a kid, but which is good. But let's say you had kids. If your daughter was raped, would you want the whole world?
A second. That's the second time you said that, Dapper. I've never said one thing disparaging towards you. I'm letting
You
you
said
share
you
what
don't want to have kids. You said you don't want.
you said. It's good. So put it this way. That's the second time you said I'm glad I don't have children, which is an insult towards me. Let's face it, okay?
But you
So
said
please
you
don't.
don't want
Please
to. So I'm trying to accept your wish.
listen. I don't want to be a rapist, but I don't want to be called one by you. Okay? So just don't go there. Okay? I'm giving you a chance to speak your voice on a platform full of people that are listening to you very respectfully. Just don't be a dickhead.
Well, anyways, the victims don't have to come out and show the video footage of them getting raped for you to believe that they were raped. If the
I'm not saying they did.
if the perpetrator admitted that they did the raping, they have a video, they have specimen evidence that the raping was done, okay, and they
Yeah.
did a proper investigation that the raping did happen. That's
Right.
enough to conclude that there was raping done.
It very well could be. And here's the thing: Owen Benjamin, who watched the film and listened to the presentation by the Israelis, said that none of that was shown in any way, shape, or form. And it
Right.
would have been if it was being. Listen, they want journalists to go out in the world and sing the song of how brutal these H group fighters are, terrorists, whatever, and they want to make the world know that how horrific things were. They would all day long provide direct evidence of if they were. They don't have to show the woman's name or face. They can just say that there's 4 victims who doctors have confirmed, there's specimens, there's testimony that this happened. None of that was presented during that presentation.
Of course
Why?
it was presented.
No,
Of
it
course it
wasn't.
was presented. There was specimen evidence
No, it wasn't.
concluded by
No, it wasn't.
pathologists.
It was
Yes,
never
it does.
presented.
Yes, there was.
Not to the journalists.
Pathologists confirmed that there was a specimen, okay, on the bodies of the women that were raped. And if you still don't know that, 4 months, 5 months in, you're
Are
not
you
doing your
talking about
proper
the
research.
kibbutz?
Dapper, hold on one second,
Are
okay?
you
Let me
talking
just
about
say
the
this.
kibbutz?
Let me say this last thing, okay? I don't know where and when that was presented. You're saying it's been confirmed and presented. I don't know to whom and when. And if it does exist as direct evidence, I'm open to accepting it. I'm not trying to be somebody who's doing this in a bad manner. But what I'm saying is that the Israelis had every opportunity during that presentation to these journalists, which, by the way, they're the ones that are going to go out and disseminate what they saw as best they can without being specific about the actual atrocities that were hard to talk about. So they did that. And in that presentation, the journalist who went to do that, who I think is extremely trustworthy, said, in his words, I'll show you the video if you want to see it, his recollection of seeing the film. He said he saw a lot of things he didn't want to see that were very hard to watch. He said the number one thing that really shook him up was seeing a father in one of these little bunkers, and the kids were outside, and they threw a grenade in the bunker, and the dad died, and the kids had to watch it happen. He said that was the most jarring thing he saw. But he made it very clear that at no point in the presentation, film or otherwise, was there any direct evidence provided, whether it be swabs or doctor's statements or any of this stuff, that showed that had happened. Why would he say that?
Listen, you could get fixated on one point, okay, which it's not going to work out for you. But I could tell you this: you're denying that H group members are savages. But let me tell you this: I saw video footage that they threw a grenade into a bunker. The person, one of the guys, lost the arms. They threw him in the back of the Toyota pickup truck, and as they were taking him back into Gaza, they were beating the guy who was missing an arm. And if you're telling me that's not savagery, you're delusional.
I'm not going to defend. Listen, here's the point I make to my audience constantly. Okay, I'm not for anybody. I don't support anybody.
You're sitting here telling us that the H group is not savages.
Hold on, I didn't say that. Those words didn't come out of my mouth. What I said is that the Israeli government wants to portray them as savages. I'm not claiming that what they did.
You don't have to portray them. They did the job themselves. They had,
let me finish.
They had GoPro cameras on top of their heads.
Let me finish. Don't I'll let you go. I've been very open with you. I'll give you time. What I said was this: I've condemned on my platform. You can ask anybody in my audience or anybody who I've shown videos to. I condemn any time a civilian is harmed, and I would especially condemn anything that involves the egregious nature of S assault or mutilation or any of these horrible things, including the beating of people who are injured and the taking of hostages, the whole 9 yards. I don't like any of it. I don't like harm to come. My point that I try to make, though, Dapper, is that if you're going to apply that standard, which I think is fair, and I think the people who did commit those atrocities need to be held accountable or unalived or both or whatever it may be. But I think it's unfair to punish collectively the entire society and then somehow say, well, civilians on the other side are just dying because these other bad people want them to. They don't care about life, and that we go out of our way to protect them. You either are for protecting civilians or you're not for protecting civilians. I'm for protecting civilians. And if one is accidentally unalived with the best of intentions to go after the enemy, I understand that. That's part of conflict. In many cases, unfortunately, the perception by most people, including the President of the United States, the Secretary of State, and almost the entire international community, is that Israel, in most cases, is indiscriminately destroying structures and thereby indiscriminately killing Palestinians who had nothing to do with what happened on 10/7, many of whom weren't even alive when the H group was elected in 2006, because half the population is under the age of 18.
Well, listen, this is what I got to say, and I got to go. As an Israeli, as a Jew, I'm sure Israel and IDF doesn't want any innocent civilians getting unalived in Gaza or the West Bank. And they do their best as a moral army, okay, with very high morals, to prevent any unaliving of innocent people, okay? And that's why they give them warnings to leave to the south. That's why they do the roof knocks. That's why they drop the flyers and they send the SMS messages to leave the area.
Chip,
Hold on a second. The fact that the parents are not responsible and they support a savage group to lead them, okay, such as H group, and they don't care for their kids and they put the kids in the front line and strap vests to themselves, to the kids, that just shows that the parents are garbage. The parents,
are you out of your mind? You killing 20,000 children?
Hold on. Let me. You made some very specific allegations now, but let me just address some of those. Okay. First of all, you made the statement that you believe that the Israelis are the most moral army. They go out of their way to warn this, that, and the other. Let me tell you, I have probably 70 videos on my phone where there was no warning issued. These are cameramen that are a couple buildings away just filming Gaza, and then kaboom, a bomb comes down and destroys a 20-story structure, and 75 people die.
How do you know they weren't sent the SMS messages or they
because nobody left the building.
Right. They decide not to leave because
No, come
the
on, Dapper.
parents are
Come on,
either
come on, Dapper. Come on.
the
Listen.
father is either part of H group and is sitting in the
Hold on. This is a commonly told myth.
inside the building.
Hold on.
Chib, you
This is
allow me a minute,
hold on,
please.
No, let me finish the conversation. I'll let you guys in. I promise. So, Dapper, this is what most of us have come to understand. I know that is the story. That's the common narrative that is told throughout the Israeli support system. Here's what I've come to learn about that statement. It is patently false. In most cases, now I'm not saying it never happens because there have been flyers dropped to tell people to move to certain areas. There have been certain buildings where flyers were dropped warning people to get out, or there were text messages sent, or both. However, in the vast majority of circumstances, people have been hit by Israeli bombs with no advance notice. There's no H group members anywhere nearby. There's no family member who's sick and disgusting who forces his family to stay in. These are normal people just living their lives, hoping their building doesn't get hit, and kaboom.
Well,
I'm not saying.
Listen, first of all, this is war. Okay, what H group did on October 7th, they declared war on us, and we're in a war. So there are going to be some innocent casualties of war in Gaza. I'm not disagreeing.
No.
Yes. And let me ask you one last question before I gotta go.
If you're upset about purposeful targeting of civilians by
2002, Dabar, you have a case that you harassed a woman.
Let me finish. Dapper, if you're against, as I am, the unaliving of innocent civilians and the taking of hostages and the torture of people and all the things you said, which you found outrageous, two things. Number one, it's unfair to hold that standard for October 7th, but then turn around and unalive tens of thousands of human beings and claim it's just the sort of the unfortunate, unpleasant accompaniment of war.
All right, let me just
hold on. I got one more thing to say. I want you to go to Google. This is the last thing we can talk about. You got to go back to work so you can get your computer. I want you to go to Google and I want you to type in, is a blockade an act of war? And if it says no, I'll shut down my TikTok account. But if it says yes, I want you to come by and say that the H group didn't start anything on 10/7. The warlike situation was in place by the Israelis by maintaining a brutal siege and blockade on Gaza where it controls everything about life there. And therefore, an attack to break out is warranted and permitted by every single standard in the world.
Let me tell you this before I go. Listen, before Israel strikes a building, we know they give them a warning, okay? And before they went into the north, they told the people in Gaza to go to the south.
That's nonsense. You're
some
talking
casualties.
nonsense. They are killing 20,000 children.
Hold on. Can you mute him so we can talk? Can you drop him anyways? This guy is just...
No, just let you know, though, that's not true.
Are you going to let me finish here, or are you going to keep cutting me off?
Just to let you know, the statement you're making is true in very small number of cases.
You are a criminal. You have 2002, a case in court.
Can you let me finish before I go?
Amjad, let him finish, okay, please? Thank you. He has to leave shortly.
Before Israel strikes, they give him a warning. And we know for a fact they told him to go to the south before they...
Okay, well, somebody may have turned off your microphone.
Allow me to speak, please.
Before H group came in, did they give us a warning? Did they give a warning to the people in the kibbutzim?
No,
did they give us a warning before they came and they took us hostages? So you're sitting here, instead of defending Israel, which is a moral army, they give warnings to their enemies. No other country, before they go in to fight their enemies, they give them a warning. Israel is the only moral country that gives a warning to their enemies before they went into attack.
They have no morals.
And stop being biased, stop being anti-Semitic. Thank you, and have a nice...
Dapper, have a good day. Okay, real quick response to Dapper's last statement, okay? I wish this weren't the case. I wish I could corroborate what Dapper says. Unfortunately, I'm one of these people that has to have evidence to prove something. The evidence that I've been seeing, there are instances when Israel does the things that Dapper says. However, they are few and far between, and I will add to the fact that if you tell somebody in a hospital, which is supposed to be off limits from international law to attack, and you tell people in a hospital, you got to get out, you have 10 minutes or we're going to start firing tank rounds or blowing you up with bombs, that's no better. And the other thing is, Israel has told people to move south, and they have, and then they bomb them as they're moving south in what's called a safe corridor. And people who have gone down to Rafah now, most of the population is displaced in Rafah, they're bombing refugee camps in Rafah. Mm-hmm. You can't justify mass murdering civilians by somehow claiming you're moral. Those two are incongruent and have no place in the same zip code, much less in a sentence.
Could you also add to the fact that, Chip, that they actually boomed a UN warehouse for aid?
They've
And
bombed everything in sight. They've
yeah,
sniped human beings
and
all
that's so
across the board.
moral, isn't it? That's so
They've run
moral,
over
Chip.
people with tanks. They've done so many immoral things that the few things they've done that is consistent with what he said are inconsequential. Don't
It's so
matter.
moral of them
Don't mean anything.
unaliving people in a UN aid warehouse. So moral of them. So moral. Oh, we're about to boom news, but let's leave you a leaflet, shall we?
Did
Because you're
he?
so moral. Let's
Did,
send you to the
hey
south
Harley.
and boom it.
Hey Harley. Hi Chip.
Hey,
Did
Armani.
he use anti-Semitic with you yet? Because that's the first thing he says when he comes up on the panel.
Yeah, he called me anti-Semitic. I think about a dozen
Yeah, he
times
called.
for the fact
I was
that.
called one by him yesterday for the first time. I've never been called anti-Semitic in my life, but he want to come up on a panel and call people anti-Semitic.
Yeah, they're using that. They're using that to scare people. We're not scared of them. They are bunch of criminals. This Dabar who was speaking just now, he have case in 2002 in a court that he harassed a woman. I just check on his name.
Any man who has a criminal conviction is
He
not
is
worth
a woman.
having a moral debate
He
with.
harassed woman and come and speak about morals.
I just wanted to come up because he came up and said that that there was proof with the graping. First of all, there was no proof. That's one. Two, if there was, they would have brought that up to the ICJ case when they had one, and they didn't bring any of that evidence up. For
Right.
that matter of the fact, and it was the whole 47-minute video situation. It's not even 47 minutes at all. I don't think they even watched the so-called 47-minute video. And the clips that I have seen, some of those clips are from the cartel. So they're clearly getting their videos and stitching them all together to make it seem like it was 47 minutes, but it wasn't. That's all I have to
They
say.
all propaganda and lies, and the innocent people being killed in Palestine every day. Thousands of people, thousands of children. We are speaking about children. We are not speaking about people who is in the 40s or 50s. We are speaking about thousands of children. What kind of man coming? He have no
Chip.
shame to come
Yeah,
here
for
and
me,
defend those Nazi criminal Zionists in Israel.
Chip, what it is you can't come up onto a public platform, talk about a moral army, talk about how morality is the key thing here, when he himself has no moral compass for himself.
No, and
And
he
I will not,
telling Cheb,
I will not,
I glad you don't have kids.
if I
He
could
have
finish,
no
Amjad.
shame to say that to
Amjad, can I finish what I was saying, please?
Yeah,
And to
just
be
let's let
absolutely
one
clear,
person at a time. One person at a
to
time.
be absolutely clear, whenever Dapper is on a panel, I always drop and I make it absolutely known that I will not debate with Dapper on the panel. However, on this occasion, because I have a lot of respect for Chip and the hosts that do platform people and talk about these things, he needs to be put in his place. But it seems Chip put him in his place already and didn't require our assistance in that regard. So well done to you, Chip.
Well, I'm just trying to talk about the actual evidence and facts, not again. I don't care who the players are. It's about just what the behavior is. And the Israelis, if they're outraged about civilians being unaligned, as I am, and hostages being taken, as I am, you have to apply the same standard to both sides. If Palestinian kids are being held in administrative detention, they're essentially hostages. And if people are being unalived through bombs and sniper rifles and tanks and bulldozers and whatever else, those are all equal atrocities. Every civilian that's killed intentionally by another party is equally outrageous and a war crime.
It's out and out genocide. It meets the five standards of genocide under Article 2. From A to E, it meets the criteria from a legal standpoint. And to be absolutely clear, it's called the single standard approach. By the same brush that we tarnish H group, we need to tarnish who? We need to tarnish it's not real. It's called the single standard approach, and that's what Chip means. It's called the single standard approach. There needs to be equilateral. It has to be equilateral responsibility for both parties. Whatever H group is done by standard, it needs to be the same standard, but it's not real. And we can talk about Operation Cast Lead, Operation Pillar of Defense, Operation Protective Edge. All three were offensive attacks on Palestinian people on Palestinian territory for no reason at all. No reason at all.
All I know
Yeah, I
is
agree wholeheartedly.
Dapper is a POS. I dislike him. The first thing he comes up on a panel is to call somebody anti-Semitic. Doesn't have any resource. They never have sources ever. When you ask them to show any, they never have sources,
Correct.
and they just like to pull up stuff that they so-called seen on video, but it's just propaganda what other people have been saying. That's about it.
My chip rocking AirPods, yeah?
Thank
Just
you,
remember,
ladies,
remember that.
for standing with the truth. And we need more woman voices. Today, I think woman voice is very important to bring truth to this world. I think really we need more women to speak out. Thank you.
I think one of the biggest advocates I think here is Brooklyn. She Armani, she has her platform, she keeps it open, she lets Zionists up, she's fair to the Zionists, she lets them speak, and I know I overtalk sometimes, and Brooklyn has to, sometimes tell me to mute to give them the opportunity to speak. So definitely, so I think women.
But we out here.
Yeah, but I do overspeak, and I do get a bit emotional, especially when innocent women and children, especially women and children who are defenseless, are being unalived.
Hello.
Hi, Ella Vickers. How you doing?
Good. How are you, Chip? I just want to add one point regarding what that guy was talking. I wish you remember it, Chip. Haaretz newspaper, which is Israeli newspaper, already mentioned that the Apache and the IDF were responsible of unaliving 400 Israeli. That's their newspaper. I wish we remembered that and tell him, because he continued lying, and it was, I don't know how you catch up yourself, Chip. It's amazing, but...
Yeah, well, remember, just one other point, too. The New York Times article that was written by an IDF member, a female who had no journalistic experience. Shut up, Ruby. That her whole article was debunked as completely false with no evidence to support it, even though she said all these atrocities occurred. So this is the problem. The pattern of deceit is so pervasive and so consistent that when somebody makes a firm claim like, oh, this person made testimony, this doctor said this confession yielded this, you have to wonder about the veracity of it given the track record. That's the only problem I bring up, but I can't deny it because I don't know for sure. And he accused me of being anti-Semitic because I don't embrace that flimsy evidence that I haven't yet seen. And the journalist who did go and see the film, so to speak, said there was nothing in that presentation that corroborated those charges.
I saw it too, Chip. There was nothing there. I saw it. There was nothing there.
What about the fact that they knew it? He said that, we're so moral that we leave leaflets and warn them before we do something. Why didn't H Group did that? Hold on a second. They knew about this attack 2 years in advance.
Yeah, it seems like to me, and again, I get in a lot of trouble for saying this kind of stuff, but let's put it this way. One of the possibilities that people have discussed, I can't say for sure, obviously, but what if in an alternate universe that because of other objectives, something like this was allowed to happen as a precursor that could then justify one's additional objectives. So I don't believe that the IDF would have been able to come in as it has into Gaza, destroy the entire north and central, flatten the whole place, talk about colonizing it with real estate projects, selling people advanced home sales in New Jersey, who are all Jewish, which is an illegal assembly of realtors, according to our open practices in our country, that they would never have been allowed to get away with that had there not been a precursor like this where they could use it as a tool, a springboard with all this vociferous atrocity propaganda, none of which is really substantiated other than what Dapper and I did discuss and I've seen on video. It makes a good case for them to have the right to go in. Then they make excuses for all the collateral damage, saying it's just unfortunate, it's the fog of war. While meanwhile, most of us on TikTok can see they're just dropping bombs on civilians because they don't care about Palestinians.
This is your precursor, Chip. This is an article from the 31st of October. You see the Likud party leader, this is what he said. Luckily for us, October 7th attacks happen so Israel can fight H Group.
I'm going to screenshot that real quick. Hold on. Thank you.
There's always an ulterior motive.
You can find it on the Times of Israel. Okay? And if you read the article, the Likud party leader says to us, or says in this article, that October 7th was sent to him or was sent to Israel from the heavens above. You have to read this article. It's the most disgusting thing I've ever read in my life. But there's your precursor, as you were talking about precursors. Just saying.
Well, that's who wrote that article, by the way? Who wrote that?
Times of Israel.
Okay, so that was a Times of Israel report. That wasn't something we put together on Microsoft Word to try to indict whomever. So they're saying that members of the Likud party claimed that this was a gift to them. They didn't say specifically how or why, but
From
that's what they
heaven.
said.
From heaven.
So anyway, so that's them, and I think that because the reason behind that is they want to take land. I think one of the people who was interviewed said that the Arabs never understand anything other than losing land, so we're going to take land. That's what he said in the interview. I'm not making that up.
Let me show you a couple of articles from Ben Gavir. This will really, really help
Okay.
with the argument. You gotta love this. Hold on, I've got more Hello Kitty stuff in my bloody phone than what I've got.
By the way, if you don't know, Itamar Ben-Gvir is a far-right Israeli member of the Knesset who now works as Benjamin Netanyahu's head of interior, like the security interior guy.
Wow.
And he's bad. In an interview on TV, he said that the safety of he and his wife was more important than allowing Palestinians to walk down a public street.
Wow.
To justify excluding them, in other words, to justify the apartheid.
All this is, how come they can say the stuff that they can about the Gaza Strip and get away with it, and we just have to take it? It just makes no sense to me.
Well, they have the backing of the United States, obviously, and even though the U.S. is saying things publicly that are critical of some of the overreaches of this operation, they're not doing anything in terms of accountability to hold them accountable. They're not saying if you keep doing this, you're not going to get weapons, you're not going to get money. They keep sending weapons and they keep appropriating money, regardless of what Israel chooses to do or not do. And again, getting back to what I talked to Dapper about earlier today, that brings up questions. What Nancy Pelosi said about if the Capitol crumbled down, that we would still maintain support for it. It'd be our number one thing. We'd maintain support for Israel. A lot of people in the Biden administration have dual citizenship with Israel. They hold 2 passports. A lot of people in our industry who use lobbying as a tool to control the political environment are people that are pursuers and supporters of Zionism, many of whom donate a lot of money to AIPAC, Robert Kraft being among them, the owner of the New England Patriots. It's hard not to look at that and say there's got to be something there that's bigger than just coincidence. And why is it unfair to make that acknowledge? Like I said, if it were members of the Mexican cartel or people who we perceive to be members of a cartel who had inordinate power in our government, who were pervasively all over the place, had dual citizenship, and somebody said, hey, why are there so many people from the Mexican cartel in our government and our positions of power and industry? People would be like, yeah, that's weird. It wouldn't even be given a second thought. But somehow, because you mentioned people who happen to support Zionism, who happen to be Jewish, a very small percentage of the Jewish population, they say that by talking about that, you hate all Jews. And that's bullshit.
Nobody hates Jewish people. Nobody.
No, we hate the Zionists. And by the way,
We hate
there's
the
a lot of Jewish
Zionist
people that
regime.
stand. There's a lot of Jewish people that stand with us, and they like to call them self-hating Jews, or they like to call them the K word. They like to disrespect their own people. So wouldn't that be called anti-Semitic?
Yeah, look what they did to Ilan Pape. Look what they did to Benny Morris. Look what they did to Avi Schleim. Look what they did to Noam Chomsky. Look what they did to Norman Finkelstein. All of which are Jewish academic Israeli historians, right?
Yeah.
Educated people who have gone beyond the remits of Israel to actually understand the plight of the Palestinian people. Jewish Israeli historians, and they call them self-hating Jews. The biggest academics we know. It's crazy.
And that in itself is anti-Semitic, if y'all didn't already know. That's all I have to say.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. So, I don't know, man. I'll tell you what, there's no easy way to look at this except to say that obviously Zionism is its own breed of fanatical, right-wing, colonial settler, atheist land grabbing extraordinaire. That's what it does. That's what it's kept doing. That's what it's continuing to do right now. And all of the talk is just to try to obfuscate and somehow justify what is an unjustifiable occupation and blockade and now conquest of Gaza. That's what it is. And there's only one way it's going to stop. And that's if somebody forces it to stop. And that means forcing the U.S. to stop providing the weapons and the political support and the money, and then forcing the Israelis to change who leads them and how they operate, just like they want to change the H group in Gaza. We need to get rid of the leadership in Israel who runs this Zionist con game, and our leaders in our country who support it.
Yeah, the entire Knesset needs to be removed. Unfortunately, whether or not you're left-wing, right-wing, or centrist, Zionism is Zionism in any form. So until that political ideology of Zionism is removed, there's no luck for Palestine.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Palestinian people are unfortunately going to keep getting the short end of the stick politically, militarily, the whole 9 yards until those power dynamics shift. And they're probably going to take the northern half at a minimum because they're building some sort of separation path. I don't know if you've seen the satellite images. And it looks like they're going to annex the northern half of Gaza. And they may let some vetted people move back into the north, but they're going to be very, very controlling as to who gets back in. I think that's what's going to happen. And then at a later date, they'll do plan B, which is to move in and take the rest. It's just, they're trying to get as many people out as possible by putting pressure on foreign aid by the United States, saying, hey, if you take in 400,000 of these people, we'll keep giving you your foreign aid. But if you don't, we're going to curtail it, stuff like that. But most Palestinians don't want to leave, nor do I think they should. And what Israel's doing is reprehensible. It's a war crime, and they should be held accountable. So should the U.S. leaders that are supporting it. I think they should all be in prison for life.
Every single one.
That's how I feel. Any other guests want to share something, Amjad, or anybody want to say anything else?
Yes, just need to put out this fact that majority of Zionists are atheists. They are not believing in any God, in any religion. If you go today to the Israeli society and you put percentage of 70% of the Israeli people are atheists. They don't believe in any God. They don't know they don't believe in any messenger, in any holy book. So there is big difference between a Zionist and a Jew. And this issue of Muslims hate Jew, that's untruthful, because part of the religion of Islam that every Muslim have to believe in Moses, have to believe in the holy book Moses bring before he believe in Muhammad and the Holy Quran. So this idea that we hate Jewish, that's untruthful. There is thousands of Jewish in New York, and they have a lot of Muslims friends. They have a lot of Muslims partners in business. Through history in the past, when Europe was torturing the Jew, they ran away to where is Al-Andalus, where is we call today Spain, and the Muslims who protect the Jew. Thousands of years there was Moroccan Jew, there was Syrian Jewish, there was Yemeni Jewish, and they was treated equal. I can understand there is nothing in the history being recorded that the Islamic countries or Islamic system treated Jewish bad or torture them or force them to change their religion. Untruthful. We occupied Spain 800 years, and still Spain have Christians. Muslims don't torture people to change their religion. That's untruthful.
Yeah.
So this hate for Jewish is untruthful, is a propaganda they are using, the anti-Semitic and all these propaganda to scare people not to speak out. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's intimidation tactic. Even people on camera have been caught saying that when Europeans criticize the Israeli government, they bring up the Holocaust. When Americans criticize Zionism and the Israeli government, they say they're anti-Semitic. And it's like the kiss of death to think that you're some sort of racist just because you're pointing out that another group is exploiting another group, and that's absurdity. So Asmi's trying to connect. You may have to disconnect Asmi from the app, like leave the app and come. Oh, there you are. You came in. Federico wanted to say something first.
Hey, Chip, how are you?
Hey, I'm okay.
How's everyone?
Pretty good.
Well, I think we're beyond the point where negotiation and all of that. There is in the Middle East right now, there is a strong connection between the resistance group. There is a lot of communication. And the H group in Gaza, they're not gonna, like yesterday, the leader of the H group in Lebanon, stated that the H group in Gaza can negotiate in the name of all the resistant group in the region. So it means if the H group in Gaza says, okay, you know, we'll give you give us some aids, and we ask the H group in the north to stop the attacks, they will do so. But I know it's not going to happen. And that fear in Gaza is nothing but it's an intelligence move. They want to have direct connection with the people to get more information, because so far they are so blind. They have zero intelligence. And Israel, within the past 80 years, all their successes was based on their intelligence. And once you take away their intelligence unit, they have nothing. They're blind. They're like a big bear going around. And I think there is a decision made in the Middle East by the resistant group supported by Syria and Iran to a quick act against Israel, where overnight the whole country is going to be gone. I know they have all the support of the United States, the Western, but all of this is no longer like used to be. Like, you can send as many ships as you want. Now with a $250 drone, let me fly 1,000 drone on top of the sea, on top of your warship, and what you gonna do with it? How many anti-aircraft missiles you have? How many defense systems you're gonna have? So all that power with the strong army, it does not work anymore with these new tactics, the drone tactics. Militarily, if you look at the sequence of events since 1982, when the Israeli got to Beirut, up until today, the deterioration of the IDF and the improvement of the resisting groups, we are pretty much on the verge of ending the state of Israel. I mean, again, when we say the ending of the state of Israel, does not mean the Jews are not welcome. The Jews are welcome, even if you're not indigenous to the land, but you are willing to give up the idea of Zionism and live in the Holy Land. That Holy Land, it's for everyone, not only for Muslims or Christians or Jews. It's a holy land. It's a holy land.
Can I apologize? Can I just interrupt you for 1 second? There's somebody who's trying to come up on the panel, and they're asking. There's a little blue and red button at the bottom. It's on the right side, just right of center. You press it. It says guest request. You have to press that and then say request to be a guest, and then I'll see you in the queue. I can bring you up. Okay. Sorry, Federico. Please continue.
I think I'm pretty much done, but I'm listening to everyone.
Okay, great. Please hang on. Yeah, please stay up. Asme, welcome.
Hi, Chip. How are you?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
I'm good, thank you. So I do have a question about the U.S. aid to Israel.
Okay.
So, do you think that Israel can survive without any U.S. aid? Because from what I've read, for the past 75 years, the U.S. have been sending around $3.4 billion per year.
Not the entire time, but a lot in recent decades, yeah.
Okay. So, in the first years, well, for many years, this money was used for Israel military development, and after that, they started using it for their economic development. So this is what I read on Google. I don't know if it's correct or not, but my question is, do you think Israel can still survive on its own without any foreign aid? Because the person who was talking, Dapper, I think, he said that Israel is so developed, they have technologies and everything. So I was just wondering if Israel can survive, especially in front of the H group who doesn't have really a military, and they don't have the military abilities and capacity to fight this the IUF. So that's my question, and thank you.
Sure, it's an interesting question. So let's go through the possibilities of it, because it's not as clear as like yes or no. So it depends, like anything in a society, depends on your priorities, where you put your money. So if you don't know right now, the Israelis have free education and have free healthcare. Okay, if the U.S. stopped providing money, they wouldn't have that. They wouldn't have as much money in society because they have to allocate a lot of money for using for military that it's not spending right now. So that would require them to have people that are friendly to them to send them weapons. If the U.S. decided not to fund them, it would probably not be supplying them with weapons either. So that would hurt. They'd have to go elsewhere to make their own or to buy it from other people. The problem with Israel right now is not that it's Jewish. I don't think anybody gives a damn about that. The problem is that the government and those that have led it for decades have a mindset of expansion, and they continue doing things that are expansionary. Now, they'll claim they're just building stuff on their land. So how's that expansionary? Well, 1967 created a new set of circumstances where Israel claimed, to the contrary to every other country on earth, that this land is now theirs between the Jordan River and the former borders of Israel, including the Sinai, which they later renegotiated to give back to Egypt, and the Golan Heights, which they still occupy in southwest Syria. So that story, that narrative, everyone else in the world says BS, but Israel clings to it and therefore continues to build these settlements, which everyone has condemned, including the United States, since they started. And it's fragmented the territory to such an extent it's made a two-state solution impractical and impossible. And a one-state solution will not be adopted because then there'll be an Arab majority, which those in charge of Israel want to be a Jewish majority state because it's a Jewish state. So that's the quandary for the Palestinians. And what really needs to happen, quite frankly, I know it's impractical, it's probably not going to happen, but the Israelis need to pay reparations to rebuild Gaza. They've destroyed it. They need to evacuate every single settlement they've illegally built since 1967. Get the hell out of what they call Judea and Samaria. It's not their land, it's Palestinian land. And then pay reparations for all the damage and the people that have been killed in the process, and a formal apology. Then the state of Israel can be allowed to persist if they do those things. Absent doing those things, Israel is deemed to be a rogue state based on what it's been doing. The whole world sees it now because of apps like TikTok. What Israel says about Dapper says Israel's a moral army. People don't look at a video where a bomb comes down unannounced on a building or a hospital or a school and blows it up and 17 people die, most of whom are women and children, had nothing to do with the attacks, doesn't even vote for H group, doesn't know anything about Hamas, and yet they die. And there's no H group member or no rabid family member who's a H group politician who forces them to stay so they'll die because they embrace death. What a silly, silly, childish explanation that is. Now, are there some circumstances where certain things may be stashed away? Could be. But Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International did a deep investigation after 2 different operations where those claims were made by the Israelis of the H group in Gaza. And guess what they found? No evidence to substantiate the allegations. Zero zilch. In fact, during this conflict, we have direct evidence of the Israelis planting evidence to try to substantiate those claims. This is how dastardly and devious the Israelis are. They're not moral. These people are liars. They're criminals. They act like slithery snakes in how they operate. It's terrible. And I'm not saying Jewish people are that way. I'm saying that the leaders of the Zionist movement in perpetuating their goals by lying, cheating, stealing, bombing, murdering are lousy people. And they've taken pieces of paper that were folded up in the pocket of an IDF soldier, unfolded it. You can see the creases. The paper color is different. They've shoved it into page 3 of an anatomy text for a high school in Gaza and said, look, this is dedicated to the memory of all those people who murdered Jews or some stupid shit like that. And we can see it's all Israeli propaganda. And they do this over and over and over and over. And they go, look, these people just hate us for who we are. No, they don't, dumbass. They don't hate you. They don't give a shit who you are. As the H group leadership has said, if my cousin came and stole my house, I'd be pissed at my cousin. I'd be resisting my cousin. And he's an Arab. It just so happens that the people that are doing it are ethnically Jewish who support or claim to support Zionism. That's why there's a resistance. Why does the H group exist? Because they hate Jews? Nope, wrong answer. You lose at Jeopardy. They exist because there's something to resist. Normal people, if you come in and take their house, their car, you stick them down in the basement bathroom and says, good little boy, behave yourself. They're going to want out of the bathroom. That is normal human behavior. What do you expect? You push people off their land. You say they left voluntarily. That's a bunch of bullshit. Wrong answer. You fail at Jeopardy again. So they have to leave. They're now complete. They're completely gone. They're refugees basically. They have to run where they can. Then you come in later and want to take more. And if they say no, you kill them. And you do all sorts of other things to make their lives an absolute misery, hoping they'll leave the land so you can just take it. Now, in light of that, do you think you'd be friendly and hunky-dory if someone was treating you like that? If somebody put a physical fence around your neighborhood and said you can't go anywhere? And by the way, you can't get groceries and you can't buy stuff unless we let you have it. And we have a list of 150 things we just don't let you have because we can restrict them. How would you be with that? Periodically, they come in with drones and just blow shit up because they can. Because the people fire rockets, which are homemade bottle rockets that are bigger with a pipe, and they very rarely harm anything. 99% of them are knocked down by the Iron Dome. And the other ones that do land in the middle of nowhere. And once in a blue moon, somebody gets hurt or some physical structure gets hit, but it's rare. And only 6 people, maybe 10 at the most, have ever died because of the rocket attacks. Meanwhile, Israel comes in and kills 65 people with an airstrike after they're sick and tired of rocket fire, indiscriminately murdering civilians. Not targeting H group members, but when it wants to target people, it can, because it will target journalists and their families, because it tracks them with surveillance and knows where they're living. And then if a journalist is going to continue to work for Al Jazeera, they bomb their fucking house. This is how moral Israel is. They indiscriminately purposely murder civilians. That's not TikTok friendly. That's what's called the truth. And I think people are disgusted by it. They're seeing it with their own 2 eyes. They can't believe it's going on, and it's continuing to go on, unabated, and supported by the biggest superpower on earth with money, munitions, and political backing at the UN, that when anything tries to stop the slaughter, the US vetoes it. What is the world to think when they see that from the outside in? Are they supposed to go, well, it's just collateral damage, war is tough? No, they say these people are mass murderers committing a genocide. It can't continue. That's what they say, Dapper. And they're not dumbasses who just don't get it. They're looking at the stories being told by people like you and going, that guy's indoctrinated. That guy has no clue what's happening. What is wrong with this guy? So, Dapper, I know that's the story that you're told. The question is, why do you believe that story? It is no closer to the truth than the Andromeda Galaxy is to the Milky Way. Totally disassociated from reality. And I think most Zionists, and it's not their fault, are indoctrinated and propagandized to a point where they just can't break from it. And they tie the following together: their personal identity, their existence as being Jewish, the state of Israel, and the idea that any criticism of that is anti-Semitic. And those are all tied together in one big bundle, so that any criticism, oh, you hate Jews. That's always the storyline. Oh, you just can't stand Jews. Bullshit. That is a cop-out. That is a way to deflect from the legitimate criticism of war crimes. And yes, what happened on 10/7 that was done in the same manner to civilians, equally condemnable as war crimes. And those who did them should be held accountable. And those were probably in the neighborhood of 400 to 500 people, somewhere in that range, maybe less, depending on the Israeli military response. I'm not really sure. Maybe it was like 200. I don't know. But most of them are soldiers and those who are harmed by the IDF. That makes up the vast majority of who was harmed. And then of the civilians that remain, some were harmed by the H group. We're not really sure how many. So if 1,200 people died, it wasn't that the H group went out and picked up 1,200 civilians and said, later, dude. A third at least were soldiers. Is that not fair game? Somebody's maintaining a blockade around your town and you break free and fight the people at the outposts who are guarding the border. Is that fair? Hell yeah. That's war. That is war. They're soldiers. Now, the civilians who were hitting their cars or walking down the street or inside a home that burned, I agree 100%. Unacceptable, horrible, terrorism, atrocities, the whole nine. But all the other accusations, oh, this person did this to women, there's no proof of that. In fact, articles have been written, like we said, in the Jerusalem Post, the Israel Times, the Haaretz, that directly debunk these bullshit claims. So if there is proof of it, and you want to show it to a select group of people with the blurs and whatever, because you think it's too much, and you don't want to send it to schmoes like me or whatever, which I don't need to see it. I don't want to see it. I just want to know it exists so we can corroborate the claims in fairness. And if they're non-corroboratable and you want to say, well, we just can't tell you because it's our, then F you, because you lie like a thief constantly 24/7. How can we trust you? That's my point of view. I would love to trust you, but you need to act in a trustworthy way to be trusted, and you don't. Your country is liars. Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, I made a video about this. He was the former chief of staff to Colin Powell, the Secretary of Defense. He dealt with the Israelis all the time for 6 or 8 years. And in his words, he says, let me just tell you, the Israelis lie. All they ever do is lie. They are inveterate liars. They lie. Those are his exact words. Now, why would a U.S. former member of the government come out and say something to that extent? Does he hate Jews? Or is he a government official that had direct experience in interfacing with a government that can't tell the truth if his life depended on it? Because what that government does through its military is throw its weight around and murder and unalive tens of thousands of people who have no business being killed, other than the fact that Israel can do it. It's been doing it in the West Bank slowly but surely over many decades. Many, many thousands of Palestinians killed for no reason other than walking at a protest and waving a damn Palestinian flag. Shoot a kid in the groin, shoot a kid in the knee to disable him for life, or worse, hit him in the head. You know why? Because you can. And what people do with power when they have it tells you everything you need to know about that person. And what Israel does is it sows death, destruction, and mayhem on the regular, which is why everybody in the world looks at Israel now as a rogue state. And Israel will never, ever, mark my words, ever be able to recover from this. And there will eventually be enough international pressure brought to bear that Israel, as it's currently formulated, as Scott Ritter says and others, it can't perpetuate like this. Just like they say it can't be the H group in Gaza. Not that they have any right to say that, but the world is going to say, not just Israel, the world is going to say that Israel doesn't have the right to maintain its ethno-state based on Zionism. It's just not working, folks. Too much discord, too much death and destruction, too much, lack of peace. And furthermore, something in the United States need to change, because we have a bunch of whack job compliant politicians and in industry that support this bullshit that's going to get us into a world war for Israel's sake, for their survival. And they're the ones stirring up all the trouble and then forcing us to get in on their side and do all this crazy shit that could culminate in nuclear war. No, I'm not signing up for that program. That has to be stopped. So I think a lot of people feel this way. It's like, why are we doing the bidding of this government? Why are we spending all this damn money when they're murdering children? And we know they're doing it indiscriminately. There's no doubt about it. Beyond dispute at this point. We have a case at the International Court of Justice that's going to clearly lay out evidence that shows every bit of this as being true. So, with that said, does anybody else want to weigh in? Because I got to close out pretty shortly here.
Yeah, Chip. If you look throughout the history since the establishment of the Zionist state, all of their war, their retaliation was against civilians. There is not one time that they ended going after military infrastructure or anything. Anytime in Lebanon, 1982, Sabra and Shatila, 96, they literally knew that there was a bunch of women and children in the UN compound, not the UNRWA, it's the UNIFIL, which is our armed United Nations forces. And they had about 200 between men, women, and children are hiding inside the compound of the United Nations, and they ended up bombing it with white phosphor. And not only they unalived Lebanese civilians, they unalived UN member service, and that is their way of doing. That's how they deal war. That's how you hit military position, they will retaliate against your civilian to put pressure on you, so you can give up. And about the October 7, according to international law, anything captured after 1967 is an occupied land. So these people that they call civilians are sitting on an occupied land, which is the Palestinians has right to resist on. So if anything to blame, it's to blame the Israeli government for putting civilians on that land and using them as a human shield. So you attack civilians, so they retaliate. So according to international law, that land is still occupied, and occupied people have the right to resist in every way, and peaceful, armed, violent, non-violent. And plus, October 7th, it was very organized move from the H. There is some stuff that went sideways. They had in mind the Gaza Brigade, all the military bases around Gaza, which is they accomplished. They went in there and they took all the soldiers or they unalived them. They had in mind the 8200 unit, which is the brain of the Israeli Mossad in the region. So all the information that they had in that unit now in the possession of the H group in Gaza. And the festival, if you look at the Israeli reports, 90% of the people that were unalived in that festival, it was unalived by Israeli Apache. Now, there is the kibbutz theory where, yes, H group went to that kibbutz because they knew there is commanders of these military bases that lives in these kibbutz, and they went targeting these houses, these personnel. But, you know, it's like a prison break. When you open the gate, a lot of people went out. And when they went back to Gaza, the H group had to fight with some of the people that captured civilians without the consent of the H group. So, and a lot of the people that was released said that they took us, civilian took us, and then the H group had to argue with them to take us back. And about the SA, they said there is a lady and her daughter, they were released from the captivity in Gaza. And she was telling the story that she was playing with her daughter, and they asked the guy from the H group if he wants to play with them. And he said, no, I cannot touch a woman. So I don't understand how somebody that tells you I cannot touch your hand is gonna go and say someone else. And on the end, they insisted on him playing with them. He had to put a towel on his hand so the skin cannot touch skin. But just, you know, these Zionists, I don't know what kind of drugs they're on, like what kind of consumption of the brain they give them. But I think it's a self torture where you know you're wrong, you understand you're wrong, you see all the aspects that you are wrong, but you do not want to admit that you're wrong. And that's the argument you have with all the Zionists up here. There is none of them that makes sense. There is none of them that speaks the decent conversation. Not one of them that is able to debate you one by one or understand what they're trying, what the point they're trying to get to. There is no point. There is no. And I believe that two-state solution is something is done and over with. They overstayed, they overdone it. The people of the Middle East now, they used to deal with puppet government like the Egyptian, the Saudis, the Jordanian. They have, and that's a perfect example why in Lebanon we still have not be able to elect a president, because we do not want the president that obey to the American orders. So we have been in Lebanon a year and a half. We have no president, which is we don't mind it because we have a mindset. We know our goal. And I think it's an advice to all the Zionists that listen to me or hear me. You like it or you don't like it. You need to pack your stuff, put them in a luggage, apply for a visa, apply for immigration status, get your shit out of Palestine. And once you renounce your Zionism idea, you can go to a Palestinian embassy, apply for a refugee status, and you are welcome back in Palestine without your sick ideology of Zionist. You are no better than us. You're not going to be better than us. We don't claim to be better than you. So at the same time, you cannot suppress or oppress us. That's all.
Okay. Thank you for sharing your point of view, Federico. I want to make a couple of points really quickly for the group. One is the charter. By the way, there's someone trying to connect named Steve who I'd love to have up. And I'll talk about what Steve said in the comments in 1 second. Steve, what you need to do if you're having trouble coming up, because I can't, you're kind of timing out on my end. I'm not keeping you out. The way to fix that is to exit the app of TikTok altogether and then come back into the live and then re-request. And that usually fixes it. But I welcome you here. I just have to cover a couple of things. So what Steve said in the comments was, so should the United States give back the territory that it stole from Mexico during the U.S. Mexico War? The answer is most situations over history have involved conquest and land theft. That's unfortunately the case. And ideally, the answer would be yes. Now, from a political standpoint and from a practical standpoint, I think the countries have agreed that the existing borders of today are going to stay where they are. However, in current history, this is an unresolved matter that is of today. It's not something that happened, 200 years ago, 150 years ago. It's happening right now. Now, just because someone did something before to take land, and now Israel's doing it, doesn't make it right. No better than if somebody, let's say Charles Manson, directed these people to unalive, Sharon Tate and some friends that were at her house, right? So that's murder. So it happened then. So do I have the right now to go out and murder somebody? You, for example? No, because doing that isn't right in the beginning and it's not right now. Yes, it happened then. We can't unhappen it, but we can try to stop what's about to happen or that's happening in real time. What Israel's doing to itself right now is actually worse for Israel. It's creating a situation where it can no longer be allowed to stay the way it is. It is overshot, overestimated, miscalculated how things were going to play out with this. And it's turned the world against Israel. And every person under the age of 30, for the most part, if they aren't brainwashed Zionists, have a real animosity and hatred toward Israel, not Jewish people. That's a bunch of bullshit. Anybody who does treat somebody with disrespect or behaves in an anti-Semitic way should be called out and should be ostracized for that and punished if they do anything violent. But it's fair to criticize the actions of the nation state and to criticize the actions of the military vis-a-vis the people they murder.
Chip, can I respond to that?
Just one sec. So I want to see if Steve can come back in. Hopefully he'll come back in. If this is Steve. Hopefully he went out and came back. I want to give Steve a chance to answer that, and then we'll let you come in, Mark.
Hey, can you guys hear me? It's Steve.
Yes, Steve. Welcome.
Thanks. So, I am Jewish. I've been to Israel several times. And I just don't think people look at all the history of all the things. No one that made the decision for Israel to become in 48 is still alive, right? If that happened 75 years ago and you were an adult 75 years ago, you're not alive today. So you can't blame the state of Israel existence. That was the UN. It voted to create the state of Israel. You can't blame them for their existence. So they have the land. They didn't steal the land. The UN gave it to them. They were attacked. A war was won. Wars happen. Things happen. The Palestinian Liberators, the PLO didn't start till 1967. It was Arafat. He was a terrorist. I mean, you just can't look at it.
Don't call Yasser Arafat a terrorist. Israel is a terrorist.
Yeah, I know. We're never going to agree on that. So it's just we'll have to agree.
I think in fairness, though, Steve. So let's just ask you a question. I'll ask this question to the audience. So in any situation when there's something going on and another group form relating to what's going on, the question is, why do they form in the first place? Why would they form in the first place? Why did the U.S. colonists come together to resist the British? What were the British doing that led to the creation of the colonial army?
I'd like to.
Why would it have?
Yeah, I'd like to make it simpler. I'd like to rephrase what Steve said.
Hold on. No. Let's let Steve answer that question. I think it's a fair question to ask.
Okay. I mean, yes, they were responding to the fact that, they had a dream of owning their land back again when they should have taken the two-state solution when it was proposed in 48. They didn't. That a lot of that land was owned by Jordan and Egypt until the Yom Kippur War. So, how come Jordan and Egypt didn't create a Palestinian state and let those people, have their own area? Why were they kicked out of Jordan and Egypt? Because they are terrorists. I mean, that the group was started by terrorists.
You are the terrorists. Don't call the Palestinian people.
Steve, hold on. I think just like we don't want to call all Jews greedy, horrible people, we don't want to refer to everybody who's an Arab.
Don't call the Palestinian terrorists.
Hold on. is Amjad, I need you to hold off. Let me finish this. We don't want to get into yelling matches. So I think when you throw the term around terrorist loosely to describe leaders and describe groups of people, that's as bad as calling somebody, a bad name disparaging Jews in general. Very few people in the world participate in violent activity towards others. It's only the small fringe that do that. Now, in terms of the reason I asked you the question about why did something form, you went back to other, you didn't address the question. You went back to other things about why other things didn't change the circumstance. My question is, since things didn't change that way, and since they were left to their devices to deal with the situation as it existed in 1967, with what the Israeli government and military chose to do vis-a-vis the territory that was outside of their borders, right? That's you can't argue that. At the time, Israel's border did not include the territory into which the Israeli army moved, including the Sinai, Judea and Samaria, or the West Bank, however you want to refer to it, and the Golan Heights. That was outside of Israel's borders. It aggressively moved its military, claiming self-defense and acting preemptively, like the U.S. did in Iraq, claiming there was some threat which didn't exist, and then justified taking the land because they, quote, won the conflict. So the point I want to ask you is, why does somebody want to do something? Usually things that people do are a response to something, not just because they have hatred in their heart. Do you think it was valid for there to be a resistance or liberation group formed in response to what Israel chose to do in 1967? Yes or no? And by the way, don't frame them in terms of the actions that some of the people did during the time as a tactic to try to change the circumstances. Describe them as the leadership and what they are, because as much as you don't want Amjad calling your government or your military that you support, I don't think we should use that language towards the others. I think it's a misuse of terminology.
Israel did land for peace. There was the Oslo Accords that gave back the Sinai Peninsula. So I agree that they have the right to peace.
They don't give the force by war.
Can I answer the question?
If you interrupt one more time,
Force to give it back by military.
Amjad, I want you to listen for a second. If you interrupt one more time, I'm going to have to drop you, and I don't want to do that. So I will give you a chance to respond. Steve, please finish your point. Thank you, Amjad.
I think that, resisting is fine, and peaceful resistance and negotiation is the way to go. I feel really bad for Palestinians, but when I was in Israel several times, like I said, starting in the 80s, I met a lot of friends and I made a lot of friends that were Arabs and Bedouins. The first person I met when I went to Jerusalem was a Bedouin who was in the IDF before. And he showed me around, took me on top of his store in Jerusalem so I could see the Mount, the Holy Mount. The Jews have had the connection to that land, just like Palestinians have had connection to that land. Our temples are there. So it is a disputed land. I don't think it's a stolen land, but you think it's stolen. That's fine. We'll have to agree to disagree. But, I wish it could have been settled peacefully. It wasn't. And up until October 7th, there's been countless attacks against Jewish people, innocent civilians on buses just being shot and killed. And Israel has to protect itself, just like
why would they? Okay, I'll give you this. So, two quick questions, Steve. Why would somebody take a tactic so horrific as harming innocent civilians on a bus or in a cafe or elsewhere, ramming people with cars, whatever the case may be? And secondly, you talked about peaceful resolution and that being an ideal path to having a political resolution. Why do you believe that the American colonists ended up attacking the British? Should they have tried to peacefully resolve their grievances and overcome their plight? And why would they have to attack? What happened such that they couldn't resolve it peacefully? I want to ask you that question.
I'm not up to date on my American history as I should be. I know there was taxation without representation. I can't tell you all the details that happened in when we won our War of Independence, if we tried to negotiate peacefully with them, or if they attacked first or we attacked first. I just don't have the background to answer that question. But
that's fair. Let me help you out a little bit from history. So The United States colonists were under control of the British system, the English system of governance, and they didn't want that. It wasn't just taxation, it was other policies as well that constricted and restricted life for the colonists who thought they were the rightful residents in the territory. They were paying money and having to provide legal constraints that they didn't believe in through the king. That's what they were subject to. They were subjects of the crown. They didn't want to be subjects of the crown. They wanted to be free. So very similarly, the desire for human freedom from occupation and oppression is universal. So when you have a group of people that happen to live in a land, regardless of how you want to paint the picture of it, if another group feels dispossessed and is being occupied with physical soldiers and has people shooting at them and mistreating them unnecessarily and supposing that everybody and anybody could be a bad guy the way you described the entire group, that leads to a lot of frustration and anger. And if you I'm guessing you haven't read all of Norman Finkelstein's books. So I would encourage you, if you have never read his stuff, to read his stuff. He goes through in painstaking detail the historical details of every negotiation for peace in the history of the conflict. And if you're in good faith and you read those books and you understand those details, you will understand why none of those peace deals worked out. Because as Norman will say, and as those in Israel have said, that if I were Arafat or if I were Abbas, I would have never accepted the provision, because it would be selling out his own people based on the way the deals were structured. They were not kind offers for land and peace. They were restrictive, untenable offers that nobody in their right mind would accept. But it was then portrayed to the public that these ingrates don't want peace. So my hope is, Steve, you say you're not up to speed on the America, you can read about that if you want. But I really encourage you, since you seem to have want to weigh in on this and you want to understand it better, that you at least do that digging and that research, because I wouldn't be sharing my point of view this way if I hadn't done that reading. And so I wish it would have been different. I wish there could have been something that was free of such a strangulation of Israeli control over Palestinians, but Israel's always put its security needs above anything else. Just like Ben Gvir said to a person who was Arab and discussing on a TV show, so-and-so, I can't let you walk on my street. My security with me and my wife walking down the street is more important than your freedom. That's what he said. That statement exemplifies the entire mindset of how Israel treats Palestinians. I need to let Amjad respond too, Steve. Let Amjad respond. Please go ahead, Amjad.
Chip, it's the same propaganda, anti-Semitic, terrorists. They call in Palestinians all kind of names, but he forget that the Zionists in so-called Israel today, they are killing thousands of children, murdering children. If Steve being his child, God forbid, somebody kill his child, I don't know what is his response, what you are feeling. The right for the Palestinians to defend themselves and to form a resistance and use weapon to fight is United Nations guarantee that right. You come in here saying propaganda, saying lies, saying stories, calling people who from 7,000 years they are in this land. The Zionists in so-called Israel, the Christians go into their churches, they spit at them, and I am very, very surprised that a Christian will go do a fundraising in a church. Just 5 minutes ago, I see somebody doing church fundraising. How the Israelis treat churches in Palestine, how they treat Christian in Palestine. They're spitting at them. They are bunch of criminals, Nazis, and I call them Nazis because they are doing what Hitler doing to the Jewish people, they are doing to the Palestinian people. The same thing. You are coming with propaganda, with no evidence, no proof, no, not at all any logic to anything you're saying. Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, thanks for being here, Amjad. Appreciate that. Let's give Steve a chance to respond, and then we'll go on to Mark. Sorry, Mark, for all the wait. I know you've been waiting patiently. Steve, please respond if you like.
Oh, I do appreciate. I will read up on some of Norman Finkelstein. I've heard him speak before. I don't necessarily agree with all of it, but I don't think all the checkpoints and all the defense and all the things Israel has come out of a vacuum. It's come out of response to attacks. A lot of it has. And there are 2 million Arab Palestinians living in Israel, Muslim and Christian, that are peaceful. They're doctors, lawyers, they're serving in the IDF. I met them, I have friends there that are Israeli citizens. Israelis and Arabs can live in peace together. And it's a sad state that we're in. And I do wish none of this happened. I wish October 7th never happened. And I think if there are 30,000 Palestinians dead, I don't necessarily agree on the number. I think if October 7th hadn't happened, they would still be alive. And, Israel pulled out of Gaza in 2005. There was no Israelis living there. Before that, there was Israeli settlements there. They pulled those out. So instead of stockpiling weapons and building tunnels, I think Gaza could have been a beautiful tourist destination, and peace could have been there.
These are all the standard points that are made, Steve. So this is the same thing. If the American colonists, many of whom had businesses, many of whom had positions in in society where that would have done just fine sticking it out, but they don't have freedom and autonomy. Take it the other way around. Imagine there's an Arab culture that dominates a state. Some Jews live there, some don't. And in many cases, unfortunately, they do have some positions in society, but in most cases, because the vast majority of people of that 2 million do not occupy those positions you referred to, they aren't treated equally. Just like minorities in the United States have the same rights under the law. It's in writing, everyone's equal. But we all know that the way things work in America, they're not equal. And some people do serve in positions of power. There have been people we had a half black president. We've had black people in the military. We've had black people CEOs. But most black people in this culture are marginalized. And a lot of the laws on the books in Israel specifically exclude the abilities of Arabs to do certain things like property and marriage and this, that, and the other. So you can call that racist or whatever, but it's not equal. Let's be clear. And as far as the ability to produce beautiful things with all the money, countries have to decide where their priorities are. If they want to resist occupation, they could in the short term enjoy the money by building up stuff inside and making quote unquote things bloom. But if that's not autonomy, that's living and accepting subjugation. And by the way, if you don't know this, Israel built a fence and wall around Gaza. And so they're physically blockaded in, and then Israel controls both of the access points at the north and the south. Now, the Egyptians technically control their side of the border crossing, but the Israelis position soldiers and occupy that crossing. Especially right now, they're inspecting every single truck that comes through and limiting by a vast extent the aid that comes in, especially in the north. There's hardly any aid reaching the people in the north. That's why they're starving to death. There's dogs eating dead people. It's disgusting. And it's all by intent, Steve. It's all by intent. I agree, some of the checkpoints on the border are legitimate for security, but there's hundreds and hundreds of checkpoints that have nothing to do with the border and nothing to do with security. It's control. Because Israel always has wanted to maintain control over the Palestinian people to an extent that is not acceptable, and nor would it be to you and your family or anybody else for that matter, not to mention all the other myriad things Israel does. I'm assuming, Steve, you have not watched Life in Occupied Palestine, which is not something done by some Palestinian propaganda group out of Qatar. It's done by a Jewish American woman who was raised Zionist, who went to live in the West Bank as a test to tell her friends that all the propaganda that I'm saying isn't true. That can't be true. That can't be true. So she went and lived there to check it out. Spent about 6 months there. Her name is Anna Baltzer. So if you type into YouTube, Anna Baltzer, Baltzer, Life in Occupied Palestine, it's about a 45-minute summary of what she learned. And what she learned shocked her. It was the exact opposite of what she'd been told growing up. And she realized what life and the hardship really is for these people and why they would want to resist it. It's almost as if Israel, in wanting its own security, decides to stick the finger in the open wound of the Palestinian people constantly and just press hard with no need to do so. But it does it because it can. And that's the beef that I have with Israel, is the way it treats people. It doesn't treat them humanely. It treats them as less than. It occupies and enforces its will on them. It kills people. It destroys their lives. It tries to make them as miserable as possible so they will leave the land because Israel wants the land. That's the unfortunate truth. And many Israeli scholars will admit just that. Okay, Mark, you've been waiting very patiently. I'll let you in, please.
Yes, hi. Okay, so basically, Chip, what I think that you don't emphasize is the fact that the problem here in the last 70 years is a vicious cycle.
Right back. It's a glitch.
What's that again?
No, go ahead, Mark. Keep talking. You're good.
Do you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so the problem is we have a vicious cycle here of constant animosity on both sides, and the fact that the Palestinians live, you mentioned the hardship. Yeah, I agree. They do live in hardship. They do live with blockades. It's not an easy life. It's not an ideal life, but it's the outcome of T attacks. It's the outcome of the reality. If they would have, let's give you a rosy scenario. The last 70 years, if they would have shown to be peaceful people, I'm talking about the West Bank and the Gazans. Peaceful people meaning no attacks, zero attacks. It's simply demanding a peaceful life, demanding their rights. Let's say we have had the properties 7 years ago. Give us something. We want a peaceful life. I can assure you, the situation would have been very differently there. The problem is the reason why Israel has to be so in control. Basically, talking about intelligence, constant be on top of what's happening there in every single house and every single city. The blockades that you have in the West Bank from between cities is all because you have T groups all over, spread all over. It's a mess. I know it's a mess there, but but Israel has to do that in order to protect their own civilians. It's the main obligation of a country is to protect their own civilians, and if they have to do it, they have to do it. I mean, they're forced to do it. They're actually forced to do it.
Why do those groups that are quote unquote called T groups? Why do they exist? Why do they operate?
Yes, I do understand. Yes, I know they operating. Their ideal is to basically to get back the land from the river to the sea. That's their ideal. They want to have the autonomy, their own autonomy.
No, but just in general, forget about the specific of the land mass. But why would a group like that form in the first place? What would motivate you yourself to join a group? What would need to be happening in your world for you to decide to risk your life to try to do something about something you're not happy about?
Yes, if you have hardship, you would do that. Yes, it's a reaction to the hardship they have. Yeah, absolutely, I agree with it.
Are you familiar, Mark? This is an often point I get. So the way that you discuss this, and maybe you didn't mean to, but this is the way it sounded, is that Israel's been a good actor. It's been kind. It's been benign. And all these bad, awful people just want to attack us and take all the land back. So we have to do what we have to do. That's kind of the flavor of what I heard you say. Now, what most people who say things like that are unfamiliar with is the way in which Israel has maintained its security from the beginning.
But these Palestinians should take an example of the Israeli Arabs, how the Israeli Arabs live there in peace.
Hold on a sec. Let me finish the thought. So let me ask you this question, Mark. This is a fair question to ask you, okay? If I come over to your house right now, wherever you live, okay? I tell you I'm taking over your house, but I'll let you stay in the basement. And then periodically I come down with a pitchfork and I stab you in the back of your neck so you can't get anywhere. You can't come out of the basement. And once in a while you climb the stairs and you try to throw a bottle at me. I come downstairs and I cut your leg off. Now, but I ask you to be peaceful. Hey, Mark, why aren't you being peaceful? We want to resolve this, dude. Let's figure something out. Meanwhile, I'm moving more and more of the wall that's in the basement closer to you. And every time you complain, I come in and beat the crap out of you. Mark, you need to be peaceful. Mark, you really need to figure this out in a peaceful way. Now, what are you going to say to me if I keep saying to be peaceful? What's your answer to that?
I don't think the analogy is 100% accurate. The difference is
I asked you if that was happening, how would you respond to that? Just answer that question. I mean, just do a hypothetical exercise. I think, Mark,
there's no correlation there.
Dapper. Come on, man. You can't be the one jumping in. We got a lot of people ahead of you, okay?
I'm sorry,
Please be fair. Yes. Well, how would you react to that situation, Mark? Would you happily participate peacefully, or would you try to figure out a way to do anything to get out of your situation? I think he left. So the point I was trying to raise there is this. When one is up against insurmountable odds with no hope of change and being further immiserated, murdered, injured, subjugated with all the things that are in that documentary that I hope people will watch, you'll have a much better picture of what it's like to live that experience. The point is, there would be no T word to have to protect against if the folks on the other side had their autonomy and something legitimate where they weren't under the constant stress, pressure, and frustration and anger of being treated that way with no dignity, no chance for a better future. What are you going to do then? You're backed against the wall and you seemingly have no opportunity. Would you just sit back and take it indefinitely while more and more of the land is settled and someone else keeps poking you in the eye? Would you do that? I don't know about you, but I would probably risk my life to get out of that bad situation than live in that situation in perpetuity. Die on my feet rather than on my knees. That's what the Americans did. They decided no more. We're going to fight for our freedom. Well, that's all Palestinians are doing. No different. That same variable exists in all circumstances where you occupy and oppress another people. And if you don't think if you can see the other way around, that all Israel does is in response to terror, you are lost your mind. Because everything from the beginning of this exercise has been initiated and further pushed by the cruel, barbaric nature of the IDF and the Israeli Zionist regimes. And if you study the history, I've been studying this since 1989. I'm not trying to make shit up. I'm not trying to take sides. That's where the evidence leads one to conclude. That's why some people get ostracized. Ilyan Pape, Israeli Jew, tells the exact same story I just told. Norman Finkelstein, he's Jewish. He lost grandparents in the Holocaust. He says it's dishonoring the memory of his grandparents for Israel to be doing what it's doing. I agree. It's shameful. It's the antithesis of Judaism to behave this way. So I understand Israel wants security, but you can't offer somebody a sandwich with turds inside of it and say, why won't you eat lunch? That's not reasonable. Nobody would accept a shit sandwich, nor would you, nor should you. But if that's all you ever offer somebody, you can't be surprised when they say no, and then you put them in a no-win situation, and then you say, why don't you just be peaceful? It's an impossible situation for somebody to deal with peacefully. That's the point. And if there was self-determination or autonomy, they don't want to kill Jews. They want some dignified way of life that doesn't involve what Israel's doing to them. That would stop all the violence. It would be the safer way for Jews to live in Israel. The least safe place for a Jew to live right now in the world is Israel. Lebanon at any moment, Hezbollah could fire hundreds of missiles and rockets into Israel that would kill a lot of Israelis because the Iron Dome is not set up to deter those types of weapon systems. It's geared towards crude rockets. I don't want Israelis to die. But if you have a rogue government that does nothing but press, murder, mass murder, genocide, doesn't seem to care, just does what it wants regardless of consequence, that's not the kind of country that can be allowed to persist, at least with the leadership that's making those decisions. That's a rogue state that's a deterrence that ruins the chance for peace in the region, because it only looks out for its interests. It doesn't care about the repercussions of anybody it harms.
Chip, you love to focus on the reaction, but you don't want to focus on the cause.
I just mentioned the cause, Dapper. The cause is brutality by the Israeli regimes and the response to the brutality and occupation.
That's the reaction. That's the reaction.
No, it's not. It's the other way around, Dapper. First of all, the start of all this, none of this would have ever happened if the people that were living peacefully among each other, relatively, wasn't disrupted. We wouldn't be talking about any of this. There would be no conversation. It was the dispossession of land that started the entirety of this. And the responses that have happened back and forth are subsequent to that original problem. It benefited some people and it horrifically ruined the lives of many others. And therefore, it is noteworthy that that was the starting point of this conflict.
Right, but you know fair and good that if we open the borders right now, there will be stabbings in Israel every day, right?
I'm not saying to open the borders.
If an Israeli goes into Area A of the West Bank, he would be unalived in about 5 seconds, right? You know that, right? So how are
if
you going to come here and say we could
that,
have peace with savages who want to brutally massacre us?
hold on, Dapper, listen, you keep using pejorative terms. Okay, please don't
Don't
do
call
that.
Palestinian savages. You, the
Yeah.
criminal.
Dapper, listen, I don't want to kick you off, but you come in here using this pejorative, disrespectful language that I don't do towards you, ever. So I don't know where you come off thinking that's okay. But if you're going to deny the fact that there was, listen, any observer can see that things in the region were not disastrous until the state of Israel was created. It started a war. It led to all these other problems. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying it's been disruptive. It's been a difficult time. And this is the thing to be clear of. You keep labeling this, you keep saying this word anti-Semitic. So let me be very clear. If the mandate for Palestine by the British created an Arab state in the borders that were Israel, and Jewish people living in the region were expelled, forcibly in many cases, at the end of a gun or unalive, 15,000 or so died, 750,000 Jews were pushed elsewhere, refugee status. They periodically resisted what was happening because they were angry. They used horrific tactics, which most people condemn, but they had nothing else at their disposal, so they did it. I would condemn the Arab government's response that you seem to think is so justified because of what the Jews did to try to change their situation. It's not the fault of the resistors to an occupation and a blockade. It's the fault of the party doing those things to the other.
Okay, can I respond?
But you can't then say, Dapper, that the other people are savages for responding to the brutality you're inflicting upon them.
Okay, first of all, you say you condemn what H Group did. The majority of the Palestinians on this app, they don't condemn it. They see them as freedom fighters, and they're proud of what their freedom fighters
I
did
didn't
on October
condemn, I did,
7th.
but to be clear, I condemn the civilian deaths. That's what I condemn. I didn't condemn the activity of the H Group.
Oh, so you don't condemn the torturing that they did?
I said any civilians that were harmed, I condemn that. Those people are war criminals and should be tried accordingly or whatever the consequences are. But I differentiate that between engaging with soldiers and a legitimate break from an illegal and immoral and crushing blockade that's been in place since 2006.
Well, listen, we agree with you as Israelis. We don't mind if the H Group, they came in and they fought soldiers at IDF bases. But the fact of the matter is that the majority of the people they attacked, they were civilians. There were elderly people, there were kids, there were
Not true.
mothers.
Not true.
Okay, so then we agree
Not
to
true.
disagree. We know what the facts are.
No, we're not going to agree to disagree, Dapper. Here, this is not.
Listen, you keep cutting me off.
Hold on,
and
just
you don't let me.
just to clarify, okay? Just because you're making points that are not true, so let me just clarify what the truth is.
Say the same thing about you.
Hold on, but this is sources that you can go check right now. The Israeli newspaper system, not the United States, not me, not Palestinians, have very clearly said, along with witness testimony that are Israelis, not Palestinians, that the Israeli military, the IDF, was clearly deeply involved in terms of many of the deaths that occurred. To say that the H Group came in a majority fashion and engaged non-soldiers is not true.
So
They
a bunch
engaged some.
a bunch of teenagers, hold on a second, a bunch of teenagers at a festival dancing at a peace festival, they're combat soldiers in your eyes?
No,
I mean,
I didn't say. I didn't say.
Where do you get your sanity
Hold on,
from?
Dapper. You're not using clear language. You said the majority of who they killed that day were civilians. I said no, they weren't. That doesn't negate the fact that some were. I'm differentiating between some and a majority. Then you come back with this other point, emphasizing one.
Where's your
sliver.
proof? Where's your proof that the majority were IDF soldiers? We know for a fact that the
Read the
majority were
paper.
civilians.
Read the Israeli Times of Israel and the Jerusalem Post and Haaretz. Read those three. The articles.
Anybody can write an article. Okay, that doesn't mean anything.
Are they?
I don't believe the article.
They're
I
lying.
believe what comes out of the mouths of the
They're lying.
government
Okay.
who
Gotcha.
calculated who is who. Okay. And number two, the reason why we say you're biased and your bias stems
So
from
I just want to make one distinction clear. So
you keep muting me and you don't let me
I'm
talk.
doing it because Dapper, I'm trying to make a point of inconsistency real quick. I'll let you back. You're saying that we, the public, should take the word of eyewitness testimony about sexual assault, but those of us who have read articles where eyewitnesses saw the IDF responding in such a way, that's to be negated outright. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I believe the investigators who investigated the situation and they came up with the conclusion. You're sitting here taking the word of people of TikTok and articles from a newspaper, which doesn't make any sense.
It's based on eyewitness testimony of Israeli civilians and citizens who
But
watched it.
I want to ask you a question. You say you're not biased and you're not anti-Semitic. Did you ever spend, you come on this app for like 3-4 hours straight, bashing Israel, bashing Zionists, bashing Jews? Okay,
No,
Hold on.
Dapper, you keep complaining.
Are Jews. I'm
Hold
a
on,
Zionist and a
hold on,
Jew.
I got to do this, man. You're not listening. You got to go. You keep pulling the same bullshit tactic that everybody else does. I'm not going to let it fly here, Dapper. I'm happy to give you a forum to talk, but you're not going to disparage me and make claims that I hate Jews, which I don't. And you're going to conflate criticism of the Israeli government and of Israeli military policy vis-a-vis an innocent set of people as being hating of Jews and being anti-Semitic. You're not going to do that here because it's not true. And if you're going to use one standard of asking someone like me without verification, with any kind of evidence, to listen to the third-party accounts of something being true and demand it be accepted, but then the same thing's being done to say what happened on the 7th in terms of the Israeli military, you outright reject that. You can't apply that standard to both differently. Either it all goes in terms of being plausible, or it's all deniable or can be not confirmed because of it. You can't have it one way with the one and a different way with the other. That's not fair, Dapper. And you can't say with certainty that the H group did all the things you're claiming while providing no evidence, and then negating the evidence that a lot of people said they saw. I've seen video evidence of two things: of Apache helicopters directly shooting at people leaving the Nova Festival, and I've seen tanks firing into Kibbutzim. I have it on video on my phone. So I've seen that with my own two eyes. I call that evidence. I've heard accounts, and I can't deny them because I don't know for sure, but if I can't corroborate them like I have with the videos I've seen with my own two eyes, but I tend to believe when a newspaper does a report with an Israeli citizen that has no reason to lie about its own country, says that the military did things during that day, that therefore it's likely that their account is not false. What is their motivation for lying about it? If anything, if they care about their country, they would lie and not say or not talk about it. So I'm just trying to apply the same standard to everything that I encounter and trying to make sense of it. I have no preconceived notion about hating one group or the other. I've told you before that if the groups were switched and the same behavior was being done, I would criticize the Arab government, because it's the behavior I'm critical of, not the player. It just so happens in this case that it's Zionists and people who are Zionist and Jewish who are doing the rotten behavior to others and then claiming it's just self-defense, which it isn't. And they started it back in 1948. You may say they're blameless, like Steve said, no fault of their own. Okay, I can go with that. But it's reasonable when you occupy and subjugate people to brutality and you murder them for no fault of their own, civilians that have nothing to do with the extremists, that people get angry and want to stop that. I can't see why that's not an understandable point. If it was happening to Jews, as it did in World War II, it's worthy of condemnation and understanding the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. Perfectly legitimate uprising, because people are being ruthlessly oppressed by a brutal oppressor. That's called being consistent ethically. And yet somehow, because it's Israeli Jews, you can't criticize them because it's anti-Semitic. Take that shit and run with it somewhere else. That's garbage. Okay? All right. Who hadn't had a chance to speak yet on the panel? Anybody? We have 11 people in the queue. Holy shit.
Yes. They will use the same tactic all the time.
We have 11 people waiting. Let me let some of them get in because you've had a chance to say a good bit. We haven't had it. These people are just dying to get in. So, Dapper, I'm not going to let you back in, man. I'm sorry. You've worn out your welcome, Matt, man, by using disparaging language. I don't do that towards anybody on the other side or you personally. And you calling me anti-Semitic, I'm sick of hearing that, man. I am critical of Israel, its government, and of its military and its behavior. And I'm critical of the role that the Zionist movement plays in amplifying and pushing that behavior. Just because some Jews refer to themselves as Zionists doesn't necessarily mean that they're supportive of all the tactics and things that are being done in the West Bank and in Gaza. Many don't. Therefore, a safe homeland for Jewish people, thumbs up. They're not for the mass murder and subjugation of another people at the whim of a hard right-wing government. Okay. Daniela, let me let Daniela in here. What would you like to say, Daniela?
Well, I appreciate you letting me up because clearly I disagree with everything you just said.
Okay.
But I appreciate you letting me speak. I do think it's important not to have an echo chamber. What's very painful to hear is because I do feel that you genuinely think you're pro-humanity and that you would have the same standards for both sides. I probably would believe that you're a pretty decent person who has, morals and values human life. That's why it's so painful to hear you, because it doesn't seem to me that you know enough about the situation. When you criticize Israel and the government, first of all, like the governments don't speak for the citizens entirely. And like every country, there's going to be flaws. There's going to be fringed people. There's going to be people in the government that might not speak for the people. What's frustrating is that you take no issue or accountability from the elected government of Hamas that the people elected. Israel withdrew from Gaza. Everything. They withdrew their people living there. They left all the infrastructure and farming for the Palestinians to thrive, to have sovereignty. Mahmoud Abbas came in and said, this is all from Zionists, destroy it all. Then they ended up electing not Mahmoud Abbas, but Hamas. 2 years, there was not heavy blockades. You could go in and out of Gaza very freely. What started to happen? Terrorist attacks. So the security of checkpoints had to get stronger. What about all the aid that's given to the Palestinians from Qatar and from the UN? The
Let's not go there.
Palestinians don't see it.
That's diversionary. Let's
17 years, nobody can come out of
that's
Gaza.
So what I'm
Lie.
saying is, it's
Propaganda.
very easy to point fingers, but unless I hear standards applied to both sides and not vilifying one, I don't think it's going to be helpful. I think it hurts the cause. And I can speak as an Israeli American who's lived in Israel, who's been to Gaza. The majority of Jews and Israelis, who, by the way, are majority Zionists because they believe in Israel's right to exist and defend itself, they do want peace with the Palestinians. Do you think that parents want to have their children go to the army, that they're surrounded by enemies who want to kill them? They want peace. In fact, the civilians who were murdered in the most brutal of ways on October 7th could not be more pro-Palestinian. These were the ones who fought to get Palestinians work permits and to have schools together. So I don't feel it's fair or helpful to just point fingers at the government and at Zionists without the Palestinians and the Palestinian government and pressure on them to do their part too.
Okay, thanks for sharing your point of view. I've heard that a lot of times said, and I understand and respect that point of view, because I probably would maintain that point of view if I was somebody who had the mindset and the belief system that others do. The reason why I kind of tend to lean against that point of view is because of I don't think that there would be and let's talk about Gaza. You mentioned Gaza and the withdrawal of the settlements. Okay, Israel claims, and this is the language that I've heard many people say. I'm not saying that Daniela said this. They say we gave them Gaza, and all we got was rockets. Now, first of all, if I come and steal your car, and I run it for 5, 6, 7, 10 years, and then I come back one day and I drop it off and say, I gave you your car back. What do you want? I gave your car back. Why are you angry? Well, when somebody takes something from you and then they relinquish their control of that something they've taken, that's not a give back. That's a relinquishment of stolen property, first of all. Second of all, the vast majority, even though there's a political divide in terms of how to deal with the future of the aspirations of the people, the connectedness, the common goal of autonomy and having a self-determination is strong enough that one group wanted to be more conciliatory and work through a different pathway. The other group decided they were going to be a little more militant. And therefore, they, just like Donald Trump, we tried the same old president in the United States forever. Same old, and some people voted for Trump because they wanted to try something different that might be a little different than the cookie cutter shit we've been given for decades. Similarly, in Gaza, the majority vote, not everybody, it was like 70%. The majority voted for the H group to try something different because the old path had not yielded anything. There were no good deals offered to the Palestinian Authority, starting back with Yasser Arafat all the way through Abbas. No good deals have been offered. Otherwise, they would have been taken. If Israel's government came to a real conclusion of getting rid of the settlements, which were illegal from day one, and removed them in their entirety, just like it did in Gaza, but it didn't do it elsewhere. You can't you can't take one knife out of somebody's side with 4 remaining and expect them to say thank you. That's so nice of you. Like I say, you have to take all the knives out. You got to get the boot off their neck and give them a chance to be peaceful. That's never happened. You may use Gaza as an example saying it can't happen, but the totality of the oppression was never removed. One knife out is not 5 out. And therefore, look at the people and say somehow, Daniela, that because they're still occupied and oppressed, even though that those build outs were no longer in the space of part of their territory. That doesn't change the dynamic of being oppressed. It's just one little small part of it being removed. Yeah, you can respond.
So again, and what is your name? Chip.
It's Chip.
Chip. You know, if everything you're saying was the truth, I would probably agree with you. But what I would tell you is that that is exactly the form of propaganda that they want the West to believe. They want it to fit into this playbook of, well, what do you expect? These people are just oppressed and their land was stolen and they don't have a right to really self-actualize and they're just fed up. Like, that makes so much sense why you would stand with the Palestinians. Unfortunately, it couldn't be further from the truth. And I don't mean this disrespectfully, Chip, but in what you've just said.
Tell us where we have it wrong.
If they kill your child, you will not be speaking like that.
I don't want to be yelled at, Chip, though.
Daniela, you need to understand that
It's not your child who are being killed. You are a sick woman.
Hold on, just a sec. I'm sorry, Daniela. I don't run.
Yeah, that's not okay.
No,
I'm here to have a civil conversation.
Guys, we can disagree but be respectful. Please don't interrupt. And when she's finished, if you want a chance to speak, we'll do it in order, like I always do it.
It's okay.
We need
Their
to
true
give people
colors come
respect.
out. Their true colors come out.
What I wanted to ask you, Danielle, was
Yes.
if you think I have it wrong,
Yes.
can you please
Absolutely.
educate me so I understand it better? I don't want to have it wrong.
Yes. Thank you for that question. So in 1948, Israel was the UN passed a resolution. Resolution was to divide up the land of Palestine, which had Arabs and Christians and Jews already living there, to divide the land of Palestine into 50-50. It would be partitioned 50-50. And not the greatest borders, by the way, for the Jews. But the Jews took it happily. They were happy with this two-state solution. But it was not something that the Arabs at the time, because they were called Arabs, they still are Arabs. It was just in the 1960s that they decided to change their names to the Palestinians. Because if you look at history, it was called the Arab-Israeli conflict. And in the 1990s, for propaganda, it was switched to the Palestinians. But I digress. So Gaza was not occupied by Israel in 1948, nor was the West Bank. Gaza was under Egyptian control until 1967, and Jordan until the West Bank in 1967. So this idea of Israelis occupying.
Don't mute her, please. Is that a if that's a moderator, just mute her. Somebody, I didn't mute you, Danielle. If you're a moderator, please don't mute anybody, please, or kick anybody out. Thank you. Please continue, Daniela. Maybe she had a phone call come in or something like that. That happens sometimes.
May I speak, Chip?
No, not yet. Let me let her. I want to hear her finish. She's trying to tell me what happened, so I'm trying to understand it.
Yeah, so there were many times where, you know, Israel has given land for peace and has come to the table. I mean, at the time of the Oslo Accords with Arafat, I mean, they were literally given the sun, the moon, and the stars, and it was still rejected. And Chip, I don't want you to be naive. I want you to go look up yourself what the Hamas.
Well, just one sec. So first of all, just to let you know, I've done an incredible amount of work on this issue. I've been studying it for almost 35 years. So I think I've invested a lot of time and effort. So I don't want to be disrespectful to you. I want to ask you a sincere question. So there's some resources that I've found to be useful in my journey in this educational process. One is called The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine by Israeli Jewish scholar Ilyan Pape. I've also read all of Norman Finkelstein's books. And not to contradict you, but according to Norman Finkelstein's account, who has carefully studied from an academic standpoint every little nuance of every peace accord or peace process, never once, you just made a sort of, bold statement that they were offered everything on a plate with, A, B, C, D, and E, like this glorious offer. Norman Finkelstein disagrees. And so do Israeli officials who have discussed the various peace offerings and said, if I were the Palestinians, I would have never, ever taken any one of those deals, even though they're portrayed to the public as being these really generous offers that these Arabs just can't seem to want peace. That is propaganda. And you can find it in scholarly research to prove that that's the case.
You need to hear the Hassan Yusuf, the
So,
son of the leader of Hamas.
yes,
Hold on,
I was
Rabbi.
just going to bring him up. So, bringing up Norm Finkelstein to me is absolutely not a credible source. This guy makes his whole living going to progressive universities and comparing Gaza to the Holocaust. So he's not someone I will ever take seriously. Now, I'm not saying there's a lot of, Jews who sympathize with the Palestinians. That's a beautiful thing. But you have to hold the same side accountable, and to absolve the Palestinian people and their governments is ridiculous. And if I would implore you to watch the documentary, The Green Prince, because this is the son of a Hamas official, a Palestinian who was raised in Gaza from birth, and goes into the systemic brainwashing and the indoctrination.
He's a
of hating
traitor being
Jews,
made by
of hating
Israel.
Israelis.
Hold
That's
on.
And unfortunately, when you normalize
Sasha,
Hold on.
hate, and then you have a pay-to-play program, which again, don't believe me, look this up yourself, from the Fatah party. Mahmoud Abbas endorses a pay-to-slave program where you're encouraged to commit murder and be a martyr. You have streets named after you. Again, that's not.
Okay, Daniela, you're making a lot of allegations. Let me just jump in. I don't want to let you go too far down the road. I think a lot of people are being very agitated by what you're saying. You're saying things that I've heard numerous times over and over again. So I appreciate you sharing your point of view and what you're saying. I do disagree with some of the things you're saying. So first of all, to marginalize Norman Finkelstein's work, he's put a lot of time and effort into trying to study this. So you can just outright marginalize if you don't like him. Yeah, I think what you said was he's somehow subverted because he goes to universities and he's just this liberal, fanboy or whatever you want to call it. I think that's absurd. So I read the research for what it is, and I try to make sense of it from anybody. I've read Alan Dershowitz's book, for example, The Case for Israel. I try to be fair and read other resources to try to challenge my point of view, to understand different ways of thinking. And I keep hearing a lot of the same rhetoric repeated. In terms of what the H group members have said, there is no pay-to-slay program. What does happen is for people that die, they do provide benefits for the family, as many countries do if a military member dies. And they do consider the people that carry out these attacks, even though Israel considers them T-word, and they may be according to international standards, they consider them to be a member who martyred themselves for a greater good, and therefore the family is deserving of some assistance. That the other part of it is complete garbage. This is all Israeli propaganda to try to say that the Palestinians glorify death, which is not true. They do somehow sacrifice their lives for a greater cause, which I don't want to do, and I can't imagine doing, but I don't live under their circumstances, their frustration, their oppression. To say that because the way this was formed in 1948 was somehow equitable and reasonable, that it was 50-50 and all this stuff like that. Do you know how many people lost their lives in the transition in 1948 that were Arab? 14,884. Do you know how many people got forced off the land they were living on, whether you consider it right or wrong or indifferent? 744,000 or so. That's
where
a lot.
you read it?
That's a very tumultuous situation for anybody to endure. And as I like to say, if the same thing had happened to people who lived in the region who were Jewish, and the creation of this state under the mandate of Britain, with the introduction of others to make this happen, with money and land purchases, et cetera, and it was decided by these international groups that weren't people who were living there, but it was imposed on the people living there. There was an Arab state that was carved out in the territory that was of Israel. Hold on, I'm not done. And then Jews were expelled and murdered and made refugees, and they were scattered to the wind to do what they had to do to go where they had to go. Not fair to Jews, even though the UN made it so and the United States agreed for it. But 50-50, deal with it. So. I'm not done yet. Hold on. This is exactly the same. So if Jewish people moved out, many of whom went down to this little strip of land that was involved by Egypt at the time, and many scattered throughout the territory that's called Judea and Samaria, and some went to different countries from nearby, different territories before they were formal nation states. And then subsequent to that, they were angry that it happened, and then there were other Jewish states that came in and attacked the little Arab country, because they were angry that it took place. They didn't think it was fair, didn't think it was right. And of course, the little Arab country said, these people just hate Arabs. But no, they hated what happened to the Jews that were inside of the territory, that lives were disrupted. which was no fault of their own. And they, in fact, had welcomed refugees into the territory for decades and never had many problems with them until it got overbearing and these plans were brought to bear. And then subsequent to that, when the Jewish people did resist this little Arab state, who had a much larger military and was backed by the biggest superpower that's ever existed, then they would be oppressed ruthlessly and called savages. Jewish people will be called savages by the Arabs for trying to fight back against their misfortune. And anything they did to try to resist anywhere along the way, even though they were offered shit deals, and they were called, the Jewish people are unwilling to have peace. All they want to do is attack Arabs. And so the subjugation oppression gets worse and worse and worse. And now the Arab nation is bombing an enclave that's heavily populated with Jews, where over 30,000 Jewish people have died, some of whom may be fighters who resist the occupation and blockade, but most of whom are just Jewish children and Jewish women, and are seemingly intentionally bombed by the more powerful nation who can. And they're claiming, the Arab nation claims, well, these are just people that are being used as human shields. These Jews like to make us look bad by killing their children. Do you see how absurd that sounds?
Are you done?
Yeah, please answer that.
I have a question for
So-
Daniela when you get a chance.
So, Chip, again, you said, what if this happened to the Jews? This do I have an echo? Can you hear me okay?
No, Danielle, do not go back in history because I'm very familiar. That is not an appropriate drawing. I know things have happened in the past to Jews, which would make it even more egregious that it's happening now. But don't go back and say this whining victim stuff. I don't want to hear that crap.
No. But you were giving a scenario. Could you imagine if this happened to the Jews? Maybe you're not aware of the Jewish ethnic cleansing of Jews in Arab countries. And I'm not talking about Holocaust in Europe. I'm talking about the Jews that were in.
Danielle, you just deflected from this circumstance.
None of that happened.
You are lying.
We're not going to do that. We're going to focus on this set of variables. Set of variables only. We're not
Arab
gonna say,
Street Jewish,
Daniel,
very good.
Hold on,
in
hold
all
on,
Arab
everybody.
countries.
Hold on. Because that's what's called what about this? No, put that aside and let's talk about this situation and this situation only. Not look what happened over here. This happened over there. No, forget that. What's happening right now? Okay, let's talk about that, Daniela.
So that's fine. We can keep it present. But I was responding to what you were saying. Could you imagine if this happened? But if you don't want to talk about the Jewish ethnic cleansing of the Middle East, we won't.
No, because it's not relevant to the current.
It absolutely is relevant because you don't have people like my own family who was kicked out of their homes in Baghdad saying we must return and you owe us our land and our things. We've moved on. We've self-actualized and we absolutely
never
would
been
deserve the
kicked
same
from
rights.
Baghdad. Anti-Kadhabi.
So
Hold on,
anyway,
Angela,
back
hold
to
on.
what you're saying. Again, the way you make it sound, Chip, it would be a no-brainer. But again,
I believe it was the Zionists that did
it's
the.
crazy that you think
Hold on.
that, first of all, again, the pay to slay program, it's because, how do you explain then the people who murdered the Jews that they have street names after them? This is not when just innocent people die. There is, and don't believe me, look it up yourself. You say you're all about research. Pay to slay. It's not from the Hamas party. It's from the Fatah party.
Are there streets
Okay,
are there streets in Israel named after people who murdered Arabs during the 1948 transition? Yes or no?
They have a shrine for Goldberg.
So I reject that point because it's happened on both
So
sides.
with your logic, I'm going to make sure I understand you. With your logic, based on something that happened over 100 years ago with completely different people living, it doesn't matter how many times innocent Israeli Jews, Christians, and Arabs get slaughtered by the Palestinians. It's all justified, and the Palestinians can't help it. Is that what I'm hearing?
It doesn't happen very frequently and in great numbers.
I want to ask Daniela
It
just
could be
one
said the other
question.
way
a
around,
quick question.
Daniela.
Hold on, guys.
Because we have the Iron Dome. That is such a naive
How
thing
much
to
the
say.
Zionists pay you to come with this propaganda?
Sorry, Amjad, you kept interrupting. I had to drop you. I didn't want to do that, but you guys cannot interrupt somebody while they're talking, okay? Please don't. I don't want to drop you. Daniela, please continue.
Thank you. So if we didn't have the Iron Dome, if we didn't have stronger walls in Gaza and the West Bank, there would be far more terrorist attacks. I mean, I lived at the time when we saw pizza joints blown up. My friend was murdered taking a lunch at a university. People citizens, Americans, anybody living in a country has a right to not live in fear that they're going to be bombed, and their government has a right to protect them. That's not out of the ordinary. And if you had to deal with people, look, Israel is absolutely capable of peace. Look at the Abraham Accords, look at Egypt, look at Turkey, look at Bahrain and the UAE. But you have to sit down.
Hold on. Israel's not actively occupying the entire population of that nation state or that group of people. That's a totally different situation. And secondly, you keep saying about the freedom from terrorism. Why do these people do what they do? Are they just bloodthirsty savages that have nothing better to do than to try to blow up cafes in Tel Aviv and elsewhere? Do you really believe that? Because that's the story we hear. They just hate Jews. They want it all back.
So
Hold on.
again,
The
most
revised,
people.
this is the same bullshit of playing the victim. Like, woe is me. Would you like? No, I wouldn't like to live under that. You know what I also wouldn't do? I wouldn't do what Israel does, which is somehow it substantiates some form of resistance, whether it's throwing pebbles or doing horrible things. I wouldn't do those things. I would try to pursue peace politically. But every time Palestinians have tried to do that, unlike what you're saying, which is complete garbage in my opinion, they haven't offered deals that are substantial enough to create a peaceful situation. The revised 2017 Hamas charter says very clearly that while they don't want to recognize the Zionist entity, their words, not mine, they're willing to concede to a two-state solution based on the pre-1967 borders. That's very clearly saying that we want peace as long as you're willing to give us a reasonably good deal that you've been unwilling to do to date.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, go ahead, Rabbi.
I Chief. I want to ask you a question. You believe Jesus was a Jew or was a Palestinian?
My understanding was he was a Jew that was born in that Holy Land at the time. It wasn't called Palestine. It was pre-Roman, so it was just called.
I don't know what difference that makes. May
I'm
I,
a
Chip? I
I'm a
got to run.
Palestinian
So
Christian. I can answer that, Chip.
Okay, go ahead.
look,
He was a Palestinian. He was a Hebrew. He wasn't somebody out of
he was a
Eastern Europe.
Palestinian Jew. Palestinian Jew.
No, he wasn't a Jew. You keep
Ah,
saying that he was a Hebrew. There's a
so you
difference
lying.
between Hebrews and Jews.
He was a Jew and he
He was
became
a
a
Canaanite
Christian.
Hebrew.
He
He
was
was
a
not a
Jew.
Jew.
Don't
The,
change the history.
the
You
Israelites
change.
were Aramaic. They were Assyrian. They were not
Look. All
Yiddish.
the Christians,
They were not Yiddish. They
all
were
the Chri-
not Yiddish. I'll repeat again. They were
look.
not Yiddish.
You
So
can
Jesus was not Yiddish.
This rabbi
Jesus
just
was
took us
brown.
back
He wasn't
2,000
white.
years, Chip. May I?
Yeah, let's stick to the present, guys. I don't want to talk
No
about.
one said anything
So
about Yiddish. Okay, my gosh. Let's
I
go back
just
look.
to
My
said
the
Yiddish
topic.
because
grandfather.
that's what you are, Dad.
No,
Hold on,
no, no. My
Rabbi. What?
grandfather.
Yeah,
My
they
Rabbi,
were.
grandfather.
let's let Rabbi talk. What do you want to say, Rabbi?
I want to say something. My grandfather born in Yemen, okay, and he come to Israel not because they're Zionist. He come because this is the promised land. The God give the land to the Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and that's why we are here. I am not a Zionist because David Ben Gurion or because or Nakba or I don't care. I believe in God, and this is the only country in the world that God give us to the one nation. This is the Jewish
God
people.
did not give you. He said you were a
That's why. That's
sojourner.
why all the Jews can come to Israel. Only Jews. To Arab country have 22 countries. We have
Rabbi,
one
okay, so
country.
you're making just make sure you're making the claim that God gave the Holy Land to the Jewish state, and that it's a place for people to come who are holy or whatever. You came from a different country. So, what about those who dispute that claim? What about those who don't share those beliefs? What if they don't see it that way, and they were the ones living there, and they were displaced as a part of whatever you believe? So if you were the one who didn't believe that and you were displaced as a part of something that someone else believed, would you be okay with that? That's a fair question to ask everybody. Okay, let me let Freedom Philistine say something. Let's not talk about the old days. Let's talk about the current days. I can't hear Freedom. Can you Freedom? Go ahead. Try now.
I
Okay,
got to
there
drop
we go.
off, Chip. I got to
Sorry
go.
about that. Chip, about 10 years ago, I interviewed Naim Gilad. Naim Gilad was an Israeli, former Iraqi Jew that, I'm sorry, I got a phone call, former Iraqi Jew that wrote a book about how the Mossad did boom boom tactics on Jewish people in Iraq to scare them so they would leave during the Levant affairs. That was going on in Yemen. It was going on in Egypt. It was going on in Morocco. It was going on in Tunis, Algeria, everywhere.
I thought we weren't supposed to speak about the past. What you're saying is complete lies.
Daniela,
what about the Farhud?
Daniela,
What about the Farhud?
Daniela, you had your time. Let me finish talking. All right? Stop being so rude. Okay, so there you go, Daniela. I can always refer to his book. His name is Naim Gilad. He was a person that was also involved with the operations because he worked with the Mossad to do the Levant affairs to scare, because the Ashkenazis didn't have any people there, so they needed to bring Jews over to Israel because they really had no population. So what's the best way to get people out of the countries that they're in and make them move to Israel? Because Israel is a political ideology that's brought forth by a group of people to put them there and keep the Middle East fighting. So, once you understand history, you'll understand why they're there and why they're doing what they're doing. I was just listening to a guy earlier say, he was an Israeli saying, Palestinian people are people that dream of freedom. If I was a Palestinian, I would do everything to achieve my liberty. So you can't blame people that are oppressed. Okay? You can't oppress people and play victim, Daniela. You need to stop that ideology because everybody is awoke to that ideology and to the propaganda and the Hasbara and the BS. So why don't you get real, understand what's going on? If you were a true human being, you would be on the side of reality and not on the side of
I don't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I was on mute again. I want to make noise. Let's not question people's humanity. I think that's really over the top. I think Daniela seems like a very pleasant, kind person. I'm sure if we met in public, we'd have a very nice conversation together. We wouldn't have to talk about this issue. So in fairness, I don't want to question anybody's humanity. What I did want to say from a current standpoint, and this is germane, a lot of people have seen what's been happening on social media, and perception oftentimes is reality for people. I think many Americans and other users of apps like TikTok had a different perception of this issue prior to October 7th, but even more so what's happened since. So Daniela or Rabbi, I'm curious to hear your thoughts. Do you think that the awareness and or the public sentiment about this issue and where people fall vis-a-vis the issue has changed, has become more one way or the other? What are your thoughts about that? I'll start with Danielle, then we'll go to Rabbi.
Okay, well, you're not going to like my answer at all.
It's okay.
But that's okay. That's why we live in America. So we have different opinions and we don't have
I
to
may love
vilify
your
each
answer.
other
You
just
don't know that.
because we disagree on things.
You may love your answer. Please tell us what your answer.
I don't think you will. So I do believe that, the Russians have coined the terms, there's a lot of useful idiots. I do think that the pro-Pali playbook is BLM on steroids. And we all saw that BLM turned out to be a scam and certainly didn't do anything to help the Black people. By the way, I am a huge supporter of Black Lives Mattering, but I want all Black lives to matter, not just the ones that make a good headline, but, fathers in the homes and black on black crime needs to be addressed, all of that. And I think it's very similar. I think it's very easy when Israel is in the discussion to everyone to jump on board. I think there is a lot of latent anti-Semitism, despite what you may say, because we see how come we don't talk about what's happening to the Muslims in China who are in active concentration camps? How come we don't talk about hundreds of thousands of people who've lost their lives in the Ukraine-Russia war and the hundreds of thousands of people who've lost their lives in the Yemen civil wars? It's only only with this tiny sliver of land that's 8 hours long and 3 hours wide to drive. That's the only Jewish state in the world that still opens its doors to all religions. There's tons of Israeli Arabs who are happily living there. They don't have to live there. They want to live there. Same with Christians. So to vilify this tiny strip of land and say, oh, it's not the Jews, it's the Zionists, the occupiers, when 50 to 70% of the population are from Africa and the Middle East, is horrendous. And I think, you know, a lot of people have good intentions but don't have all the information, and they're not helping. If people truly want peace in the Middle East, they would tell Hamas to release the hostages, to surrender, and we can have real governments come to the table. Maybe the UAE needs to be involved, but we certainly need to come to the table with people who can sit down and say, you have a right to exist, I have a right to exist, let's move forward, let's make Gaza the most beautiful little Dubai we can, and let's not keep vilifying of certain people.
Okay.
Well, maybe you should practice what you preach.
Well, everything,
So
everything you said
I've
was
been waiting, and
lies.
I have a patient.
Based
I'm
on
a
lies.
therapist
Everything's
as well,
Hold
and
on,
I've been
real
waiting.
quick. Well, Nadia, I'm gonna let you on next. I want to say one thing about that. So thanks for sharing your point of view. I don't hate it, but I disagree in one way. The thing you said about people being useful idiots, I think that's really condescending to people who have watched videos of buildings coming down and children and women dying constantly. I have hundreds of them on my phone, which is unsettling. And if you go to places like Middle Eastern Eye or Eye on Palestine or all these different Telegram channels, they just show what happened. They have video and this is what happened today. This building got crushed. These kids are under the rubble, blah, blah, blah. I think it's because of those images that otherwise would never make it out to the public. In past conflicts, it never did. But with the advent of social media, the raw truth has gotten out. And most people who aren't stupid look at the images and go, why are these people dying the way they are? Most people are outraged by it. And they don't have to have a depth knowledge of the history of the conflict to see that when you crush a kid's skull and you blow his body parts across the room and you flatten his sister, his mother, his uncle, the entire family lineage is gone, 45, 50 people at a pop, ending up to being close to 20, 30,000 people, whatever number you believe, that's outrageous to most people, regardless of what the justification may be. And some people may think it's justified. I think it's insane what's been happening. But the average person, the average what I call reasonable person, they use that as a standard in court, see it much differently than the way you're explaining it. They're not clueless. They're more clued in than ever because the video evidence doesn't lie. And you can say what you want about the rationale, but people who see bodies blown apart and babies squashed and 11,000 children under the age of 18 killed by a government that has way more asymmetric military power, controls the air and the land and the sea in a blockade
Chief,
format.
you believe the Hamas propaganda?
Hold
Talk
on.
about Operation
You believe the
Mondalone.
We gotta let Nadia wants to say something real quick. Let Nadia come in and share her point of view. Hi, Nadia.
I'm waiting my turn, Chip.
Thanks. I honestly, I do have a client in a few minutes, so I appreciate that. And I was waiting. I was actually ahead of a couple people, but I waited patiently. So thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, I appreciate Daniela being here. I really do, because she's calm, she's cool, collected, she's listening. That's awesome. That's a great position. I would like to address her not only human to human, but therapist to therapist. When you think about intergenerational trauma and intergenerational violence, I really wonder if that's what's going on here, because my relatives were in the Holocaust, not as Jews, but as Muslims. Okay, they were Roma Gypsy. I am Roma Gypsy, and they were in Treblinka. And I really do think about the intergenerational violence that goes from one generation to another. Okay, and when we think about it, when systemically a country is not providing food or water to their population, that is apartheid, that is genocide. That is the very definition of genocide, okay? So what's happening here is clearly full stop genocide. Now, it's hard to process as someone who is a child or a grandchild of someone of intergenerational trauma. It's hard to process that your own people are doing that, but that's exactly what is happening here. And I'm just grateful that, Daniela, that you're here listening, and that's a first step, okay? So one professional to another, please be open-minded about this. There's been a lot of pain on both sides, and I would invite you to listen to the other side's pain in this.
Thank you, Nadia. Would you like to respond, Daniela?
hear me?
Yes,
Hi, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Is it Nina?
Nadia.
Sorry, I'm driving. Thank you for looking at me as a human and trying to connect with me as a therapist. Unfortunately, we don't see things the same. Yes, my family has come from a long lineage of trauma. I was alluding to the Farhud in Iraq, of family being displaced just because of their religion. I don't think it's the same because, again, back to the original statement, why haven't we seen videos from other wars? First of all, I'm not a cold-hearted human being. I think any loss of life, doesn't matter what religion, background, color, especially a child's life, is an absolute travesty. Many of these children don't deserve any of this. I can say that very, very easily and clearly. On the other hand, I have seen video after video of bodies and buildings being blown up, and what ends up happening? These are videos from Egypt. These are videos from Syria. So I've seen Palestinians with makeup on, literally saying "take two" with the crying. So you have to also be open to the fact that people are. I'm not saying everything's a lie. War is awful and ugly, and I'm sure there's innocent people being killed as a result. No one wanted this. You think Israel wants this? You think Israel wants to send their soldiers and all the people who've lied or lost their lives and the hostages still there? Imagine being you talk about humanity. Imagine being in these families' shoes. Every hour that goes by, they don't know what is happening to their loved ones. Where's the humanity for these people? Who are just doing their own thing, minding their own business. We're in their own homes, having barbecues and going to a concert for peace, and this happens. Where's the humanity and feeling for that? So I would implore you to use some critical thinking and say, why aren't we seeing horrible babies and families being blown up in Russia and Ukraine and any other war? And also to really double check that this is actually real footage, because time and time again with the videos I've seen, there was a bulldozer, for example, over a protest, a huge bulldozer, though, a tank. It was from Egypt. So I would really use critical thinking here and say, why is the whole world just focused on Israel right now when there's tons of other wars going on?
I can respond to that because it's been going on for
decades,
75
you're
years.
trying to shift the problem. You're trying to shift this war crimes of Israel away from the world. That's what you're saying.
Exactly.
basically.
That's what she's trying to do. She's trying to say that
Yeah,
no,
but
Israel
let's take,
didn't do that.
but let's talk about you.
Hold on, Lipri. Let's let people talk. Please don't do any more muting, okay? I'm gonna ask you that nice, or I'll kick you off the live. No more stuff like that. I'm having a little bit of trouble doing this with you doing that.
You're talking about.
I was asking Lipri, who's a moderator, not to mute people anymore and not kick people
Oh,
out of the
okay.
chat.
So I was talking about UN report that it's exactly said on March 24, 1998, report from UN, the IDF using of human shield, Palestinian children, using them as human shield when they enter war with Hamas. That's exactly what they're doing. UN team responsible for the protection
It's a
of
lie.
children in war zones was released and found hundreds of violation of the rights of children and accused Israel soldier of using children as human shield. That's a UN report.
Somebody says show the
Show
receipts.
me,
I have pictures on my phone of
show me the
guys.
evidence.
Hold on.
Evidence.
Hold on. I don't know who
That's what
said.
I told you. You can look it up.
Let me finish. I'll tell you all. I do a lot of collecting of evidence because it's what I do. I have to show receipts. I have video, two different videos of one is a soldier walking with a Palestinian in front of him, and one is of a child being put on the front of an Israeli vehicle as it's moving into the West Bank, forcibly using someone as a human shield. Clearly, there's no doubting that. So these are just, I have two examples. I don't have a widespread examples, but I have those two. But I
And
know
the
the
one
claim that's
for,
made by
for
Israel, the claim that's made by Israel is that every time a civilian dies, it's the fault of Hamas because they force civilians to be used as human shields. That's the saying that goes out the door. That's not true. It almost never happens. In fact, they did an investigation, and like I said, Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International did an investigation into this very issue in two of the previous Israeli incursions where they
and
made
they
the same claim.
they're targeting journalists from spreading.
Yeah, just real quick. They found that there's no evidence
Chief,
to substantiate the
what
claim.
is
No
what
evidence.
is your solution to the situation in Israel, Chief?
Well, put it this way. I think Israel has made it impossible for there to be a solution, which I think is intentional. If you listen to what Netanyahu has said, he's made his entire political career about doing whatever he could to make sure there was no two-state solution. When you settle such a vast amount of territory with so many individuals who, most of whom aren't even from Israel, they're from outside, from America, from Europe, and they're giving great incentives to live in these settlements. You've made it impossible to have a contiguous landmass or territory into which to give a sort of territorial autonomy. It's just impractical. So you want my solution, no one's going to do it, but the only solution is to dismantle every single settlement, move every single illegal settler out of the West Bank, return the Golan Heights, get the blockade off of Gaza, and have an international peacekeeping force that maintains security with the agreement that there's no extremism and no T attacks. That's the solution. Now, that's not going to happen.
You visit in Israel?
They tried
visit
that.
in
They
Israel?
tried that.
No, they
Nothing.
didn't. No, they never tried that. Listen, do your own research. It's not even Americans, not Palestinians. These are Israeli officials that have said that in each of the negotiations, they would have never taken any of the deals. But the Israeli government says, we've given
No,
them such great deals.
no, it's not true. The H group and the Fatah, the PLO, fighting together. They each that they fighting together, but because the Mahmoud Abbas not love Ania not love Mahmoud Abbas. The H group fighting. That's why you have a PLO, Fatah, Hamas. You know, you want three countries or one country? Tell me who's the leader? Hamas, Jihad Islamic,
And
Mahmoud Abbas.
that's for them to figure
Tell
out.
me, give me name, The
Put it
leader.
this way: the way that it would work in any democratic nation was the reconciliation between the H group and the Gaza Strip and the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank would have to be worked out as a part of this process. Yes, they have a political divide, which, by the way, was fostered heavily by funding and influence by the Israelis. If you don't know anything, Benjamin Netanyahu, and this is in writing. This is not something that was just caught on tape. He put this out publicly. The number one thing we can do to make sure there's no two-state solution is to fund and support Hamas. His words, which he did.
No,
A
you
lot
see
of
now,
Israelis. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Drew.
you have a Palestinian country now in Gaza. You see what they did in October 7 to the Israeli.
Uh-huh.
That's what it's gonna be if we bring back to the West Bank to the Mahmoud Abbas, all the West Bank. That's what they're gonna be to Israel. It's
So
second October 7.
that's the argument. Okay, so this is the argument. This is the question we all have. We've never seen a situation in the history of this conflict where there's been full autonomy for the Palestinian people. It hasn't happened. Okay, whether you want to believe it or not. Now, we don't know for sure. You're making a claim that you believe that if there was a delineation of land that Israeli withdrew from in Gaza and the West Bank, that there would be immediate or there would be the inclusion of future attacks on Israel. You're saying that definitively. I don't say that definitively because I don't know for sure. I don't think you can say for sure. You may believe that, but the way it would have to be orchestrated would be you have to have guarantees in place. And by the way, I think if you're a smart member of either group and you're having a political divide, why did they divide politically? They divided politically because they disagreed on how to approach the future of their people. If there's no longer a problem with respect to autonomy and the future of their people, there won't be a divide because the divide only existed because of that problem. The problem from the Israeli standpoint is they're not willing to give an inch. You claim you do when you make these broad statements about, oh, we gave these great deals. That never existed. That's a pure fantasy. So if there was a legitimate deal offered, by the way, just to let you know, I believe it would be accepted. As they said in their 2017 charter, they said in their revised charter, we're willing to accept a political solution which incorporates the pre-1967 borders with Gaza and the West Bank. That's what they've said. But the Israelis will never give that a chance to happen because they further entrench themselves in the territory, in the occupied territory of the West Bank, illegally.
Chip,
I have to
But
go. Can I just have a final statement if that's
Yeah.
okay?
By the way, thank you for being here. I appreciate you.
Chip,
So,
anyway,
Chip, I think that that's where the issue is. Applying democratic principles to a mentality that's not democratic is the naivete. Okay, the fact that you think that, oh, you know, once Israel just gives them autonomy, they'll be fine. They'll be happy. They won't have this desire to avenge. There's already many TikTok lives already saying, does Israel even have a right to exist? They want all of it. They don't want some of it.
Well,
How do you
put
make
it this way: people blathering and people politically settling something are two different things. So just because some blather and certain H group officials may say incendiary things, doesn't mean that when a political settlement comes to bear, that people won't have to give to get. That's how it always works. Secondly, your use of language, I think, is inappropriate. Israel gives them. No, an international peacekeeping negotiation will negotiate a settlement between the people that live in Palestine and the Israeli government. So this idea that Israel owns everything and is going to give this again, that's an arrogant point of view. So therefore, I just want to point that out. I think that's
Chip,
inappropriate. Okay,
you believe?
there's some people that haven't
I'd
spoken
like
yet,
to
Rabbi.
ask.
I want to give them a chance. So I think it's is it Makabaria and then Alice need to give a chance to speak.
Okay. So Shlomo,
What
you there?
Yeah,
did you
yeah.
say about Shlomo?
So you said the reason that you support that land is because your God's chosen people returning to the land, correct?
Yeah. I'm Almighty King
That,
Jacob.
so you care about what the Torah and the Tanakh says, right?
Yeah. I am not Zionist, by the way. I am religion Jew, and I am here because
Okay.
of the promise.
Well, let's go into the book of Hashem and let's see what
Hold on.
Hashem said.
I
Okay.
do not want to get into a lengthy historical religious justification. That's just not where my lives go. There are plenty that do that though. So do you have any more common stuff you want to talk about, Makabaia, or no?
No, I was going to address the Bible says that you have to be deemed righteous before you enter into the land. Okay, that you and your children have to be following the Most High with all of your hearts before God allows the Israelites into the land. Also, it says if you pollute the land, specifically by any type of sexual immorality, guess what happens? God spews you out of that land. That's what the scriptures say. Okay, specifically, your people have pride parades in the land, which is specifically banned in the text. Okay, it literally says it verbatim. Don't have sex with a man as one does with a woman. This is abhorrent. Don't pollute yourself in any of these ways. This is how the nations become polluted. The ones that I am going to drive out of the land before you. Even the land itself became polluted, and I shall punish it for its iniquities. The land vomited out its inhabitants. You must keep my decrees and laws, natives and foreigners both. So both Israelites and people who are non-Israelites have to keep the laws of God. You must not do any of these abhorrent things. The people who lived in the land before you arrived, did all these things, and polluted the land. And if you pollute it, the land will vomit you up, just as it vomited up the nations that preceded you. Those who do any of these abhorrent things will be cut off. It's not an if, but will be cut off for their people, from their people. Okay, so that's what the Bible says happens to anybody who chooses not to follow the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High. This isn't a historical debate. This is just what the Torah says. So if you're a true believer in the Torah, Shlomo, you would also have to assume that your people are going to be spewed out of the land
So
as well.
now you are my rabbi. You teach me Torah. I can teach you. You know, Gabriel
Okay, let's not go
say
there right.
if you
Let's
say
not.
line 1,000 times, if you say a line.
Hold on, guys. I don't want to get into that particular argument. That can get into a very lengthy discussion, and we just don't want to go there right now. So let's do this. You guys hold that thought for a second. I'm headed outside, so I got to make sure I can actually get my signal.
I'll
Disable
drop. But
Okay.
you can't prove that you're a Jew with the Bible. The Bible is perpetually against you. Shout out to the Glorious Resistance.
Okay. I don't want to negate anybody else's Judaism or anything like
Yeah,
that.
my grandfather come from Yemen because the Torah.
We got an echo going on right now, I think. But
You understand?
Okay, let's give somebody else a chance to speak who hasn't
Okay,
spoken yet.
Chip, may I come up?
Well, let's do this. We have some other Zamadara.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something to that was said earlier by Daniela. By the way, the Hamas and the PLO, the Fatah group, they had started uniting. They had started uniting as a one government thing, and Israel didn't like it because they could no longer keep us divided. So this is one of the reasons we're seeing that war is because of the unity of the Palestinian people for a change. We're not following the divisionary tactics of the Israelis, just like we shouldn't be following them here in the United States.
You are echoing freedom.
About
Is that better?
in
It
Israel.
could be
They're not
because
living
Chip
in
is outside,
harmony.
maybe.
Always attacking, but always
Or you can say something.
settlers attack.
Hold on, guys. We have to go one at a time. Let's let Alice go. She hasn't gone yet. Go ahead, Alice.
Thank you. Just quickly, I want to just point out in 2024, I don't think we should be dividing land and countries according to religious books. I think that's a very dangerous road. Secondly, I wanted to ask Daniela, but obviously she's gone, about the military courts. So this rhetoric she had around, everyone's equal, everyone's free in Israel, it doesn't matter who you are, except if you're Palestinian, you'll try, if they decide to arrest you and charge you, because they can keep you indefinitely without charge, then that the conviction rate is over 99% because it's not a civil court, it's a military court. So the idea that everyone is equal and free in Israel is just ridiculous. And I was hoping she would actually answer whether she knew about the courts or not, because that's a very important piece to this in the sense of people, well, Palestinians, are reacting to this sort of treatment. I know I would react if someone arrested my 7-year-old child for throwing a stone and putting them in prison for 20 years, because that's what they do. So this idea that, you know, everyone's equal and free, I think is ridiculous rhetoric that makes it appear that, you know, Israel is a peaceful place and it's only Hamas that's doing the attacking, when in fact people are resisting to their oppression. It's so blatantly obvious that why is it okay for Israel to react but not Palestinians to react to how they've been
I need to
treated?
go. Bye bye. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So the person who Cohen had stopped teaching them to throw rocks, in a democracy, do we arrest 7-year-olds for throwing rocks? That is preposterous, let alone putting them in prison. And certainly Israeli children don't get thrown in prison for throwing rocks. And I also, one more thing, Chip, sorry, I just want to share one more thing before I go.
Okay.
I saw a video on Instagram where IOF soldiers are using their latest technology where they've got an iPad or similar inside a tank where they can shoot people and either kill or wound them. And they are simply practicing this on civilians and destroying people's legs. That's what they do. So if someone did that to my family member, I'd be more than a little upset. So this goes, even 2023, there were horrific things that happened to Palestinians. So I don't think we can say, oh, you know, they should just you know, live peacefully. Like, we all need to put ourselves in a situation where, what would I do if that happened to me and my family, or my loved ones, or my neighbors? Like, at what point would I actually snap? Because I know for a fact, if someone arrested my children, I'd lose my mind.
Yeah, much less kill them, right?
Exactly. So let's, you know, put your thinking hat on of what would I do if I had been living in Gaza and had been treated this way for 20 years? How would I react? At what point would I snap? Because I've had enough.
Understandable, Alice. Thanks for your point of view. I appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
Yes. So I think Zamarazid, I think it's pronounced. I apologize if I'm screwing that up.
Hi, Chip. Thank
Hi.
you. I'm actually from Scotland, and thank you very much for having me on. And I'll make this very quick because I know there'll be a lot of people wanting to talk. But I wanted to stress that as complicated as we're making this situation, it really is not that complicated at all. You know, it's very simple. What is happening just now is a plausible genocide. And that is something that has been said in the International Criminal Court of Justice. Now, if we look at the evidence, I think the problem is a lot of people put their opinions across, what they think or what they feel. But we need to go back to those organizations that have been in Gaza, that have seen what's going on, like Human Rights Watch, United Nations, all these people that are now giving evidential points of view. The evidence is right there from these neutral organizations. But what's happening is absolutely more than any catastrophe we've ever seen. It's the most intense civilian punishment campaign that we have ever seen in world history. And it's been put on a completely vulnerable group of people by one of the biggest and most powerful military countries that with the backing of the most powerful country. Now that in itself tells you something, you know, and I think it's just from a humanitarian and morality point of view, that should be something that people should just say, no, we're not going to have a part of this. You know, when do we say that it's not okay to kill 13,000 children, murder them like the way they are being murdered? And that is why South Africa has come in, Yemen has come in, and they're the only two countries that have actually spoken up and done something for Palestine. And I think that just tells you the state of our leaders today and the propaganda that has been put out by Israel. And that's all I wanted to say, Chip.
We can't hear you, Chip. We
Oh, yeah.
can't hear you.
Thank you for being here. I think it's interesting to put yourself in the other person's shoes. If you were Israeli, for example, and you're living under the threat of rocket attack, and this happened to your country on the 7th, and you're outraged about the civilians and the whole thing, I can understand that point of view. And I think where I struggle with it is it's spoken from a place of comfort and convenience, as if one is just purely innocent and nothing else is going on, no context. But even the head of the UN, Antonio Guterres, said that what happened on the 7th was horrific, the civilian death was unacceptable, but we all know this didn't happen in a vacuum. And that's the point of the whole conflict. You have to go back to the beginning of what was the original sin. And why is all this anger in place? People don't just get angry for no reason. They don't want to go in and harm people on buses or cafes because they have nothing better to do. They just want to, because they hate on other group of people. It's because of their situation that they do horrific things. Imagine the desperation it would take for you or me to decide to do that with our life, to sacrifice our life for some bigger cause. It sounds unthinkable. And maybe you and I would never do that because we value our life more than anything else. But I think it actually takes a lot of bravery. I'm not for people doing it, but I think it would take me, I'd be pretty brave to do something like that because it's a huge sacrifice to make. And I think it's unfair when people who happen to be of Islamic background are blamed as the only people that do this. Why are the Palestinians T-words? Why do they use T tactics? And the question is, what would you or I do if we were under the exact same circumstances for multiple decades with no hope in sight? Would we, in fact, deploy some form of desperate tactics? I don't know. But I can certainly understand the framework within which these things happen. Okay, please no all caps inside of the comments, if you don't mind. The attendance has dropped a lot. We had about 600 people about maybe 15 minutes ago. Now we're down to about 400. Please, as a moment, let's take a little break, catch our breath. And please, for those of you who are here, I'm going to make myself big for a second so you can easily tap on my head. Please tap on my head. Oh, I tried to, just a second. There we go. Please tap on my little frame here. It'll make the likes go up, which will help us get more people. But the big thing you can do if you're okay with it is to please hold down the screen for like a half a second, and then a list of all your mutuals will pop up. So if you please could, just take a minute here. Let's invite some people in. I'm going to do the same. And let's see if we can get some more folks in the room before we continue this great conversation. All right, I get to invite a lot of people. This is cool. Okay. Wow. Okay. So yeah, we should see some stuff in the thing in the chat that says so-and-so has shared the live. So-and-so has shared the live. So when I see a little bit more about that, I'll continue. The other thing people do, which I've never done this, but they turn off the comments until people either invite people or they like the live or both, whatever. I don't want to do that. So if people could please share the live, that would be very helpful. Just open up your friends list and just share it. You can do that by holding the screen down for like a half a second. Very easy to do. It's free. Thank you, Sam, for doing that. And I'm going to tap my face to increase the likes too. We should get the likes up to 150,000 here. And I wish I got paid more for this, but I don't. I'm not doing this because of money. I'm just doing this because I want to get more people in the room. Thank you for doing that, everybody. Thank you for sharing the live. Sweetness and Luminary, appreciate that. Everyone else for doing that, thank you so much. Okay, let me see who hasn't spoken yet. I think as Rachel's been patient, and I think then Truth and Justice, then Nader Palestine, and then Kexi, and then Brenda. Just remind me that was the
I
order,
think
okay?
Kexi was here
'Cause I
before
might
me.
forget. Okay, Kexi, please, what would you
I
like to
think
say,
Kexi.
Kexi? Okay, sounds good.
First of all,
Kexi, what's on your mind?
very happy to be here. And each time I go in here, there is a Zionist on the panel telling and spreading lies. And I just want to say I truly appreciate all your answers. You always give the truth and you are full of facts. And then I want to speak about that human part. It's in our human nature, if somebody is evil, to make a plan how to take over somebody else's country. You know, those people that are not evil, they will never think about taking over any country. So only that part by human nature proves to you who's the bad guy, who's the real guy. So there is no point on discussing with people that feel opposite. And this Zionist that was on the panel, she was kind of saying that she cared about the people, and then she tried to mislead everybody into saying that people are faking and making paintings on their face and drawing scars and things like that. And that's humiliating, actually. That hurts me just to hear, because, you know, we have so much footage out there on every single platform that is showing us while they are attacking. And she speaks about somebody drawing scars on the face and faking it, you know. That's humiliating. I truly cannot stand that anymore. So, yeah.
So, Chip, I have a question for you, if you allow me to talk.
Yeah.
So I was
Sorry, yeah, go. Sorry, I was muted. Sorry, yeah, please.
I want to ask you about if you haven't come to the conclusion that the IDF really want to ethnic cleansing the Palestinian. You have the proof of when the aid on northern Gaza, when they go into to the aid, they just starting shooting everybody there, innocent civilians, and with tanks and bullets and everything. And it's been happening in years. Even in the West Bank, you have real estate in Canada and US even, and many other countries that put in Palestinian homes on auctions. You are
Yeah,
muted,
I
sir.
agree. It's horrendous. Yeah, it's horrendous.
So it's
Yeah,
obvious that from decades, Ship, that the IDF want to ethnic cleanse in the Palestinian, and
yeah,
even the Israelis there, they just going to lie just to hide the war crimes that their government are doing. Some of the majority, they're happy with the evil of their government that doing this to the Palestinian. They never consider them as humans. Many of them, they say they are less than animals.
yeah. It's great to see that there is an overall long term. It's been real. There's a written document that was leaked that I have a copy of. I don't have it at my disposal at this very second, but I can pull it up. That talks about the plans to literally take over the territory. In fact, it's always been in place. Plan Dalet is one original plan, but there's a newer one that was released by the modern right-wing government, the Likud party, that it was released without their permission. But it talks about exactly that. What I was challenged by was someone a while back. They thought that there was a goal to eliminate, like to unalive, to literally exterminate every last Palestinian in the West Bank and in Gaza. I don't agree with that. The term I would use to describe what the Israelis are doing, yes, there is an intent to take the land. And obviously they have to move the people out, or at least most of them, through whatever means necessary. I believe that they have what I refer to as callous disregard for human life. And they really don't care what it appears to be from the outside in, that they really don't care who gets harmed, in what way, injured, dead, it doesn't matter. Just as long as they push their policies and get what they want, who cares? These people they're not worth a dime. And so that's kind of the attitude among most people. Unfortunately, they look down on Arabs and Palestinians, and that's not my words. That's Gideon Levy, a longstanding columnist for Haaretz, one of the Israeli newspapers. He said that's the unspoken truth. A lot of people in Israel just look down on Arabs. It's the way it is. So I guess that they spit on Christians. I have videos of horrific right-wing people saying they're going to create a second Nakba and they're going to cut the throats of people. Just all this horrible behavior, and it happens in other groups too. Let's be fair. But the idea that there's some sort of egalitarian society where Arabs live peacefully, that's just bullshit. It's not egalitarian. It's ridiculous. Anyway, okay, so we have, I think Rachel was next. Is that correct, Rachel?
Yes. Hi, Chip.
Hi,
Thanks
how are you?
for inviting me again. I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Um, what I wanted to say is, so it's been mentioned several times that, so maybe a state for Jews is a good idea, but here is an interesting little thing about that idea. I think we also have to look back into history where that partially also comes from. I mean, the Yazis, the mustache man, whatever, had the idea of putting all of the Jews in Germany on Madagascar, actually, before they ended up going for the final solution. So I think that is also historically very important because nowadays in Germany you actually have the far right party wanting to put everyone with an immigration background, settling them somewhere in northern Africa. So that's crazy. But I think you have to think about that. Not wanting to have Jews in Europe or in the Western world is important to understanding the idea of why people think that Israel or a Jew-only state is such a good idea. I think Germany has never dealt with its own anti-Semitism. I think the idea that this state that has basically committed one of the biggest atrocities in the last century is backing a state that is currently committing one of the biggest atrocities of our time, probably, it's crazy. But I think also we will probably at some point have to look at how we even arrived at the mindset that many Zionists have. And I think, especially with the background of the H cost being there, I mean, what happened before Mustermann came into power, for example, the
Yeah.
Germans lost the First World War, right? So they were in a
Yeah.
moment of weakness, and then suddenly they had the hope of being great again. So looking at that mentality, it is in a way understandable why so many Zionists think the way they do, but obviously that does not justify what is happening currently.
Yeah, fair points. I guess one of the broader questions, if you ask, it's absolutely considered verboten, to use the German word, forbidden. But why is it that in over the different time frames that there's been this disdain for why would the H guy, the mustache dude, want to move a group of people to a foreign place? Like, what was the point? Was it land driven? Like, it appears in this conflict, the purpose is land, not necessarily the people. I don't think they give it. It could be, Armenians occupying the West Bank, and they'd want the Armenians out. That's what it appears to be from an outsider looking in. But why is it? What characteristics or attributes, or was there just no reason? It was just from mean spiritedness or hate. Was there a reason to want? Where did that desire come from? And there's a guy named Lucas Gage. I don't know if you've heard of Lucas. He also gets disparaged, as I do much of the time, for being anti-Semitic. But like I said, I don't care who you are. He read the book Mustache Guy wrote, and he better understand than ever before what the answer to that question is. I'm not going to get into it here, but everything in life is a response to something, really just abject hatred. So but it's an interesting topic to socially, forbidden to get into, unfortunately, because of the climate. And people design all sorts of negative things to you if you go into it. So we won't do that. I think, is it Montazer? Thanks for being here, Rachel, by the way. Let me see. Is anybody else in the queue? Yeah, Frederico's here. Is there somebody willing to drop? Because I have one more person who wants to come up.
I'll
Montazer,
be
how you doing?
short. I'm doing very well, Chib, and I'm really enjoying your live. I would really want to thank you and greet you highly for doing this for the Palestinian cause. And to be honest with you, you're very well educated about it, and you speak way better than any other person, even Palestinians. And it's really very rude for somebody to come and say that you are naive. That is really very rude. But anyway, there is a point that I really wanted to talk about it, and it's out there in the news. Ovada Youssef, he's the I don't know how to say it, the rabbi, or he's the head of the Haredim party. He basically encourages the Israelis to unalive even the children, the little kids, the little Palestinian kids, and he's like out there clearly saying it. Those kids, they will become the future T people. So this mentality, how do you want the Palestinian to live with it? Danielle said, and that's the Israeli propaganda, she said that, oh, we tried so many times to live with them, we tried to give them, she also said that, oh, we give them Gaza, if like they own Gaza and they give it back to the Palestinians. But no, you were controlling Gaza from inside, and now you're controlling Gaza from outside, because the Gazan people are thriving for the freedom and they were resisting you day and night. So don't come and tell us, oh, we give them Gaza and look what they're doing to us. So that's the main thing I wanted to talk to you about today, and hopefully we'll be able to get on your live again and talk more, but I will give the opportunity to other people to come and talk.
Okay,
Thank you so
Montez.
much.
1 second before you go, I just want to tell the audience when is my live schedule. So I do some impromptu ones like today. My main schedule is Wednesday nights from 7 p.m. Eastern to 9 p.m. And then Saturdays I go from 12 noon Eastern time until usually 3 or 4 p.m. depending upon the day. So everybody's welcome at any time. Please follow me and come on Wednesdays or Saturdays. I'd love to have you to be a part of the column or the panel or whatever. Thanks for being here, Montezor. I appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the nice words, too. You said some very nice things. I really appreciate that. Let me think who was next here. I think it's Truth and Justice and then Nader Palestine and then Sam. I think that's the right order.
Is it
Is
me
that
or?
right?
Is
I
it
think
me?
it's Truth and Justice, but if you want to go, I guess, yeah, go ahead if you're ready.
Oh man, so I'm Palestinian, all right? I live in Australia, and
Okay.
I'm sick of this. Enough is enough, you know. That Danielle came on and she's saying martyrs and they get paid and all this stuff. She forgets October 7th was the start of this. All right, October 6th, 5, 4. What happened then? I event on top of my head, you know, 1994. The Israeli T man who went in the mosque in Hebron in Khalil, and he unalived 29 people while praying. And what did the Israelis do? They put a shrine or something to make him into a hero. She doesn't talk about that. She doesn't talk about this stuff. All right? All she talks is about Palestine. All right? We're Palestinian. We're not Palestine. Palestine's the English word. Palestinian. All right?
Yeah.
And when they say Gazans, no, people in Gaza are Palestinian. Gazans is not the word. A city is Gaza. That's all it is. Don't try to erase my family, my people. All right. And the thing is, what Chip said before is right. All right. We need justice before peace. That's honestly, I say that myself. My opinion is, like, Palestinians wanted, like, Palestinians, Muslims, Christians, and Jewish Palestinians. Don't forget, we accepted these Europeans when they came in. We're the only people who accepted them when they came in from Europe, wherever they came from, when the Holocaust happened. All right? We are very nice people. All right? But when you go to occupation, there's going to be resistance. I don't care what you say. All right? When you tell a kid you can't have a lolly, he's going to go steal that lolly. True? Take the lolly back. So a kid resists. And people who've been punished. Have you been to West Bank? I've been there 50 million times. All right?
Real quick for the audience. I just saw an Al Jazeera report that an attack on aid seekers, it didn't say where, killed 11 and injured 100. That's what I just got across the newswire. Please continue.
Yeah. I've been to the West Bank. Or you know what they do? Imagine walking through to go from one side to the other. You have to walk through like you're in jail. All right. They got one side of the street for Palestinians, and a whole city for the settlers. These people. So this two-state solution, they don't want it. Will never work. All right, because they took our land already, and they'll never give it back. All right, Gaza, they want Gaza. It's not about the hero group. Whether they get rid of the H group, is going to be a D group. It's going to be a C group, a P group. They'll never get rid of resistance. Occupation has to end. All right. Every country, America had a T group. I'm sure they did. And then you got your country back. All right. Australia has got a T group. Australia's we colonized Aboriginals here. Not me, the Englishmen. All right. All right. To get a country back, you're not going to get your country back without peace, talking and shaking hands. We've tried that 50 million times. All right. It's not going to happen. All right. Like one other thing, I'm not educated like Chip and stuff like that, but I do know from experience of my family being there. And she goes about dolls and all this stuff. She's bullshit, man. This lady Danielle doesn't even call us Palestinians. She calls us Arab. We are different than Lebanese.
In fairness to her, she did say that at the time the UN and the US referred to the groups of people as Jews and Arabs. She didn't use it in a pejorative sense, and she's not being disrespectful, I don't believe, in that regard. So I don't want to defend anybody, but that's what I heard.
Chip,
so I want to point that
Chip,
out.
it's got nothing to do with Jewish, man. We got nothing against Jews. I got friends who are Jewish, Palestinian Jewish. It's not about that, but they use that as a victim card. They always use that. You want the Jewish people out of Palestine? No, we don't. We don't want the Zionists. We don't want the occupation. We don't think these Europeans, as she said before, we want to make Gaza into Dubai. No, we don't want Gaza to look like Dubai. We want it to look like Palestine.
Right.
All right, Palestine. We don't want our country to be like Europe. Our country is a holy place. I used to ask my dad, or when I was 10 years old, Dad, why are Palestinians sooks? Because I've never been there before, right? And he goes to me, I'll take you there. As soon as I went there, man, through the Jordanian and Israeli border, all right, you see what happens. My blood is Palestinian. As soon as I went in there, you feel like you feel exactly what that Palestinian feel, that my family feels. They're trapped. They're in jail. They can't do nothing, man. They take your land. They can't put steel boxes on your land. That's it. It's theirs. They don't buy it. They steal it. That's a
Let me
thing.
ask you this question. Look, can I ask you a question? Would that be okay?
Yeah.
So one of the points that Daniela, or I think even the rabbi brought up earlier, and again, I'm trying to be respectful of their point of view because they believe what they believe for a reason. I think their security is a big concern. That's what they seem to express. So the rabbi said that even if there were to be a state, let's say the entirety of the West Bank with all the settlements removed or withdrawn from, and the Gaza Strip completely unblockaded, maybe an international peacekeeping unit comes in to secure the border and maintain peace. The claim being made on the other side is there's no way that these extremists would ever not want to take more Israeli lives or more Jewish lives. They're never going to give up until they have everything. Do you think that's accurate, or do you think that if there could be a political settlement, that people would abide by the peaceful requirements of this distinctly separate autonomous Palestinian region?
I think if everything was fair, I think Palestinians just want to live on a strip. We just want to live, all right? And they talk about security. The reason why they talk about security because they're scared because a thief. I'll say it in English, all right? In Australia, what they're saying, a thief will never admit he's a thief. Why do they have this security in Israel and in occupied Palestine, man? All right, it's because they like Chip. You got to understand. I mean, I think you do. All right, when they do these peace things. I mean, example, if there's one state, if there's one state where everyone lives together, are they going to accept all these people like myself, all these people in Europe and other countries come back and take their land back? They will never do that, and that's what has to happen. That's what has to happen, in my opinion, because it's unfair. There's people like my grandmother's still alive. She's 90 years old. She lives in Jordan. All right. She still has the keys to her house.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
No European can say that. No American can say that. Like example, a few months ago, they got this guy called Jacob who came from New York. He's a criminal. Everyone's seen him. That big guy, American who went and lived in West Bank. That's normal. You can't. And what he
Well, I don't
said.
know if you heard this earlier, but I asked a guest earlier today. I know he was the one who said, if I don't steal the house, someone else is going to steal it. I remember that guy. But what I was going to say was I gave an example to a guest earlier who was trying to, whataboutism. I said, I tell you what, if somebody came to your house right now in America, said, I'm taking your house, I'm pushing you down in the basement, you can't leave, you got to do what I say, I decide what you eat, when, where, and how, deal with it, be nice, be peaceful. And then I started moving the wall of this small basement you have closer to you. I started taking more of the basement up more and more. And once in a while, you ran at me at the door and you tried to stab me with a fork, a plastic fork. And then I got bad and I brutalized you. I further took more of the basement from you. I said, how would you feel in those circumstances where someone's not only taking your house, but they're treating you horribly and they're taking more and more of the one room you're left in? How would you feel towards them? He left the panel.
That's it, man. I don't know. I think enough is enough, and like we live in 2024. This thing's happening in front of the world now. The Holocaust didn't happen in front of the world. I wasn't born back then, but I didn't think it happened in front of the world. There was no social media back then, all right? But the social media, kids on. I think Israel made a mistake. I think this was always going to happen, whether the H group done it or not, all right? Because they want Gaza back, all right? And I don't think they sort of thought about little kids in Gaza getting on phones and showing. That's what I look at. And the little kids, before getting unalive, they're showing what's happening. These little heroes. They're heroes. They're my heroes. These little kids are heroes. They tell the story of Palestine. All right? That's my opinion. And one other thing, last thing, I don't know if any Israeli will like this, but I believe one state, Palestine, give back to us, and then you can apply to come back if you're not part of the Zionist colonization of Palestine and you haven't unalived anyone. And it's not about Jewish. Palestinian Jews have always lived there. Sorry, Chip. I love your lives, man. You're the best. I met you at Eric's live.
Thank you.
A long time ago, and you're a very smart person, man. Because You've been in the army, you know what happens. So you're very educated. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I have just to quickly comment on that desire. I understand that probably would be the most equitable thing to have happen. I think a lot of Israelis, when they hear that, are shaking their head like never going to happen. I think from a practical political standpoint, the chances of there being a complete single state that encompasses the full territory is probably less likely, if not impossible, to get. It's going to be tough to get the settlements undone. That's going to be really tough, if not impossible. So I don't know which way it's going to go. Maybe military conflict, if it comes to that, will change these dynamics. But I think anything short of that, we're going to see more of the same until that changes. Unfortunately, I wish that weren't the case. Okay, let me see. I think we had it's Truth and Justice was next. I believe they haven't spoken, and then Sam, Brenda, then Sam, and then it's going to be Tisha and Goldie. I hope I got that right. I know that somebody else wanted to say something, but are you there, Truth and Justice? Sometimes people just, go in the other room and they're doing laundry or whatever, which makes sense. Okay. Oh, there we go. Are
Yeah,
you there?
I'm here. I'm here, Chip. How's it going? How are you?
Good. What's on your mind today?
Well, I'm just thinking. I was reading the news today about Chuck Schumer, is it, and Joseph Borrell there in the EU. I mean, I think the tide of public opinion is actually changing. You talked about this before, I've been on you before, I've annoyed you before, but I think the tide of public opinion is changing, and politicians are changing their stance. And I've heard a lot today in your show tonight, even over here, about the past. I think it's time to start looking to the future. I mean, there needs to be that last gentleman had a lot of very good valid points, and I think there's a lot of reconciliation needs to be done. I mean, I think there's 900,000 settlers in the West Bank, if I'm not right, and people need to find a way to live together, more or less, and what are your thoughts on Chuck Schumer, anyway?
Well, Chuck Schumer is one of the most powerful senators. If you don't know, Chuck Schumer is the senior Democratic senator from the state of New York. He has the tightest connections with Wall Street of any member of the Senate. He gets more backdoor deals and kickbacks than anybody. So the guy is completely corrupt. And he's a total Zionist. And he said he's going to do whatever he can, no matter what, just like Nancy Pelosi said, to support Israel, no questions asked. Again, I think it's irresponsible. I understand his personal point of view may be that, but he represents the state of New York as well as the American, society. And that doesn't necessarily benefit all Americans. It may benefit some of the military industrial complex. It may benefit American global security interest. It may benefit the people who make money or have relationships with those people. But most people don't have that. Let's face it, most people in America are not making money off of arms. They don't necessarily have any ties with anybody who's Israeli. They're not part of the Zionist mindset or movement. And yet this may entangle us in a global conflict that can end up killing everybody through nuclear Armageddon. I think that in and of itself needs to be the number one focus right now, because the Israelis are playing with fire. They're working themselves into a corner, and they're trying to draw the United States in to save their ass. And it could be bad for everybody.
But did Chuck Schumer not come out there today, I know he's not pro-Palestinian. I know he is right-wing Zionist mentality, but he did come out with pro-Palestinian statements there today, did he not?
Well, saying something about the concern for the civilian deaths is nothing more than a political whisper. If he would have come out and said, I will guarantee you this, if Israel does not stop bombing and killing and unaliving civilians, that they will not get a dime of aid ever again. That's a statement in support of Palestinians. Saying that you regret the civilian life and they should stop doing it is meaningless without consequences. Same thing Biden did. Doesn't matter.
But that's not the news where I got over here now. That's not the news. He was calling for a ceasefire. No, I can't read it verbatim, but it was calling for a ceasefire. He was condemning Bibi's government and all that. It wasn't.
Yeah, but Biden has called for a ceasefire publicly. Everyone's been calling for a ceasefire publicly, but it doesn't matter what they say publicly. That's all politics. What matters is behind closed doors, the phone calls that take place saying, this is going to happen if you continue doing this. That's the only thing that matters. All the rest of it is just hot air and political blather.
Well, I think it carries a bit of weight when I'm hearing it this side of the water that actually U.S. politicians, now I know he's not standing up. I know he's right wing. He is not my politics. I am I'm pro-Palestinian. First and foremost, I'm pro-humanitarian. I'm not pro-Palestinian, pro-humanitarian. But it does carry a bit of weight when I'm listening to this these whispers from across the water. I like to hear that, you know. I like to think that the American people, the American politicians more so, because I know the American people, with
Yeah.
80% are, I like to hear that American politicians are eventually standing up. I do like to hear that.
Well, again, I'm glad that you like to hear it. I think that that message served its purpose because you just made my point. You like to hear that. That's the point. They know people like to hear that because it's become an issue that's very contentious. And a lot of voters aren't going to vote for the guy because if he stands up and repeatedly just takes a one-sided view, which is a smaller percentage of the population, he's not going to get reelected. So he's got to say something, and that's what they do. They politically say one thing publicly, just like Obama did for 8 years, and then they do something else behind closed doors. So I know that you're somebody who wants to believe in the system. We've talked about this before. I think the system is irreparably corrupt, and any amount of standing on principle is nothing more than rhetoric.
Well, I think we are going to break the system. I think the systems are being broken. I do think, I know the pro-Palestinian movement is building and building day by day, and it's for me and the people I know, it's a pro-humanitarian. Now, I say pro-Palestinian, it's pro-humanitarian. And you look at TikTok and you look at the legislation that they're trying to bring in the US, that they're afraid of TikTok, they're afraid of people's voices, as we've talked about before on this show. That the people and the masses, I do believe, can change things, and I do think we are changing things. You and me, I know we butt heads, but I do believe we're kind of on the same even keel in some respects. You know what I mean? And I do believe things are changing for the better, and I hope they are anyway, at least, if nothing else.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for your point of view. I appreciate it. I think we have another space here, but no, actually, we have 2 more people in the guest queue. So if you're okay with coming down, Truth, we can. Then we
Yeah,
can
no
let
worries,
somebody
man.
else
All the
your
best.
point of view.
See you later.
And just reflect on that. I'm not against people going out and voting or campaigning for issues or being a part of the process. I think nothing of that is bad. But I do think that if we leave ourselves in a position where we rely solely on that, I think we're going to be very disappointed with the outcomes, as we have been for a long time. And I think it's great when somebody stands up and says something. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, this young congresswoman who everybody was enamored with initially, she said a lot of great things. And then what happened? She didn't do a damn thing. She just kind of melded into the fabric of the Democratic Party. Unfortunately, that's what happens too often. It's a controlled system, and the powerful and wealthy and the national security state get their way. That's just the way it is. And there's only one way to change that, and that's to remove those powerful influences. Because it doesn't matter who you vote in, they're still going to be subjected to those same influences. And while we do have a voting system, as hard as it is to make it transparent, it does have some effect on an electoral process. But it's whether you want criminal A or criminal B. Which one do you like better? Because they're all co-opted by the money. And that's not their fault. It's the game they have to play. Okay. Who was next here? I think it was Brenda, then Sam, and then Tisha. I think. Brenda, how you doing?
Good afternoon. It's nice to
Hey.
have you back for more consistent lives. I know that you were only doing twice a week, but yeah, it's nice to have you around a little bit more. I wanted to
Well, thank you.
talk about a point about that Rachel made earlier, because I think this is definitely something that it's not spoken about as much because, you know, she spoke about the idea of having a Jewish state and a state that is where Jews will be safe. And I know that you agree with this. And I think that's one of the points where I disagree because I feel like in a modern world where we live now, there are a lot of people moving away from religion. And I think that I think the real question is why aren't we making every country safe for all religions? Because there are people from other religions that are not safe in other countries, you know, namely like the Rohingya in Myanmar, I always mispronounce the Muslims in China, but there are religions that are not safe in other countries.
The Uyghurs.
Yes, the Uyghurs. And in the United States, you know, there's a rise we know that in anti-Semitism, even before October 7th, because, you know, the neo-Yazis were making a big comeback, but also in Islamophobia since September 11th. And that's all been by design. So I think what we really need to focus on is on making a safe place for everybody. So it's not, and I think if Israel, like, I don't disagree that Israel can, because it's too late now. I feel like we can't go back. Like, it's what's done is done. But, and I've asked this many times, and there was a reporter who asked, I think, the Secretary of Defense, well, why don't we just give the same religious and, civil rights to every person in Israel, not just Muslims, but Israeli or Jews, Muslims, Christians, to everybody. Why can't everybody have the exact same rights, like equal, as we supposedly have in the United States, and as is supposed to be a democracy? Because if we are really claiming that what we want is democracy, then making a state that is just for one religion, that's not really a democracy. And I understand,
Yeah.
the whole, and I think the mental health care workers that were on the panel earlier were talking about these generational traumas. I think that's definitely a real thing. I think, the oppressed have become the oppressor, and that is a real thing. And then the other thing that I wanted to bring up, because I know that it irks me every single time I hear the language of, speaking about Palestinians, or like, well, we tried to give them this piece of land, or we tried to give them these rights, or we tried to give, like, that type of language, the same way that we are so outspoken, or we are required to be so outspoken about anti-Semitism. We need to be outspoken about that type of language, because that type of language it's reminiscent of racist colonial language, in which the standard for giving us freedom, for giving us civility, for giving us democracy comes from our colonial past. And I think, the word, and oh my gosh, that boy Dapper, he was just, that word savage, that was the word that was replaced, that T word replaced the word savage. And who came up with those terms is, the people who colonized all of these lands. Because when you didn't conform to the standards, or to the standards of the people that were colonizing, the European colonizers, then you were called a savage. And there are a lot of things, like the standards, like I say, Palestine, they didn't have a president, and they didn't have this. That again it stems from the idea of, like, everybody has to be like the West, because we are the civilized ones, we are the democratic ones, when we all know, especially those of us Americans, we know that our house is not in order. So, our standard in spreading what we claim to be a democracy around the world is racist, and it's dangerous. And I think we need to start calling out these type of ideas that, like, we are giving them this, and, like, this, they should have accepted this, is like, whereas, like, they were autonomous before the British came in. And I think we need to start blaming the British a little bit more than we do. But that was my 2 cents on tonight's
That's a fair point.
discussion.
Thanks, Brenda. Thanks for being here. Always great to have you. Thanks for being here. Make a little space for some others. Sorry about that. Okay, so we have, I think it was Sam next, and then it's Goldie, and then I think it's figured out from there. How you doing, Sam? Sam, are you there? I can't hear you. If anybody can hear Sam, I can't hear Sam. So let's do this. It's temporarily. Maybe Sam is gathering his thoughts. Let's say hi to Goldie. Hi, Goldie.
So it's so good to see you more active. I
Hello?
feel like, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me now? Okay. I feel like it's so nice to see. I feel like your schedule conflicts with my current one I got going on. So I'm so happy to see you and live and be on your panel again. So I'm so happy. Yeah, I'm so happy to see you. I can say it a million times. One thing that I want to come on and say is that the more I see that the truth is coming out for Palestine, and the more facts that are being, the truth always comes out, right? The more a little bit aggressive the Zionists specifically and the pro-Israeli side is getting, right? I can sense it. And the Dapper that came up is someone that's always on our pro-Pali panels. And he is not kind at all, as I'm sure you experienced. But I'm noticing that there's a change in their approach. So what I like to go to, because the October 7th is slightly exhausted, but they continue to reach for that and utilize that in their defense, in their arguments, or in their attempts to explain. I want to remind people, because a lot of people don't know this, 2 weeks before October 7th, there were several airstrikes for 3 days straight in Gaza, and it unalived over 50 people. And the day before October 7th, that attack, October 6th, a young man was unalived at a masjid. 2023 up until October 7th was the most dangerous time for Palestine, period, in the West Bank and in Gaza. There were over 250 unalivings. The violence was growing. It was unprecedented. So that year in particular is something that was the tensions were rising, so to speak. So when we speak on October 7th, we can't, I know we continue to say this, that it didn't start that day, but we need to remind ourselves that that is a response, and it's to be examined further beyond someone's feelings, right? We have to take a step back and examine that from outside looking in, and recognize the common denominator, and that common
Sure.
denominator is Zionism. So I like to express this to people and explain it to people so they can get a better look at what's going on, because it's really easy to paint our Palestinian brothers and sisters as quote unquote savages, or tease, or that they can't manage themselves, and that's not the case. They are put inside this position where they are acting in what someone can look at as extreme, but they are living under extreme conditions. They are and at this point the gate is locked, and the aid that's going in is incredibly minimal, and this has been going on for more than how long has it been? The walls went up in 2005. Okay, so these things, it's at its peak. And so that's just what I want to come in and just make sure that people are well aware of, that we are looking at a group of civilians, and even under these conditions, even under what's happening, they are still civil with one another. They are still kind to one another. They are not looting and taking things, and they are still being beautiful human beings to one another. Imagine if that happened in the United States, because it's the
Yeah.
size of San Francisco. What if San Francisco just shut down tomorrow morning, and no lights, no electricity, no food? Let's just, for example, let's just put that into perspective.
Yeah,
The
mayhem.
Palestinian, right? It would be mayhem. So I
Yeah,
just like to
I
put that
agree.
into perspective sometimes, so people can see just a little bit out, just take a step back and look at the whole picture, just as perspective, because I see that it's getting really aggressive. The approach on the panels from the pro-Israeli, specifically Zionist side, is getting highly aggressive, and so I'm trying to find myself more calm when communicating with them, just
Smart.
just because. But I appreciate you, Chip. I'm so happy that I was able to come on your panel. I feel like I always miss your lives. I always get like the 5 minutes, the last 5 minutes, or the last 10 minutes. So I'm so happy to communicate with you and see you.
Well, thank you. Yeah, they're always
Appreciate
recorded,
you.
just so you know, in case you want to watch. Thank you. They're always recorded. They go up on the YouTube channel usually within an hour or so of being finished, and you can access that good segue by going into my profile, and there's a little link that says Linktree, and then my name, Chip Barnes. And for those of you who don't know who the heck I am, there are probably people here that are new. I'll quickly give you a background. My name's Chip Barnes. I'm an Army veteran. I served in the first Gulf War back in 1990. Way back then, yeah, I'm old. And right before I left for the war, I was in college. I learned about the Israeli-Palestine conflict just out of pure chance. One of my classmates gave a presentation on the First Intifada, which was a big uprising that took place. It was a pretty newsworthy event, and I had no clue. I didn't know what a West Bank was. I didn't know what a Gaza Strip was. I didn't even know much about anything. And sure enough, I learned a lot. I was like, damn, this is really unfair. Why didn't I know this? And so ever since then, I've been very curious, and I've been criticized for over-focusing on this. Some people say, why don't you talk about the Congo? Well, I know a lot about this because I've spent a lot of my time. And also, some of the most egregious things that I've seen in my adult lifetime have been accompanied by this conflict right now. This bombing and the other things the Israelis doing. Not that it wasn't horrible on the 7th, and not that I don't want the hostages to go home safely. I want all those things. But the response has been unbelievably disproportionate in a horror show. So I talk about this issue a lot. I've been on TikTok about 5 months. I started a day or two after the attacks took place. Just coincidentally, I wasn't even going to talk about this, but I just started talking and it just kind of took off. So I do lives formally every Wednesday from 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern. and then Saturdays from 12 until 4, 12 until 3 or 4. And then once in a while, I'll just pick up my phone and do one like today. And luckily, it's picked up a lot of viewers and stuff. So that's my background. I also cover other geopolitics. If you want to see my other social media, that same link I mentioned, you can do it. If you're outside the US, which many are, the same text that will get you there is written in my bio. For some reason, outside the States, they don't make it clickable. That's just a TikTok thing. So I have some Telegram groups that are there. I hope you'll join those. One's called Focus on Palestine. One's called Action for Change, different stuff that we talk about. If we're going to make a difference in the world, we're going to have to start doing some of this organizing. That's just the way it's got to be. This will be recorded. Like I said, it'll probably be up on YouTube and Rumble. Rumble's just another version of YouTube, so keep an eye on that. Hope you'll subscribe. For those of you who aren't following me, if you follow me, you'll get notified, hopefully, when I go live. So let's get back. If people don't mind, if you can tap on my face like I'm doing right now to like the live. Right now we're at about 163,000. Let's get it up to 200 if we can, if you don't mind, everybody. Just do a little tappy tap tap. And I see Mo's here. He's good at working the crowd that way. Okay, so really quickly, I think Goldie, thanks for what you had to say. I think that Tisha is next, and then Frederico, and then we'll get to Mo. How you doing, Tisha?
At least once a day, I'm on here listening to you. You're a very smart guy. What gets me is that a lot of people, we have been miseducated with everything, including the Bible. They're seeing presented how the Catholic Church was a part of all of this stuff. But what gets me is that how people think that Israel is not a part of the Dark Continent, that Israel stole a religion that was not theirs and made it Judaism and Zionism, that they don't talk about the Rothschilds and how they played a major part in the Jews from Germany coming to Israel. And I don't know what people think an oppressed people supposed to do when you have your foot on their neck. And that's just like people, Black people who were enslaved. You know, at a certain period of time, they are going to rise up and live under the true meaning of their creed. And just like when people for hundreds of years dealt with slavery and ignored everything that was happening, Judaism and Zionism ignored what was going on with the Palestinians. They ignored it, so they were just a part of it because they ignored it. The only time I saw an uprising in Israel was in that summer when they were outraged about the judges. And right after that came October the 7th, right after that.
Yeah.
So it seems to me the Jewish nation ignored for 75 years what was going on with the Palestinians, ignored it. And then they got miseducated for 75 years about the Palestinians. The Palestinians have been there for centuries, And then all of a sudden, like you said, you come knock on my door and say, that's my house, you got to get out. What? Because biblically it said that you don't belong here, I belong here. Where? Where does it say under a contract that you own this house and I don't own it? That's ridiculous. Yeah. That makes no sense. That's insane. That doesn't make any sense. But it's how we as human beings who have brains up here, who have the ability to know right from wrong, but don't want to know right from wrong, how can you think that Israel is not a part of the Dark Continent, that it should be more dark people in Israel, but there isn't, because they moved them out, and that you came from Germany and you just took over the land. You took over the land. You took over their religion. You took over everything, and you think these people don't supposed to rise up. It's insane.
Well, in fairness, just to be in fairness, to point out, in fairness, just real quick, in fairness to those who are maybe listening to this, there were some indigenous residents who are of Jewish background. Let's be fair. There was a small percentage, but there was a percentage. A lot of people who came in later were immigrants. But there are people with historical ties to the land, just not nearly as many as currently reside today in
Because
the
they
land,
moved
and
them out.
most of it came from Europe.
They moved them
Yeah,
up.
so that's yeah,
But
no doubt
I
about it.
really
Let me do this,
think
Tisha. Let me do this real quick. Since we have so many people who want to talk, hang on the panel. But I wanted to give a couple people a chance. I'll bring you back, I promise, because I just don't want to make everybody wait forever. Because I think Sam was really kind of upset that he didn't get seen. Sam, how you doing? This is what happened the last time I asked Sam. And by the way, Sam, I don't know if you can hear me. We can't hear you, which is why I moved on to somebody else. So if you're speaking, I can't hear you. But I tell you what, if you go ahead and if you disconnect, close TikTok, come back in and reconnect, I'll bring you up first. Okay, is that fair, Sam? Seem to have a connection problem there. I want to bring up a very special person who I think is a great advocate for this issue. Who's also a guy that I admire as a person, and that's Mo Pesci. Let me bring up Mo. How you doing, Mr. Mo? Good to see you, my man.
Chip, thank you for having me up here. I appreciate you, and thank you for being a
Thanks.
staunch for the issue that's been ongoing. And we do appreciate everything that you've been doing and all your support. I just want to bring attention to something that I think is rather interesting that happened in my immediate area. So, as most of you know, if you don't know, I'm from the New York City area, right? I'm out of Brooklyn. And of the 5 boroughs of Brooklyn, one particular borough called Staten Island today, particularly today, and I don't know if Chip knows this, they have the Jewish Community Center of of Staten Island at 1466 Manard Road, decided to sell the bomb remains that were exploded and killed the 30,000 people in Gaza. They decided to repurpose those bomb casings into jewelry and
Oh
sell it.
God.
So I want you guys to understand something. Imagine, for those of you who are old enough to imagine the year 2001. Imagine 5 months into the year 2001, and a bunch of Muslims decide, hey, let's gather some of the remains from the World Trade Center and let's sell it in our mosque. What do you
Right.
think be the reaction from the American public? Number one, it would be visceral,
Wow.
and they'd be right within their rights to be visceral. Number one, you would be violent, and they would be within their rights to be violent. It would be aggressive. They would be within their rights to be aggressive. My question is this: why are we able to allow such disgusting, appalling, subhuman, indignant behavior, particularly in what everyone calls the most liberal city in the world? To me, that is appalling. To me, I find it to be beyond words. And I'm a guy who has a pretty strong vernacular, and I don't have the words to describe what that is. Now, for anyone who still believes that there is a conversation to be had with the Israelis or with people who identify themselves as Zionists, this is proof in the pudding that you are dealing with people who truly and vehemently believe they are indeed above everyone else. They don't understand, not because they're incapable of, but because they refuse to understand what human suffering is. Human suffering doesn't exist unless it begins with, in World War II, during the Holocaust, when. That is the
Right.
only time, apparently, human suffering begins. I am no longer going to be afraid of the term anti-Semitic. I'm no longer going to be afraid of being called anything except a truth teller, because the truth is not meant to massage your ego or your feelings. And if you are appalled at the truth, then you should be just as appalled as we are for having to tell you your own truth and nothing but the truth. Now, I want to respond to someone who's talking. I think it was Tisha who said something about religion and all this stuff. I challenged someone the other
Okay.
day. They called themselves the children of God. They said they are indeed the nation of God, and they are God's first chosen. I said, well, since you believe that, don't you believe that heaven is better than earth? And they said, yes. I said, well, then if you believe that you are indeed infallible and that you are God's chosen people, then beg for death, and you shouldn't be upset at what happens after that. Beg for death if you are truly believe in what you're saying, that you are truth and you are guaranteed heaven. Beg for death, and you should not give a damn about what happens in this world. But I know that they're not going to beg for death because they fear death, because they know that they are not chosen, and they know that what they're doing is evil and beyond anything that God would ever have. God is mercy. God is love. God is righteousness. God is, most importantly, honor and justice. Show me what attribute Israel is embodying of these attributes. Where is Israel's mercy upon the Palestinian people? Where is their righteousness on the Palestinian people? Where is their justice on the Palestinian people? Where is their love on the Palestinian people? Where is their honor in the Palestinian people? Don't you dare call yourselves the children of God or the nation of God when you embody absolutely nothing of the attributes that my Lord encompasses.
Great points, and that's disgusting. The only word I can think of is disgusting and reprehensible and despicable that they're selling jewelry made from the fragments of munitions that have obviously murdered Palestinian lives completely unnecessarily as a war crime. That makes it hard to look somebody in the eye and want to have a good faith conversation or negotiation with them about peace. Wow. Thanks for sharing that with me. It's not very good to hear, but it's good to know. Damn. That's bad stuff. All right, Mo, let me do this. Let me put you back to the regular. You can stick around if you'd like to. I'll
By
let
the
you
way, Chip, I actually tried to put several TikToks, and believe it or not, all I did was put what happened. I didn't even show my face or say anything, and TikTok consistently and habitually has removed that TikTok. Habitually. And I say nothing on it. The same poster that is advertised on the internet, exactly what I advertised on TikTok. And for some strange reason, I get flagged for hate. Ironic.
Yeah, that's not unexpected. Sorry to yell in your guys' ear. I thought I had my mute button on. My dog has been running around. Where the hell'd she go? There she is. Okay, I just want to make sure I found her. Yeah, not great to hear, Mo. Thanks for sharing. You're welcome to stick around if you like. I always really enjoy listening to Mo. I think he's one of the most interesting, articulate, well-known guys on TikTok. He hosts a lot of lives. If you're not following Mo, definitely follow Mo. Do you have a backup account too, Mo? Is this your only account, or do you have a backup account?
Called the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. My link is in the bio. They take care of all the medical stuff. And my backup account is for me to go in and kind of get my hands dirty. So I try to leave one for raising awareness, fundraisers, etc. And then the second one is for, getting my hands dirty. But I want to thank you again for allowing me up here. I want to thank everyone for their continued support.
Of course.
Please check the links in the bio. I also have the PalestineAcademy.org, PalestineAcademy.com. For those of you who say, hey, I want to get more information, please check the resources at my link tree. Peace and blessings, everyone. Chip, thank you so much. Have a great day, everyone.
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
We can't hear you. Hello.
Sorry, I think Sam was next. Right?
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Sam,
Hello.
is Sam there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Sam, we can hear you. Yep, we got you.
Yeah.
Yes. What would you like to say, Sam?
Netanyahu, obviously, he's the leader. Yeah, he's got to go big time, and it's time for him to leave. And I can say the whole world will agree with me. The UN has got evidence, yeah, it's in the British newspapers a few days ago. The UN has got evidence of Palestinians who are in Israeli prisons, yeah, they're being abused. And the UN has got the evidence. So Israel, you can't answer to that because we've got the evidence. London has the evidence. Yeah, it's in our British newspapers. And I wouldn't mess with London. Our facts are pretty 100%. And the UN, why would they wouldn't tell lies? And the abuse that these Palestinian prisoners are suffering is terrible.
Yeah, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. But I think what a lot of Israelis don't know or those who support Israel, that most of the people who are detained in Israeli prisons have done nothing wrong, or something incredibly minor that they've gotten an incredibly harsh sentence for. To say throwing a stone in the vicinity of soldiers that doesn't reach them, or throwing them towards the border fence where a machine gun's located, that's
Yeah.
terrorism, you got
Can
to
I
be
just
kidding
ask
me.
a question?
And so
If
it's
a
overly
child,
harsh.
yeah,
Yeah.
just ask a question. If a child throws a stone, yeah, like say like a 7 or 8 year old child throws a stone, like a lot of 7-year-olds and 8-year-olds, you know what I mean, they don't think about what they're doing. They just copy other children, or they just, you know what I mean, they just don't always think. They just don't think at the time. Yeah, they make mistakes. Of course, children make mistakes.
Yeah.
So how long would the Israeli people put them in prison for throwing a stone for a 7-year-old child?
It could be 6 months, it could be a year, it could be 2 years or more.
But what they're also saying is a lot of these Palestinian prisoners have been in prison for years. They've not been released. What I'm saying is they've not been released at the date they should have been released, at their due date. They've stayed in over their time. So that's clearly wrong, isn't it?
Yeah, but the other thing that's crazy is if somebody happens to die in Israeli custody, and let's say they're serving a 10-year sentence and they die 6 years in, they keep the body for 4 more years and force the physical body to
I'm
serve the
sorry,
entirety of the
right?
sentence that puts them to
They've
death.
got too much power over what they're doing, because what I was reading in my British newspaper about these Palestinians being abused in the prison, it is evil what they're doing. And the UN have got the evidence. So I think Israel, you need to start waking up to getting charged, because the world is going to start charging you for crimes. And I think the Israeli army, I don't think you're not what you call a normal army. The way you're operating is not normal. You're clearly not normal. You're just shooting everything that comes into view, you know, shooting everything. Instead of going in a bit more calmly, they don't act calmly. They're just shooting everything.
Yep,
And,
I agree.
you know, I'm not, you know, most armies have a bit of, you know what I mean? You have a bit of control. They've got no control what they're doing. And you know, the world has seen the lack of control that these Israeli soldiers have. I think they need more training. Yeah. The British Army are laughing at them, right? The British Army are laughing at the way they're doing their military. Yeah. Not any good army would not operate the way they're operating, and they will be charged for crimes, because what they're doing is military crimes. They are military crimes against the military, in my view. And I think they should be charged. Or the head of the army, whoever is the boss of the army, he needs to be charged for the way he's
Yeah,
operating it.
somebody in the chat says, glory to the IDF. What do you feel about that?
There's no glory to the
Clarky.
Israeli army, because it's evil what's going on. There's no glory. It's evil. It's clear. It's evil. It's evil.
I feel like they just need attention, so they come to these lives knowing that
Yeah, but no army
viewpoints are welcome.
Yeah, let me finish.
That's what I think.
The way that is not a normal army. The way the Israeli army is operating at the moment, that's not normal. Yeah, it's clearly not normal. That's not even military. What you call military tactics. You know,
Yeah,
it's not
called war
normal
crimes.
the way they're operating. I'm sorry, it's just not normal.
You know, I was as a child in a war, Bosnian war, and you
Yeah.
know, people praise the enemy, and they are called Chetniks. You know, they hated the us as a children, they were shooting at me from snipers, projectiles,
Yeah.
boom, boom, just a few meters away from me. They didn't care, you know. And
Hmm.
somebody, I often, even today, hear people praising that army. You know, it's horrible. I truly cannot understand how you can be that level of evil. You know,
That's what I mean.
literal.
It's the level of evil. This is extreme. This is a wipeout.
Exactly.
This is what you
Ex-
call a wipeout. Wipeout. This is what you call
and,
wipeout. The word is clear. A wipeout. Over 30,000 Palestinians have lost their lives. Over, it's not 30,000, it's over 30,000.
It's
That's a
40,000
wipeout.
now, sister. You're
yeah,
right, sister.
it's
We're
much
at
more.
over 40,000 now, and we're at.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah. And that's what you call a wipeout. It's clear. The word is wipeout.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I want to say there's a comment that came through that it's a war and civilian casualties happen in war, so just we need a ceasefire. Let me elaborate on that comment because I've been in war, unlike probably most of you, and war is not like that. Okay, civilian casualties happen and they happen accidentally. The civilian casualties, 95% of them in this conflict, have not happened accidentally. They've happened purposefully or with complete callous disregard for the safety of civilians in executing the conflict. How do I know this? Because of the videos that I've seen. I have direct video evidence of this. For example, the statement the Israeli government gives out in the IDF. We're the only army in the world that drops leaflets and then does a little soft tap before we destroy a target. Therefore, we give civilians time to get out of harm's way, right? That's the rhetoric. That doesn't happen in 98% of the time. What happens is that the Israeli Air Force is flying high over the city and sends a missile or a bomb onto a target with no notice, destroys the target, the building collapses, and anywhere from 5, 10, 15, 20, 50, 100 civilians die with no notice. And that's been happening thousands of times, which is why we have, 30, 40, whatever the crazy number is. Now, yes, some of those people are militants. And so whatever the number is, it's just pure civilians. I don't have the exact math. And I think everybody from Israel doubts the age group numbers. And I'm sure the Israeli military is lying about whatever it's saying too. If they are lying, they lie about everything. But this idea of a moral military, forget that. That's a total joke. If anybody, and then, by the way, nobody believes that shit. If you want to tell that story to the world, but everybody with their own two eyes are watching this happen in real time on apps like TikTok or on Telegram. They have groups where they watch what I just said. I probably have 80 videos on my phone, maybe 100, that show journalists with their cameras positioned on top of a building a couple blocks away. And all of a sudden, boom, a missile comes down and hits the base of a civilian building, a neighborhood, and it just knocks the whole damn building down, sometimes 18 stories. And it all comes crashing down, and nobody knows who's going to be next. Now, why would H group fighters go up into buildings and wait for the bombs to hit? That's the argument, that they use these people as human shields. These are people just living their lives. They're in their place. They're going to bed at night. And guess when most of the bombs come down? At nighttime, because they know people will be up in their places sleeping. This is how sick and twisted this Zionist-led entity is. And I don't like to use the word evil. I like the word used depraved and indifferent to the suffering and death of Palestinians. Those are the words I like to use. There's a callous disregard. Doesn't matter who dies, who gets injured, as long as they meet their objectives, who cares? I think that's disgusting. Okay, let me see who was next here. I think that, oh boy, let me see. I think, I'm trying to remember. I know that people haven't spoken yet. I think Kenzo wanted to say something, and then we'll go to Gaza and Photobia. What was it?
Yeah.
Sorry about the fancy.
I wanted
Yes, Kenzo, what do you want to say?
I wanted to bring awareness about the education system in Israel. There is an Israeli channel who go to school and interview little kids, Israeli kids, like 7 years old, 8 years old, 10 years old, and whatever. And they're asking them, if you see an Arab guy, what would you do to him? All of them, they say and screaming, we will kill him, we will do that to him, and we will do that. So you see the government and the education system there, they putting and seeding aggressive thoughts into the Israeli children of what they do if they saw Arabs. And you see on the holy month of Ramadan, over the whole years in the Al-Quds Mosque, they raiding them, beating them brutally, they not allowing them to pray, they doing all sorts of things. So if you're talking about even the education system of Israel, they put in aggressive thoughts, aggressive ideas in the children. And if you look through the whole history, in the dark ages when Jewish was running, from prostitution, they was coming to Muslim countries for seeking safe protection from, the other people want to harm them. So the Muslim never wanted to harm any Jews or like anti-Semitic or anything like that. They are just anti-Zionist. That's all. So we need
Yeah,
to
I
talk
agree.
about the education system when they put like terrorist ideas in the children of, 7 years. So it's gonna be hard when that person grew up. He only gonna see that Arab want him killed, because the government is putting those ideas in his head while he was a child. And even you saw like many ex-Zionists talking about when they was studying in Israel while they was children. One of the women, she said, it took me 10 years to remove the system that Israel put in my head and see the truth. 10 years. She was thinking that she was on the right side of history by calling, and even Ben Shapiro, he's saying Israel should kill as much of son of bitches. He was talking about the civilians in Palestine and in Gaza while they're bombing them there.
All right, Kenzo, let's do this. Your points are all very well taken. Let's give some other folks a chance to weigh in. I think Gaza was next. What was your point, Gaza?
Hello, how are you? How are you guys? How's everybody doing? I'm just fasting. I was just watching at the news, and there was a, I don't know if you guys see what happened yesterday for the UN. They killed 5 people and they injured another 15. Was it 20 people together? And I don't know, something happened last night. The people went. The truck was coming, the food truck was coming, and everybody wanted to get food. I don't know, it's saying flour. Everybody wanted to get flour. That the tanks came and analyzed most of them. I was just watching now, and you know what's so sad is America saying we're sending aid, but in the same time, when the people go to get the aid, they're getting being analyzed. It's very sad. I mean, we are in the 20th century, and we're watching pure daylight genocide, and it's very sad. And America is not doing anything, and the world is not doing anything. But me personally, I'm feeling very shame to the Muslim world, especially Arab world surrounding that area, just watching and doing nothing. When they say we're doing an airdrop, I was watching Al Jazeera this morning. More than 1,000 trucks are lined up in the Rafah border. Why they cannot just open the border and go in? Why they have to drop food, and the food they drop in the same time, killing the people, unaliving people? It's very. I mean, I'm really shocked. I mean, 2024. I don't know. I'm here. The U.S. government is coming saying, "Oh, we have to do something. We have to," but they don't want to call ceasefire. They don't want to talk to Benjamin Netanyahu, telling, "Hey, this is enough." You guys counting 30 people die, but do you ever counted people that under the rubble? Nobody counts those people. The people are trying to get their family under the rubble, and no one is. It's more than 50,000. That's what I believe. Who the people who've been analyzed this war. I believe it's more than 50,000. I mean, I don't know if you guys see the video of the child, 5 years old, his mother and his father been analyzed in front of him. I mean, what that child is gonna go when he grow up? He's gonna grow up to be to do revenge when he grow up, and that's what they are. Age group, all age group, they are people, their family been unalive and doing revenge. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yeah, it's a good point to make that when you take out your ability to, harm people or unalive them, especially many of them, you kind of cause your own problems. What the U.S. does with drone attacks. In many cases, the U.S. will drone attack a wedding or some other civilian and take out, maybe they get one bad guy, or quote unquote, but they get 20 other civilians. And what do you think those people think of America after that? They're in total, it's a total tragedy for their families and for their people and for their community. And you're not going to be nice or kind to a country that does that stuff to you. And in the same token, when Israel decides to mass bomb and mass murder tens of thousands of people, because it can and has the power to do so, it has the weapons and the money and the backing of America and the political cover, it gets away with it. But what do you think goes through the minds of the people who survived that? As she was saying, I think Israel is seeding its own destruction by doing what it's doing. I think it's really ill-advised. And even if you're somebody who's for Israel in the long run, which I'm not insofar as I want there to be a safe place for Jewish people, but I don't like the fact that it's done the way it has been done with the Zionism intertwined to it, which is the most egregious elements of the formation of the state, because it's an ethno-state. Let's face it, it's not a democracy. It's a Jewish ethno-state. By the way, this is not me talking. This is Miko Peled, a former son of a former IDF general. Okay, so somebody says you are full of it, Maestro. Well, what am I full of? Good points, right? I'm full of good points. Thank you, Maestro. Appreciate that. Okay, the person that was next on the panel, I believe, was photophobia, I think it was. Is that correct? Phobophobia?
Yeah, hey Chip, how you doing?
Hey, pretty good. What's on your mind?
Oh, really, guys, it's pathetic. They come on here and make it seem like their army is moral, and it's not a war. And if it isn't, in reality, it's a war on innocent people, right? They're not really affecting H group. They say that that's their primary goal is attacking H group, yet there's millions of people displaced, getting moved around and tortured, right? The reality is they can't handle H group, so they take all their anger out on innocent people. They make it seem like these innocent people are human shields. They're right. They're using them as human shields. They're saying, hey, you want to mess with us? We'll take everybody down. We'll get rid of everybody. To me, that's just like how you said the best word is they're depraved.
Yeah, and by the way, it's not all the people of Israel. It's unfortunate that the population is talked into a set of rhetoric and indoctrination that makes them support the government that's doing these things. But I think if most people knew the truth, they're not bad people. They probably wouldn't support the mass murder of civilians. They're told to believe this story that every time somebody dies, it's all the H group's fault, whether it be because of the attack itself, or that Israel is forced to defend itself, or that they're being used as human shields, that the H group is forcing people to stay in these buildings to make Israel look bad, which is just beyond absurd. But that's what they say to people, and people believe that crap. So unfortunately, 80% of the Israeli population, this is not to their credit, said they thought the government was not doing enough militarily in Gaza. In other words, they wanted more revenge, more death, more killing. So I don't know where you put that, but I think if the Israelis, if most of them knew what their government and their military has been doing to Palestinians for many decades, as I learned, they might see the thing differently. And I think a lot of people, like we said earlier, who've broken from Zionism, who happen to be Jewish, both in America, elsewhere, as well as inside of Israel, they really condemn it because they realize just how absurd what they used to believe was and how one-sided it is and how it has nothing to do with reality. And that's the sad part, is that so many people have been disconnected from reality because of the indoctrination. I understand why people still see it that way. It's not their fault. But and for someone to come on here and tell me that Daniela said, you really need to figure out what's going on, you're pretty naive, I think that's pretty special. Okay, thank you for saying what you said. Please
One
hang
last
tight.
thing.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Just want to say they might be the most indoctrinated country in the whole earth, the whole planet, man.
I believe that is. I think the United States is second, but I think Israel takes it to a whole other level. They're very good at it. And they obviously, people to this day still believe those stories. And by the way, the fact that social media exists is the only reason why they're not getting away with the same game they've been getting away with, which is why they're so frustrated and upset and want to ban apps like TikTok, because it's a whole other avenue they can't control, at least not entirely. and therefore their propaganda system is not accompanied by the limited lying by omission system they've been using for decades. Okay, let me do this. I think there's someone here who's pro-Israel. I want to first warn the audience, warn the comments. Please don't be rude or say horrible things about somebody. So it takes a lot of guts for somebody to come on here if they're against the majority of people on the panel and speak. So let's be respectful. Let's listen and not interrupt. And let's give this person a chance to share their point of view. We can disagree, but we don't have to be disagreeable. So in that regard, I'm going to bring up, I think it's Dagonos or Dagonos. Are you there? Hopefully I turned off your, let me see if I can do the thing with your mic again.
Salam.
Okay, well, what we'll do is, I don't know if, there you go. Dagnus, are you there? If you're not there, we'll bring you up in a second once you get back to your device. So I can't read your name, but your mic's off. What's your name? Kafo something or other? Khalafa?
Khaled Tabash. It's me, Khaled Tabash, if you're asking me for.
Okay, yeah, I was. Sorry, I don't know how to say your name. I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you. Thank you for having me here, and thank you for everyone here. Let me to introduce myself. It's me, Khaled Tabasha, from the Gaza Strip. I have left Gaza 4 weeks ago. I was there in Gaza Strip. I lived the war, and I have seen everything. I survived the death for many times, and I don't know what to say, because the situation there is awful. No one has any idea about what's going there. The life in Gaza is miserable. The life in Gaza, no one, especially, it's very hard to deal with the kids who are asking you for food, and there is even no food. If you have money, sometimes it's hard for you to get the food because the food we don't receive food, because the crossing is closed and Israel prevent the food to enter Gaza.
Yeah.
So I was able to leave Gaza, and I still have my family in the Gaza Strip, and I'm working hard to get them to Egypt because our home, we lost our home, was destroyed by Israeli F-16 warplanes. Also, we lost our work, our business there. We have lost everything in Gaza, and I don't know. I'm still in shock. I'm talking to you, dear friends, and honestly, I can't believe that I'm alive. Because one of these days I was removed from under the rubble alive.
Oh, wow.
No one. Well, yes, I was at my I'm at my friend's home, sleeping there. So I was living in several places in Gaza. So one of these days I was at my friend's home, and there were 6 of his family in the first floor, and we were in the second floor. So there was a sofa was able to keep us alive. So I was with 2 friends in this floor, but this friend lost 6 members of his family.
Wow.
So I'm grateful. I was removed alive. They took me at the hospital at that time, and the doctor tried to check on me. So they made X-ray and many things like that, just to make sure there is no any bleeding inside of my body. But he told me you have a lot of smoke in your chest because I smell a lot of smoke. So they told me just try to get everything that when you cough, get it out. So, and then I'm alive. And then also I was able to leave Gaza. And I'm working hard, as I said, to get my family out. So I made to them fundraiser because my nieces also and nephews asking me again to save them from Gaza because they don't want to die. It's very hard for me, when I hear my niece tells me, "Uncle, save me, I don't want to die in Gaza," because they have dreams, they have everything. Because we in Gaza, we are not numbers. This is what the world must understand. We are not numbers. Everyone has dreams, has friends, has everything. So it's hard for us, very, very hard for us in Gaza. We lost, just imagine, we have a big home in Gaza, from 5 floors. Okay, it was rebuilt from my grandparents and my parents, but in 1 second, one rocket from Israel was able to destroy everything. Some told me, "Don't worry, we will rebuild your home." Okay, but the home is not just the building. My home is memories. You know, we were raised there, and we have a lot of memories there. So we lost everything in a second, 1 second. And actually, you know what? I don't know why they attacked my home, why they destroyed my home. You know, we don't belong to any group in Gaza. You know, we are completely independent. You know, we are completely independent. We are only just Palestinians. So at least you know, some people or some pro-Israel say, okay, the attack who those people who are related with this, with this. I'm Palestinians. My name Khalid Tabasha from Gaza Strip. We are known. We don't belong to any group. Why they destroyed my home and our work there? This is a question. So they were also dropping barrels, not only rockets, bro. Barrels on us and not in whole neighborhoods. And I'm sorry, maybe I'm taking a lot of your time, but I'm going to tell you a story or two stories very quickly, if it's possible, bro. One of these stories, there is a family in Gaza Strip, okay? They, uh, they, uh, they are from Al Nashash family, okay, from Al Burish camp. There were 5 people there. One of these nights, Israeli F-16 warplanes bombed their home, sorry. Then we tried to save who's still alive, but we could not reach to anyone there. So after a week or 2 weeks, we could to find a truck just to remove the rubbles and get their bodies out. But we didn't see any part of their bodies, no skin, no bones, no heads, no arms, nothing. So just imagine that, you know, and their mother was crying so much, you know, she wanted just to find something of their bodies, to bury their bodies and have a grave, you know, just to visit them later. But where are they? They are gone. So after we talked a lot at that time, then we found that the kind of weapons that Israel is using, you know, make the body disappear. You know, they mill the body completely. So there are no bodies of this family. 5 members, I know them in person. They are my neighbors. I know their names. They are gone, and they have no grave. They are not in cemetery. They are gone. So I have seen a lot, bro, and it's awful. It's awful. No one can imagine, especially the water, the electricity. Yes, we have we have no electricity for for 6 months now. The water, you need a miracle to find water. To get food, that's also very hard, and you already know, and the people and the friends know how much the price there. You know, 30 and 40 doubles. So yeah, that's what we have, and I'm trying hard now to get my family, my nieces and nephews, especially to Gaza, to Egypt from Gaza, and I'm working hard. I made a fundraiser on my Instagram, and I have been activist for years, by the way, on Instagram. So I wish to get them as soon as possible before they get killed. We are
The
just
audience was asking a question. Did you have to spend any money to get out, or were you allowed out for free?
sorry, I can't talk so much because I'm in Egypt. So sorry, you know, I'm in
No, it's
Egypt.
okay. You don't have to answer if you don't want. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. I think that was just one of the questions I wanted to see if you could. So that's okay. No big deal. I'm glad you're safe. I'm glad you're outside of Gaza and that you survived the rubble. That's amazing.
Yes, yes,
Can I
yes,
say something really quickly to Khalid?
Yeah, of course.
yes.
I'm
You
so
can.
happy. I'm so first off, Assalamu alaikum, my dear brother. And I'm really happy to hear that you are out and that you're in a safe space. And I'm honored that you shared your story. I know that that is very hard during these moments. So I just wanted to thank you, and I'm so happy. I followed you. If you need help getting some of your family out, please DM me. I'm hoping I could possibly link you with some of my dear friends, as an actionist myself. And Chip, I mean, Chip is phenomenal. And everybody on this panel is phenomenal. But we have gotten in touch, all of us together collectively, with some people who are trying to link families together. So maybe I would be honored to be able to help you with that if that's needed, or if that's what you're comfortable with.
Yes, that's what I want. You know, I have lost everything. Our business, our home, and everything. I lost also some of my friends. So I just want to keep the only thing that's left for me in Gaza, which is which is my family and nieces and nephews. You know, I want to get them out as soon as possible. And every day they texting me and hard sometimes to reach them to me and sending me voicemails like. You have no idea how much hard when I heard these voicemails when my niece say, "Uncle, I don't want to die to Gaza," you know, and she cries, and nephew does the same, you know. I can't do nothing. I wish, you know, I wish if I have money, you know, to get not only my family, the whole people in Gaza. I wish to get them to Egypt, but I'm feel helpless, you know, because we lost everything in Gaza, you know. So I wish if you can get my family out, I will be so much grateful, so much grateful. But I think we will try, by the way. But I think it's not going to work without money. And you understand what I'm talking about. So we will try as well. We will try. I will talk to you and message you, and inshallah we can do something. You know, wallah, you know, I can't sleep at all. You know, I'm suffering. You have no idea. I'm not going to say, okay, I'm receiving Ramadan alone, you know, or I'm alone here. It's not a big deal, but all I want just to save my family, you know. And this is the first time for me to leave Gaza. I'm 30 years old. I have never been out of Gaza, and this is the first time for me to get out to Gaza. I had also to leave because I have ulcer, you know, and I needed to get treatment here in Egypt because some doctors told me you must get out before this ulcer becomes cancer. So I'm in Egypt for a treatment.
Just
And
Khalid, real quick question for you. Just real quick question. So obviously, real quick, there have been other people that have come on people's lives like this, and I'm not at all questioning your integrity or the veracity, but people are and people always are weary. How can we verify, for the sake of those who might help you, that what you're sharing with the audience is what you're sharing? So I don't know if you were able to unmute. Let me see if I can try it again.
yes, I'm here. Sorry,
You should
yes,
be able to talk. I guess the key.
yes. I didn't hear
What we
you.
there have been there's unfortunately there have been people that have come on to lives like the way you're here tonight that have not been who they say they are, where they say they're from Gaza, they say they need money, and then of course people send the money and then they find out later the person did not tell the truth. So how can the audience verify that what you're saying is factual so that if they do help you, they know they're helping the person they should be helping?
You are completely right about that because I have been in Gaza for 4 months and a half under war, and I have never asked the money because it was very hard to receive the money. You know, very, you know, like impossible to receive the money. So I didn't ask because to access the money and to get the money by, for example, Western Union or other ways, very hard, you know. So you are right because also I have seen many people scam. I have seen many people scam, and it was so hard for me when I see them. You know, even they take Gaza and they use Gaza. Even I don't want to mention their names. They're also activists. Ask the people for money, okay, to get them to Gaza, but it doesn't come in Gaza. I'm telling you, I swear, bro. I was in Gaza for 4 months and a half under war. Wallahi, wallahi, I swear, I have received nothing. We are 21 in Gaza, my family, nieces and nephews and sisters, and brothers. Wallahi, bro, we received nothing. No food. Even we had some money when the war started, so we were lucky to have some money and spend that on food, and we were trying and we were able to survive. So this is good question. You need to find someone you trust in Gaza, don't send it through anybody. Don't send to any activist. So, no, just make sure someone who is known and his ID known. He has a page at least. His name is known. You know. Then you can help in this way.
Chip,
Don't send money through anybody, and to anybody without verified name. Just make sure that he's in Gaza and he has a family, and also you have to see what he is doing by videos.
yeah, it's no problem. Chip, people, Goldie is surrounded by people, same as me, that have other people directly in Gaza. So everything can be verified. And if we are going to help him, we are going to verify this. It's a serious issue. But I truly feel for his story. And brother, reach out to Goldie, and Goldie is going to reach out to me and to Omar and Asma and everybody. We might do an event, charity event, that might help your family or something.
Thank
So,
you. Wallahi, I don't need food. I don't need if you can get my family, I don't need any dollar or any money, or just get my family, then we don't need food as well. Just I want my family alive, because bro, wallahi, we lost everything in Gaza. We lost home, we lost everything. We have nothing left. So it's hard to lose also my family.
If I can talk just for a second, I want to thank to everybody, and I wish that you get your family out, Khalid. And I want to ask a question for Shib. Shib, you said that you served in the Gulf War. You mean the liberation of Kuwait?
Sorry?
I guess, yeah, it was called the Kuwaiti Liberation, whatever they called the war. But yeah, I was stationed in Saudi Arabia and Iraq and then Kuwait.
Yeah, well, I'm from Kuwait, and I just wanted to thank you because I'm a
Thank you.
citizen of Kuwait, actually.
Yes.
And I just wanted to thank Chip for that. And yeah, Khalid, and I wish you well, and I wish you treatment and speedy recovery, and I wish you get your family out. And I wish to thank everybody here and this platform, especially Chip, to bring awareness to everybody. And thank you, Chip.
Thank you so much. And also, and I'm saying again, to the people who are sending money to Gaza, please, please, please make sure that your money reach to Gaza. I'm from Gaza, and I have been in Gaza under war for 4 months and a half. Okay, I was there and I was seeing everything. Wallahi, we were in Rafah because we lost our home, so we had to leave from Rafah at first. Sorry, from my camp Al Buraish to Nusayrat. Then we had to leave to Deir al Balah. Then from Deir al Balah to Rafah. Okay, wallahi, in this time we received nothing, even no food, nothing. And even some organization who say, okay, I have seen their pages, they received the money. I went to them, I told them, I have lost everything, and here the papers, just we want food to no. So you need to know very well how to get your money to Gaza, to a very trusted people.
I wanted to say something, if I can. Yeah, I'm Palestinian. I'm American. I'm Catholic. And I want to say to Khalid, my heart breaks for everybody, for all of our people. My heart breaks for you and your family. My heart breaks for everybody there. I was over there, not in Gaza, but I was over there in Jerusalem this last summer. And it's heart-wrenching to be over there. You know how it is to be under oppression. It's very oppressive over there, even in the West Bank. But my heart breaks for you and your family and everybody over there. And what Israel is doing to block all the aid to come in, and what America has been doing to support that is not acceptable. And what we could do is to continue to speak out and say enough is enough. I commend you. You are very brave. And you know what I'm talking about. To be a Palestinian and to speak out is, for the most part, usually against the law. You know this, okay? To speak out is against the law. And to raise our flag is against the law. To speak against Israel is against the law. But you, I commend you, and we should all give as much as we possibly can and hope and pray that the people in authority allow it. Because as you know, they are blocking the aid from the very beginning for the last 4.5 months, and before there was a blockade, of course, for many, many years. But they were blocking everything: food, water, aid, medicine. They said it, and everybody in the world accepts it. But I don't, and many people here, and Chip does not. And everybody should be thanking Chip for continually to come up here week after week, day after day, to support our cause. And God bless you, Chip, for doing that. We should be tapping on the screen. But Khaled, believe me, I have a friend who's also his name is Khaled as well, and our hearts are breaking for everybody back home, our family, for you, for people like you, and there's people who've lost as many as 30 or more people in their family. 30, 40, that's a lot. So I pray for you, and I hope to God you get out. The rest of your family can survive this onslaught by is not real. Because believe me, what they are doing is so unacceptable. That's why I don't believe they have the right to exist. Israel, they have no right. They were founded upon racism, and look what they're doing to us all. It's wrong.
Exactly. You know what? Also, sorry for interrupting. There's another problem in Gaza. The medicine. Tuition medicine. It's you can't. The people who have health issues, they are dying. They are dying. Many people want specific medicine. They used to get them a month. They can't get it. They must to get it, but they can't, and they are dying. Or already many people. For example, at the beginning of this war, I have a friend. His uncle, he was living on oxygen. Oxygen. He was breathing oxygen. There was no oxygen. He died quickly. And the same for many and for hundreds. So the people who are sick, they are dying. So much dying. Because there are. For example, my mother, she needs to get a very specific medicine. It's not expensive, just $6. I was begging someone just to get me this medicine with $20 and $30, but please get it to me. We couldn't find it so far, and even I'm trying to find someone here to send this medicine to, but I can't find anyone come back again to get Gaza again. So it's a trouble and very, very, very sad, So this is another problem, and the situation, honestly, no one can imagine. Maybe you can understand, but no one. The water, to take a shower. To be honest with you, hardly I was taking a shower in Gaza. I was taking shower once a day, every 10 days to get a shower. There is no water. And if you have even some water, you will give the water to kids and to women first, So it's very, and when you see some intense, the women standing very long lines to get the bath or the toilet, it's so much hard, Especially they are women, Just imagine your sister or your mother sit in this line just to go to the toilet or to the bath. It's crazy. And they are
They
women,
treat
not
us
like
like
men. If you can, maybe
animals.
you can go there or here, but the women, the girls and women, very crazy.
They treat us like animals. I mean, look what
Yes.
they're doing to us. They treat us like animals. Shame on them. I mean, we could treat them with respect and with love and with freedom, but they do not reciprocate. They treat us so badly, so badly. We are very loving people, as you know, very loving people, very welcoming people. But this is beyond. This is not okay. This is so wrong. But the rest of the world is gradually seeing it because of places like TikTok and other social media. They're gradually seeing it. In fact, it's increasing very rapidly, and I hope it continues. People like Chip, many other people who are supporting the cause, who are not Palestinian, who are not even Arabs, and they're supporting our cause because they see how wrong it is, because they're learning. Because of October 7th, all of a sudden they've started to learn for the first time. You and I know how horrible it is. My parents survived the Nakba. My parents, thank God they're still living, and thank God they were dirt poor because they were in Jerusalem, and the church, the Catholic Church, owned the home, lived in. And thank God it was considered international safe zone. That's how they survived, because they were dirt poor. That's the only reason my parents survived the Nakba, because they were right there. And my father, he was actually working at the YMCA. There was a YMCA over there, guys. Okay, it was a real place. There was theater, there was movie. You know, my aunts and uncles went to the theater. I mean, it was a thriving place. But what happened was my father was working at the YMCA when the war broke out, and my father was a prisoner of war. He was a prisoner of war for only some days, but that was no communication to his family for that time. But this is beyond what's happening to Gaza. It is worse than any type of atrocities in any wartime and any war crimes. It rises up to the top with many other war crimes in this world that we've seen in history. What they are doing is not acceptable. And thank God my parents are still living, but they're very old right now, and they went back home last year. My father was 94, my mother was 86, and they got to see family members again, because we are all separated. We're like in the diaspora. We're all separated from our homeland, because an intruder, the Israelis, the Zionists, came and took our land. It is
Listen
so
to talk
wrong.
something. Sorry for
Please go
interrupting
ahead.
you.
Hold on, guys, real quick.
Please.
I gotta step in for a second and just address some of the comments, and I want to let y'all continue. We also have a new person needs to speak for a second, so Khalid, feel free to stay, but I need to let them speak first. Somebody in the comments keeps saying things like, they attacked us on October 7th. They deserve whatever they get. I'm paraphrasing. Remember, if you go to YouTube or go to Google, type in, is a blockade an act of war? And you'll find the answer is yes. So if you choose to militarily blockade another country by air, land, and sea, you destroy their infrastructure so they can't be self-sufficient, and then claim somehow that it was some out of the blue, random, unprovoked attack that happened. And I'm not for civilians being harmed, let's be very clear. I'm not even for hostages being taken, all that stuff. I hope everybody gets home safely. But you have to understand, if you militarily control somebody and you blockade them, that's an ongoing act of war. And therefore, they have every right to try to break free from your blockade. It's not an unprovoked attack. Now, I can understand the sting that an attack caused, and you want to get back at the people who did it. I can understand that. And if Israel had just done that, the world wouldn't be taking the stance it's taking against Israel. The ICJ would not be there wouldn't be charges brought against Israel at the ICJ. People aren't doing this because they hate Jews or anti-Semitic or any of those other bullshit excuses. They're doing it because of what the Israeli government and military have chosen to do, which is a more extreme example of what they've been doing for decades. For those of us who unfortunately have to learn the hard truth about this conflict, Israel has been terrorizing Palestinians, innocent Palestinians, for 7.5 decades. And I know they always claim it's for the control and the security of their society. And I want to see people secure from things like rockets and other harm. Who wouldn't? But why do people fire the rockets? Why do people form resistance groups? Why do people do things like the 7th? Because they have nothing better to do on a Saturday? They do it because there is something to resist. Americans didn't like being the colonist in America. If you're from America, they didn't like being under British rule. They were occupied by a settler colonial power. Palestinians, those Arabs who have lived continuously in the territory that the Romans termed Palestine, which they call in their language Palestine, have lived there for a long time, as did some indigenous Jews. Not nearly as many as are there now from Europe and elsewhere. But the bottom line is that there was a relatively peaceful status quo that was violently disrupted in the creation of the state of Israel. I'm happy there's a Jewish homeland where people can be free from harm. I'm with it. But look what the cost was to others. That's the point we're trying to make. If you're going to have something for yourself, great, but don't do it on the heads of others. And this was done on the heads of others. Let's be straight. I'm not Palestinian, I'm not Israeli, but I can see if I can call a fish a fish. It's easy to see what it is. And to somehow then blame those who respond to what was done to them as being the aggressors, and you play the victim when you're the one who's doing the victimizing. And then when somebody responds to your victimizing, you call them a terrorist. That's crazy. And if the reverse happened to you and your people, like what happened in World War II, as should be done, you should call it out for the bullshit it is. And if you believe the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was justified, if you don't think those people were terrorists, then you can't call Palestinians terrorists, because anybody who's oppressed and being marginalized and brutalized by a violent psychopathic oppressor has the right and the obligation and the duty, the moral duty to fight back. And to expect otherwise is just to have no connection to anything that's within the realm of human nature. So for those of you up here saying October 7th happened, you deserve whatever happened back. No, Israel does not have a right to defend itself as the occupying and blockading power on any level. It just uses these things as excuses to further brutalize Palestinians and to take more land and to say, what are you going to do about it when you're the country that has all the weapons, all the military support, all the money from the United States, and the political cover at the UN so you can get away with this bullshit decade after decade, which wouldn't be happening if that wasn't the case. Let's be truthful. And the allegiance from the country that I live in, the United States, through the different leaders and the influences that keep us in line with Israel, are putting our lives in danger as the security in the region erodes. This could erupt into an international conflict, which could lead to the use of nuclear weapons and kill everybody. Why? Because some small group of rogue Zionists decide they're going to implement their will in the region on others, and everybody else can be damned because they're the chosen people. I say two words. I say, fuck that. I say that's bullshit. And if you believe that, you're insane. And there are a lot of people who are Jewish, who served in the IDF, called Breaking the Silence, who point out the ridiculous nature of this whole narrative. There are those who have been brought up under Zionism that have broken free from the program and said, oh my God, I can't believe I ever believed this stuff. This is absurd. What our government and our country is doing to these other people is horrific. It's very similar, minus the camps and the final processes. But in a way, it's also involves some of the final processes. It's the same mistreatment. So you have the grandparents who are horrifically mistreated by the Germans, and now you have the grandchildren mistreating other people the same damn way. How can you justify that just because you benefit from the outcome? That's not being consistent in terms of ethnically and morally. You have no ethics. You have no morality. You are self-serving. You are selfish. And that's what it means to be a Zionist, to look out for yourself first and F your neighbor. Hate to say it, but that's how I see it. And I wish it weren't the case. I would love to say glowing things about the people that are doing all these things. If they would stop doing them, if they would say, hey, you know what, you're right. We should figure out a way to live by these people peacefully next door. We shouldn't be constantly poking and provoke them and then blaming them for responding. We should be able to withdraw the illegal settlements that we've been stealing land from them for decades and say, you know what, it was our fault. We shouldn't have done it. That's right. Let's pull them back. Let's give these people a place of their own to be next to us in peace with an international peacekeeping force that maintains the peace, because they've never had that opportunity. Every time you blame them as being savages, as Dapper did, the reason why they act in a savage manner, they're not savages at heart, is because you put them in a no-win situation for decades. What would you do if you see no light at the end of your tunnel? And the more you cooperated with the group, the more land that was stolen from you, the more people that were killed. Why cooperate with that? Right? I wouldn't cooperate. I'd be like, fuck this, let's go fight. And even if I died, I'd be happier dead than sitting under the constant oppression and humiliation by this disgusting group of people who are so selfish and self-centered, they can't see the suffering of others as important. So for all you Zionists out there, take a good hard look. Do some fucking reading, for Christ's sakes. Break through the bullshit propaganda and narrative. Listen, it's okay to vie for your own team. I get that. But you're doing it at the expense of others who are being mass murdered. If you're for mass murder, I'm against Jewish people being mass murdered in World War II, consistent. I'm against Palestinians being mass murdered in 2023-24, morally consistent. You are immoral because you care about your grandparents. You say never again, except if they're browner than you, and then fuck them. What do those people matter? They're just a thorn in our side. They got to get out of the way so we can take our land and be back with the chosen plan. Well, imagine if you were in that situation and you were the people being marginalized and poked and prodded and you resisted and you got shit on, you got your arm cut off, your whole neighborhood got killed. How would you be feeling right about now? You're okay with it? You know, tens of thousands of people dead, 11, 12,000 children. many of whom are under the age of 5. I would guarantee you if they were Jewish babies being killed, there would be screaming of international outrage of, oh my God, this is the second coming of the Holocaust. That's what they said when it happened on October 7th, and 1,200 people passed away horrifically. Imagine if it was 30, 40, 50,000, whatever the number is. Can you imagine the cries of genocide? It wouldn't even be a question. It would be engraved in every single wall in town. And yet somehow, because it's Palestinians, it's questionable. Well, it's not that many. It's not a big... Yeah. How about being morally consistent for once in your life and admitting that the bullshit story you're trying to believe in is just that? A flawed narrative to try to justify the unjustifiable. I came up with a video a while back. I said Israel should change its slogan to Israel trying to defend the indefensible for 75 years. That's what it is. It's a rogue, racist, Zionist, ethnocentric state that tries to push its will on others and throw its weight around because it's got the biggest bully in town backing it up. And that's the problem. And people see it for what it is now. The biggest change, yeah, physically speaking, Israel has pounded the shit out of Gaza. They've destroyed the landscape. They've made it into a moonscape. All of those people saying, let's turn it into a parking lot, they've turned it into a rubble-filled parking lot. As they've gone through northern Gaza, after the enemy's completely out of the area, what do? They set charges and blow up schools, hospitals, community centers, residential buildings. Why? Not because it poses a threat. It's to clear out the infrastructure so they can steal the shit. Now, what military purpose does it serve to blow up a mosque? The answer is none. What military purpose does it support to shoot a journalist, Shireen Abu Akleh, in the neck, which she's wearing full press gear? She dies. She goes to her funeral the next day after that indignant murder, and they bring police in and they beat the pallbearers so they drop her casket. What security purpose does that serve Israel? The answer is none. That's sticking the finger in the wound of somebody unnecessarily because you can, because you have the power. That is just one of myriad examples of the way the Israelis act horrifically towards another group of people in ways their grandparents would be ashamed of. So I say shame on you people who support that. You're supporting the worst that we can be. Clean up your side of the street, give other people a chance with freedom and autonomy to behave the way you hope they will, and stop making it impossible. And then, only then can something good come from this. The longer these policies are pushed forward, the less safe Jewish people are in Israel. The least safe place to be in the world right now is in Israel if you're Jewish. Because in a moment's notice with Lebanon, if you get Hezbollah involved, trust me, it's not this simple thing like you're the most powerful army, so it's going to go swimmingly. There are going to be missiles and rockets laying down all over the country, Haifa, Tel Aviv, elsewhere. It's going to make these Hamas rockets look like chump change. And I don't wish that on anybody, but the arrogance and the cavalier nature of the Israeli military, armed forces, and government, acting with impunity, blowing shit up, destroying stuff, killing people, sniper shooting, tanks running over people, executing people in the backs of their heads and throwing them in pits, dropping bombs on vast swaths of residential areas, blowing shit up, doing selfies, laughing about it, singing songs. Yeah, Israel, fuck that. That's not admirable. If you think you're somehow moral for doing all that stuff, you're not, and everybody sees it. And now Israel's a rogue nation. If you support Israel, you should be watching going, dude, stop this shit. You're a dumbass. Stop doing this. You're hurting yourself. The biggest difference in this conflict, I've watched it for 34 years, is that so many people are aware of this now. They never were before. It was off their radar. One of the frustrations Palestinians talk about constantly. No one will come to our rescue. What the hell's wrong with this? And the surrounding countries won't help us because of political reasons. The world doesn't know our plight. Everything just keeps on going on. It's always bad for us. Well, now, even though there's been vast suffering, the thing that's been exchanged for, the mass martyrdom, the thing that it's won the Palestinians, is support, sympathy, support, awareness of not only the situation in and of itself, but the depraved level that the Israelis will go to enforce their will with force and death and destruction. The absolute vile, indignant, selfish, self-centered, disgusting behavior that's the worst mankind has to offer is what Zionists exhibit in these circumstances. And it's clear as day to everybody in the world that that's exactly what's going on. Besides the fairy tales that are told by the Elon Levy's of the world and the Mark Regevs and the other ridiculously silly representatives that try to go out and make sense of this madness. That's the deal. Unfortunately, listen, I'd like to tell you otherwise. If you're from Israel, you support Israel, this is the beginning of the last chapter. Not of the people who live there. This is not an attempt to get rid of Jewish people. Don't even go there. That's a terrible thing to say or think. But the Zionist entity, the formation, the government, the philosophy that's running the show right now, it's got to go. It's dangerous. It's selfish. It's potentially going to cause world war. And it's actually the least safe thing for Jewish people. And some people wake the hell up and they understand this. Like, stop doing this. Jewish Voices for Peace. Excellent human beings who see a difference between being Jewish, practicing Judaism, and supporting Israel. The most disruptive force for bad in the Middle East that has ever existed. All right, Dogman, what do you got on your mind?
Yeah. Hello, Chick.
Hello.
Yeah. I just wanted to quickly come on and say thanks for having me up and that, yeah. And one love to you and all the people who were in the panel and, you know, who were listening, yeah. I just got one little statement to say, yeah.
Okay.
Right, and I'm gone. Zionism is dying, yeah. It's putting its own nails in its own coffin, yeah. What's gone on in the last few months, yeah, the world has recognized what they could not see before. They've witnessed things now, yeah, right, and they identify that what they're doing to the Palestinians, yeah, is totally wrong. Now, before October the 7th, it was all the Palestinians who were the bad mans and they were doing everything and to the Jewish people and all that. Now, Jewish people, I have no problem with, yeah. Judaism, I've got no problem with. It's a Zionist I've got a problem with, yeah. They're evil, yeah. And I'll tell you something now, yeah. All they're doing is bringing about their demise very quick. And you see the Benjamin and Benny Gavir, mate, we'll see them in court before long, trust me, yeah? And so I'm just going to leave it at that, yeah? One love Palestine, yeah? Big up, yeah? Every time, yeah? We're with you, Palestine. We're with you. Trust me, the world's with you. We see what's going on, yeah? And I tell you what, these Zionists will not prevail, trust me, yeah? So I'll leave it at that, yeah? One love, yeah? Yeah, man. Bless up every time, yeah?
Thanks for being here. Okay. I think the next person that was up was the real, I can't read the rest of your name.
Hello, mate. How you doing, Mr. Barnes? You good?
Hello. Yep, good.
So what I was going to say, the problem in the world today is obviously, as the brother said, is the Zionism. The Zionists have infiltrated all aspects of life and religion. So look, there's Zionist Jews, now there's Zionist Indians, and now they're infiltrating Islam. They're just, the Jews are not the problem. The problem is the Zionists, mate. This is the problem. This is the issue we have in the world. And they use democracy as an excuse to cause bloodshed. This is what they do. This is what the devil worshippers, they worship the devil. And what it is, what they're doing now, there's not enough, the Messiah, they're waiting. The Zionists is waiting for the Antichrist, the Messiah. But the Messiah is not coming because there's not enough negative energy for the Messiah to enter the world. So what they're doing now in end of April, they're gonna sacrifice some red heifers. You know them red heifers?
Yeah.
So they're gonna sacrifice them on behalf of the Antichrist so the Antichrist can enter. They're just trying whatever they can, causing destruction. Look, these wars, the Zionists that create these wars are created as a sacrifice to Satan. These wars that all these people died, they kill millions. Look, there is no wars in this world. All the wars were created by the Satan worshippers, by the Khazarians, by the Zionists. They do this mass. They create wars as a sacrifice to Satan. This is what they do. This is what they're doing because they want the Antichrist to come, but the Antichrist is not going to come until God releases the Antichrist, and only God knows when the Antichrist is going to come. And it's all written in the Quran. All this is written in your Bible, in the Quran. Look what they've done to the Christianity. Look, the Zionists, they changed the Bible. They changed the First Testament, the Old Testament. They turned it into 50 different Bibles. And they're confusing all the Christians. And they took over Christianity. They did the same with Jews. Now they're doing it in India. Now they're taking over the Indians in India. India and Israel has aligned themselves together. Look what the Indians are doing in India. The same thing what the Zionists are doing in Israel. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. This is what's going on in the world, man. I mean, what else can I say? We all know the truth. We all know. We can bring on the other. Thank you for giving me this time to talk my mind and the truth. But bring on. Let's see what else other people have got to say. What would you say to me? What would you say? What would you reply to me, Mr. Barnes?
Yeah, I'll share with you that I don't know enough about what your allegations are about the takeover of the various religions that you're referring to, so I could have to look into a little more. But I know there's a lot of people that feel that accusations like that are broad and sweeping are anti-Semitic and are tropes. And again, if there's evidence to back it up, I don't think it is. But without evidence, I think that's not an unfair thing to say. So I'm not sure. What I do want to do is ask Goldie. Goldie, are you still here?
I'm here and I'm totally listening to everything that's going on. I'm
No, it's all
here.
good.
Yes.
I just want to ask you a favor. If you can do some moderation for,
Oh,
I set you up as a
absolutely.
moderator. I have to take a shower. I haven't showered today yet, which is
Absolutely.
disgusting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the live up, but I need to go on break for about 30 seconds. I have to make a quick phone call, but I'll be right back, and then
You
Goldie
got
can
it.
moderate. Okay?
I
So
will absolutely moderate.
I'll be right back. I'll make one quick.
Chip, I just want to say something to you real quick, Chip.
Can I add something, you please, before just...
Absolutely.
Assalamu
Absolutely. As
alaikum,
long as
brother.
we go one at a time, it's all good. That's just how Chip likes it. So you were speaking. You're more than welcome to. And I think Omar, you
I
haven't
just want to
spoken
say
yet.
hello, my sister Keksi. Assalamu alaikum, my brother. Khalid, يا غالي كيفك حبيبي؟ إن شاء الله بخير.
حبيبي الله يخليك الحمد لله رب
Yeah,
العالمين الله
what this one brother said on the real, he's right about the red heifer. They're gonna sacrifice, I believe, next month. They already
Yes.
built the podium. They want to speed up the process. It's not anti-Semitic. It's actually true. They do have 2 red heifers that they're gonna burn. I don't know if that's gonna bring up their Messiah, and they're gonna be in surprised. Because I don't think that's gonna come. Chip, real quick, brother. Thank you for your outstanding work, for standing up for humanity and justice. That's what they gotta understand. It don't matter who the oppressors are. We would stand up against them. People like you, Goldie, Keksi, all of us would always stand on the right side of history, on the right side of humanity, no matter who the oppressors are. So we're always going to stand up for the oppressed, against the oppressors. It's not about being anti-Semitic, being racist against the group. There's millions of Jews all over the world that are great, that stand up against the Zionist entity. And I would like to tip my hat off to everybody standing up for humanity and justice. And Chip, you are a great humanitarian and justice warrior. And as a Palestinian, I love you, my brother, and thank you for all you do, Chip.
Yeah, I'm happy to do it. Happy to. Okay, I'm going to go on mute mode. You all can go ahead and have just Goldie, please manage things. Thank you.
Well, absolutely happy to. I'll hold it down.
Goldie.
Brother.
Yes,
Yes.
sister. So look,
Yes.
these Zionists in here laughing, but they don't know what's gonna come to them. They think it's a joke. They attack Christians. Look, they attack innocent people, and they're causing a genocide. Look, let me tell you. Look, so these Zionists, like, okay, fine, there was a Holocaust. So do you really think there's going to be peace in the Middle East? You really think these Zionists who are causing this genocide, you really think this genocide, the people who are in this genocide, they're going to forget what the Zionists are doing? So these Zionists are two-faced. They're two-faced. They're two-faced people. Look at all the news. Look at all the news reporters. They're all Zionist. All the famous people, they're all Zionist. Everybody who's famous, they're all Zionist. They all worship the Satan. They do the same one-eye symbol. All of this, everything, they're all the same. They all drink blood. They all rape children. This is what they're doing. This is what's going on.
I hear you, brother, but we got to
don't
use
wanna
safe
say
words to
everybody.
protect the lives. We
Can
got
I
to
add
protect the
something
lives. But
quickly,
I hear
please,
what
if
you're
it's
saying.
possible?
I hear what you're saying, and I understand, and I know that theory. Was Habibi able to speak? Habibi, were you able to say a few things that you wanted to get
Can
out?
I just say one thing before I get in the shower? Let's not make
Absolutely.
let's not make allegations about something that everybody does. I doubt
Yes, yes.
strongly that every person who considers themselves a Zionist, even maybe even 1/10 of 1%, would ever consider doing what you just said.
Yeah, brother, you have to be careful with those serious allegations. That's called the blood libel, and then you're borderline. Then you start becoming like borderline conspiracy theorists.
True.
There's enough real evidence and truth and atrocities out there that we just have to educate the people on what's clear in front of us. But to start with wild accusations, I understand what you're saying and where you're coming from, brother. But you also have to be real careful because it is borderline racist at the same time, and we don't want to label a blanket of people. That's what got us in this situation. That's
Yeah.
what has the people standing against the Zionists because they label majority of the Zionists try to label the Palestinians as savages, just like it's not a good stance. So you got to be real careful. You're borderline racist with those comments, Akhi. I'm not trying to come down on you. Just there's enough facts on the ground that we just have to just point out the facts and show what's really happening and educate the people that want to be educated. And we have facts on our side. We have truth and we have the haqq.
Yeah.
And
Bro,
the haqq is enough for us.
what it is, brother, these people, what it is, what they don't understand, look,
You have to be careful with that comment.
these
That
Zi-
comment
yeah,
itself, these people,
yeah.
is a bad comment, Akhi.
Yeah, brother, these Zionists, since young age, they've been indoctrinated, just like us, how we've been indoctrinated from school. Like, soon as you grow up, we realize that this world is a
Like Miko Palad, Chip Barnes spoke about him. Miko Palad had his niece being unalived in unalived bombing in Tel Aviv. He was a staunch Zionist. His dad was he was a general. He was one of the pioneers that brought together the state of Israel. So he studied and learned about the situation in Palestine. Now, Miko Palad, I consider him a good friend of mine, and he's a great friend of my family. He stays in my sister's house. He stays in my family's house in the West Bank. His sister is one of the biggest allies now that she lost her kid to an unalive bombing. But now when these people deconstruct, so we have to be careful the way that we come across. We want to educate. We don't want people to go on the defensive at the same time. We don't want to label people with a blanket statement of blood libel. That's a very, very dangerous statement that you were
can I
making. I
just
just
ask
want to
this
educate you, brother. I'm not coming down on you,
No,
It's
no,
just
it's
we have
cool. I
to
understand.
also be
I'm
we
a
have to
bit
be
blunt.
little bit careful.
I'm straightforward.
Alhamdulillah.
I don't beat around the
Alhamdulillah,
bush.
we do have the facts. We do have the facts.
Yeah,
And
it's
we do
truth.
have the
It's truth.
truth on our
Allah
side,
said it.
Akhi.
We know, bro. We know. Me and you. We know what's going on. We know who's gonna win. Look, the commenter said the Messiah is going to come in our lifetime. Free Israel. Free Israel from what? What do you want to? Have you read the Balfour Declaration? Do you know anything about the Balfour Declaration, mate? The Messiah
Don't
is
worry
going to
about
come.
them, Akhi. Let the trolls speak whatever
No,
they
let
want.
them talk.
If
They have.
I know, but the thing is that we want to stay. So Chip's live. He likes things to be anti-inflammatory and flow smoothly. So we want to honor that while he's not here. And
Yeah.
if we want to stay fact-based, so when people say, "Is that true?" we can show them, "Oh yes, in fact, it is true." For example, the first day of Ramadan, we had a 12-year-old young gentleman, a young child, who was unalived in front of his entire family because he was celebrating by throwing he had like what was it, Omar, I think you might know, it was, how would you say it, like a firecracker, a very not a big one, but just a firecracker, and an undercover IOF soldier sniped
Unalived
him
him,
in
yeah.
his head. He unalived him in his head. Then there was a meeting about it because that soldier should not have done that. So they had a meeting about it, and Ben Gavir went and in person
Absolutely.
celebrated him. He went and he celebrated him, shook his hand, and hugged him at the station where he was being held, and released him personally and thanked him because he stated that he saved everybody from a T. And this was a child So these are the facts that we're using
Yeah.
and that we have to stand on, because we do want to step away from using any type of theories or things that are unproven, though those might be true. You and I know that there's something there, but when we speak for Palestine, we want to just make sure that we're using facts so we can show proof, just like Omar said. And Omar's story, if I mean, he doesn't, you don't have to share, brother, but Omar's story is incredibly intimate with Palestine. He's big, so I respect and appreciate the way that he models it. And not that you're wrong, we're here for you, we're all in the same. But if we model ourselves to be in a space where we can't be rebutted in any way, it makes our movement stronger.
Because, brother,
Yeah,
you gotta
true.
understand there's 327 people here. There's a
Yeah.
lot of people that are coming and just want to learn. So
Yeah.
if they see us sounding coming out of left field with some conspiracy theories,
Yeah.
then they're gonna think everything else we're coming with are conspiracy theories.
Bro,
Where
all
the
the
truth,
conspiracy theories
like
have been
Sister
proven,
Goldie
right?
said, like today, just the story with Ben Gavir celebrating that unaliving of that young child for throwing a firecracker. That by itself, we just have to shed the light and give a voice to
Can
the
I add
voiceless.
something, please?
This is what they do. They rape and plunder. This is what the
Yo,
Zionists do.
yo,
Yeah,
brother,
let brother Khalid.
listen,
Khalid,
You
let
gotta
brother
say
Khalid.
grape. We can't use those words. They
Great,
have to
yeah,
be
great.
TikTok friendly.
Yeah, thank you, Goldie. He was
Do
a
that. I
good
didn't know if I
soul.
could or not. I was just about to drop him. I didn't want to overstep boundaries, but that was the third strike. So I was just gonna do it. I didn't yet,
Yeah,
but I was.
you did the right thing. He's a good guy, but he has a little bit hard time understanding that,
He
you
means
know, you
well.
cannot show accusations
Yes.
like this in Chip's live. You can start your own live and talk about that topic, but this live is about Palestinian and Zionists cause.
But we
So,
never, yeah,
yeah,
we
that's
never
it.
want to deflect from the real situation on the ground because facts matter, and we don't want to come out from no left field conspiracy theories. But brother Khalid wanted something to say. اتفضل يا
Yes.
Khalid, if you guys don't mind.
Israel said they defend themselves or itself, you know, and I was a witness in Gaza. As you know, I have lived for a month and a half in Gaza. I have seen everything. Wallahi, bro, in Gaza, they were not only driving rockets. Wallahi, they were driving barrels. I have seen that, you know. They were, you know what? Yes, I know you have seen that by videos, but when you see that in reality, it's completely different. Like, okay, maybe wallahi, okay, you have seen some bodies or dogs eating bodies, you know. I have seen that in reality, you know. For example, once I wanted to get back again to my camp to check on some of things in my camp. Wallahi, I have seen dog eats two bodies. As you know, as a Palestinians, the Kram al-Mayyit Dafnu. So we had hardly. I was with my friend, so we had to bury their bodies, you know, in the street, you know. And one of these homes which were destroyed, wallahi, bro, we got bodies in pieces, kids without legs, without arms, you know. I do, you know.
Yeah, we
I'm
did
the
see the
witness.
videos
You
of
know,
it.
I was a witness. You know, you can't. Maybe you were able to see that on the media or on videos, but in reality, it's completely different. You know, one of these days I wanted to take a shower, but then there was a attack happened in Al Bas and Deir al Bala. Then, as you know, Palestinians go and try to save who's alive. Wallahi, I didn't take shower of water. I took the shower of blood, you know, because I was able to. She died, you know. I tried to save a woman, but her belly was open, you know, and I have seen everything, her liver, her everything. So we had to find a blanket and put her in the blanket and take it to the hospital, you know. And at that time, we tried to call the hospital, the ambulance. There is no signal, you know. During this war, Israel was cutting the signal, you know. So I seen the kids without heads. I seen the kids, not only kids, the women, the men, and boys, and everything. When you see that in reality, it's completely different. So Israel says Israel defend itself. What kind of defending shit they are doing? I don't know. So it's crazy. It's crazy. It's
They
crazy.
have been
Wallahi, bro.
there's a video right now, ya Khalid, floating I don't know, Gold, if you've seen it with the ITF soldier recording the dog eating away at the corpse.
That brother, I
Look, I
seen that
want to tell you a
3
story
days ago.
happened.
Yeah, that
I
is
want to tell
sick.
you a story happened. No one know that. I bet all of you. No one know this story. You know, it was said from a very close friend. I trust him 100%. There was a woman, and you will hear that after the war, if the woman is still alive. Wallahi, there was a woman moved from the north to the south of Gaza. She crossed by Israel's, checkpoint. She had a little baby, she was her kid was crying so much. The Israel soldier asked the mother to let her kid get quiet, but the kid was crying so much. Wallahi, 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 I swear, they killed the kid and let her mother to cross. They killed the baby. There was someone from a Barar family, maybe I don't know if you know them, you know him. He is a businessman. He had to move from the north to the south with $10 million. Israel tried to take the money from him at the checkpoints. He refused. They killed him with his with his two sons. I'm telling you, these stories. I'm sure you have never seen them on the media. But I know them when I was in Gaza. So I'm not going. No one can believe that. No one can believe that.
Yo, brother, I feel you. I feel you truly because, in Bosnia too, there was so much hate. This is why I relate so much with Palestinians. There is so much hate. Sometimes when a child cried, when they took Bosnian hostages, child cried, they unalived that child just because of crying. When a woman
The
was
IDF
killed,
told to the mother, let her stop crying. She
yeah,
couldn't. They killed her baby.
yeah, it's
Wallah, wallah,
crazy.
killed her
It's so
baby.
much
And this
hate,
this story said by a very trusted friend from the north, very trusted person. They killed the baby because she was crying.
Yeah, that's pure hate, brother. That's not.
Khaled,
Can you imagine?
use safe words
Honestly,
on TikTok. Use
دير بالك حبيبي.
Can I just say a few things? Chip will be back shortly. If we can please like the live, like tap for us, pretty please, and share it out. It would really be so helpful in protecting the live and just keeping it going. Okay, go ahead, you guys. I'm sorry, I did not mean to interrupt you,
Hit the
Frederico.
orange heart on the
I'm
right.
sorry.
Hit the orange heart.
Omar, thank you, brother. And the orange heart. If you can tap the
Yeah.
orange heart, it just takes one coin. It would be incredibly helpful for us. Thank you guys. We
One
appreciate
thing,
you.
protect the life. Yeah, even yeah, Khalid, the story of Little Hind, how they allowed her to suffer, and with how horrific was that? That she
hey
had to
Goldie,
part of
invite
her family.
Wally. Wally is a good pro pally. Wally
Oh,
is
he
just
is. Is he in the live?
yeah, he's in the
What?
live.
Lee? If you're in the live, my brother, can you please request so I can bring you up? We would love to have you up here.
yeah, Omar, you were saying about this little
Yeah, about
sweet.
Little Hind.
Yeah,
About
yeah.
Little Hind. That
What
was a
did you?
heartbreaking story. It's like, we have to like Brother Khalid said earlier, they're not numbers. Everybody has dreams and aspirations. And homes that have been demolished. Yeah, we can rebuild the homes, but the memories are gone. They not only destroyed the structures, they destroyed dreams, inspirations. They destroyed, basically, they went after the infrastructure, about the civilization. They went, the first hospital they attacked, they denied. And then the second, third, fourth hospital, same thing with like Chip was saying about Shireen Abu Akleh. They denied that in the beginning. With every allegation, they said they did their own investigation, and then they couldn't deny it no more. It's the truth would always be exposed. The truth would always come to light. That's why the world is waking up. That's why their house of cards is falling. Right now, you have Hillary Clinton. You even have dual citizen Chuck Schumer calling for the removal of Bibi Netanyahu. So we see the world and standing up against this Zionist entity.
Yeah, brother. And removal or not, we need justice for Palestinian people. We need justice for the whole world because, people coming together from all other countries, they are not only there for Palestinian people, they are there for the whole world. How can you call yourself a human when somebody comes with the propaganda and tells you that Palestinians are bad people and you are like, yes, go, unalive them. But when Palestinians come with their cell phone recordings of their family, whole family being cleansed, they're like, oh yeah, this is fake or something, how can you be that inhumane? You cannot call yourself a human if you do not stand with Palestine. That's my opinion, and it's not just opinion, it's how it is. It's crazy. I truly feel for you, brother.
Just imagine this story. Sorry for interrupting. I have a friend. His name Hassan. He has a clothes store in Gaza. He went to get the clothes for his store from Turkey. He used to do that always. Once he was in Turkey getting some clothes to his store in Gaza, but then the war happened, so he stuck in Egypt. He had this Hassan. He's 33 years old. I know him very well. He's my friend, and he is from my camp. Okay. He was trying, his best to have a baby. He was getting a treatments, going to many doctors, paying a lot of money, and he had to wait 8 years. 8 years of treatments, 8 years of paying a lot of money for medicine. After 8 years, he was able to get a baby, and his baby and his wife and his money and his home. One rocket was able to kill all of them and destroy everything. He's stuck in Egypt now, and you have no idea. He
Khaled,
says to me, yeah.
brother, I truly feel for you. I love you, brother.
No,
But
I'm just sorry. I know, but I'm
try
trying to tell
to
stories to the people. It's
TikTok
just
friendly words. It's just that when you say unalive and things like that, be a little bit censored, so we protect Chip's panel. He's not here now.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for that. آسف أنا I'm sorry, but you know what?
Sometimes they're gonna report the live, حبيبي.
Yes, آسف أنا آسف خلاص آسف.
Keep talking, brother.
تستعمل كلمات زي unalive، تستعمل كلمات زي دير بالك في الكلمة.
أنا عشان just new on TikTok, and I'm just trying to tell to friends here just the stories that I have seen in Gaza, and I was a witness, and just to tell them that in Palestine, in Gaza, we are not numbers. We are, as Omar said also, we are not numbers. We have dreams. We have everything. And for example, my niece Salma, I have a niece here, her name Salma. She wants to be a doctor. And another one, he's my nephew, who wants to be a journalist, and they also, sometimes they come to my apartment before the war, and they talk to me about their dreams. Okay, I want to be a dentist, my niece Selma. They have a plan. These kids have plans. They have dreams. They want to be something good in the future. So they are not just numbers, thing person, where they have dreams and everything.
Exactly.
Inshallah, Habibi Khalid, we will rebuild, inshallah, and inshallah all their dreams will come true, Ya Rab.
Ya Rab, Ameen.
We have the world, the people of the world standing with us. Alhamdulillah. So
Alhamdulillah.
the people we lost, their lives are not in vain.
Alhamdulillah. And as you know, bro, Omar, the war exposed the Arab before Israel. And everything now is known for the world. The world know the truth now. There is no any propaganda anymore.
Exactly. Khaled, keep talking, but let people that have come on the panel.
Thank you, Kexi. I was just going to say that. Thank you, brother. I
Yeah.
appreciate all the support. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much. So I will leave the panel to let others come. And just to tell you something before I leave, there is a friend of mine, his name Hassan, is here. So Omar, he knows Arabic, so you can translate the story I just said about my friend Hassan. He's here already on the live. So Omar, please, if you can translate because he can't speak English.
He's below you. Is that correct, brother?
Yeah, he is Hassan.
Okay.
His name in Arabic, Hassan Abu
Be-
Shammala.
Hassan.
before you go, Khalid, before you
Okay.
go,
Yes, stay,
Khalid,
stay, Khalid, so you can help translate, حبيبي.
Okay, I'm
uh,
staying.
I will have to go to sleep. Khalid, add me as friend, and Goldie and Omar. We should definitely have a meeting about this guy. Maybe organize some
I'm
charity and.
happy to. I'm happy to.
Inshallah.
And
Inshallah.
Omar, my phone is dying. I think I have probably like 15%. If it does die in a few minutes, you just got to hold it down really quickly. Chip will be back any minute.
You
But
got it, sister. No
but I got
problem.
I got it
Love
on
you.
this end.
Yeah, I love you
Love you.
all. I have to go. Have a good one, and
Love you, my brother.
nice talking to you guys. Khalid,
Always
take
good
care
talking
of
to you.
yourself, brother.
السلام عليكم.
Hold on.
Yes, I'm here. Go, Hassan.
السلام عليكم.
Salam.
وعليكم السلام.
كيف حالكم؟ كيف حالكم جميعا؟
الحمد لله حياك الله.
أنا والله الحين دخلت معكم ما مش عارف عايش بتحكوا بالضبط يعني فعندنا كلام كتير. خالد عن ايش كنتوا تحكوا؟
عن فلسطين واللي بيصير في غزة وعن الأشياء اللي احنا عشناها في غزة يعني.
هذا البث يا حسن للأخ الزلمة هذا تشيب بارنز كان في الجيش وأمريكاني وبيعرف عن السياسة كثير وبدرس بدرس عن قضية فلسطين له حوالي 35 سنة ما شاء الله بعرف عن ودائما بدافع عن الفلسطينية بده ياخذ لنا حق إن شاء الله ودائما موقف مع مع الفلسطينية. هو أمريكاني وخدم في الجيش الأمريكي. Just telling Brother Hassan about Chip Barnes and how he's very informed about the Palestinian situation, about the Middle East, and how he studied it for about 30 years, and how he served in the American Army, how he knows, and he's a staunch ally of humanity and justice.
Hassan فاحكي قصتك. Hassan is my friend. He's from Gaza and I know him in person. He's from my camp. So he's going to say his story and what happened to his wife and his kid in Gaza. روح احكي يا حسن ايش صار معك، ايش صار مع هذا مع زوجتك وابنك.
ايش والله ما عارف ايش اقول من وين ابدا. الوضع اللي عندنا يعني صعب وربنا يصبرنا ويرحم الشهداء. انا عارف الحمد لله فقدت انا يعني حسن فقدت زوجتي وابني طبعا اجاني بعد 8 سنوات تعوقت فيه والحمد لله وهينا صابرين وش بدنا نحكي.
Yes, he's saying about he had a kid and a wife and he had to wait 8 years to get his kid and finally he got his kid, but you know the war, and I just said his story by the way, and his kid and his wife and also his home gone, you know, they are unalived, you know, so it's so hard for him, but he's still say we will be يعني he will be patient and he will continue despite all of that. He didn't give up despite the pain, despite what happened to him. Hassan فيعني ايش كمان بدك تضيف يا حسن؟
ايش اقول يا خالد؟ والله ما انا عارف ايش بدي اقول يعني الصراحة. إيه، استنى مش عارف.
بنقدر بننفع عمر بنفع يعني لو يفتح مثلا من جوال تاني ويورجي ابنه، ولا مش كويس في التيك توك؟
نو مش كويس عشان البث هذا الزلمه بيحبش الشغله.
خلص تمام اوكي.
بس
سو
ضيفني وضيف جولدي، واحنا ان شاء الله بنساعدكم يا خالد.
ضيف حسن، ضيف جولدي. تمام وان شاء الله الله يسعدها، وما ان شاء الله ما حتقصر باذن الله، وايش بيقدر وايش بيطلع في ايدها ان شاء الله بتساعد، وان شاء الله ربنا يعني يجزيها كل خير يا رب. وهي كمان عمر اخونا، وان شاء
حسن
الله
قديش عمره ابنك؟
قديش عمرك يا حسن؟
عمري 31. ابني اجاني بعد 8 سنوات، عمره 7 شهور ونص تقريبا واستشهد.
استشهد.
هي
الله
يعني
يرحمه.
انا لو انتم بدكوش تشوفوا الصورة يعني هي على صفحتي انا منزله، يعني هو مستشهد وهو عايش.
بسكروا البث هذا في
فاهم، انا منزل على صفحتي الشخصية يعني منزل كل شيء.
So brother Hassan had it took him 8 years to get his son, and his son and wife were just martyred. His son was 7 months old. He was born right before this atrocity started. May Allah give him patience. الله يكون في عونك يا حبيبي.
يا رب الله يسعدك يا رب. طبعا هي مرتي كانت عند أهلها نسايبي يعني، وطبعا ما هي ما استشهدتش هي لحالها وهي ابني، هي وخواتها يعني كان لها 4 خوات 5 خوات 5 خوات، وكل أخت معاها نفرين أو 3. يعني الدار اللي فيها كانوا يمكن 21 واحد فيها، فاستشهد 19 واحد واثنين ضلوا عايشين طلعوا.
So his wife was visiting his in-laws, and when they hit that building, there were 21 people in that house. His wife and her 5 sisters all perished. He lost his wife and his son. His son was 7 months old, and 2 people only came out of that building alive. So
Chip, just want to let you know that everything's going smooth. We have a brother on here that's also in Gaza, and he's just giving us some news, and Omar's translating.
thank you, Chip, for allowing us to use the platform, brother. عونك يا حسن.
الله يرحمها، جنة الفردوس الأعلى، آمين.
فردوس نيالهم والله.
الله الشهداء يا رب.
عصفور الجنة ابنك إن شاء الله، عصفور الجنة حبيبي.
يا رب. الحمد لله على كل حاجة.
The resilience of this brother.
سبحان الله.
He lost his wife and son. His son, after 8 years, he was married. God gave him a gift of a son after 8 years. And 7 months old, his wife went to stay with her family, with his in-laws. He's lost his wife, all of his in-laws. And what does he say? He doesn't curse God. He doesn't curse the world. He says, all praise be to God. That's Allah, God's will, and he's okay with God's will. That's the difference between somebody with faith and people with no faith that feel entitled. That's one thing people got to understand. We Palestinians never felt entitled. All we want is our basic human rights that we have been deprived of our whole lives. It's truly heartbreaking.
But I think this is the ultimate price that the Palestinians are going to
Alhamdulillah, all praise be to God. And whatever God wills, we're okay with it. And we say Alhamdulillah always. Alhamdulillah for the good, Alhamdulillah for the bad. Because whatever Allah's will is, and we're honored that God has chosen us. Alhamdulillah.
آمين. كيفك عمر؟
Alhamdulillah, حبيبي, Alhamdulillah.
رمضان مبارك، ورمضان مبارك للحسن وكل المسلمين بغزة، كل المسلمين وين ما كان. تحسونا؟
يا اخوي سامعك. الو سامعك.
حبيبي.
تفضل.
تسفين أخي.
Omar, could you
على
could you let him
لا
know that
تتأسف يا
I'm
اخوي
so
عادي.
could you translate and just let him know I'm so thankful for him sharing his story and I appreciate him. And these are the stories that we hear that make us have the ambition that we do to fight for the people of Gaza. These are the stories that remind us and cement our faith in the movement to open eyes and to help people see what's really going on, because these are the stories that are not on the news. These are the stories and the life experiences that aren't heard and are really fundamental in the movement, because this man isn't the enemy, right? But the thing is that the blanket treatment of them all is the part of the problem. So just let him know that I love him, I'm thankful for him, and I'm honored, and may Allah bless him and protect him for the rest of his days.
And coming from me and him and all of us Palestinians, Goldie, it's people like you, Chip Barnes, and everybody that stands with us in solidarity. You guys are the ones that give us hope at the end of the day. You guys give us hope and give us the energy to keep on going. You guys you guys show us the light at the end of the tunnel, and we are so eternally grateful for you guys. You guys are true justice warriors in every sense of the word. And I want to thank you on behalf of me and all the Palestinians. We truly love you guys, and hopefully when we do have a free Palestine, we will all have a big dinner in honor of all you guys that stood with us. And Chip Mayor for Chip Mayor for Ramallah. رايحين نسوي هذا تشيب المية تبع رام الله ان شاء الله. بس حسن بتحكي لك جزاك الله خير على القصة و شو كيف احكيها. خالد بتقدر تترجم شو حكيت؟
بتقول لك مشكور
مشكور
على القصة اللي انك حكيتها، ويعني هي معك متضامنة معك، وهي يعني تحبك وهي معك يعني، وان شاء الله يعني ايش بنقدر نساوي ان شاء الله.
القصة تبعتك اللي بتعطيهم القوة وبتخليهم يوقفوا معنا ويظلوا ماشيين معنا كل يوم أكثر وأكثر إن شاء الله. الله يكون في عونك يا حسن. سامحنا يا أخوي، سامحنا.
على ايش اسامحك يا اخوي؟ والله الكل مش على الكل يعني، والله الحرب هذه مش علي بس، يعني على الشعب الغزة، على الشعب.
والله
رب
يا أخوي
والحمد لله والله صابرين، وربنا أعطانا الصبر والله، والحمد لله راضين بقضاء الله وقدره، الحمد لله. يعني أنا أحسن من غيري، يعني في ناس والله فقدت أهليها وفقدت قرايبها وأصحابها وحبايبها، والحمد لله على كل حاجة.
الحمد لله. أخي حسن، احكي لنا شو الوضع. أمجد can you mute أمجد؟
المفروض تتمدد الزمن شوية.
Like truly, this brother Hassan is one of a kind. He's saying, look, my situation is still better than others. people have lost their whole entire family. At least I still have some people behind. You know, the resilience of this brother is unmatchable, uncomparable, and he's truly thankful for everybody standing and
Can you ask him, Omar, about like the situation right now? Like if they're able to get any money, if any trucks are still coming in, if
yeah, the situation. I'll be honest with you. The you have smugglers on the border, Egyptian smugglers, smuggling in food with astronomically high prices. That's why people say why the prices are so expensive, because you have you kind of call them coyotes that do sneak food in. There are trucks getting in, but very limited. And to the north, you have close to 700,000 people that barely get any aid. The the airdrops were only sufficient enough for about, I think, 30,000 people, where you got close to 700,000.
and what about any banks, any money? Can they?
Zero banks.
I
They
was
do
in
have.
Gaza. Sorry. I was in Gaza, you know, and I have just left Gaza. I'm telling you, to access to money is very hard. You know, maybe it's such impossible right now because Western Union is not working. The same for MoneyGram, you know, because most of the places were destroyed and sending money to Gaza nowadays is very hard. Even through PayPal, it's hard because the banks have no money inside. So maybe some will withdraw the money through PayPal, but the banks have there is no money in the bank. Okay, so access to money also very hard, you know. And sometimes I'm trying my best to give my family money from Egypt, and also it's hard, you know. It should be by hand. Do you understand? For example, I know someone in Gaza has some money, and this one who is in Gaza has someone in Egypt, so I give this one who is in Egypt money, and the one who is in Gaza give my family, for example, the money. So this is how it works right now in Gaza, because access the money by Western Union or MoneyGram or PayPal is really possible nowadays.
Okay, what about crypto or the TikTok gifts or anything?
Honestly, I have no idea really because I don't
TikTok,
have.
there's people that can cash them out for them, and then they can transfer them to somebody on the other side of Egypt. And there's ways, but the TikTok gifts, they do help. Instant help. They get them by for a day or two, but the gifts that they do get, like say if we give them 1,000 coins, they only receive maybe 350 of those coins. It's instant relief. It's something, you know, to give some kind of relief. It's better than nothing, you know.
Yes. So it's hard, really hard in Gaza now about to access the money. Maybe the only way I just told you about, or I said, by hand from Egypt to Gaza, hand by hand. So this way works. Yeah.
بعد إذنكم يا جماعة احكوا عن المجزرة اللي حصلت قبل ساعتين من الآن على دوار الكويت. ناس رايحة تستلم مساعدات وطبوا فيهم طخ في الطيران الأباتشي والطيران الصغيرة.
كم واحد استشهد فيها؟
50 واحد لحد الآن. ممكن
لا وصل 60 وفي بقولوا 100، بس الأخبار الرسمية بيقولوا 60. فمجزرة هذه يعني لسه جديدة، يعني ما لهاش ساعتين.
So Brother Hassan is bringing I don't know if you guys heard about the massacre in by the Kuwaiti circle when people went to receive aid with the Apache helicopters attacked. So up to this moment, it's 60 unalived. They're saying up to maybe over 100, but the official count is 60. They with drone firing and Apache helicopter attack.
Yes, that's happened today. Just not far from now.
So for sure, so far 60 unalive so far, 60, 64, 60 so far. But I think in the coming hours, I think the number will be maybe more than 100, and we will see what the White House will comment about this. We will see, and I think the world will be
White
silent.
House never care about thousands of children killed. They will not care much about the new ones.
I'm just
They are partner in the crime,
unalive يا حبيبي.
and their hand is full of the Palestinian people blood. The Americans is they are the one who helping Israel with bombs, with planes, with the military aid who help to kill more Palestinians. They are a partner of the crime. So I don't think we have to wait what they have to say. I think the Americans need to stop sending military aid to the Israelis if they have any humanity, but I don't think the Americans have any humanity.
I say the American politicians, right? Because now most of the Americans standing with Pali.
No, I'm not saying about the people. I'm saying the government.
Some people will take your words. And use them.
I understand. Thank you for.
You're welcome.
You know,
You're welcome.
it's not the politicians who run this country; it's the lobbyists.
Yeah, we know Iraq and the Jewish lobby and big arm manufacturer companies and the banks and the insurance company and the Jewish lobby, or I will call them the right name, not Jewish, the Zionist lobby.
So for me, I want to thank Mr. Shep for having me here and give me a chance to talk. And thank you so much, Shep, for your great work. And we are really, it's not a compliment, it's the truth. You know, we are very proud of you for doing this amazing work and for this awareness, and you educate the world and show the truth. Thank you so much. And thank you for everybody here who was hearing me. And, you know, I'm trying to get ready for fasting, you know. And thank you so much for everybody here. And inshallah, we will get back again to Gaza and rebuild our homes. Inshallah.
Inshallah, حبيبي.
Inshallah. Inshallah. That's exactly what we're doing, brother. Exactly.
Thank you so much.
We've
So
got
I wish
this.
you a good day.
في
Thank
أمان
you so
الله
much.
يا أخوي، في أمان الله.
Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you for sharing your story with us. We're honored to hear it. Absolutely honored.
Thank you so much. Much respect.
يعطيكم العافية جميعا. يعطيك العافية أخ عمر التميمي.
الله يعافيك حبيبي.
أبينك الله أنت تترجم ولا مين هم بترجم؟
يلا بنترجم، تفضل يا أخوي.
الله يزيد فضله عليكم يا رب. اليوم المعاناة بتزيد علينا في غزة. يعني قبل ساعتين ونصف كانت الناس جياع، الناس جوعة في شمال غزة وفي شرق غزة، الأكل مش موجود، وإحنا صايمين فعليا أصلا إن 160 يوم من بداية الحرب على غزة كلياتها. المية بيشربوها مية مش حلوة، مش نظيفة، مية ملوثة. هذه بالنسبة للمية. بالنسبة للأكل ما فيش أكل بالمرة. المساعدات اللي بتدخل قليلة جدا، ما بتجيش نقطة في بحر. والشاحنات اللي بنشوفها وتشوفوها انتوا هذه شاحنات تجارية، شاحنات تجارية. للأسف الشديد المصريين بدخلوا الشاحنات التجارية لأنهم بيستفيدوا من هذا الأمر. بيستفادوا على الشاحن الواحد أكثر من $15,000، غير إنه البضاعة هذه مصرية، فهذا برد إلهم.
I apologize for muting that person. I'm sorry to interrupt you. This live, unfortunately, has a broad English audience. If you all have any chance to do translation, if you want to speak in Arabic, that's fine. I just don't want the audience to be lost.
Translate for him right now, Chip. Well, he was saying the conditions are very horrid on the ground. and people have been fasting for 160 days, and the conditions are just getting worse and worse. And the trailers that the aid that is getting in are commercial, basically tents and stuff other than essentials and other than food that they can use daily. The water that they're drinking is salt water that they put sugar with, basically ocean water, no baby formula, no essentials that we do need for nutrition and basically healthy living.
Yeah. Wow.
And the
That's
conditions are just worse and worse every day. He said, the world just started fasting for Ramadan, but we have been fasting since, for already 160 days. We're lucky if we get a meal every 2 days.
wow.
So,
That sucks. Okay, thank you.
حبيبي اتفضل.
بالنسبة للشاحنات اللي دخلت اليوم 23 شاحنة، يعني هدول الشاحنات دخل منظمات دولية للأسف الشديد.
شو فيهن
ضمنهم هدول المنظمات الدولية، بعض الخيام للعاملين في منظمة الأنروا، في منظمات كوين، منظمة ون، هذه
Okay,
منظمات
today they had 23 trailers go in, 23 trailers for aid. They basically all were for UNRWA, for the employees of the UNRWA and tents for the employees. Basically nothing for the civilians out of the 23 trailers. And you got to keep in mind, they went from 500 to 600 on a regular day to 23 that have zero essentials.
من ضمن هذه الشاحنات كان 7 شاحنات محملة بالدقيق بالطحين، من ضمنهن 3 شاحنات سمح لهم بالدخول إلى منطقة شرق غزة ومنطقة شمال غزة. وأثناء انتظار تلك الشاحنات ارتكبت هذه المجزرة في هذا اليوم، في مساء هذا اليوم قبل 2.5 ساعة، راح أكثر من 64 شهيد وأكثر من 78 جريح تم قصفهم بطريقة مباشرة من الطيران الحربي، طيران
عند الكويتي صح؟ عند
دوار العلم الكويتي. هذا يقع عند سوق السيارات في منطقة شرق غزة.
By the roundabout, the Kuwaiti roundabout, where the Kuwaiti flag is, they had two of the 8 trailers were actually had flour in them. So when the people went there to collect flour so they could make bread, they were basically attacked by drones with machine pew-pews on them. They were remote controlled unaliving, and then also there's a video floating on TikTok that shows the Apache helicopter also coming down and unaliving people. At this minute right now is 64 unalived and over 100 more wounded. As we know, the conditions in the hospital are dire and they could only administer first aid, no operations, no medication.
Where was this? What part of the city? Or what part of the area?
By the Kuwaiti roundabout.
Where is that for those of us who don't know where that is?
It's in وين في هذا في الشمال ولا في
لا يا أخي العزيز، هذا بعد منطقة نت سريم. منطقة هذه دوار الكويت اللي هي عبارة عن دوار أقيم من على نفقة مؤسسات كويتية، سمي بالدوار الكويت أو العلم الكويتي. يقع في منطقة شرق غزة قريب من منطقة حي الزيتون ومن ثم إلى حي الدرج وحي التفاح. هذا المكان المخصص
It's in the south ship. It's by the Zaytoun refugee camp.
Okay, thank you.
هذا المكان مخصص للناس اللي بتم انتظار الدخول تلك الشاحنات المساعدات الإنسانية. لكن للأسف الشديد هذه ليست المجزرة الأولى، كل يوم يرتكب المجازر في دوار العلم الكويتي، ومرة أخرى في دوار النابلسي على منطقة شارع رشيد في غرب غزة. كل يوم مجازر. أكثر من بداية الحرب 2816 مجزرة ارتكبت بحق الفلسطينيين خلفت أكثر من
خليني أترجم شوي. So he said, these humanitarian convoys, with every humanitarian convoy, there's a massacre. Up to this point, with the humanitarian convoys, there have been recorded 116 massacres. That they know that it's when you go to collect aid, when you go to collect flour from these humanitarian trucks, you're basically risking life and limb, or you're gonna watch your kids starve. So it's a gamble that people have to go through to collect flour aid from these humanitarian trucks. So up to this point, they have had 116 massacres going to collect food for their families.
احنا اليوم في غزة صرنا نجد بس في ربنا صدقا، يعني لأنه كل المنظمات الدولية خذلتنا، بالإضافة للأنظمة العربية الخاينة خذلتنا وطعنتنا وتركتنا.
They only have faith in God, and God is the only one standing with them at this point. They have no faith in none of the Arabic governments, the humanitarian human rights groups, all the humanitarian groups, all the rights groups have abandoned. They feel they're abandoned. Other than the people of the world that's standing with them, they have no faith in no organizations, no governments, other than the people that give them hope. And that's why it's very important. And the people of Palestine are very grateful to all the help of the people of the world, because without the people of the world, then we would have zero hope, because all the institutions and all the humanitarian groups have truly turned their back on all the Palestinians. So we have no hope other than for people like Goldie and Chip and great people like you guys that give us hope and that give us the energy to keep on going.
Right.
Brother, I mean, oh, hi, anti-Zionist. I wanted to introduce you really quickly to the panel. You just came up, so did you want to look like you were about to say words and I cut you off? But yes, I was just going to say if we could at least have a few words.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Hi, everyone. Hi, Chip. Basically, what I wanted to get up here, Omar Tamimi, he made a good point about, Palestinians losing hope and losing faith in the Arabs and their neighbors and their leaders and the UN and any kind of international committee. One thing that we have been kind of relying on is those people we've been relying on for the longest, and I think it's time to organize and put pressure on them, just like we've been putting pressure on the Zionists and these Israeli groups and all these people. We also need to put pressure on the Arab leaders, the neighbors, the international committees, and all these other people that have been churning turning their faces. These people that are our own Muslim ummahs, our own people, and we need to put pressure on these people as well.
We need to actually put pressure on the citizens of these countries, the citizens of Egypt, the citizens of Jordan, the citizens. We need to hold their feet to the fire, because they need to rise up and hold their governments.
I think that would be a lot easier, because since we already have the citizen supports, they've been silenced. If you really look at it, remember in the beginning, about 4 months ago, there were mass protests across Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, even and Yemen, and all. There was millions in Iraq. There were millions of protests, the biggest protests in the world. All those people support Palestine. The thing is the leaders. So as soon as we could get the word out, there has to be a way to get the word out to these citizens to put pressure on their leaders. And I think that's a very, very, very good point, because if you put pressure on them, they will definitely put pressure on their leaders.
Just one thing. I am a Jordanian. I think I condemn what is the Jordanian government do in relation to their
Listen, you guys have to stop that truck convoy that they're going through the
just
UAE,
let me
Saudi Arabia to Amman.
let
It's
me
embarrassing, my
yes,
brother.
we know about that.
Wallahi, it's
I
embarrassing.
am
Ar
It's
علينا.
just like how
yes,
the Israelis are stopping aid trucks to go into Gaza. You guys, and there needs to be civilians stopping trucks that go through
To
Muslim
block that
countries.
truck convoy, exactly.
Yes,
Their land
block
bridge.
them. Organize in your own country. If you are not
yeah,
in the
there is
United States,
Jordanian did organize
والله عار يا أمجد. والله عار يا
themselves
أخوي.
أخي
to
عمر
stop those trucks. There is protest in Jordan. There is nothing called there is no protest. There is always protest in Jordan. I think the Jordanians in their position about Palestine from the Jordanian official government and regime. We condemn King Abdullah make like agreements and this Wadi Araba and all. We don't recognize all of that. We don't recognize or accept that Israel have an embassy in Jordan. We as Jordanian people stand very firm against making any type of relation with
Absolutely.
those
No,
Zionist criminals in
one thing I
Israel.
can vouch. I can vouch for the Jordanian people are standing 10 toes down with the Palestinians. If our Egyptian brothers wake up and do what the Jordanians are doing, we will see a revolution.
Yeah, I mean, in Jordan, we don't do business with Zionists. We don't buy and sell from them. We don't accept them in our businesses. In Jordan, they are not welcome. Jordanian people, they are not welcome those criminals who kill our brothers in Palestine. So the Jordanian people, unfortunately, the regime in Jordan, they are sending people to prison if you say anything about Israel or you write in Facebook or on social media. If you put even a like in a post condemn Israel, the Jordanian authority arrested you and you being questioned and detained and all of that. So we facing a lot in Jordan. Even us, the Jordanian people, are suffering from the Jordanian dictator regime. King Abdullah is a dictator who thief our money, sell our resources. Even the airport, he sell Aqaba, the only mean
Petra too.
port.
Didn't he sell the Petra?
Not yet. He soon sell it. He soon sell
man,
the
brother.
people
Yeah,
of
I didn't know
Jordan.
they're arresting people in Jordan for Facebook
We have
posts.
thousands of our brothers in custody or in court. There's a Jordanian, I tell you a story, Ahmed Majid Le'toum. He is a Jordanian who been imprisoned in United Arab Emirates by Jordanian authority did ask Emirat to prison him for 10 years for one post. He speak and condemn something about the king and his wife. So it is not easy for the Jordanian people what they are facing. We have over a couple of thousands of people in jail just because their position or what they are speaking for speaking out. Freedom of expression is not there. Freedom of press is not there in Jordan. No democracy. Even the elected members of the House the intelligence appoint them. We don't have any type of democracy in Jordan. We are fully dictatorship. Even Amnesty International and and other international human rights organization did said that Jordan is a dictatorship and we live under a dictatorship. Even that, we still demonstrate, we still write in our posts, and we still support Palestine, and we will be always supporting the Palestinian people and stand with the Palestinian people for their right for freedom and democracy, and for their right for their land, and for their right to live in peace in their own land, and to free the Al-Aqsa Mosque and Kanisatul Qiyamah and all the Christian and Muslim holy sites. That is how the Jordanian people. We will not stand with wrong. We always stand with right. If you hear about this Jordanian member of parliament who was smuggling a weapon for the resistance in Palestine, and they imprison him, now he is in jail, and he loses his job as a member of the House because he is smuggling weapon for the resistance in Palestine.
Yeah, my brother. So recently, you've heard the words, the news of people like Chuck Schumer in America, the politician, about kicking out kicking out the president of Israel and kicking out the prime minister.
Herzog, yeah, they're calling for the
So
removal of Herzog
they're,
and Bibi Netanyahu. Hillary Clinton even is calling Hillary
right,
Clinton,
right,
dual citizen Chuck Schumer, all the
right.
politicians. They're basically
Let me
using him
finish.
as a
Let me
scapegoat
finish
now.
real quick. Let me finish real quick, brother. So basically, that's going to create a big change, a big shift in policies. That's going to change rules and legislation, and it's going to change, the power dynamics. So this is a window of opportunity, I would say, to actually start to, push back and change, because now you will have an opportunity to actually create some change, because the leaders will not be so pressured by the West and by Israel, and to stick to this G side, stick to this, this crazy situation. They're gonna be able to. You're gonna be able to make some changes. So coming up in the next couple of weeks, I believe Netanyahu and the president and themselves, there's going to be mass protests throughout Israel. There's going to be mass protests throughout the West to get these people out. And once that happens, we have to be prepared to actually make those changes, to actually protest, to encourage your politicians to, like, for instance, stop the aid going to Israel, start the aid going into Gaza. The aid into Gaza is going to definitely happen. The gates are going to open. So now is the time for you to actually, like, start organizing aid and and supporting the ones that are already in place. Thank you, guys.
You guys, we should not be fooled by these politicians. They listen. The minute the politician starts putting pressure on it's not real, just because it's not real, ask them to, so they want a way out. Listen, these people are in ruins. Like
Absolutely. They're using him as a scapegoat. They're just using Herzog and Bibi as a scapegoat because we're gonna get more of the same.
Listen,
The
not
most lib-
Bibi is not the head of state of Israel only. Remember when Obama was in office and he decided not to invite Bibi Netanyahu, what happened? Bibi Netanyahu has a high level of Zionism position. So for us to think just he is the Prime Minister of Israel, that is not the case. Bibi Netanyahu was able to force Barack Obama to invite him to the White House. He went around them, and he went to Congress, and he addressed the Congress without the approval of the President of the United States. So when you hear these talk about Israel must stop. Israel must stop because they are in a ruin. They're like they cannot handle anymore. Yeah, and the more aggressive they get, the more they hurt. You know, there is a duty to all human being towards Palestine. Palestinians are doing the world a favor right now. Palestinians are sacrificing themselves for the world, and let's not be fooled by politicians. Politicians, their job is to lie, and the only solution to the whole conflict is armed resistance. No matter what they say, no matter what they do, we should not trust the word they say. Listen, what describes a country? Their flag, right? The flag is the highest authority in all country, and the Zionist state flag say from the river to the river, from the Nile to the Furat is the land of Israel. That's what they stand for. That's what the flag stands for. That's what the whole people stands for. And no matter what else they tell you, they say, I don't believe it. Even if they make a peace agreement and they do, I don't believe there should be
My
peace.
brother, they're losing the American Jewish vote. The American Jews are standing up against Zionism themselves. You have millions of American Jews standing up against the Zionist entity. So the Zionist entity are losing their base. They're
This
losing
is
their staunch
morphine.
supporters.
This is like somebody is in pain and you give him morphine to calm his pain. This is what it is.
You know what is the most dangerous thing happen now in Gaza, that the head of the Palestinian Authority, intelligent, he is trying to go to some families to create a kind of militias in Gaza, so they stand against the resistant in Gaza. This is how the Americans do it in Iraq. This is very dangerous. I think
That will never happen in Palestine and Gaza, my brother. The resistance, the people back the resistance. The resistance is of the people. The resistance, أولاد
yeah,
البلد.
but they are trying. They are trying. I'm
70%
not
of the
saying they
resistance
succeed, but they are trying. Majid Faraj is the head of the intelligence in the Palestinian Authority, who is the best friend for the Zionist regime in Israel.
Can you guys, I don't want to interrupt you guys, but can we please do the poll
أمجد
so we can
وعمر
protect
بالنسبة
live? Just do the
للمؤامرة اللي
poll.
كان بده ينفذها ماجد فرج إنه يستقطب أجهزة المخابرات ويحاول التواصل معهم، بالإضافة إلى منسق الأعمال الإسرائيلية الصهيوني غسان، على أساس إنه يتم التعامل بشكل مباشر مع لجان العشائر ولجان مخاتير قطاع غزة. هذا الأمر رفض بالكامل، وغزة لن تقبل لا في ماجد فرج ولا في أجهزته، ولن تقبل نفسهم المخاتير بالتعامل مع الاحتلال الصهيوني.
Can someone translate, please?
Okay, he's trying to say that the Palestinian people in Gaza reject this this project Majid Faraj trying to do to create militias from families in Gaza against the resistant. The people, they are still standing firm with the resistant in Gaza, and they refuse to cooperate with Majid Faraj, the head of intelligence in the PLO authority.
Right. So in essentially, he's trying to do what create another Hamas, and what Netanyahu did. He actually supported Hamas for years, and he supported it. He was the one that was saying Hamas is going to be our way to actually occupy even more. And you know why he was saying,
That's a
you know why,
misconception also.
you know,
Look, Netanyahu didn't start Hamas. Hamas started as a small group organization, as a community organizer
I
for the
understand,
people,
brother.
from the people.
I understand, brother. And then that's
They,
then
did, they didn't
they
create.
funded him. They funded Hamas. They let him flourish. They actually, so Hamas was supported by Israeli politicians for a long time until they used them as a scapegoat. And then what that means, you know, this PLO leader
Never
trying to
never worked with the Zionist entity, brother. That's a fabrication.
This is a
And
misinformation that has been spreading along. It doesn't mean like when they say they supported
Hate group
them.
and our resistance never worked. That's misinformation. That's something they try to put in the works.
They play on the words. They play
They
on the words.
wanted
This is
they
what they
wanted
say.
to cause a fraction, and they were happy that H group was there.
Amjad,
There's no
what
doubt
do you
about
think
that.
about this, Amjad? Amjad, what do you think about this?
Mind you that the H
No,
group
I
created.
don't think any Hamas have no relation with the Zionists. Not in the beginning, not today, not tomorrow, not in the future. That's untruthful. I think when Ahmed Yassin started the resistant group, he worked hard in. It was like a group of people who helped the community, and then they developed to become a political party, and then they have a military or kind of resistant. They turn to be a resistant against the occupation. They believe in Islam. They behave as Islam order them. They do what is Islam say, and they're not gonna make any relation with the Zionists, not now, not in the future. That's be a hogwash, and I think who say that is and spreading that, I think behind it is the Palestinian Authority, who don't, who is the friend of the Zionists, and they are traitors. The Palestinian Authority, they are traitors. They are the one who catching everyone who resists in West Bank and go and hand him to the Zionists so they can torture him or imprison him or kill him. I think
Brother, what do you think the Palestinian Authority how they've resigned? What are your thoughts on that, you guys? You know how they resigned, and now the president is there, who's been, who's also said to be a traitor. But what are our thoughts
He's a complete
on the
traitor,
resignation?
He's got to go as soon as we get free Palestine. He's going to be
I think
exiled.
the same thing. I think the same thing. And the Palestinian Authority has yet to make one arrest for the settlers that have been armed and complete. I mean, we know that the settlers have treated the Palestinians incomprehensibly, like disrespectful, violent. They've unalived them. It's endless, the treatment that is done specifically by the settlers. That's why the United States has placed sanctions on them. So, being that the Palestinian Authority has never made an arrest, correct? So, what are our thoughts on that? And
They're only arresting the Palestinians in the resistance in the West Bank.
exactly, they've never
All they do is
arrested.
assist.
Mhm.
Yeah, all they do is assist the Zionist entity. Once the Zionist entity enters the West Bank, what they do is they go run and hide. And then
Yes,
if the
that's
Zionist
correct.
entity gives them a call,
The Palestinian Authority, when the Israelis enter West Bank or enter Ramallah or any city in West Bank, the Palestinian Authority, they carry themselves and go hide, and you can't see them in the road. The Israelis do kill, do whatever they want, and they leave, and after that you see the Palestinian Authority out. They are more Zionist the Palestinian Authority is more Zionist, more criminal than the Zionists themselves. And they are traitors. They are the one who's sitting there collecting money and making millions of dollars. Mahmoud Abbas' sons, they are multi-billionaires now. Palestinian Authority ministers and people who around Abbas is becoming millionaires. They don't care about the Palestinian people. Those people are traitors. There is 70,000 fighters in Hamas, in Palestinian Authority and security and police and so on. They never protect the Palestinian people. The opposite way, they are attacking homes of who try to resist the occupation, and they are helping the occupation. I don't think those people are Palestinians, in my opinion. They are Zionists, and they are the same as Zionists. They are no different than the Zionists, no different.
You're talking about the big guys, but the small guys on the streets, they are helping. Like the policeman and the people like me and you, even they belong to the Palestinian Authority and gets paid by
I don't deny there's some could be like,
Yeah,
but
there's some good, but
they are
majority,
not
my
controlling.
brothers, they're
They are
traitors.
not controlling the decision in the Palestinian Authority. Who control the decision in Palestinian Authority are working so hard to serve Israel, not to serve the Palestinian people.
You
They
know
are
why do you
thieving
think?
the money. They are thieves, bunch of hypocrite thieves,
Yes.
and that's what they are.
So
All
what
they are is Zionist
tactics?
lapdogs. That's it.
What
a lot of
tactics
them,
do you think they're using?
a lot of them are helping the resistance. A lot of them,
And
like
why
I'm
are they
talking about
helping? Why are
I'm
they
talking about
helping?
the average soldier. Okay, I'm not talking about the
No,
official.
yeah, the everyday soldier in the West Bank, some of them do fight with the resistance in the West Bank.
Yeah.
But
So
the authority and the government of the PA are a bunch of traitors and sellouts, just like my brother Amjad was saying.
They are
And
all under.
they need to be dissolved, because no Palestinian, maybe if there is an election, they probably win 2% of the vote.
I'll be honest with you. The only thing I want to know about Mahmoud Abbas, is what kind of honey trap they had him involved in.
Exactly. Why is he being
Because
controlled?
he's been a traitor since him.
No,
and
let me
matter
ask
of
you a
fact,
question.
yeah,
Mahmoud Abbas,
Marwan
what
Barghouti
is his
arrested.
religion?
You guys,
This is maybe a surprising question. Mahmoud Abbas is Baha'i. Baha'i mean he is not a Muslim. He is not a Christian. He not even a Jewish. He is kafir. He is
Yes.
not Muslim. He don't believe in God Almighty even. He don't pray. He don't know what is God Almighty. And those Baha'is, if we going back to the history where starting in Iran, the man named Baha'u'llah, he was a Jewish who started the Baha'i faith, which is take some from Islam, some from Christianity, some from the Judaism, and mix them together and make his own religion. And those people are no different than the group in the history, if you remember, named Al Hashashun, who was killing and killing Muslims, and they are the enemies of Islam.
But isn't Mohammed bin Salman the same thing?
No,
No?
no.
I consider all the Arab leaders are traitors, in my opinion. I think Ibn Salman is more traitor than Ibn Zayed or King Abdullah. All of them are traitors. They are not caring less about the Jordanian people or Saudi Arabia people. If you go to Saudi Arabia, you find more poorness than Jordan. Trust me, more poorness everywhere, and they are the one enjoying the money. The every prince have millions of dollars in the bank account.
It's not even
The
that.
people
Akhi.
are starving.
It's how are you implementing, right, the hudud on the poor people, but you let the elite, you let them go off with a slap on the wrist. It's corruption.
All the Arab leaders, I don't have no hope. My hope, like, look, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Holy Quran did speak that if we leave supporting the religion of Islam, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, I say in the meaning of the ayah, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they will change to another nation who will support his religion. And when this ayah come in the to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his followers ask him, who is those people God will change us with them to support his religion? He said, he put his hand in the head of Salman al-Farisi, the man who come to Medina to follow Prophet Muhammad from Iran, and he said, this man and his people. So today we see Iran, Hezbollah, or what, Islamic resistance in Lebanon, the resistant in Yemen, resistant in Iraq, who support. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala change who helping his religion from us, the people who should help, should stand. The Jordan regime, the Saudi regime, the Gulf regime, the Arabs everywhere in Morocco, the one he say he's Amin al-Quds.
Amjad, it is not an ayah.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala change us to Iran and to Mahwar al-Muqawama,
Is this a hadith?
who is supporting his deen.
Hadith?
Yeah, it is a hadith. It's not an ayah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it is an ayah. It's an ayah. No, not hadith.
Amjad, it's a hadith. It's a hadith.
فإن توليتم بدلناكم بقوم بما معناه. يعني أنا ما بدي أخربط بالقرآن.
The prophet was asked a question. They asked him, what if one day your ummah will disappoint you? Then Salman al-Farisi was sitting next to the prophet, and he put his hand on Salman al-Farisi, and he said he will replace them with a better people. It's a hadith. It's not in the Quran. I know it because I was gonna mention it before you did. But it's a hadith, and reality is the same. What do you think of Bashar al-Assad, Amjad?
He's a traitor to humanity and his people.
Why is that?
Him and his father, Yahi. What do you think of him? And I
No,
never
I'm
liked
asking
him.
you. I want to hear your opinion. I know I have a stand on him, but I want to hear everybody's opinion. I support him, so I'm 100%. I like the guy. So
What?
yeah, I like the guy.
You like the guy?
I do like the guy. Yes.
You should disbelieve in the Taghut.
Let me support. Let me say my opinion on this, please. All these groups, they come to free Syria from the dictatorship of Bashar al-Assad. If we look at the background of them, Jabhat al-Nusra was supported by money from Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates. And they was fighting in the border of Palestine. They never shoot one bullet at the Zionist regime in Israel. Then when there is somebody injured from Jabhat al-Nusra, they go to Al-Jawlan, the occupied Jawlan territory, and they to the Israeli hospitals to recover from the gunshot. The same thing, Daesh or ISIS was the same thing.
Say that
They
word.
was sending their injured
Akhi, you can't say that word.
fighters to Al
Akhi,
Jawlan to
Akhi,
Israel.
you can't say that word on here.
Okay. So all these groups, the Free Army or whatever you call it, the same thing. So all of them are traitors. The ones who come to free Syria from the dictatorship. I am not saying Bashar al-Assad is not guilty, but those is more guilty than Bashar al-Assad. So if you tell me what to choose between those who come to free Syria from Bashar al-Assad or Bashar al-Assad stay, I will tell you it is better Bashar al-Assad stay in Syria, even he is dictator and I don't like him and he's killer, but those is more killers and more destroyed and more they are the one killing hundreds of thousands of people in Syria.
Yo, guys.
Your language, I'm just.
Yeah, your
You have to
language
say
is good.
unalive.
You have to say unalive.
He wasn't getting the message.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, we're deviating from the topic. You know what I
No,
mean?
I agree with him. I do. In that sense, I do rather Bashar al-Assad stay in power, other than these extremist groups. But as a dictator, I don't agree with his policies, nor do I ever agreed with his
What do you
father's
know about
policies.
his policies? What do you know about his policies?
Can
And
I ask a simple question?
I lived it in person. I had a first hand with that. So I want to know. I know why I support him, because the only Arab country until today that holds the Palestinian flag next to their flag is Syria. The only country on earth. Well, let me finish, please. The only country and the only Arab country on earth today that still support the Palestinian cause at all costs. And what's happening in Syria, all that destruction, not because they don't like Bashar. All it's happening because what Syria did is power up the H group in Lebanon. The H group in Lebanon was able to defeat the Zionist state. So to break the H group in Lebanon, the only way to put that group to sleep is to change Syria. And all these shuyukh that came out and called for jihad against Bashar al-Assad, where are they right now? Where are they? We're like, what kind of world they live in? Now it's a footnote.
Frederico, if I can
Yeah.
step in just 1 second. Chip, Mark just came up on the panel and hasn't had a chance to speak. If you want to take over, just wanted to give you a heads up.
Yes, I have a simple question. How can you support a guy, Assad, that actually unalived hundreds of thousands of
Okay, let's go back to the
people?
topic of Palestine. How about that? Let's get off of that topic.
No. You're discussing Assad, right? So how can you
We
support a
don't want to
guy,
discuss that.
a
We want
mass
to
murderer?
discuss Gaza. We want to discuss Gaza.
Well, Omar, I'm actually curious to hear what Federico has to share about that. And by the way, just to let you know, and maybe you think this isn't crazy of me, I lean towards supporting Bashar al-Assad too. I don't
My
want to
goodness.
explain why. But go
And
ahead.
you have no problem. You have no problem that he unalived so many people.
It's not that I have no problem with it. It's that I look at the balance of the circumstances relating to the involved parties, and I understand I'm against anybody unaliving anybody, but sometimes leaders are put in situations where they have impossible choices to make, and I think he's one of them. Go ahead,
So now you
Frederick.
understand how Israel unalived 30. I guess the number 30,000 is very small
No, I
compared.
think the circumstances are way different in terms of who was occupying whom and what the history is.
Yeah, it's not about occupying. I mean, the same way Assad was forced to do certain. Let's say you say that he was forced
I
to
don't
do
think
it.
Israel was forced to do what it's doing. That's the difference.
Mark, hear my point, and then you
It's
see
up for
if
debate.
I still think it that way. Okay, I lived the days of his father, Hafiz al-Assad, and I tell you as a Lebanese, if it wasn't for the Syrian forces, we would have been shooting each other until today. I remember during the civil war, for us to stop fighting Lebanese against Lebanese, the Syrian army had to sit in between two streets and stop us from fighting on each other. And these are days that I talk about because I was 13, 14 at the time, and I was on the streets living all of that. Now, you tell me the father was cruel, I tell you the father was cruel. But when the father passed away and the son came, he wanted to open the country. And that's what made him vulnerable, because he did not use the tactics that his dad used. Now, they took the reputation of his dad and they put it on him. That's a different story. And like I said, they tried, when the father died, everybody tried to get him to agree with the whatever project was going on in the Middle East. He refused. Now, the people that revolted against him, I don't tell you, in every country there is corruption, in every country there is problems, but Syria was not in that. They financially were stable. They did not owe any money to any country. They had a free education. They had a free health care. You want to tell me there is a problem? Every country has problems.
Why did they?
Why what?
Why did the people uprise against him for their freedom?
No, there were paid militias that went in. I agree with Federico on that. Where I do back up Bashar for fighting for his country.
Do you know what they was doing to the Sunnis, Omar?
I said I don't agree with his policies.
For those of you curious to learn more, if you want to learn more about Syria, journalist Aaron Mate, M-A-T-E, has done tremendous work to explain the complexities and why different parties are involved in what regard. There are so many different terrorist organizations that have been paid for and backed by the Americans to try to destabilize the Assad regime. It's not quote-unquote Syrians. It's all sorts of other people that make up this mix of differing factions that all want to beat each other up and beat the central government up. Do a little more research. I think you'll find it a little more interesting than the simple black and white presentation we've gotten in the West.
Hey, Chip, you got to use the T word because, you know,
That's
they'll
okay.
get...
You can say it once in a while. It's just a frequency thing.
Okay.
I know it all too well.
Language Chip, TikTok language Chip.
Yes, the only thing Assad is guilty of is aiding the Palestinian. That's the only guilty they have. And believe me, if Bashar al-Assad would say, you know what, I'll sign a peace agreement with, it's not real, Syria would be governing everybody in that region with the one-sided shoes, not with two pair, not with a pair, with one shoe. It will call all these president, the Jordanian king, or the Egyptian president, or even the Turkish. He would call them to Damascus just to pay respect. A lot of the propaganda, it's amazing. It's like they accuse the H group in Lebanon to go in Syria and unaliving all the civilians. That's not true. I remember when the whole thing started, these groups that they came from 156 countries to free Syria from its leader. They came, they would open a chest as somebody and take the heart out in their hand. And they say, we're coming to you, Lebanon. That's why the H group went to Syria.
The actual story.
I know the actual story. Oh, I do very well. Like I say, I'm not a sheep. I do my research. I look, and I don't like anybody, but I like to understand the situation. That's your opinion. That is that is something that I would respond to God with. I don't have to respond to you. If he's a taghut, and then God will ask me one day, why did you support this guy? If that's what you think. And at the same time, he's going to ask you the same question. Why didn't you support that guy? Then you can tell him he's a taghut. To me, you can say, You can say whatever you want. I just not based on the information I have, based on the researches I done, based on the life I lived. I don't think so. You feel me?
No, I don't.
Yeah. Hopefully one day you'll figure it out on your own too.
How stable is the situation now in Syria? What's the situation there today?
What
The
is what?
conflict. You know, regarding the conflicts, you know, the groups there. How stable is the situation there in
It's not
Syria?
stable at all.
In Syria.
It's unstable because of the Zionist entity, Mark Dash. You know better. Why does ISIS get medical treatment in Tel Aviv? Why are
That's not true.
Israel
Exactly.
funding
He's
most of the
right.
militias in Syria?
He's right. The Zionists, they want everybody divided. This is what they want.
I don't think ISIS is getting treatment in Tel Aviv. I don't think that's true.
Absolutely
You know,
true. They fund
yeah,
militias in
You had
Syria.
refugees. I know you had Syrian refugees that actually found refuge in Israel. That I know. I mean, you
no,
had
no, no.
refugees running from
Jabhat
Assad.
al-Nusra, they were getting treatment in Israel, and it's all on video, all documented. And for some guy that is saying, asking me in the comment, he's I think Lebanese, why is he not? Why? How come they didn't get the Julan Heights back yet? Well, he's doing his part. He's supporting all the resistance group in the area. Eventually, the Golan Heights and Palestine will all come back in one package. You don't have to keep fighting wars. The war is, the same wars they rage against us and they take 50, 60, 70 years to finish. It's the same kind of war. Some people are impulsive and they work on a reaction, and some people are planners and they know how to plan and they know how to wait, and that's part of the game. Who can wait but longer and who can strategize better? And
Yeah,
basically,
you may have to wait another couple thousand years.
you think so? I think not long, and I will add you now to my list because pretty soon I'm gonna call you and congratulate you on freeing Palestine.
The question is, Mark, which European country are you gonna move back to?
Move back? Why should I have to move back?
Where are your grandparents from, buddy?
My grandparents, Hungary, Poland, that area.
All right. So shouldn't you live there instead of living on our land?
I had actually grandparents that made Aliyah 1915, I think, 1915 or 19, yeah, beginning of the century, of the 19th century.
After the South African apartheid was dismantled, Mark, thousands and thousands of South African people converted to Judaism and got citizenship to Israel and were able to take land and live on my country where I don't have the right to go back. Is that right?
Yeah, but first of all, many properties were bought. It wasn't like so clear cut taken away. You also have many deals
No,
under the
that's
table. People
untrue.
don't know.
That's
People don't know
totally a
that.
fabrication.
You don't know. People don't know that many sold their
I
properties
don't
under the
think we
table.
should. Yeah, I don't think we should touch these topics because time soon is gonna show everybody that Omar, you're going back to Palestine, and whoever is in the Zionist state can apply for a visa, immigration status, whatever it is. If he belongs to the land, he stays. If he doesn't belong to the land, he's got a dual citizenship. And I'll be honest with you, when I hear the building settlements, I don't really, it doesn't bother me. The more they build, the more I'm happy because all these Palestinians in diaspora, when they go back to Palestine, they're gonna need a lot of houses. So when they say they're building and doing, it doesn't. Personally, it does not matter. It doesn't hurt me because I'm sure that these Palestinians, when they go back, they're gonna have a place to stay.
Let me ask you: Do you remember modern history, such a concept that you basically uplifted a whole, let's say
Yeah,
what is it,
South African
8 million
apartheid
civilians?
regime.
Hold on. What is
South
that?
Did it
Africa
ever happen in modern
apartheid regime,
history?
buddy. South Africa apartheid regime was dismantled and they were evicted Same thing will happen to the
Forget about
Zionist
South
entity.
Africa is
You
different
will
than
be
the
bankrupt.
Middle East. South
It's
African, they were more peaceful. Continue with your question. I'll answer you.
it's very different. You know, it's very different. The situation is very
No,
different.
it's very different. That's why I interrupted Omar and I said it's a different story. Tell me, what were you asking?
Do you recall in modern history any similar scenario that you had? Let's say in your basically you have in your you see the future basically that 8 million people with a
Algeria.
car with a new basically with a established culture, established infrastructure, established a country, simply immigrated to a different place.
How is
Have you
that?
ever? Do
How is
you
that
remember modern history?
established?
Such a what?
Yeah, but
Algeria.
how is Israel established?
It's
How
very
is that
differently.
established?
It
How is it
was first of all
established?
very
It's still
very. You can't.
considered as occupying. It's still considered as an occupying force. It still don't have a constitution written. It still don't have
Who cares about
size of a no. You don't have the constitution
Yeah,
written.
but what you don't remember is what you don't get is the people today in Israel,
Uh-huh.
Israelis, is a
Uh-huh.
it's a 70-year-old culture that you can't
70.
simply put
The,
anyone anywhere
the
else.
Israelis are divided within themselves, buddy.
Right now, by the way, right now they're not all united because of October 7th. You're all united, by the way. You actually calls to be united.
Divided. We see the riots. We see everything that's happening. We see the
There's no riots
unaliving
now.
of each other. We see the
There's no
unaliving
riots
of
now.
each
There's
other.
no riots now.
In the
The last
past
half a
week,
year, there's no riots. All
Mark, I'm
gone.
speaking.
I
In the
accept
past
with
week,
you.
5 settlers unalived 5 other settlers. 1 woman was unalived by another settler because Ben Gavir armed them, the settlers, to the teeth. So they're going crazy. They're so paranoid. They're unaliving each other. It's going crazy in the West Bank and in Israel proper. So we see the House of Cards collapsing. We see your
I don't
Knesset
think it's
collapsing.
collapsing. Israel's very strong. The economy
We
is
see
strong.
your
It's a very strong
economy.
country.
We see your economy collapsing. We see
Nothing's
sanctions
collapsing.
rolling out one by one, Mark.
There's no
One by one,
sanctions.
the
What are you talking about?
dominoes
There's no
are
sanctions.
falling.
Yep, there's no sanctions. What are you
Mark,
talking about?
Sanctions.
Mark. Let me take you to modern history. In 1982, Israel invaded Lebanon and occupied Lebanon for almost 18 years.
Yeah, it's
And
very
with
different.
no, it's not very different. We know why
It
it's
wasn't.
not
It was never.
different.
It was never part of Israel, Lebanon.
I tell you. Let me finish. I tell you why it's not different. Okay, after the establishment of the Zionist state, okay, they made an agreement with the British, with the Egyptian and the Jordanian. They secured two sides of the borders. So the next border was that it wasn't secured yet. It was the border of Lebanon. And that's when the prime minister said, we can take a musical band and occupy Lebanon. And they decided in 1982 to come and invade. That is after hammering Lebanon since 1969 up to 82. They were bombing South Lebanon on a daily basis. Then they decided to man up and come to and get to Beirut. And look at the sequence of events. The H group in Lebanon did not exist at the time. Okay? It did not exist. What happened? They were confronted with a popular resistance. It means everyone at home, whatever you can grab, a knife, a spoon, you boil oil, you boil water, you do whatever you can to fight that resistance. And they were able to pull and stay in southern Lebanon. And now, and that what happened. The age group was formed, and they had. I don't know if you. How old are you? But in there was the military commander that was governing Lebanon that stayed in Tyrone in South Lebanon, along with like 300 soldiers, where the first member of the H group of Lebanon drove a truck into that building and knocked it down with everybody in it. And then they decided after that to pull out and do a buffer zone in Lebanon. And that was from 82 up to 2000, where they were getting hammered by the H group in Lebanon, and the H group in Lebanon strategically was analyzing the IDF, understanding the IDF, and following footsteps on how to improve, which is they did. And we went to sleep in 2000, and we woke up, and the Israeli so-called defense forces running away with their tail behind their legs. Now, that was in 82, that was in 2000, and that was the H group in Lebanon was on the power that I would say that what he's got right now is about like 10 or 15% of the power. Then they decided in 2006, after they refused to release the Lebanese prisoners, the H group crossed the border, kidnapped Israeli soldiers, and then they started negotiating. Then they refused to leave the rest of the soldiers. They refused to leave the rest of the prisoners. They wanted to keep one, which is the guy from, he doesn't even belong to the H group. He's a Durzi, and he was the first Lebanese to go to Palestine and he was arrested. I don't recall his name right now, but I know his name. So they wanted to keep that guy, and the leader of the H group in Lebanon told them, listen, if you're not gonna release it, we're gonna do it again. So they went ahead and they did it again. And now is the 2006 war, where the Israeli army nose was scrubbed against the cow left over in Lebanon.
You're talking about Samir Kantar, but I
Samir
wanna go
Kantar.
back. Okay,
Samir
I wanna,
Kantar,
yeah, bro. I wanna ask you. I wanna go back to the
Now,
Syrian subject.
don't change the subject. Let me
No,
finish.
because you made
Let me
like.
finish what I'm saying, then you jump and
Okay,
you ask
go
me
ahead.
whatever
Go
question
ahead.
you want. I will answer you without disrespect or anything. I just tell you my honest opinion. Plus, I'm free to think what I want.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I wanted to ask you about Michelle Sbeha.
Later.
Let's keep it respectful, fellas. We're all very respectful. We're all gentlemen. We're all men.
Absolutely. I wanna, because he was commenting to me in the box down there. I wanna hear him. I'll take his opinion.
You got it, Habibi.
So, Mark, we go back to 2006, where in 33 days of war, a lot of destruction, a lot of civilians targeted by the IDF. They decided to go back and negotiate, which is they did negotiate, and the H group in Lebanon got what they want. They released all the prisoners. Now that the majority of the Lebanese problem is solved, the job of H group in Lebanon, which is and one thing you guys should know, everybody, that the H group in Lebanon, the only time they got involved in a civil war, which is Shia against Shia, which was Amal against Hezbollah, it was because of the Palestinians. The Amal group, they wanted to fight the Palestinians in Lebanon, and that's when everybody says, oh, they fought each other. The only time the H group fought in Lebanon in a civil war is to protect the Palestinians' refugee camp, and that wasn't yesterday. That was in 1989, 88. So
No, what are you talking about?
now they turn to help the Palestinian resistance. And if I don't know if you follow up what's happening in the north, how the IDF soldiers are flying in the air, but they don't want to tell you yet. There is daily attacks. There is daily unaliving all IDF soldiers in the north. And the goal is to free Palestine. And now you see you have the Iraqi, you have the Yemeni, you have the Lebanese, and now you're not dealing with puppet governments. You are dealing with the people themselves, with an independent resistance. And that resistance is not something you have seen ever before in Israel, or nothing like you read in a book before in Israel. These people are all engineers, doctors, educated people, smart people, nanotechnology. In Lebanon, they produce their own drones. They make their own missiles. You're not dealing with people that are bought out You're dealing with real people. And if you think that established state is gonna stay, believe me, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna
Yeah,
happen. The
yeah,
state
but
of
if you look at
Israel has
history,
never
70
been.
years of constant attempts
But
from, surrounding enemies, surrounding
we never stopped resisting. You know, when you
again,
stop
but
resisting,
you have
you
not, you
lose.
haven't accomplished anything the last 70 years. You see how
Oh,
strong Israel stands the last
how
7 years.
did we? Look at that. North of Palestine, it's 200,000 settlers are empty. It's ghost town. Around Gaza, you have another 200,000 people that are gone. What
Yeah,
do you
that
mean?
is temporary. That is a temporary situation. It's not a permanent situation.
We have brought the Palestinian cause back in the picture where you guys worked so hard the past 50 years in every way possible to keep us quiet. But you guys, in one day, October 7, we were able to accomplish what we didn't accomplish in 70 years, which is bring back the attention to the criminal state of Israel.
Yeah, but the tension will be gone soon. It's a fad. It's a
No,
fad
you think
now.
so? You think so? You
The
think
war
so?
is over. Things go
Look,
back to normal, and it's
Chris,
all gone. The whole.
The damage is done. Damage is
tourism has
done.
been brought
There's
to a
no damage.
halt.
We know very well. I'll give an
Tourism has
It's
been
not a
example.
brought to
war.
a
Damage
It's
is
a
halt.
done.
genocide.
Your
First of
ports
all,
are empty.
it's not a war. It's a
China's
genocide.
Nothing
passed
is empty.
sanctions on the tech sector. Your tech sector is going to nothing. China will not ship no more chips to the Zionist entity.
You
Japan
don't
is
need chips.
imposing
You'll have a
sanctions.
route.
The
You have
world is
a.
imposing sanctions. Slowly, you will be bankrupt,
There's no
and without
sanctions. What are you talking
billions,
about?
you
There's no
cannot
sanctions yet.
sustain this illegal occupation and oppression.
You have no sanctions. You have no. If the economy is strong, it's one of the strongest
Has
economies
placed
out there.
sanctions already.
You're
There's
The
no
delusional.
United
sanctions. Give me
States
give me a single sanction.
placed sanctions.
Keep
The
Who placed
believing
sanctions are
in
sanctions?
against the settlers. The
Keep,
sanctions are
Who placed
against the
sanctions?
settlers.
the sanctions, the
China
Houthis,
already
the
The
Yemeni
sanctioned
put
the
it
president
on
of the
tech
you.
sector.
United States.
The
China,
Yemeni. Forget about the international community.
the
Forget about
BRICS
the
nations,
international community.
also
The
Frederick,
Yemeni,
the
the
BRICS
Yemeni,
nations just passed sanctions. The BRICS nations passed sanctions against Israel and America.
like I said,
China,
I don't believe
China
in the
already passed
international
sanctions
community.
on the tech sector. They will not ship no more chips
Why you
for the
think?
technology for
Why
your
you
tech
think
sector.
containers
That's one of
are
your
now
biggest.
$14,000? Right, Omar? Containers are now $20,000 without the
Absolutely.
tariffs.
In their
Again,
ports,
it's a
your
temporary
ports are
situation.
empty. It's a ghost town. Your tourism industry is zero.
By the way, tourism is doing pretty well. By the way, Israel has a.
I
Yes,
doubt
it
it.
is.
Not even you guys. Not even
I'll
you
give an
guys are
example.
visiting.
Do you know how much a ticket?
Tel Aviv and Eilat is empty.
That's not true.
Your stores are all closed. I just saw a video 2 days ago, Mark. This.
Let me ask you a question. You know how much a ticket
Are you
costs
living
now
on
from New
Earth
York
or
to
are you
Israel?
delusional?
Let me ask you. You know how much
Man,
an
look,
economy ticket costs now from New York to Israel?
I'll pay top dollar for whatever you smoking, man.
I'm asking you a question. Do you know how much a ticket costs from
Dollar for
New
whatever you
York
smoke.
Bro, you
to?
guys are begging people on Facebook to buy property in Palestine, bro, here in America, bro.
That's BS. Let me ask you
What do you
again.
mean
How
that's
much?
BS?
You can look it up. Go to Google. Look up how much is economy
Mark, why
ticket.
don't you just tell us? Just let us know how much is the
Yeah,
ticket.
$2,500 economy ticket. Why? Because
No
it's
flights
some
going
High
there.
risk
No flights are
because it's
going
a
there,
high
and the
risk.
insurance, the airline insurance is
Because
so high.
Ben Gurion Airport was attacked
Eh,
by the Iraqi resistance with the drones yesterday.
li-
That's
li-
Well, I'll
why.
listen,
tell you. I'll give an
Twice already.
example. You have
Twice. Ben Gurion already
six
been hit
flights
twice.
going from New York every day from El Al, and it's all full. These flights are full. You can look it up.
Marquez, they go empty. They
No, they're
return to
full.
Israel empty.
that
It's hard.
And they
It's hard to
leave
buy a
Israel
ticket.
I
You
full.
don't
can't buy.
think
You can't
I
find
don't
a
think
ticket.
this
They
I don't
leave
think this
Israel
is relevant
full.
You
numbers.
can't find a ticket on El Al. It's
yeah,
very hard to find a
the
ticket.
only reason why you guys are busy now is because Mayweather just went there. That's why he's trying to support IDF. That's all.
I don't think that's relevant. Numbers speaks. I mean, look
Departures
at the
are
numbers,
full.
statistics, all of
Arrivals are
that.
empty. Mark Dash, come on, brother. We see the truth. You can't. It's the narrative.
Wait,
The veil has been lifted,
Mark,
and you guys have been exposed.
Mark, are you Israeli?
I live in the U.S. now. I've lived in Israel for a while.
But he's
Are you guys the chosen people?
Polish.
Chosen
Mark,
people.
Mark, regarding
If you
2000, Mark, regarding 2006 war, I would advise you to go and check a document online. It's called "We Were Caught Unprepared." Okay, this is a study about the war in Lebanon in 2006. You would see how
But you
confident
see, you
were.
keep mentioning all these words, but you look, we're 75 years and we're still strong. There's nothing
Yeah,
has
but
changed.
Okay,
not
Mark,
anymore.
Mark,
Not
Mark,
anymore.
could
Well,
you just,
what changed
Mark,
now?
could you
What's
just
changing now?
apologize for what your
America doesn't
government
have the
did?
power
Everything
that it
changed.
did. America doesn't have the clout that it did. America doesn't have the support of the world as it once did. And without America, the Zionist entity cannot
Yeah,
last
you
for
wouldn't have the
another.
Iron Dome.
Guys, we can't deny that Israel is strong. We cannot deny that they have the best technology. We cannot
They do
deny
have.
that they have.
Yeah,
Hold on, let me.
It
Yeah,
will
and also
continue.
we have
I,
the technology now. We
I love
also
you
have the
too. I love you too, everybody. I love you too.
Biggest army in the world, they can't
I
even
love you
face
too.
Gaza.
And
Okay.
Yemen
They're
is
in
What are you talking
bunkers.
about? It's and
Mark,
Netanyahu actually mentioned clearly, and in the Israeli press,
Mark,
that
what do you think
three-quarters of
about
age is
Yemen
gone.
unveiling their
It's a
ballistic
very.
missile that
Mark,
your
Mark,
Iron Dome
listen.
can't do nothing about?
Mark, you need to denounce and you need to apologize for what your government has done to the innocent children in Gaza. Could you do that?
I
Could
have
you
a
say, I'm
yes, I have a
sorry?
again. It's a tragedy what happened to this, but I won't blame the
But
Israeli government. I
you
will
can't
blame
even say
H.
sorry. Say sorry.
You should blame H for every single thing, every
Look,
single
see, he can't
tragedy in
even say
Gaza.
Hold on,
sorry.
Chelby, 1 second. Mark, can I ask you something?
Yes.
Would you accept living under the conditions that have been subjected upon the Palestinian people in Gaza? If you were a Palestinian, would you revolt or would you be a quiet and perfect victim?
I'll tell you something. I'll tell you. In my opinion, life is sacred.
Be
Life
honest.
is above everything. Life comes before land, before properties, before sovereignty,
Just say
before.
sorry then.
Is that a life? Is that a life that we're living? Would you want your kids subjected to that kind of life?
But
Or
let
in the
me ask
West Bank?
you:
Or in the
would you
West
rather
Bank,
choose?
Mark?
Okay, Omar, let me ask you,
Nightly raids.
Omar.
You don't know whose home is going to be raided that night.
Just
Yeah, but
apologize. That's what we're asking. You can't even
first of all,
apologize.
Gaza wasn't. You didn't have houses raided in Gaza. Gaza was, you had no IDF in Gaza going into
Bank,
houses.
Mark.
All right.
The West
All right.
Bank. The
The
West
West
Bank.
Bank is okay.
Nightly raids,
Let's talk
Mark.
about Gaza.
Nightly
Let's talk about
raids.
Gaza now.
That is
No, we're
all.
talking about a Palestine in a whole.
Hold on.
We're talking
Hold
about
on.
children, bro.
Hold on.
When
Yeah.
a
Innocent
Palestinian is
children.
hurt, we all hurt.
Yeah, I think this is back and forth, back and forth. But we need to speak.
Look, he said, look how they say
We
it
need to
though.
speak
Okay.
facts. That
He
we don't
says
need them to
look,
apologize.
but this is the true colors. They say it's a
Yeah.
tragedy
Well,
and
that's
everything,
why.
but they
That's why we
cannot
see our goal.
apologize. They cannot
We don't care if
apologize.
they apologize or not. We don't care. I really think we should not even talk to them. But if he's really,
You know what? I have no problem
yeah,
So
apologizing. The
apologize.
casualties.
no,
Okay, I apologize for the casualties of war, but the blame, I guess, yes, it
it is.
happened because of
Say,
the IDF
This
actually
is
actions.
say,
not
I
But
casualties.
apologize
You
what
cannot call
Israel
it
has done
casualties.
of
it is
unaliving
because it
innocent
was. There's
children.
no intent. There was no intent on it. There's no intent
Mark.
of
All
unaliving
all the
innocents.
government.
Mark, you would accept
Listen,
that for you and your family, the
They said
conditions
it
that have been
clearly on
inflicted.
the.
we know how the IDF works.
Sorry,
We've
Omar. Go
worked
ahead.
with them for a long time, and every time they get beaten up, they retaliate against civilians. That is something like you can't hide anymore. It's been going on for the past 50 years. So go back to the point that Israel is a strong army and then have 200 nukes and blah 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 and all that stuff. It's not enough. It's not enough. The wage of people around you that cannot take you anymore. You
But
have
you
talking
see,
about all the Arab people,
Wait,
all
watch.
the average
Okay.
citizens around you cannot take you anymore. You guys done a lot of damage. You want to see it, you don't want to see it. It's okay.
Actually, 1 second. Mark.
yes,
Oh man, let me refresh my memory. Bismillah. Which part of Palestine is Palestine?
again, are you asking about a two-state solution?
No. I'm saying which part is Palestine, which part is Israel. Do you believe there's a Palestine state?
I believe in a peace agreement on a two-state solution. Yeah, I would agree
No,
on
that's
that.
not what I'm asking. I'm asking right now, which part of Palestine is Palestine?
Historical Palestine? You asking historical Palestine?
No, the Palestine right now, West Bank. Is it Palestine or is it Israel?
I mean, you do have a Palestinian government.
Well, see, look at that, bro. They keep building settlements in West Bank, illegal settlements. Right now, they're building settlements in Gaza, selling them
You
from
know what,
USA
Habibi?
here.
Habibi, I do have a problem with the settlement. I'll agree with you on that. The settlements is a problem. It's the
Exactly, it's a
obstacle.
problem. You're forcing people out their homes and you're taking them over.
I don't know about forcing people. I don't know how
What do you
that. How,
mean
you
you
know
don't
how
know
true
about
that.
forcing? It's are Jews being evacuated? Are Israelis being evacuated, or is it just Palestinians?
First of all, you had Gaza. You know, in Gaza, you had
I'm not
Jews
talking about Gaza.
evacuated.
I'm talking about the West Bank settlement.
You know, yeah, you do have settlements that the IDF comes and destroys it. You know, new settlements.
Okay, is that illegal?
Yeah, you do have some illegal settlements that stop, and the IDF,
All
the police
illegal under
comes.
international. The ICJ just said for Israel to evacuate all settlements in the West Bank.
What's this?
Again, you know what? I'll be
Beautiful.
again in the future, a peace. You know, if you really want peace here with the solution, in my opinion,
Listen,
the settlements should be handed over to, you know,
how
should be part of the West
how
Bank. In
can
my
there
opinion.
be peace when you keep calling Christians and Muslims goyim?
Come on, don't bring it up. Don't that's you know.
Netanyahu is the one that
Mark,
brought it up in
without
the speech.
justice, there will never be peace, Mark. They need to be
Netanyahu
held
literally said
accountable
it
for
in
all
his
their war
speech. He
crimes.
The
said
fact is, you have
Muslims.
Christians and Muslims in Israel, proper Israel. You
So
know, they have
why
the
does
same
he call
rights.
them goyims? Why do your rabbis say all of them should be finished? Your
Again,
own
you know what the
rabbis,
definition of goyim? What's the translation of goyim?
animals.
No. Goyim
Mark,
means nations,
do you
plural of
deny
nations. The goy
your
is a nation. The
rabbis?
goyim is nation. Other nations. It means other
Do
nations.
you deny
You see,
your rabbis calling Christians idol worshippers and they do not deserve to be alive?
Again, the reason why
Do you
you know,
deny that,
rabbis.
Mark? I'm just asking you.
Wait. The reason why I'll
You know
explain
that,
it.
brother?
The reason why.
Do
Please
you
let me
deny
explain it.
that?
The reason
Okay.
I'm not denying
Just
it. The reason
listen.
why in Judaism, Christianity, believing in Trinity, believing that Jesus, the Son of, is actually God, is
That's
considered
their
idol worship
belief.
because,
That's their
and
belief.
in
They have a
Islam as
right
well,
to
by the way,
believe
in Islam
that.
as well,
They
in
don't
Islam as well.
deserve to be
yeah,
unalive
but
for their beliefs.
the difference is, right? The difference is, we know it's their faith, but we don't go around mocking their faith or
Yeah, but in
mocking them.
Islam, you also believe that's considered idol worship, right?
Yes,
Believe
yes, but we
Okay,
don't go around
it's not
and
just
insult
their
people.
beliefs to
We
us
don't
are
need to
beliefs.
insult. We teach.
We honor
Even
all the prophets.
yes,
And to be honest, let's be honest here. The footage that you've seen, yeah, people, yeah, spitting, you know, I know is going around. You talk about extremists. You talk about a small, very fraction of extremists
Not
that
true.
have done it. It's not
your
the norm in
rabbis are
Israel.
extreme.
Not true.
The
That's not
It's
a
not the
actions
norm
Facebook
in
are
Israel.
the
That's not a
actions are the
Facebook.
same as the
That's
words we hear.
Smotrich and Ben Gavir and all the Kahanis in the West Bank.
Okay.
Let me ask you something.
Wait, Omar. I need to ask him this. I'm sorry, Akhi. Do you believe that Israel should build that third temple?
No, I don't believe that. Until Messiah comes, it should not happen yet.
But do you believe? Oh, so when he comes, they should do it then.
If no Messiah comes, again, Jews believe the part of the coming of Messiah would be to build the third temple. Yeah.
So what's this ramp that they're building now for the two heifers that they want to do next month?
Next
There's no ramp.
I'm seriously
There's no ramp.
ignorant
They're not gonna
about
build
it.
any ramp. That's BS.
It's yeah, it is. It's next month.
Come on, the whole heifer, the whole heifer
they're
is a
gonna
kind
burn
of
them. Yeah, he's
a
right.
Palestinian
Red
He's
heifer.
right.
conspiracy. There's nothing
No,
about
they're
it.
gonna burn them. They just came out the other day. That's right.
Just
I
came
saw
out.
it.
They got
They're gonna
it
burn the
right
red
outside
heifers.
Jerusalem.
So let me ask you, what's the red heifer? Let me explain. What do you think? What's the red heifer? What is it?
I'm
They gotta
ignorant to it. I
sacrifice
don't
it for the
know. I
Messiah
don't
to
know
come.
much. That's why I'm asking you, Mark.
I can explain what it is. It's a very simple concept,
Yeah, please
and I
do.
don't think that they plan to do it. It's mentioned in the Bible actually. It's mentioned in the Torah. Christians should also know about it. It's basically a way to purify. If you have been impure by you've been near a dead body, near it's considered like a impurity. So in order to, the way the Bible puts it, the way the Torah puts it, to pure yourself is to take a red heifer and burn, and the ash you put in water and you spray. And of course, it's all about the red heifer. It's not nothing to do with some kind of messianic kind of activity.
Yeah, but because you cannot go into the temple unless you are purified. That's first. Second, they
You
were
cannot go in the middle, but you could get in the
yeah,
middle.
yeah.
Yeah.
Second, they were genetically breeded in Texas, I think, like 2 years ago, and they maybe next month they would be like 2 years and 1 day or 3 years and 1 day. So they are already been sent to occupied Palestine.
Yeah, the ramp is built right outside of the old city, Mark.
Yeah, but there's no intent. I could be honest with you. There's no intention. Israel has no intentions to do anything on Al-Aqsa, on the mount, on the Temple
Are they
Mount.
digging under it?
According to you.
Why
No,
are
no,
they
no, no.
digging under
Not
it?
according to me. According to every single source, you could
No, but
dig
Then why
everywhere. There's not
why
doesn't.
did they
they
genetically
they're gonna
breed
blame
them
it on
and
the
send them
earthquake.
to occupied
It's a
Palestine?
fabrication. It's conspiracy. It's the whole concept that Israel is trying to
It's
take
all
over
No, it's
Al-Aqsa.
not a
over the
conspiracy.
internet.
This is why hummus. This is why they did what they did, because they knew you guys were planning and digging under the Aqsa Mosque as well.
We don't. There's no digging under that mosque. There's nothing
What do you mean there's
happening
no
there. It's
digging? They're digging
OBS.
under the mosque.
No, they're not digging.
Bro,
They're
you're
digging
such a
next
liar,
to.
bro.
They're digging
Believe that,
any
man.
archaeological. Wait. Any archaeological activity. You know, I'll be honest with you. The rabbinical court in Israel would not let any archaeologist to dig the actual Temple Mount because it's considered sacred, and you're not allowed to touch it until the coming of Messiah. It's impossible for any archaeologist to get permission to dig it, to dig under
Even
the
the
Temple
site
Mount.
of Moses, right?
Stabilize
The
the
site of
whole
Moses where
Al-Aqsa
he was in
compound
Palestine.
with all the
No
digging.
one is allowed there. No
It's
one
not
is allowed.
permitted. According to Jewish law, you're not allowed to dig the Temple Mount until the coming of Messiah. You cannot touch the mount.
So why are you
So
digging then?
According to
we're
Jewish
not.
law,
When
you're not
the only
supposed to
digging
have
that's
your own
happening is
state
around the
until
mount.
your Messiah
The
comes back.
archaeological digging is only excavations only around the mount, the actual mount. It's not on the Temple Mount.
Look, you should go back to your Torah and remember the promise of God
Give me
to
a
you
second.
that you
Give me a
should not
second.
have a government and you should rely on the Muslims. This is what you should do. Rely on he scattered you across the world for a reason, because you guys cause corruption. End your corruption, bro. End it before we end it for you.
According to
This is
Judaic
racist, by
law,
the way.
Mark, according to Judaic law, you're not supposed to have your own state. That's why the Orthodox Jews consider themselves Palestinian Jews.
First of all, they don't. First
Is
of
that right
all,
or wrong, Mark?
there's no such a source. You're not allowed to have a Jewish community, Jewish states before the coming of Messiah. I mean, it's based on interpretation of some and a Talmudic
What's the
verse.
name? What's the name of the coming Messiah? Yeshua, right?
No, we don't believe in
You
Yeshua. No.
guys always play mental gymnastics, man. You guys deserve
Wallah,
a
an jad, man.
We don't believe in it.
The whole
Yeshua is
conversation
Jesus.
about history and religion and all of that, I don't think it's relevant. It's not. We're gonna stay here debating Messiah, no Messiah, temple, no temple. We're gonna stay here until tomorrow. It's not gonna change what we know and what's.
Well,
I just
this is
wanted him to
important because
educate us about the red heifer, though.
because they use their religion. They use their religion. That's why they keep calling us goyim, and we have to get rid of the goyims and everyone. Why in the Torah they unalived all the babies
You know that Torah.
and the donkeys and the cows?
It's not the
You
word.
could ask maybe
They
you
invoked
should ask
Amalek. Bibi
maybe you should ask
invoked Amalek.
you
Bibi
should
invoked
maybe you should
Amalek.
maybe you should ask your prophet.
And he said it's a war between the children of the light
Habibi,
and
my
the children
prophet
of the
is
dark.
mentioned in your Torah in Songs
Yeah, but your
5:16.
prophet actually believed in the Torah. You know that he actually
Yes,
adapted
he's
many.
mentioned in your Torah,
I
Songs
know he's not mentioned out there.
5:16.
No. But he actually associated with many Jews and he adapted many concepts of the Torah.
Songs 5:16, Muhammadim. But you guys, you unalived all your prophets. This is why the prophet that was sent to the people of Arabs, he was sent to the idol worshippers at that time in Mecca, and he said, La ilaha illa huwa. There is no God worthy of worshiping except one. But people started worshiping their rabbis and lords, and your rabbis started changing the scripture and applying the hudud on only the poor
Nothing was
people.
changed. By the way, the Quran is much
Nothing was
later than
changed.
than.
Then why do the Jews invest in interest heavenly? They're the ones that commit usury throughout the whole world.
I'll tell you why. Because based on Jewish law, the only prohibition of issue of taking interest is only from Jew to Jew and not Jew to Gentile.
Exactly. You see the corruption? How you
It's
guys
not. No, it's not corruption. It's
Yes,
not. It's
that's
not corruption.
Okay. Mark.
Yeah.
Do you guys have? I'm not expert about religion, not really, but there's a lot of stuff in Islam. I'm born Muslim, so I know a lot.
Okay.
But do you guys have science in the Torah? Like anything God mentioned in the Torah that now we know is a fact, or we don't?
Absolutely. I know you could bring some examples, but yes, we could bring such examples. Yeah, that wasn't known in the past.
Like I know in the Quran it mentions about the stars and the universe, and that is
You know what?
stuff that we're figuring out right now about the Dead Sea where they combine and they don't mix. That is mentioned in the Quran. Like sometimes uh, you want to be more open minded. Like I said, I'm not religious, and I will never do any religious debate because I'm not qualified to do so.
Well, yeah, what I'm telling you, the Quran is based on the Torah. Yeah, that's a fact.
No,
I
it's
mean, you
not.
have many.
No, it's
It
not. The
is
No,
Quran,
because the
the,
Quran
the,
came after the Torah. Historically, it came after the Torah.
bro, we
Quran is
believe
the
in
final
they
book of
all,
God.
bro. Even the Torah mentions Islam and Muslim. We believe that Islam started with Prophet Adam. This is what we
Okay, here you
believe.
go.
Well, the
So
thing is,
Adam.
What do you
So
mean?
basically,
It's in the.
Isaac.
It's
the
So
actually
wait,
going
wait,
to be
wait, wait,
wait, guys.
through your own
wait.
Hebrew websites.
Okay, so
Translation
wait. So Jacob was a Muslim. The 12
Yeah,
tribes were Muslims. All Jews
yes,
were
yes,
Muslims.
yeah. They were all Muslims.
Wait,
So
Muslim
all
wait,
means
Jews were
one
you
who
Muslims.
need you need
worships
to
God.
explain it to him. How
One
is
who
that?
submits.
How is he Muslim? Okay, in Islam, anybody that believes in God, in one God, he's a Muslim. What
Oh,
Muslim
I see.
means? What
So
Muslim
all
means?
Israelis today. So basically, most
So
Israelis today are Muslims. Basically,
if
Israelis,
you
Jews are actually
believe
Muslims.
if you
Most
So
of the
I'm a
believe
Muslim,
Israeli are
basically.
most of the Israeli are atheists.
No, no, no. Let's say no, no, no. That's not true. First of all, it's not true. So I myself, I
70%,
believe in God. I
70%.
believe.
if
So
you believe
I'm a
in
Muslim.
God, you're considered Muslim.
How
Yeah.
can you be a Muslim if you don't even believe in hell?
I do believe in hell.
No, you don't. Jews don't believe in hell. They
That's
don't
not
believe
true.
in
Jews do
Jahannam.
believe in hell. That's not true.
They don't
You're
believe in
misinformed.
Jahannam.
No, we do believe in Gehenna.
No, you don't. You're such a liar now. Now you're
The
lying on
Gehenna is the Talmud. The Talmud is full of Gehenna. You know what you're talking about? The Talmud,
Bro,
the Jewish Talmud is full of Gehenna. Mentioned many times. What are
No
you talking about?
personal attacks,
they don't
Habibi.
believe in
No
Gehenna.
personal attacks, man.
The whole
No, no.
Gehenna actually is a Jewish concept. It comes from Jews.
No, bro,
Guys,
they don't
can
even
we
believe. Now
stop
you're
the
just lying on your
religious talk,
scriptures.
please?
I
Can
think
we
I think
go back?
well,
Yeah,
let's take a break from here. Ali, you
yeah,
wanted to ask me a question, right?
yeah, bro.
Yeah.
You were talking about
Real
Hafiz
quick, real
al-Assad.
quick, Ali. Everybody,
Okay,
please
okay,
take the
Habib Allah.
poll. Take the poll on the top, please, and tap and share. Boost the live, please. Let's get to 300K. Protect the live, guys. Take the poll.
Federico, let me start by I'm on your side, bro, but I have problem with some of the things you said. You were talking about Hafiz al-Assad and you were talking about Bashar al-Assad. Okay, I don't want to go into what Hafiz did to Lebanon, about Kamal Jumblat or what is his name, Mufti Hassan Khalid. So you know that he unalived many of our leaders. Now go back to Bashar al-Assad. I want to ask you about what do you think about Michel Smeha and when he got arrested and why he got arrested
He
and
got
what was
arrested.
the
I believe he got arrested because he was trying to smuggle a bomb
from where what
from
bomb? Yeah,
Syria to Lebanon.
yeah. By
Yeah.
who gave him the order to smuggle the bomb and what was the
They say
purpose of the bomb?
what is being said that the Syrian intelligence services.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was the purpose of the bomb?
I mean, you can't start at the bomb. You can't start at that specific.
What happened in Tripoli? What happened in the mosque of Tripoli?
Yeah, but
He
like I
was
said, you
supposed. He
cannot.
was supposed. Okay,
Yeah,
the deal was.
you asked me a
Okay,
question.
this
You
is
want
how
me
he.
to answer it?
Sorry, bro, but let me
Yeah,
explain so you can have the full context
yeah.
of the thing. He was supposed to send those boom into Tripoli, so he can like cause some kind of chaos between the Shia and the Sunni, right? So how can you say that Bashar is good? Okay, as for the Syrian, what happened in Second Fathallah? What did Hafiz did to H Group of Lebanon in Second
Yeah,
Fathallah?
the
You know?
massacre of 40 or 45 people. I know all of that. I know it's not like
Okay, so how can you talk highly about him when he Hafiz,
because
his father,
I have
unalived the H Group of Lebanon? Okay,
listen every.
he went into Lebanon to protect the Christian.
Mhm.
Okay, then they tried to create some kind of chaos only to stay in control of Lebanon. how can you talk highly about him when he never shot a bullet at the Israeli? He never tried to liberate Julan.
Are you
Okay,
done?
all of his war was done through us. So for us, we were only a tool. They took all of the resources. I'm talking, for me, all the Arab leaders are corrupted, are traitors. Okay, and they were true. He was supporting each group of Lebanon, but he was doing it only because he based on his own interest. He doesn't care about us. He doesn't care about the Palestinian. He doesn't care about anything. They only care about themselves and their own interest. So explain to me, if he cares about us and you want him to be like the leader of the region, why he was sending bombs inside of Lebanon so he can create more chaos between the Shia and the Sunni inside of Lebanon. He was trying to trigger another civil war, right?
You're done?
Okay.
All right. Where you wanna start with the Smeha, or where you want to start?
Yeah, by the way, I'm on your side. I agree
no.
on some of what you said.
I'm just giving you guys your 4-minute warning. In 4 minutes, I'm closing up.
All right.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Sajid.
All right.
حبيبي علي. I didn't recognize as you, Ali. كيفك يا غالي?
Okay.
Yeah, Omar.
I look at things in a different point of view. I'm not in wars. There is a lot of stuff that happens that we wish we don't do, or we don't want to do, or it doesn't happen. Now, remember when the whole thing started in Syria, a lot of the Lebanese leaders, they were supporting the opposition, and they said, "Oh, we won't come back to Lebanon, only from Damascus airport." So Lebanese got involved in what's happening in Syria, and now he was gonna do it in a mosque or outside the mosque. Why would they give a Christian guy something to do in a mosque? Or these are all not very understandable, it's wrong. I'm not saying that they give him the thing to do what he was supposed to do is right. I'm not saying that. I don't agree, but I have in mind my mindset is Palestine. My main goal is Palestine.
You're Lebanese, bro.
And anything, let me finish my point of view. And anything or anyone try to disrupt the road of Palestine, it's not on our side. So you can do whatever you want. Remember, like you said, and Fatah Allah, 45 of the big H was unalived in Fatah Allah while they were praying. I was in Lebanon that time, and I remember that story really, really good. My mom's family comes from Al-Bassa Tahta, Khanda Al-Ghami. I don't know if you know it. It's right next to Fatah Allah. It's not far.
Right now, I'm next to it.
Okay, so I know the story and I remember it very good. But if the big H came to an agreement with the Syrian government, they had two different views of the conflict. They unified their view. They supported them from zero to become the power that they are right now. We all do mistakes. I'm not saying that the Syrian. Listen, I'm one of these guys. I got arrested, but I was picked up from school, okay, by the Syrian forces, taken to a Syrian military base. They put my feet up, okay, and they rolled the.
Me too.
Okay,
Me too.
and I was slapped on my feet over 100 times, or if not more, just to say. Or I wouldn't do it. It doesn't mean if somebody mistakes happen, but you have to look at the greater goal.
Bro, he wanted to trigger a civil war inside of Lebanon
That's
again because
but it would have
all of the
been.
Lebanese wanted him
Let me
out.
tell you, it would have.
We were occupied by the Syrian.
Yeah, we would have.
I'm not talking about the Syrian. I'm talking about the leaders. He was trying to trigger a civil war inside of Lebanon. How is that would help the Palestinians?
I would tell you.
Having another civil war in Lebanon.
I would tell you.
How is that? Yeah, okay.
Which one is easier, to send a bomb to Lebanon or to open a border for ISIS to come into Lebanon? Which one was easier for him to do?
Bro,
Just a question. Which one is? If he wanted civil war in Lebanon, all he had to do is
he's not the one who supported H group of Lebanon. Iran did. We need
all came to
H
agreement.
group of Lebanon needed Syria as a strategic
They all came to
area.
agreement.
So only so they would be getting their weapon inside of Lebanon by land. Okay, so it's a common interest. But for you to say about Bashar that he was looking after us and wanted us to have peace, no, I don't agree on that. Because by his doing that and sending bomb and assassinating our leaders, okay, and trying to trigger a war in Tripoli, which you know it's a Sunni area, and they had many problems between the Alawi and the Sunni in Tripoli. So by him, he used Michel Sbeha, which you know he was number one. Okay, he was a double agent for him.
I hate to jump in, everybody, but I have to end the stream. It's been going on for over 7.5 hours, so I have to stop
We
it.
appreciate you, Chip. Thank you for allowing
Federico
us
will
the
talk later,
opportunity.
bro.
Thank you, Chip.
Yeah, by the way,
You're
I just want to take,
fantastic.
on behalf of everybody, I want to thank Goldie for
Chip,
her help.
I
whilst
invite you
moderating.
to
Thank you,
read the
Goldie.
Quran.
Absolutely, brother.
Follow me. I'll follow you.
Anytime.
We'll talk about it.
Anytime, Chip. I'm always here to support you. You're a big
bro.
pillar in the movement, and I appreciate you greatly. You
Chip
too,
is an
Omar.
amazing
I
Justice
do want to
Warrior.
let everybody know,
Brother.
though, Saturday at 12 noon Eastern time, I'll be back on live again.
Inshallah, Chip. Thank you, Chip.
Inshallah, we'll be here.
All right.
Goodbye, guys.
Thank
May
you
Allah
for all
guide
the
you,
information.
Chip.
I really appreciate everybody.
Omar,
Have a great
I'll
night.
give
You are a great
Good
Justice
night.
Warrior,
Good
Chip.
night.
Thank you, Omar.
Bye-bye.